Whoa, good morning, everybody. We are here. Wither and Bloom Studios is ready for our Daggerheart Marathon. And Boot Belch is going all mask on us already.
Oh my god.
This is great. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
We are excited. You guys ready to play this today?
Yes.
Woo!
I mean, we have a lot to talk about before we get started with our game, for sure. But number one, I'm happy to see that people are already gathering early in the morning in the chat and watching us right off the bat. So we got some things that we can kind of go over, some expectations for the day. We're going to be here for a long time. So Garrett, you brought your own gaming chair.
I did. There's a little peak back there.
Normally our chairs are not nearly this comfortable.
No.
But you are properly suited.
Prepped.
And prepped, yes. Nathan, you brought Uncrustables and watermelon
And clementines.
a big bag of clementines.
So excited.
And Rich has his mask.
Which is already off.
We're not in yet. Am I going to wear that for the whole stream? I'm not sure.
Don't.
I can hear my own breath.
You need to breathe. You need fresh air.
So we're here to play Daggerheart today on a long marathon. The goal today, I can't guarantee we will make this goal, but I will try my darndest. But the goal will be to get to level 10 and finish this one shot. It is a 10 level, all-inclusive, one-shot adventure. Of course, 10 levels in any role-playing game could potentially take a year, depending on how you decide to run it. So I've got to be on my game with story beats, but I don't want to railroad you guys. I don't want to strong-arm this. I want you to have time for your characters to develop. I want you to have time to even entertain getting so invested in these characters that you could want to use them again in another game down the road. So let's play this by ear, but let's try to stay on target. Okay?
Hell yeah.
There's a lot to talk about before we get rolling. So number one, you guys, as you know out there in the audience, in the viewer, in our viewer pool, we are going to be giving away a Daggerheart Core Set today. And that's going to go down at some point. Now, at times during our stream, we will cut away to Rich and I recorded a little video that's really funny and quick about if you need instructions on how to do that. I will tell you how to do that throughout the stream. But that is going to happen. We won't tell you when it's going to happen. I can guarantee you it's not going to happen in 10 minutes. So we want to keep you hanging for a little while. So that's the first thing. So Daggerheart Core Set is going out to everybody. Thrilled about that. Two, we're going to need a couple of breaks today. So we're going to have a lunch break at 1, and then our dinner break will probably happen sometime around 6:30. Now, on those dinner breaks, we're not going away. We are actually going to cut to a video of our session 0, which we did last week and we recorded, and I have that ready to play for you. So you're actually going to get, at lunchtime, you're going to get some backstory on these characters and how we developed them sitting around the table. That video is about an hour and a half long. So I'll probably play half of it during our first break and then the second half of it during our second break.
It gives you a lot of backstory. There's a lot of info in that video.
There is a lot of info in that video.
It was good, yeah.
I liked it a lot.
I will say that when we sat down for that session 0, I was so inspired by the conversation that took place. You guys were unbelievable.
Yeah, we had some expectations in there, and, we had an idea of our characters. It's not fully building our characters, it's more explaining them. But
I think the part that was a little inspiring, I guess, was that it led to a lot of creation of lore in the world of Vesper. Like when it comes to the bog with my backstory, or the kind of blood mechanics that come with your backstory.
Yeah. And I think talking about our backstory, first of all, Garrett, you were oh, I have no backstory. I have no. I felt like I was on the verge of tears with your backstory. Yeah. I'm serious.
Yeah.
It was great. Huh? It was fantastic. And knowing that we're all characters with similar moral alignments, I felt like we built a little bit of a sense of camaraderie.
I agree.
Yeah.
Eric mentions in the chat, so no break for us. And
No, you're stuck here.
Yeah. The other option, Eric, was we were going to entertain playing the session 0 in full during the lunch break and then in full again during the dinner break. So then you could choose if you wanted to sort of disappear for the dinner break and come back. You wouldn't be missing anything, but we'd have something to show people that were sticking around. That might seem like a good idea.
Who's to say?
We'll see.
I have to say, one thing I want to stress about today for you guys, and I know I've mentioned this lightly before, but we're here to play a game. We are here to tell a story. We are here to invent this narrative and further fill out the world that we have invested so much time in. We're here to enjoy and invest in our characters, and we're here to learn about this game. We have been at this game now for quite a while. I'm just going to say going on a year, but I don't know.
It's over a year, actually.
It's over a year. Okay. So we have been at this for quite some time. However, there have been many iterations of the game. We have still a lot to learn, as I think all of us out there in the viewing audience have as well. Like, we're still figuring out how mechanics were tweaked in the last iteration. And Garrett, you're playing a character class from the Void.
Yeah, I chose to pick one from the Void we had such a good time giving our response to the beta testing and stuff like that, so I felt, let me try one from the Void, because that's what they're looking for. That's essentially an ongoing beta testing that Darrington Press set up. So I'm going to try it out. I'm playing the fighter.
That was brave. I was a little intimidated by the Void, just because, there was just a lot of info without any kind of color or pictures or anything.
No, I can agree with you. And at first I said, let me maybe play Warlock, because in our normal D&D campaign that we run, I'm playing a Warlock now. But I started looking at the Warlock, and it's just, it was a lot.
Yeah.
So for this, the limited prep time that we had, I was just like, let me go fighter. It seems like a little bit of a, I'm not going to say easier, but it was a less barrier to entry, definitely.
Yeah.
So I chose fighter, but we're going to have fun.
It's fun because I'm actually playing a monk in our other campaign, so I'm excited to see how it translates.
Yeah, I think a lot of these ways in which the characters today interact, is going to be a little bit different than what we've had. You said this yesterday or the day before when we were walking out. You were like, can we try and find notions of unity in the party?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And during our session 0, Rich, you had mentioned this idea of, we mentioned the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit briefly, and you talked about how 4 hobbits as a unified ancestry kind of have camaraderie built in.
Yeah.
When we realized that we had 4 martial class or 3 martial class characters. I'm losing count already. This is going to be a bad day, people.
He needs a nap already.
Yeah, it's time for the GM to have his nap. But when we had 3 martial class characters in line, it's like, well, what unity can that build? So I want you to think about how your inclinations as fighters would give you camaraderie right off the bat. Right? I know you have your inward personalities and your inward backstories and your communities that you come from that might cause you to differ. But let's see how the notion of being a fighter can give you that unity.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what a group without spellcasting looks like in Daggerheart.
God.
How it plays. It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun.
It's going to be interesting. I mean, we're going to be relying, it's so true to how the characters are. We're just a bunch of brutes.
Yeah.
We don't have healing.
No.
It's gonna
we
be
got a lot of armor. That's it.
It's going to be interesting. We're
If
gonna
we
see how
all
it
die,
plays.
we just re-roll as spellcasters.
Yeah.
All of us.
Yeah.
Just realized I forgot to put part of the overlay up.
Oh, now you did it.
That's okay. All right, so, and Jay is here. Good morning, crusty crew.
Ew.
Thanks, Jay. Thanks, Jay.
We might all,
We might be
We're a little crusty this morning.
Jay is one of our esteemed moderators, and Jay, I thank you for being here.
Jay, I wanted to say thank you for the awesome art you put in the Discord yesterday.
Oh, yes.
I didn't get to respond because yesterday was crazy, but thank you for putting that up. We love you.
I saw that.
Yeah, that was really cool. And actually, it kicked off the Discord Artists Alley channel, because I don't think we have anything else in there.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
All right. So let's do a little quick introduction. Like I said, we're not going to go deep backstory here on this introduction. We'll talk about who we are, what we're playing, and then we'll slowly...
And then we'll dive into you introducing the location.
I will introduce the location when we're done. Nathan, I always put Garrett on the spot, so I'm going to go to you first.
But I'm ready this time.
It's really safe in the middle, I'll tell you that.
Time, but
Nice.
all right. So, I'm Nathan. If you don't know me, shame on you. I am playing Doomba, a warrior wanderborn clank. I'm going with the subclass Call of the Slayer because who I want to play is effectively Doom Guy. I want to rip and tear until it is done.
Hi, I am Rich Froman. I'm going to be playing...
Oh, there you go.
One second, let me get this voice out.
Oh, here we go.
I'm going to be playing Boot Belch.
You got to be kidding me.
It's coming from back here. I'm going to be playing Boot Belch. Boot Belch is a ribbit who is also a vengeance guardian. And Boot is about 4 feet tall. And he carries with himself a 2.5-foot tall greatsword on his back. His skin is moist and he has white underbelly with yellow skin and black spots.
Okay.
That is phenomenal.
Two quick questions.
Yeah, I know you're going to ask.
2 quick questions.
Can I keep that up all day?
Can you keep that up all day because you're insane? And 2, did you audition for Stitch?
Oh my god.
I need to know. I've been workshopping this voice for like a week, and I was in my car last night talking to myself as usual, which is why I get schizophrenia ads on my YouTube.
Oh my god.
But I was talking to myself, and I was like, all right, it's back in the throat. And then I did it. I was like, oh my god, I sound like Gollum.
A little bit.
But I'm doing it all day. I can keep it up. It's not actually painful. It's just back here. I have to like.
Yeah.
I kind of love it.
Thank you.
I gotta say there have been times where I'm trying to. I'll use the word workshop, even though that's probably not fair. Because I'm not an actor, but I'll say workshop because you did. I'll be in the kitchen and I'll be cleaning something and I'm practicing an NPC voice, and I'm like, all of a sudden I turned around one day and my wife came home and she's just standing behind me like,
you look crazy when you do it.
You look absolutely insane, but I love it. I love getting into that. So
it's one of my favorite things.
Look, if you can keep that up for 12 to 15 hours,
I can keep it up. I can keep it really up.
Okay, well, good for you. Garrett, why don't we go over to you?
All right, well, I don't know how to lead off with that one, but hey, Garrett, I will be playing Tusk. Tharkel is his real name, but he is let me get this right, Furbork. Half Furbolg, half Orc.
It's giving Spork vibes.
Spork, thank you. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel about it. He is a Seaborn. I said fighter earlier. He's going to be playing the Juggernaut class from the fighter. So he is a big, beefy brawler type.
Like you.
Yeah, like me. I would assume that he might be a little more muscular. But yeah, big tall guy. Furbolgs, big cow people. He's got greenish gray skin, grayish fur, big floppy ears, prominent tusks.
With the green skin and the gray fur, do you see his skin through the fur?
Little bit, okay. like tint comes through. Tint
that's
comes
pretty
through.
Cool.
So yeah, I mean, that's about it. That's about it. Nathan wants to say something.
I pulled a silly. I forgot to describe my character.
Go ahead.
Please.
Please do.
Right.
Oh yeah, we didn't get that.
They're circular. They're
Doomba.
cylindrical. They're close to the ground. They got wheels.
So, Doomba is a clank,
Bump into a wall.
which means Doomba is a robot. But clanks can be built out of anything. This clank in particular is built out of entirely metal. So the face, the skin, the limbs, these full like metal plates that have these like small tiny gaps between them, like all down the arms and even on the chest. There's a sort of design that I'll show you in a second. But filling the gaps between these plates is crimson flowing blood. And on the chest of Doomba
Oh, yeah.
are these markings.
All right.
So
Is that painted with blood?
watercolors, but yeah. So
Nice.
you can imagine this is sort of at this part of the neck. These go along the, what are these called? Clavicles?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that's your
Collarbone?
collarbone.
I like completely blanked, and then all the way down to midsection and waist.
Are the stars on the is the stars right here?
In the chesticle region?
Yeah, in the chesticle region. Yes.
Awesome.
Yes. And actually, these little circles down here are entry points for blood to enter Doomba's inner workings.
That's sick.
So,
All right.
All right.
And I'm Todd, and I am your GM for this session. I've been DMing and GMing across multiple TTRPGs for a very long time. So I didn't get to put on my wrinkle cream this morning, but you don't need it. I'm going to stay hydrated. Couple of mechanical notes for the day. So number one, without the extra cam to have on our fear tokens, I have provided us with a small goblet or a small wine glass. Now this wine glass, I love it. I have a wine glass. Now, but you're going to love it even more when I tell you about the wine glass. The wine glass has an inscription on it. It's definitely not going to show up on the camera, but I will tell you what it is. It says Zehola, which to me, if I believe I'm correct, translates to hell in German. And hell, this is a wine glass from a bar, a tavern I visited in a little medieval walled-in city in Germany called Rothenburg. Rothenburg is incredible. It is like truly stepping back into a medieval era. And hell is lays claim to being the oldest bar in Europe. It has a thatched grass roof. It is phenomenal.
What?
And so our fear tokens are going in here.
Straight from hell.
Straight from hell.
I'm just imagining you're just gonna like sit back in your chair and like swirl your fear tokens.
Well, I will say this to the viewing audience. Anytime you want to know how many fear tokens are in hell, okay?
Oh my god.
Just ask, and I will try and get to the chat as quickly as I can and let you know.
You can also give fear tokens to the DM if you want.
Well, that's true. I was going to get to that mechanic,
I guess
too.
my bad.
No, please. I mean, I think it's good. So we have a super chat set up. I know that as gamers, we're not always, able to sort of throw money at live streams and stuff like that. But we have a super chat set up in this YouTube live stream where if you look at the video's description, there are, I think, 4 tiers of super chat that you can use. And if you go in there, you could buy our players an automatic crit roll. You could buy our players hope. You could buy me fear tokens if I should need them. So there are all kinds of things you can do in there if you want to. Up to you. Somehow we got to fund giving
super
away
chat
that.
for myself.
Somehow.
Oh
Wait
my
a minute.
God.
Wait
Pay
a
to
minute.
win.
I'm kind of in on that.
Pay to win?
We can super chat for each other.
Oh, okay.
Maybe that.
Well, if you're allowed to do that, then I can buy myself fear.
Okay. Let's not. Never mind. I'm gonna take that back.
We'll see
then.
who wins that battle.
I think you will.
Although I max out at 12. Right? I can't have more than 12 fear.
I'm glad there's a max on that
fear.
because we're gonna give it to you in about 30 minutes. We're gonna give you 12.
Yeah, it's
So
worry.
fear is in hell.
your goblet's gonna be full.
A couple of the real quick things that I want to point out before I get into our description is, one, we are playing this campaign in the homebrew world setting of Vesper. It is one that I've been working on for a long time, so we have played numerous adventures in this world. What I love about adapting Daggerheart to this space, and I think this is going to be my new trajectory, is to continue to adapt Daggerheart to this space, is that I already conceived of, on the western coast of the first continent we've encountered, a city of Amakora, where there is already an established clank population. And that's all based in the fact that the city itself is a city of tinkerers and inventors. And that's all because of the trade that comes through the port and the various items that they have access to. So it makes them able to invent and build. And so clanks were born. And so there is an element of early technology that exists. You, Nathan, as a clank, are perfectly suited to be on the East Coast, especially a Wanderborn clank, because now you have sort of, we're not going to say you came from there, but you've strayed away from the hub of clank population on Emberfell. Emberfell is a continent that exists on Vesper, the planet. I will be releasing a whole bunch of videos that are sort of devlogs of modules that I'm going to be creating around this, adventure modules, as well as a devlog of the creation of the book. So that's a separate thing. But stay tuned for that. We've got a lot in there.
Hell yeah.
Is there anything else we need to cover before we get started?
We're not doing any like backstory stuff, right?
Backstory is going to come on the video that we show at lunch. So
okay.
I mean, listen, backstory is yours to tell during your own scenes during this game. So
are we allowed to request scenes today?
100%.
Yes.
Awesome. Request a scene whenever you want. I think that's fantastic. That voice is just. I want scenes all day. Jay says in the chat, oh, Jay's going to town.
What'd they say?
Oh, wait. Jay's stuff is getting deleted. I'm not sure it's Nightbot's out of control. Jay, I don't know what's happening here, but
Jay's being silenced.
Aww.
I want to know what they're saying.
it says, I can do this all day. Stop spamming caps. It's a warning from Nightbot. I don't know what's going on there.
Are we allowed to interact with the chat? What is the rules on that?
So listen, like I said, I want to interact with the chat. And typically, the reason Rich is asking that question is because typically when we're doing live streams of our gameplay, we want to be immersed. And so we save chat interaction for the breaks. But I think today, let's get involved with the chat.
Yeah.
Let's talk to them. I think there's a lot going on. So let me just see if I can fix that Nightbot issue. And excess caps.
Maybe upstairs.
Jay, you should be okay. I'm turning that off. I'm hoping that helps us a little bit. My apologies.
Oh.
Okay, so are we ready to begin this
I'm ready to go.
very long adventure?
Let's fucking run it.
All right. The scent of salt and sweat hangs thick in the air as your boots press into the sun-baked stones of Haven's Reach. A city carved into the coastal cliffs like a clenched fist, always poised to strike. This is no lawless sprawl of brigands and cutthroats. Here, violence is not chaos, it's culture. Fights are not only permitted, they are praised. From the youngest squires sparring in alleyways to silver-haired veterans who duel for debate, this is a city that believes every truth can be hammered into the shape with blood and grit. The people of Haven's Reach wear bruises like medals, and broken noses are just part of a good night's talk. You hear it before you see it. Cheers like thunder echoing down the harbor steps, accompanied by the rhythmic clash of steel on steel. It's the Festival of the Blades, a week-long revel where the city celebrates its founding through glorious combat, public matches, and grand processions. Banners of scarlet and brass flutter from the rooftops, each bearing the sigils of past champions, house combatants, or renowned fighting schools. In every square, a ring is drawn. Chalk lines, broken barrels, roped-off docks. Challenges are made with grins. Losses are accepted with nods. Even the architecture speaks of confrontation. High-walled tenements with guard balconies, inns and with arenas in their courtyards, marketplaces where disputes are settled in bouts rather than barter. But it is the pit that draws the eyes of all. Carved into the earth at the city's heart, the pit is an ancient coliseum rumored to have been here before the first stone of Haven's Reach was laid. Its walls are etched with the scars of centuries, glyphs, names, and symbols painted in dried blood and pride. Today, it roars louder than any other place in the city. Now, I just want to get into really quickly one mechanic of not only Haven's Reach, but also Amakora and other regions. For those of you that are new to the world of Vesper, there is a specific mechanic that I have created in our gaming world that supports magical systems of this place. Magic is not some ubiquitous force that is drawn upon without consideration. And we do that a lot in our TTRPGs. Magic just is. We don't think about where the source of magic comes from. So on this planet, magic's resource pools come from different locations. When we are inland, the magic's resource pool that any caster draws from the mycelial network that lives beneath the soil. And you've all seen this in our Rising campaign. You know this, and you've been mostly inland. But for some reason, as you draw closer to the coastline's sandy soil does not support this mycelial network. There may also be, without revealing it, there may also be a lore-based or creation myth-based reason why the mycelial network does not get near the coast. With that being said, when we get nearer to the coast, the magic system of the mycelial network fades and casters are found helpless. They are found to be without their magical capabilities. So over time, the cultures and citizens and people and thinkers of this world have realized that there is another magic source that exists beneath the waves of the ocean. It grows in fields beneath the water in the shallows of the ocean in a plant called the Confir plant. The Confir plant produces a pod, much like a milkweed pod, at the top of its stalk, and inside of that pod are a cluster of small gelatinous beads. Those beads glow a slight blue-green color. They are called Andira. Andira is harvested, and because it contains magical properties, it's consumed for its magical properties, it is a highly regulated and carefully distributed product on the market. But along coastal regions all across this planet, that is how casters get their magic. Now, why am I explaining this to 3 martial combatants? Because I don't think you have a spell in the book, right?
No, I don't think we do.
Nope.
Just abilities.
Yep.
I'm explaining it because there may be encounters that you have along the way where you might come across a caster who you may see ingesting the Andira seed bean.
Yeah, so we take their boba beads from them?
So we cut their hand off before they eat it?
Well, you should realize that that is a source of their magic, and maybe the narrative will support you taking it from them. Now, on the current regulated market, Andira seeds are about 5 beans for a single gold piece. 1 seed bean will provide you with all of the magical mana that you might need between the period of 2 long rests. Okay? Now, just to put it out there, because it's kind of fun, and maybe you'll encounter this also, this network of Confir plants that grow in these fields beneath the ocean, they are sort of like a rhizome network. Similar to mycelium, right? But different in its own right. They put up stalks rather than put up mushrooms. This rhizome network tries to seek out new places to grow. And when it does, it sends out a scout stalk. So it'll send out 1 rhizome a great distance into a place of the unknown where it doesn't grow, and it sends up 1 single Confir stalk. Now, that stalk is further away than the rest of the network and needs an extra boost of power to communicate back to the sentience of this rhizome network. So it produces a single bead of Andira that is more powerful than the rest. We call this the royal pearl. Rather than glow light blue, it glows a darker purple. That is a coveted seed bean and super rare. It gives extra magical powers. You might hear about the royal pearl in today's lore and storytelling. So I just wanted to kind of give context for what that was. So let's get back to the game. Because you're walking into the city of Haven's Reach, and this herald steps into your path right near the archway as you're sort of entering this harbor town. They're wrapped in these bright flowing silks, and he's got this big brass bell hanging around his neck. Newcomers, the pit seeks fresh blood. Glory to those who enter and fortune to those who survive. Albeit, today's events and tomorrow's events are purely exhibitionary. We're only starting to begin to up the spirit level of the Festival of the Blades. Do you come to fight? Huzzah! Excellent.
What he said.
You notice that behind this person who's standing at the entrance to the city, there's a road that proceeds in and it forks in two directions. You hear to the left of that fork the sort of hustle and bustle of the arena of the pit. You hear the roar of the crowd, the clash of the blades. You see people lined up, waiting in line to get in to exhibit or to watch the exhibit. To the right, it looks as if the road travels into the city of Haven's Reach, okay? And there's plenty of hustle and bustle in this town. As a matter of fact, as you've approached the city, constant flow of traffic, as if there's some massive event going on. And it's a big deal around here. So, what would you guys like to do? What direction would you like to take? I'll turn it over to you.
I'm gonna go straight for the fight.
Straight for the fight.
Straight for the fight.
Thirsting for blood today, huh?
Listen, I don't carry around a sword that's half my body weight for no reason. Okay?
That is a big sword.
Yeah.
I've been telling you, is it too much?
No, it's a gift from the king himself. She has a name.
All right. You want to do doubles, triples?
You know, I'm new to this group, but have you seen him swing the sword?
Oh yeah, it's hilarious.
Can he swing it?
Yeah, he can.
Okay.
Oh my god.
The sword has a name. The Silver Tongue.
Silver tongue.
Is that what you were brooding about on the way here? You were coming up with a name?
I did not come up with the name. It was bestowed upon me as a gift.
I've never heard this before.
So you don't listen then, my friend.
I'm sorry, that's my bad. But yeah,
You drink too much ale.
Let's go in. Let's go fight. You lead the way.
I lead the way?
Yeah, you lead the
I'll
way.
lead the way.
You have an idea of where you want to go.
Okay.
All right. Plus, I've been here before.
Little man in the front. That's what I like to hear.
So you're heading in and you're going to go to the left and move towards the pit itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if there's expedition fights, we're gonna do it, right?
Yeah, I wanted to kind of describe what we're seeing go through the crowd.
I would love that, yeah.
So, like, I'm flanked on both sides of me by two that look like bouncers, basically. Like, they're double my size and stature.
I was trying to think of how our group walks through the town. Is it you in the middle?
Yes, leading the group is a 4 foot tall, blue cloaked, frog-like creature that has this great sword. It actually sits straight up on his back. That's how he carries it. So it the bottom tip of the sword goes right below my tailbone, and the hilt rises above my head. That's how I hold it.
It's like a little beacon.
So like what you see is like a bobbing sword making its way through the crowd.
That's how we find him.
Yeah,
we look for the sword.
Oh my god.
Perfect. Perfect. So you are making your way up this winding path, and there are plenty of people around you. Let me read a description of the pit as you approach.
Beautiful.
I need a pop filter on my mic here, apparently. Sunken into the earth like a crater from the god's own war, the arena yawns wide beneath the open sky. Its walls are ribbed with tiered stone seating, each level packed with cheering onlookers, gamblers, heralds, and scholars alike. Smoke from incense braziers wafts through the air, mixing with the scent of blood, sweat, roasted meats. A lot of cooking going on. I'm sure that's going to tantalize you. But there is no mistaking it. This is a place where pain is purpose. Now, despite the noise, the pit holds a strange reverence. You can feel it in the hush that comes before each bout, in the way the crowd leans forward, not just for carnage, but for craft. They're studying the fighting styles of these people. There are people that have reputations for having particular styles of fighting. Every swing of a blade here is watched, weighed, whispered, talked about for weeks, sometimes in the taverns afterwards, sometimes over meals in people's homes, as conversation with their children. Victors are etched into the inner wall in heated iron. Losers, sometimes remembered, sometimes not. Now at the ground level, the staging yards hum with activity, and this is where you are heading. Fighters of every ilk prepare, strapping on leather, sharpening weapons, whispering rites. Young scribes dart about, taking names and wagers. There's a massive chalkboard that you see as you begin to approach on the wall with all kinds of scrawl, odds written down, names of participants and challengers. There are slots available. You see that there are blank lines at the bottom. And as you approach, there's a registrar standing there. He's got a table next to him with 2 large buckets, and he holds in his hand a clipboard with a slate, and he has a chalk in his hand. And are you here to fight, friends?
Fight?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you? Mm-hmm. I recognize you.
Yeah, you know.
You're the one who used to clean up in the pit.
I did.
Right.
Now I'm back
Interesting.
for more blood.
Interesting. Haven't seen you in a while.
No.
Now it does a different
It's-
kind of cleaning up.
It's good to be. Yeah, that's true.
Good
Cleaning
to know.
up our enemies, our adversaries.
Well, as you know, the pit welcomes all. Welcomes all. Are you fighting as a group, or are you fighting as individuals?
Individuals first, then group.
Well, I was kind of looking forward to fighting with you.
You want to fight together?
Yeah, you know. Plus, we haven't really fought together.
We fight together.
You know, let's
Group.
We're a group.
Group.
Group
You know.
it is. He reaches over into the second bucket and he pulls out a black iron, like a puck. It's a round disc that's about 1.25 inches thick. It looks like it's been sort of heat treated to a blackness, and etched in the surface of it is the word Challenger. And he hands it to one of you.
Sweet.
I'll take it.
He's like, all right, you can prepare over there in the staging areas. I'm going to be putting down, give me a name for the party.
Snee.
Say that again, friend.
Snee.
Snee.
SNE.
Wow.
Spare no evil.
Snee it is.
Love it.
Sure.
Thank you.
He writes Snee down on his chalk slate. And you see him motion to one of the younger kids who comes running over. The kid glances at the board, nods, and jets back and adds, you see your party name go down on the list. So he
Do
gestures.
we see were we just put up against another group, or it's open?
It seems to be a queue of participants that go in.
Is it like a King of the Hill style battle?
Well, you can't see inside the actual staging area yet. You're right outside at the registrar, but once you get to the staging areas where you prepare, you notice that it is open to the arena, but the angle that you're on right now doesn't reveal what's going on inside.
We're totally fighting monsters.
Oh, I hope so.
Can we talk about what we do in preparation before we go out? Is that possible?
You can absolutely do that. You've got time.
I would like to take my sword off of my back, hold it, and then like take a knee and kind of pray to myself, to the Bog Mother, for a second.
Okay. You spend a little time, eyes closed, sword in hand. And you've just turned away from the registrar who's standing there, and he turns to you as you're kneeling down, and he kind of gets a momentary sympathetic look, and he goes, "Hi, friends, don't forget, today's fights and tomorrow's fights are all exhibition, okay? So don't worry too much. What you want to do in these fights, you know, because you've been here before, but what you want to do in these fights is you want to sort of garner spirit. You could possibly get a sponsorship from somebody who's wealthy in the audience. So look for that. Now, let me go a little metagame here.
Yeah.
In the fight, if you are forced to mark your last hit point, you lose the fight, but you don't die necessarily.
Sweet.
So early on, you're getting a break from your GM over here.
Thank you.
Where are we looking to maim?
Absolutely. Don't hold back.
Absolutely.
You're going to be put up against formidable foes. The adversaries in this pit are considerable.
Yeah.
And as you advance in level, as you advance through the tiers of your chart, should you survive throughout the week, then you will be up against some serious foes. Understood?
I'm in good.
All right. I encourage you to head over to the staging area. I have more challenges to enter. Good luck to both of you, all of you.
So you said the staging area, has dummies and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Can I just start, Bootstrap over here? He's...
I love Bootstrap as a nickname. Not only is it longer than my actual name, but it's so good.
I'm new. I've never seen him pray to his sword. I've never seen him swing his sword, but I'm just going to kind of give him a little bit of a side eye, but okay. And I want to make my way over to a dummy and just start, punching bag. Just
Okay.
a little warm up, get the muscles going.
Okay, there is a small area where it's not small, but there are like confined areas, each with its own sparring dummy. So there's enough room to fully swing a sword and move around. You're hand to hand in there.
Are we in an area with a bunch of other fighters, or do we get our own private green room?
No, there's a bunch.
Okay.
They're around.
Doomba is going
nervous?
to take his battle axe out and sort of pop what's the word? Sort of like a whetstone out of his chest with like a whole station. So he's sitting there just like
That's crazy.
like running water over it too.
Right out of your person.
Right out of my person.
This man's,
and,
I hope you're making eye contact with someone and holding it.
So what Doomba is actually doing is he's looking around at people and, with all the different ancestries, he's brushing up on where like the sweet spots for the most gore are, common sensitive veins and whatnot.
Holy shit.
So that's beautiful.
Yeah.
I love that.
So sort of 2 in 1. And he even finishes it off with just a little bit of blood for some dried pizzazz.
So as you're doing this, somewhere high above in the arena, you hear this horn blare. It's like, "Brrr," and you hear the crowd just erupt in sort of cheers and applause. And you're able to sort of crane your necks and glance out onto the floor of the arena. And, there's like this weight that you feel now land on you. It all lands on your shoulders. That this is no simple back alley brawl. This is like a stage, and this city relishes in what you're about to participate in, and you feel it. And it's kind of like, you're being watched, but you almost feel like with the gravity of this, that somehow something bigger watches you. The gods could be watching you, but it has gravity. So you see what's going on in the arena. And you see 3 simultaneous fights. The floor of this arena is enormous. It's over 100 feet across, and there's room for multiple fights to happen in their own segregated spaces. Okay? So as you look out, you see one actually, I've got to get my names down. Tusk, you notice that there is, on the other side of the arena, a fairly muscular minotaur. And there is what appears to be a giant, like he's got to be 14, 15 feet tall, and he carries this hammer, and the two of them are just going at it. And when this hammer comes down, even though he's got to be 60 feet away, you swear you can feel it in your feet. Okay?
Damn.
And so as they're swinging, you glance up at the crowd, and every once in a while, that hammer swings around, and you see people, they're like gesturing and reacting to the different swings. Then you look out. And you know this already because you have spent time here, as have you. But you see these weird mechanical objects. They look like these multi-sided boxes that are made up of mechanical parts, and they are tumbling through the arena, like almost under their own mechanized means of some sort. And all of a sudden you'll see like a pulse of energy come out of one, and boom, it'll hit a combatant and knock him to the ground. So they're almost like these robotic geometric forms that are like...
And it seems like some sort of stage, randomized elements.
These things seem to move around under their own fruition on the arena floor. They're the combatants. They're actually attacking the warriors that are out there.
And people are fighting back.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they are.
I didn't know if it was like a random thing happening every once in a while in the arena.
No, and then as if to sort of like add diversity to the entire thing, because you've got a traditional battle of might between a minotaur and what appears to be a giant. You've got another battle between these several what appear to be warriors and these like robotic cubes, almost these clank-like devices. You look over to the other side of the arena, and there is this insanely large insect with wings and these iridescent scales, and it has these two big front legs with these spiked talons on it, and it keeps dropping them into the pavement. It's like thunk, thunk, and the warrior that's underneath him cowers with a battle axe trying to hit this thing, and it keeps lifting up off the ground, and as its wings move, it's like...
Flying enemies were cooked immediately.
Yeah,
What the fuck are we getting put up against?
It better not be someone with wings.
What's going on over here?
oh God, we have nothing.
So this is why the weight of the entire thing sets in. So I'm going to turn it over to you guys. Let's talk about what you're feeling and what you're doing.
I finish up my prayer. I turn to the rest of my party, and I kind of want to like call you guys in for like a huddle.
Yeah.
Huddle.
So we come in, we huddle.
All right, how are you feeling?
Do we have anything to attack flying creatures?
And I'm just gonna kind of like unfold my tongue as it like reaches to the floor.
All right, then that is your job.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, we could like combo it. You know.
We know the combos.
All right.
Well, hopefully we're not against a flying.
Well, you know, let's hope.
Hopefully.
Or else he's gonna be doing overtime.
Yes. What do you like to do during a fight? I know what you like to do, but what's your style of fighting? Okay. You want to
Fist.
be in face.
In face.
Punching.
What are your goals on the battlefield?
What are my goals?
Yeah.
Good question. Always need goals on the battlefield.
My main goal would not die.
That's a good
Survival.
goal.
That's a good
That's
one.
a good goal.
Survival's
Come on.
important. Self-preservation.
And you know, win. It's competition, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we want to
The
win.
guy also said we need to impress. So
That's true.
We also need to enlighten
Enlighten.
the enemy. You know,
Yeah.
free them.
Let me ask you guys a question.
Yeah.
Are you scared?
Yes.
Good.
I'm a big guy, but that giant, that's pretty big.
Good.
How do you think I feel? He's very big to me.
You're a little guy.
Scared
It's
keeps
okay.
you fast.
I'm gonna kind of rub
It's a good thing.
Boots' head. Be like, it's gonna be okay. I kind of take my hand and wipe it off a little bit.
We should have like a group towel just for moments like that.
I just hold up my cloak.
I think that I think we got this.
Yeah.
We're afraid. It's good. That's a very good point.
What about you?
Yeah, I'm scared.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, I mean,
Hey, this isn't
We're all
even,
scared,
This isn't
but-
even the first day. Sorry, this is the first day.
Yeah.
There's plenty more fights after this. If we could take it out in the first round, then we deserve it, right?
well, you know, Boot. We'll strap up our boots and we'll try again.
You trying to do a thing there. You tried to be like, you tried to be catchphrasey right
A
there.
little bit.
Yeah, he's trying. He's really trying. Okay.
That's your first strike.
I liked it. I liked the effort. You don't come up with catchphrases.
No.
I
Because
came up with sneeze.
I put respect on your name.
Okay, we need to get ready. We need to focus. We need to lock in here.
Lock it in.
Lock in.
All right. You know, I still haven't seen you swing this sword.
You're gonna see it in about
you will.
10 minutes.
Oh, you will.
It happens. Trust me.
Okay.
It happens. I don't carry around for nothing.
So,
Are we ready?
I don't know. I mean, we're waiting for our turn.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Okay. Since you look to me for the next bit of guidance, I will give you a few little tidbits and something. Did you have something?
No.
Okay. And something. And something to the viewers. So, a couple of things. One, leveling today is going to be quick at first and then more spread out throughout the day. So you're going to see us level. Obviously, at lower levels, we level faster anyway. So before you enter the arena, and as you have gotten ready, you have spent a little bit of time getting to know the city, getting to know the pit, understanding the system, and watching the events that unfold. You felt the gravity of the situation. We are going to move to level 2 at this point.
Hype, bro.
Not expecting that.
Damn.
Well, you're going to need it for what's about to unfold.
Hey, we're going around asking if we're afraid. He's afraid for us.
True.
So you know what to do. We're going to talk through this really quickly so that we don't spend too much time on the mechanics of leveling. But take a minute to get ready. And while you're taking that minute, I just want to remind the chat that we've got a Daggerheart Core Set to give away today. And in order to do that, you've got to link over to our Discord. Now, that link is in the chat right now. When you land in Discord, you're going to land on an About page. You're going to click the YouTube announcements channel, click the blue button, and you will be entered to win this giveaway, which is going to happen at some point in the next 12 to 15 hours. So get over there and do that.
Garrett,
What?
I made my strength +1 and my agility +1, right? And then I color in those circles.
Yes, you color in the circles. So if you're doing that, you color in the circles. I know you have bare bones, so if you did +1 to your strength, you got to bump your armor score 1. So,
Yep.
so first off, level up on your character sheet.
And that changes. We all get a +1 to our damage thresholds as well
We get
for
a
leveling.
proficiency.
We get a boost to our damage thresholds?
Yeah, by 1.
Okay.
Your
so
damage thresholds go up every level. One number per level.
Can I borrow the card book?
Yeah. I'm gonna have to do that after you too. Proficiency.
I'm gonna grab.
And how much hope are we starting with, Todd? 2?
You normally start with 2.
You start with 2 hope.
Oh yeah.
Where do I
solid
put
spell.
proficiency, Garrett?
It's right above your active weapons. Right below your
Just
active
color one of
weapons.
those in,
Color one of those in.
and you add
So
2
now-
to your everything.
Well, now your hit die, you're going to be rolling 2 of them. So you're going to be whatever your weapon damage is.
Yeah.
So if your weapon damage is a D10,
Yeah.
you roll 2 D10 now.
For damage?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Your proficiency is how many dice you roll on your attack.
Okay. Thank you, because I had no idea about this.
We need an experience.
Yeah, and then we got to
And
do
that's your to hit or to damage. Your hit's always going to
So-
be 12 and 12 hope, right?
plus whatever your ability is to hit.
It's
so your
strength.
strength. So
I have a +3.
yeah, so now your thing would be your hope and fear. So your 2d12, it's +3.
Gotcha. That
The
makes sense.
proficiency is more just how many dice you get to attack with. The damage bonus to the weapon is set. That never changes.
But I'm saying
So-
when I'm rolling my damage now, it's 2d10 instead of 1d10.
yes.
Gotcha.
So yes, when you roll to hit, it's plus your ability modifier. So that would be strength. And then your damage is 2 dice or equal to your proficiency essentially. And then that bonus number that's after the 2d10, that doesn't change. That's set by what the weapon does. That's different than 5e.
Gotcha. It's not too bad.
So you bumped your armor. I bumped my armor because I know we're running almost the same thing. Sorry if that just blew a mic out. I just hit it.
You just blew my eardrums out, but
Sorry.
that's okay.
You don't need them.
I shouldn't have the headphones on anymore.
So Rich, your damage thresholds, you're at 11, right?
Damage thresholds? I'm at 11 and 21.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mine's different because I have an additional to my severe.
Oh. Jared, do you mind if I borrow a pen?
God, I'm sorry.
What did you just
That was my
do?
computer.
A pen?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a pen over here. It should maybe work.
It do. I just need to permanently gain.
For those of you that are just joining us, our players have leveled up to level 2 early on in the game here, they are just taking a minute.
Thanks, Gare.
Now, most of their levels are predetermined. They know, I told them to kind of prepare their characters for all 10 levels, so they should have most of that set, and this will get more fluid and easier going throughout the day.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're also new to this.
Yeah, and again, I wanted to stress at the beginning of this that we're learning Daggerheart, and we're encouraging you guys to learn Daggerheart. I mean, we know it to a pretty decent degree, but as far as the fluidity of storytelling and narrative goes, it's kind of one of those things where you have to play it a lot to get used to it.
I think it's also good for people to see us actively level up, like with these questions and everything. I'm
totally
now
agree.
ready as well.
I'm
ready.
You're ready. Good.
Done.
Yeah.
Good. So can we give a quick brief on what you took and what you gained in this level up, and then we can get into the next section?
Yeah, I'll start because I never start because I'm in the middle. So by leveling up, I got you are able to pick from 2 of the level up options. I picked gain a +1 bonus to 2 unmarked character traits and marked them. So I picked my strength and my agility. So my strength is now a +3 and my agility is a +2. And then I also picked permanently gain a +1 to your evasion. So now my evasion is 9. Not great, but it's better than 8. And then I also, by leveling up, I got a +1 to each damage threshold. I'm at 11 and 21 now.
Ooh.
And at level, we also get an experience thing at level 2.
We get an experience. That's the only thing that I haven't added.
Me too.
I'm trying to think of experience.
Okay, I have to.
I don't know if it's going to come up right away, but that's.
It might wait until after the.
Yeah, I'm
fight.
still thinking on experience.
And then after that, I got a +1 to my proficiency, which adds another damage die to my damage die for my weapon. And then lastly, I picked the level 2 ability Body Basher. You use the full force of your body in a fight. On a successful attack using a weapon with a melee range, gain a bonus to your damage roll equal to your strength.
Nice.
So just a flat damage increase for me.
Okay. I'm gonna pick up after that because I did exactly the same thing that he did. I bumped my agility, I bumped my strength, I bumped my evasion. I'm now at an evasion of 13. My damage thresholds are pretty close to him, 11 and 24. And yeah.
What'd you pick? What card?
I also picked Body Basher. So
Nice.
the 2 brutes over here, little guy, big guy.
Little brute, big boot.
Yeah. That's mine.
Okay. Nathan?
So, I also bumped my strength and agility. So my strength is at +3, my agility is at +2. I've gained 1 HP spot. My damage thresholds are a little weaker than yours are. I'm at 8 and 16.
We are running bare bones.
Yeah.
If anyone wonders why our thresholds are a lot higher, we share the same domain cards and we have bare bones.
Yeah.
So we're not wearing armor.
I will say the trade-off is my evasion. My evasion is dog water.
Dog water. And then the last thing I took is called a Soldier's Bond. Once per long rest, I can compliment somebody at something they're good at, and we both gain 3 hope. So, right? Isn't that nice?
That's awesome.
I like that.
That's really good for you. You seem like someone who would like to benefit the team through inspiration and teamwork.
And I think you guys should take that before the battle.
Well,
it's got to be a long rest.
I was going to say
It's at a long rest or once per long rest?
Once per long rest.
Yeah, once per. Yeah, let's take it.
Yeah.
One apology I wanted to make to you guys out there is I had originally intended to have all of the domain cards, all of the cards that we could possibly utilize in the game at the ready so I could cut to them. But unfortunately, we're not able to. We're trying to abide by the community gaming license that Darrington Press puts out. And so we were asked not to do that. Or actually, we weren't personally asked. I don't want to make it sound like we're having a communication with them. But it does. The community gaming license asks that we don't scan those cards and put them up.
Yeah.
So what you should realize if you're new to this game is that Daggerheart also includes cards. There are cards for first of all, they're gorgeous. The art on the cards are gorgeous.
Fucking beautiful.
And so we'll try and describe those to you as best we can as we go.
I also love really small little detail about the cards is that they have the name of the artist who made the art, which is really cool. Just to know that like these are real, like personalized,
not AI.
Yeah, precisely. Which I think is really cool. These cards are just gorgeous.
Yeah,
they really are. And the limited edition set has golden edges on the cards.
They do.
Which are nice.
I gotta say, these cards itch that that Magic the Gathering itch I've had.
Without being just as toxic.
Yeah.
Well, I will say, I think what the cards offer potential for, and we're kind of outside the game right now, just talking about the mechanics of Daggerheart and the physical properties of Daggerheart. I think what the cards offer the most potential for, and what I'm excited for, is expansions of cards, and how, we could have cards that sort of look at artifacts or weapons or, treasure. So cards can really go into a number of areas of this game that I think are super exciting. And, as we want to expand on spells and abilities and communities even, we can, those things can be represented in new card packs that can come out, which is just freaking really exciting.
It's genius, man.
Okay, last thing I want to talk about. I want to grab something in the chat for all of you first real quick, and then I want to talk about one more mechanic before we get into this next segment of the game. And that's this. Listen. If you're going to participate in the giveaway of the Daggerheart Core Set, you will notice that you gain a little bit of favor in the roulette wheel if you're an active member of our Discord community. Now, getting that high in our Discord community, if you just join, is nearly impossible. So I'm going to offer a little perk to those of you that are new to the system. If you join the Discord and register for our giveaway, and then you're active in our YouTube chat, I'm going to go in and manually pump up your Discord level so that it's as if you're participating in Discord chat. So that's just sort of an enticing motivator, hopefully, to get you to talk in our chat. So jump in there. Keep us on our toes. Like our friend Rabbit.com, who is several time zones away from us and may or may not be even out of bed yet, I know is going to be on later fact-checking our rules and playing rules lawyer for us, which I'm excited about and I'm thankful for.
We might need that.
We'll be here for 15 hours. We're going to need community.
We're going to lose it a bit.
We're gonna need you guys.
We are going to lose it a little bit. All right, last mechanic I want to talk about before we jump into the arena and your name is called is combat range. Because combat range is something that I think most particularly applies to if we're using a map with minis, and we are not. We are going to play this game today, Theater of the Mind.
Love it.
So
let's go.
Now, that doesn't mean in the future. I mean, I'm a freak about models and resin printers and all kinds of good stuff, and we will get there. But today we're going Theater of the Mind. So that means I would like for you guys to, when necessary, articulate where you are. Garrett, can we just talk about the ranges? Because we've got very far, we've got far, we've got close, we've got very close.
Okay, so very close is considered melee.
But close is also in certain circumstances, correct?
I think it's 5 feet.
Garrett's going to check that for us.
Give me
I should have that at my fingertips.
It's on your DM screen.
It's actually not.
It's not?
I'm looking and I don't see it.
It's our first day.
Sorry.
Noobs.
What?
I could have sworn very close was 5 feet. Close was past 5 feet.
Range.
Well,
range.
what it really measures with is like the length of a pencil.
Yeah.
So there is melee. I was wrong. There's melee right up. Character within touching distance of your target.
Right.
Few feet away. Very close is in that 5 to 10 range.
Okay, that's where I made the mistake.
Okay.
Yep.
They say it's the side of like a game card if you're doing a map. Then you have close, which is in that 10 to 30 foot range, which is, everyone's kind of like 5e range. And then you have far, which would be 30 to 100. or so, and then there's very far.
Very far is the thing that's sort of unreachable by ranged weapons in most respects.
Yeah, pretty much. There's 100 to 300. There's all kinds of rules about, getting into distance and stuff like that. And then there's an out of range.
Out of range. Okay.
So
all I'm asking for in our Theater of the Mind combat is to articulate and keep track of where you are in relation to adversaries. It just it just involves a little bit more of an awareness.
What are you talking about? We're all going to be just right.
You're going to be in there. Mm-hmm. This is the good thing about having. You
got to worry about distance.
All you got to worry about is casting a fireball.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. All right. Are we ready to put this back together?
Hell yeah.
Okay. We're all leveled and ready to go.
We're ready.
Okay, I will say this also. I am going to employ... Let us get the tray of dice. I'm going to be employing a timer.
Oh, snap.
A decision timer?
And I'm going to set that timer at 10. I am not going to tell you what the results of that timer are. You are aware of the timer, and maybe that's just because we're at an exhibition, because we're at a combat exhibition, you would assume that there would be some kind of timer. Like a fight where there's a bell every certain amount of time. This timer probably represents something like that, but we'll see what happens.
So where are we right now?
So currently, you are sitting on several of the benches in the staging area. You have said your prayers. You have worked out a little bit, loosened up, and prepared yourself for this next round.
Yeah.
And you're noticing now that the combatants that have been on the floor for quite some time have finished their fights.
Yeah.
Not all at the same time, individually. As a matter of fact, the last ones to go in this were the Giant and the Minotaur, have been just swinging, grunting, and belting the living hell out of one another for quite some time. Slowly, though, doors open at different areas in the arena. Those doors are appropriate to the combatants or adversaries that are on the floor. The doors that are nearest the staging area are for the challengers. So when a battle would end, you would see a set of doors open, and either somebody would be dragged off the floor because they were unconscious, or one of the adversaries or combatants would just stroll off the floor. Now, during the time you've been sitting there watching this, you saw the warriors that were battling those weird robotic cubes that were floating around on the floor and smashing about. One came out dragging the other one. The other guy looks like he is pretty beaten and battered.
Whoa.
He's still breathing, but he comes through the door, one looking proud, one looking a little bit ashamed. That being said, the arena floor eventually clears. Now, that child that was running around with the slate and marking chalk and that, he kind of like comes over and he's like, Snee? Snee?
Yes.
You're up next. Mm-hmm. When the doors open, you will head out onto the arena floor. I want your party to head to the left. 9 o'clock on the sundial out there is where you will gather to meet your adversary. The battle is not to the death, although we encourage you not to pull punches. If you defeat your adversary, that's totally okay. The adversaries understand that that is part of the game here. But once an adversary goes down, do not continue to beat on that adversary, which we normally encourage, but for the first 2 days, we don't do that. Okay, so if an adversary drops, you withdraw. Understood?
Copy that.
All right, when the doors open, you will head to your appropriate spot. I'll need a few minutes to set everything else up. Good luck to all of you.
Kid, come on. Who are we fighting?
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, right.
I get a beating from the master like I've never had before in my life. I can't give that away.
Please?
Strictly forbidden.
For please? No. Sometimes for money, but not you.
Forgive
okay.
them.
Good luck to all of you.
Yeah. You know, but you've got this like confidence, this gravitas about you that you don't find in, guys of smaller stature. I think it can be a bit intimidating.
Thank you. I think I've always used my height as an advantage.
I think it totally is. I think, these big bodies are like cumbersome, but you can just slip around them. I think I'd hate to be on the other side of your blade. because you know, you look at you, you're like, oh, little guy, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. But then you just got this look like you know you're gonna like fuck him up. You know?
Dumba. I appreciate you, friend.
Of course. Gain 3 hope.
I move like lightning, and I strike like thunder.
Well, with that said,
Hell
let's
yeah.
fuck him up.
Hell.
Fuck him up!
All right, gain your 3 hope.
Yes!
I love you.
Pretty inspirational.
That was
I like
dope,
that.
dude. You're my friend. We're friends.
And we started with 2 hope. Off
Yes.
the bat.
you guys are-
Yeah, you have
So
2
now we're
hope
at
right off the bat.
5.
I'm so jealous of you two right now.
And with that, you hear the horn sound. The crowd jumps to its feet. The roar from the crowd increases, and the 2 massive doors to the pit in front of you swing open. Light from the sort of sun-baked stone all around and reflected off the colonnade that surrounds this place fires in through the doors, almost blinding you. The staging area is somewhat dark, and so it takes time for your eyes to adjust. You step out onto the floor as the cheers go up. There are occasional flowers that are thrown out onto the battle floor, and you can see in the center of the arena a man standing there, poised, arms in the air, welcoming the yells of the crowd. He sees you coming in and he points to your left, which is 9 o'clock, just like the sort of registrar's helper told you to do. And so you make your way over to that corner. Now behind you, there's one human male, shirtless. He wears sort of leather pants and a belt tied around him. He has one long sword strapped to him. He's got almost perfect posture, long flowing hair down his back. He struts out onto the floor just looking, and
Like
as he
fucking
does,
Fabio over here.
in a sense, a little bit, in a sense. But as he struts out, you hear the crowd's roar increase a little bit. You know instinctively this is someone of
Crowd
some
favorite.
reputation.
Yeah.
Can I describe my entrance to the arena?
I would love that.
All the lightheartedness and kind of jovial nature we had before we entered immediately disappears from my face, and I go full focus. You could see that this almost muscle memory version of myself becomes active as I jog my way, not breaking eyesight to where I need to go, not paying attention to the crowd, not paying attention to anything but my surroundings, and a stoic jog to where I need to be.
Are there
I love it.
any like pools of blood on the ground?
Oh, yeah.
gotta lick it
So the floor is, as you know, the floor has several levels of this. There are the permanent blood stains that have soaked down into.
Yeah.
You have to remember that the sandstone here has, in its native sense, is much lighter in color than this floor represents. This
Yeah.
floor is almost black.
Yeah.
Because it has absorbed the blood
So
of the
much
foes and
blood.
opponents and the defeated for centuries.
Right.
And so, yeah, the floor has a slickness to it. And
Yeah.
I'm sure you're...
And to be clear, we're walking into the pit. We
You
see
are.
everybody.
You are.
So what I want to do is I sort of want to, like, as we're passing one of these pools of blood, I just want to bend over, and you see, like, I make a fist, and the plates of metal covering the hand and the arm sort of like spread apart just the tiniest bit. You know, you wouldn't be able to see it unless you're up close. As he dips his hand in the pool of blood, and blood starts to sort of drain up the arm and into the chest, filling in all of these runes all over his body. And with that, could I make a presence check for the crowd?
Actually, I would... I was going to put the first roll of the game on you. You can make a presence check. I would check. What is it you're looking for? You just want to sort of show off? And
Yeah,
kind of,
I want the love from the crowd.
You want the love from the crowd?
Yeah.
Go right ahead. Make a
I'm
presence roll
I'm
for
a local.
me.
Your first roll.
First
And that's
roll
with
of the
my-
marathon. 2d12.
All right.
Yes, you designate your hope and fear.
Hope, fear. Actually, no, we're going to switch it around. The bloody one.
Yeah,
is hope.
that's your hope.
The other one is fear.
All right.
All right. Woo, wow. Okay, that's a 21 with fear.
Oh, fuck.
Come on.
Okay.
Did you add your presence if you have a presence score?
Oh, no, it's a +0.
That is going to be the first fear I gain. And I want to say I appreciate that.
Yeah, of course.
From the beginning.
I said fear is good. Being scared is good.
What you sense as you sort of flex, show off the presence of Doomba back in the arena for the first time in a long time, and you gaze around to see how this flex affects the crowd, looking to gain some glory, looking to amp them up. Your eyes inadvertently come across several patrons in the audience that sort of see you. One leans over and whispers in the ear of somebody and points at you, and you kind of feel for a moment like, wait a minute, what's going on here?
Yeah.
Maybe this harkens back a little bit to why you left, but you feel like you're recognized, not what you were expecting to get out of that flex. You and the other challengers make your way out onto the field. The strapping, posture-ridden, shirtless, what'd you call him?
Fabio
type. Yes, the Fabio type. Makes his way over to 12 o'clock, walking past the Master of Ceremonies in the center, walking past him. And behind him, there is a group of younger combatants. They look like they might be in their late teens. There's 3 of them. They seem, they're cocky. They're sort of high-fiving each other. And they're coming into the arena. Now, what you realize, and what both of you would realize, is during Festival of the Blades, the first 2 days, because there is no fight to the death, you do have younger members of society that want to participate and feel like they're part of the event. So what's brutal about this, though, is you see some of these younger people get the living snot beat out of them, and it's rough, but they love it.
What?
It builds character.
Live for it. So out you go to your respective places, and things begin to ramp up a little bit.
Fuck.
Now, I'm going to go headphones because I want to be able to just check my music intensity.
We're gonna beat up some kids.
We might be beating up Fabio.
We are going to beat up some kids.
Are they
But
together?
these kids are going to be like insane. You know him. He pulled like, or it was halflings that turned into like massive demonic like things
buddy.
and beat the shit out of us. It was you.
It was me, and I don't apologize.
No, that was
I'm
awesome.
the GM. You see now, as you've had a chance to sort of stop in your place and await, there are this... I gotta take these off, I can't hear. By the way, can you let me know in the chat how the music's volume is? It's much louder for me than I think it is for you, but if it's a problem, let me know and I will fix it for you. Now, the MC in the center of the arena, arms raised, lowers his arms, and the crowd's voices subtly die down as if signified by his arms. And he begins to speak in a most booming voice. And he says, I, Vesper Valain, the laureate of limbs, the herald of iron, the voice of the pit, and the master of ceremonies for the Festival of the Blades. I bid to you our next set of challengers. Now he looks around and he begins this speech with some poetry and some flair. His robes, sort of like crimson gold, charcoal black, sort of whirl around him. He's got this half mask on his face. It looks like it's made of gold. It covers half of his face. What's under it, you're not entirely sure. But he carries this massive spiral staff, and on the top is this big red blood stone. And it pulses when he speaks. Somehow it almost seems to amplify his voice throughout the pit, which is really quite interesting. But the voice itself is resonating. It's huge. It's booming. He has a massive presence. Ladies, lords, and all manner of blood-born brilliance, tonight, the pit does not simply thirst. It hungers. I present to you round 9 challengers for the day today. Now, you there, and he points to all of you. How about it? How about a bit of fun? How about a moniker for the session, shall we? One for the fight. Give us a moniker for yourself, or, if you'd like, I'll provide one for you.
Spare no evil.
No, we think it was really tough. Like, we're about it. We're like, yeah.
Sorry for the
Spare no evil. Interesting. I was going to go for something more along the lines of the meat glacier, but spare no evil it is. I present to you, ladies and gentlemen, spare no evil.
What does that mean?
meat glacier.
I'm writing that down.
And as he presents Spare No Evil to the audience, they jump to their feet and begin to cheer. So a lot of fanfare, a lot of support, a lot of energy that's coming out of everybody here. What? You weren't ready for meat glacier?
That's like something you'd hear in like Borderlands.
Oh God.
The meat glacier.
Meat glacier. Holy shit.
Spare no evil. All right, so he does this again throughout the arena to the other participants. You wait, nervous. And then it comes time.
Oh no, what's the kid's name?
We don't.
What's the kids' names?
Yeah, what do you give the kids?
That's a good idea.
He's put me on the spot. I didn't have a name for those.
Well, they're the meat glacier now.
They are not the meat glacier. He turns to them and he sees them and he says, "You may know pain, young challenger, but have you danced with it? Have you made it sing? The pit awaits your melody. How about a moniker for the event? A moniker." And they just kind of look at each other and they're like standing there like shrugging their shoulders and they're all...
Just a bunch of little punk kids.
Yeah, what do
you
they
say
look
that
like?
out loud? It's
What's
like
that?
punk kids.
Yeah, what do they even look like?
What do they look like? Yeah. They're kind of, they're not scrawny, but they're certainly not built out like a mature adult might be.
Yeah.
But they have this kind of wiry, sinewy kind of strength about them. You probably would fear encountering them in an alleyway because they definitely don't look like amateurs. They
Right.
look like they can fight. They are wearing, what appear to be like more canvas-based or leather-based armor, like thin layers on them, and they're carrying a series of like finesse weapons, so like rapiers and lighter swords. They spin them around, like the one guy's just kind of like spinning it around on his fingers, like. But when they're sort of hyping each other up, they're really like ridiculous. They're clownish almost. You can tell that their age hasn't really set in yet. So he looks at them all. And he says, "It's funny, your age and your ridiculous behavior remind me something of one of those musical plays. A musical play. Let me think. Something along those lines. We'll call you..." I'm having trouble with this one.
Sorry.
Bartender, bring me a coffee.
Call them.
Give me a name. You guys, give me a name. Give me something fitting for such an immature group.
The dancers. Let's dance. I don't know.
The back alley boys.
I've got it.
That's
I've got it. Vesper Villain raises his fist in the air and he goes, "I shall refer to you as the Pink Pony Club."
Oh no.
I love it!
Ah, the boys of the Pink Pony Club. Excellent. Good luck with your bout. And you there, Fabio,
Actually.
the delicate one. That's your name. The delicate
so.
one.
The Fabio and the kids are all against us. They're in our.
No.
Fabio's in a different one.
So what you have, just to be clear about the layout here, is there will be 3 simultaneous fights. Fabio will be fighting a challenger. The Pink Pony Club will be fighting a challenger. And Spare No Evil will be fighting a challenger.
Oh, we're not fighting them.
No, you're not fighting them. These are the current... Oh, you wanted to beat on the kids?
kids. I want to know.
I was already prepping actions and everything.
Well,
Really?
You prepped too early, bro. You don't know what we're about to get.
I will say this.
Keep them away.
I will say this. You
I
are...
thought we were up against these.
You will be able to see what happens to them.
They might
Great.
survive, and then we fight them next time, maybe.
All right. Let's
that.
run it, guys.
Don't put ideas in my head. And
Sorry.
with that, Thespar Valain sort of raises his hands one more time and he says, "A final cheer for our challengers," and the place erupts in cheer. and he takes his staff, holds it high above his head. You see the bloodstone on the end of the curled staff fire up really bright red light, and he brings it down into the floor. Boom! And the light goes out, and you see 3 sets of doors around the arena begin to open. And Thespar Valain walks in a straight line right towards the 6 o'clock area of the dial as the doors open one final time. He exits the arena. Those doors close, and you see the adversaries step into the arena. Now, the doors that you are in front of, to your probably expected horror, you see 2 of these battle boxes
Mother trucker, dude.
come, like, not rolling, but like a roll off the corner bounce, like out onto the floor and settle probably within 20 feet of you. There are 2 of them. They are cube-shaped. They're like these constructs. On each side of the construct, you notice that there are these runes that sort of just glow gently. The boxes almost appear to have mechanical hinges on them in different locations, but other than that, they almost appear inert.
The cursed 2d6.
Do they seem conscious?
What's that?
Do they seem conscious, or are they just bred to fight? Like, are they just made to fight?
They don't seem like, it's hard to tell. If you want to make an instinct roll for me, I'm going to actually let you do that to see if they have a consciousness.
I'm going, hope is gold and fear is red. Oh, it's not good.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, what was that?
That's a 10 with fear.
Can you guys stop rolling?
Wow, that's terrible.
As a Daggerheart GM, sometimes allowing your players to roll a lot if they ask questions before a battle really helps you out.
I like it.
So did you say that was what with fear?
10 with fear.
A 10 with fear. You're really not able to ascertain if they have consciousness, but you're confused by the fact that they are able to move, which, you know, for you, someone not only with consciousness, but with a moral compass, you are frightened by this, because for something to have, you know, it's hard enough for you with Doomba as your friend, who has a consciousness and is beginning to develop a moral compass. To see these constructs is a little terrifying. And so your mood shifts. You see the Fabio type gentleman who's standing there strapping chest as he's sort of waiting. And you see this muscular giant, almost matching the Fabio character, but 3 times the height.
Oh, crap.
He comes ducking down below the doors and stands up. And he's got this club in his hand. The club itself is the size of Doomba. And he stands up and towers over this really pretty, muscular combatant.
Thank God we don't.
You kind of see the face of the Fabio character change slightly. But then, of course, there are the Pink Pony Club group.
The children.
And their doors open up.
Someone said in the chat, the Thespians. And then I added to that, the Thespian Stranglers.
Oh, I like that. Thespian Stranglers. Meat Glacier and Festival of Blades sounds like... Oh my god, I can't.
Oh no.
Not going there.
No.
Priceless.
Mr. McGill.
Priceless. I like it. All right, so back to this. You see this group. Well, we could call them the Thespians. We could call them the Thespian Stranglers. We could call them the Pink Pony Club.
All the above.
They stand there as this lithe, tightly tunicked, very trimly dressed, almost what appears to be like a fencer, comes out of the door. He doesn't look like he is more than 5'5". So he's not
he's tall.
He's short compared to like everyone else in the arena, and he's actually almost a little bit shorter than some of these teenage boys. And he comes out and he draws out this thin, long blade, and he's like, and you actually hear it slice through the air, like with a whip. And he has his hair parted and sort of slicked down on his head. He has a most severe look on his face. And he glances at all 3 of these kids with total disdain.
I want to beat him up.
And with one strike, He puts the blade down onto the ground, point down, and stands there just at the ready. These 3 guys are just like, we got this. This is nothing. All right.
Let's do it.
Let's run it.
You glance up into the sort of 12 o'clock region of the grandstand, and you notice that there is a pavilion up there where there is one very large gong and one very large horn. You've heard the horn sound earlier as different things happen, but the gong appears to be another mechanism for starting or stopping the game. And as you're standing there, you see this small figure, because it is really far away, walk up to the gong and... And with that, the crowd goes wild. And you're looking, and you see the one fighter that's working against these kids just sort of raise the sword. This giant that stands there raises his club up over his head. And the battle bots pop up into action. All right. I'm going to turn it to you. What do you want to do?
I'm gonna walk at the one. I want to look unassuming as I walk to them. But as I walk to them, I am turning my sword so it rests on my hilt with the blade going that way.
Whoa. So it's straight. The blade is up.
Yeah, I'm gonna tilt it that way. My hilt has some sort of mechanism where it can hold it like that, and I'm preparing a defensive attack. Almost goading one of them at me as I walk toward them.
Okay.
Awesome.
How far are they from us right now?
They're currently about 15 to 20 feet away from you.
Okay, so not that long.
I'm walking.
All right. I'm going to start judging these things, and I'm going to follow Boots' move and just...
You walking at him?
I'm starting to move in.
I'm going to press forward, too.
I'm starting to move in. We're going
Let's move in together.
Ominous.
We're all just...
On one? Because they're in different directions. I was going for the right one.
Team
on one.
All on one. All on one.
Come on.
All right.
Come on.
We're going all to the right.
We're going in.
All right, you're going in, and you're going to go to the rightmost one. All right, I'm just going to set this up really quickly so I have that laid out. So we're going to refer to these as the left and the right, unless there's a significant shift in the way that you're standing in the arena. Okay?
Yeah.
All right, so you're all concentrating on this rightmost one. What do you do?
I'm going in. I'm gonna... I'm going in for punches. That's all I do.
Okay.
I'm running up to one of these things.
Are you going with the body bash? Because if you want, I'd love to tag team move with you to start this thing, and we can body bash both sides. We can split off and then go in and body bash.
All right, we're gonna flank.
Todd, you heard that?
I did.
All right,
we're gonna split off and then do a tag team move, both body bashing and hitting.
You're gonna tag team move right off the bat.
Yep.
One of you has to spend 3 hope to do that.
I'll do it.
That guy?
Sweet.
All right, so
how does that work?
You spend 3 hope.
Yep.
Initiate a tag team roll. When you do work with the other character, we just did that, describing what we're going to do. So we're going to flank this guy, and we both have the body basher ability, so we're just both going to come in and
with
attack
all of
at
our
the same
force.
time.
Yeah, it's also going to... I have to use my greatsword, so I'm going to use like the hilt of my greatsword. I'm going to kind of pull it down as I body bash into him and hit him with it.
So you both make action rolls.
Okay.
You both make separate action rolls, but before resolving the roll's outcome, choose one of the rolls to apply for both your results. On a roll with hope, all PCs involved gain a hope. On a roll with fear, the GM gains a fear for each PC involved. If you succeed on a tag team roll attack, you both roll damage, add it together, determine the damage dealt. So, what you got over there?
Not good.
All right, so we'll use my roll.
Yeah.
But it is with fear. It's a 19 with fear.
A 19 with fear will succeed. I will take my 2 fear. And why don't we roll the damage on that?
So, so I'm coming in with my fist, you're coming in with your sword. So you roll your damage of your weapon. I roll mine. First attack.
And then we add for body basher as well.
Yep.
I'm doing 12 points on my own of damage.
Okay, so I had 13 of damage plus my strength, so 16.
Oh wait, I'm rolling 14 damage.
And you're 14?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's 30.
Okay.
16 and 14. So that's severe. Can you describe to me how the attack goes down?
So we both break off in like a. We're walking together in unison.
Yeah, we're walking together. We're judging the guy. We're
Yeah.
eyeing this cube up, this weird thing.
And we're waiting for a twitch on his part.
And then all of a sudden, we just break.
We look at each other,
Yep.
smirk, break off in opposite directions, and then about after 10 feet, we curve in together, and we both. I come in with my hilt, not bothering to pull the blade yet because I don't want to, show all my cards. I'm just gonna bash into him with my hilt as my attack.
And I come in just with, 2 fists.
And the combined
And we just.
the combined force of this comes down and really cracks into this thing hard. You actually, for a moment in this attack, feel potentially the weakness in this thing. So that is going to be severe. So I'm going to mark 3.
Nice.
I forgot to add my hit to the roll, so it would have been even higher.
Ooh,
Nice.
Now, I would like to propose that we can decide this now, it's a little late, but we can decide this now. Would you like to play with extreme damage?
that?
There's
Okay.
minimal, there's
minor,
minor, major, severe,
severe.
and we can play with extreme, or it's got a different name.
It's. No, it might be labeled as extreme.
I'm okay playing with extreme.
So what extreme damage is if you roll enough damage to double the higher threshold, you would mark 4 hit points rather than
Whoa.
3.
I think that's fair.
Okay, but that applies
seems
to you as
cool.
well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So we are going to play with extreme damage.
I'm gonna spend 3 hope to
Wait,
gain.
the fear is turning
The
it
fear is
over.
actually going to
fuck.
turn the action back to me
Right.
momentarily, and so I am going to spend a fear
We need
to
to start rolling hope.
Yeah,
highlight this battle box that has, been attacked by you now, and I'm actually going to use a feature called randomized tactics. So what that means is, number one, I'm going to mark a stress on this battle box. I keep calling it battle box. So I'm marking a stress, and that allows me to roll a d6. And I get to pick from 6 different randomized tactics depending on the roll. And this box is going to, as you come down on this thing and attack it, it's going to, leap to its side, and it lets out this massive clap. You see its sides open up and slam shut, creating almost like this sonic boom. You hear it's like. All targets in very close range must succeed on a strength reaction roll or
Yeah,
become
baby.
vulnerable until the
Whoa.
cube is defeated.
That's not you.
my
You weren't
gosh.
in very close.
Yes,
Oh.
very close range is within 20 feet. You
Oh,
all
my bad,
started in
my
very
bad.
close range.
Strength.
I thought it was
Come on,
5.
baby. Come on, baby. Okay.
Okay. Oh, 11 crit.
You got a crit?
Oh,
Yeah.
you got a crit.
Fantastic.
Nice.
So.
I get 2 hope? What do
No,
I get?
you gain a hope, clear a stress if you had one.
Yep.
11.
Okay, so actually you're going to fail that.
Fuck.
So.
Vulnerable.
Yeah.
What does being vulnerable mean?
Vulnerable means when you gain the vulnerability condition, this means that you're temporarily in a difficult position within the fiction. When a creature becomes vulnerable, the players and the GM should work together to describe narratively how that happened. But while you are vulnerable, and here's the mechanic, all rolls targeting you have advantage.
Oh, fuck.
How long until they're?
I think I'm going to get it too.
How long are they vulnerable?
Well, let's talk
until
about,
that
from the standpoint of the
adversary is dead.
narrative, what we would say here is,
Yeah.
okay, this sonic boom, how do you feel like it affects you? You're, because you're a clank, it could be interesting.
It really resonates with all the matter that makes me up, kind of sends my inner workings a little bit haywire. Something's knocked out of place.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think a fair amount of time to hold on to that condition would be? I will say this.
Yeah.
That's going to be, that will be up.
I can tell.
I think it's fair to say that would be up until
You get it?
I activate or spotlight one more combatant.
Yeah.
And then I want you to clear that by either marking a stress or eliminating a hope. I'll let you do it that way.
All right.
All right?
Eliminating as in
You erase a hope,
yeah.
or you can mark a stress.
no. Okay.
One of the
Look at
two.
next one.
All right.
There were some helpful comments you might want to look at.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Eric's helping us out.
Thank you, Eric.
Less.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Eric, you're awesome. Don't
Also,
have to
Eric-
spend one fear. Can I take my fear back?
Oh.
Yeah, take your fear back.
Take your fear
Also,
back.
you took a hope from me, Eric's.
Don't have to spend one fear to highlight
Yeah.
an enemy after. You know what? I thought that, but I wasn't sure. Or roll with fear. Just need to spend a fear to highlight additional NPCs to interrupt. Okay, cool. Reaction rolls don't give hope or fear.
Yeah, so the
But
crit,
like on a crit, can I get it?
the reaction rolls.
Well,
I
the
think,
critical
happen
success
so
was a
often.
reaction. If you had a critical success on an attack roll, that's when you gain the hope and erase stress.
Wow.
Damn, Eric,
Wow.
dude.
Okay, so I got a 9.
Oh,
You got a 9.
Yeah,
Okay,
that
so
failed
you are
also.
also vulnerable.
Okay.
So let's talk about
Whoops.
how that sonic boom affects you.
And did that come from the one that we just attacked, or the other
yeah.
one?
The one we just
Same one you attacked.
Okay.
Same one.
So, I mean,
Eardrums.
yeah. I think, because I was so close to that sonic boom, maybe I'm just like, my head is reverbing, like,
Like you had your head inside the large bell.
yeah,
that just
because I was
clanged.
right there
You
next to
got
him.
tinnitus.
Yeah, I got a little tinnitus, and I guess that's making me vulnerable.
So I'm gonna say the same thing then that I did for Doomba. Is I'm gonna let you you're gonna stay vulnerable until at least the end of my next spotlighted adversary,
Sweet.
and then you can mark a stress, or you can eliminate a hope
All right.
to clear that condition.
With me being.
And the reason I'm giving you those options, just to be clear, is sort of getting rid of a vulnerability, right, is going to either, number one, kind of make you feel something,
Right.
or it might cause you to feel like, oh my gosh, maybe there's something really wrong here. Maybe I shouldn't be
Physically
in
tax
this.
something.
Yeah, like right off the bat.
No,
you
that
get
makes
this
total
hit.
sense.
Okay.
With me being so close and actually like passing this, I would like to canonically say that I'm so short that the sound wave went over me.
And that's why you success.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're like, whew, you got him short.
Like, it just like blows my cape back in the wind.
And in response to Eric's, sort of straightening me on that rule, I'm going to actually now spend a fear to spotlight another adversary, and these battle boxes. I do have the ability to spotlight them more than once in a particular turn.
Yeah.
So I'm going to spotlight this one again, and he's actually going to use his randomized tactics again. And that one is going to be the same thing. So he opens up, boom, he does this twice, bam, bam. He actually claps the box 2 times. And so go ahead and make the strength roll again.
Oh, that's worse.
I think I passed this one with a 17.
17 works, yes.
20 with fear.
20 with
Does
fear.
doesn't count.
Okay, that's
Oh yeah, no fear. Sorry, reaction roll.
That's a 9.
A 9.
Wait, you're like double fucked.
Dude, I just got double clapped.
Stop.
So what I will say is this: given that you
Fuck.
already have the vulnerable condition,
Yeah.
both of you, I'm going to say that same clearing rules, except now I want you to mark 2 stresses or eliminate 2 hopes. When
That's him, right?
Oh.
We all passed.
Yeah.
you both passed.
I have
Yeah.
one.
Great.
I have
So you have
one.
1. You have 2.
All right.
Now I did say it was until the end of the next spotlighted adversary.
Oh, so you
So
just-
at that point, if you want to mark 1 stress, you could have cleared the first vulnerable condition,
Yeah.
right? And now gain the next vulnerable condition,
Right.
Until I highlight another one or spotlight another one.
Gotcha. But
All
it's
right.
sort of the same thing. It's not like I'm...
You're still vulnerable, but now you need to either mark a stress or eliminate a hope.
Yeah.
Okay?
Oh, so I could do like one of each. Sort of.
You could.
Okay.
Yeah, because I gave you the option.
So does that turn it back to us, or do you continue?
I'm going to turn it back to you now.
Okay. Nathan, since you haven't
Yeah.
done something yet, do you want to do
I
something?
would love to. I'm already spending 3 of my hope, so I gain a +1 bonus to my attack rolls until I rest next. I'm sort of gonna shake all this sonic boomage off, just like, whew. And I'm going to take the battle axe off of my back. It sort of like unclips, and actually, if you're watching from the behind, the clips that are holding it onto my back just retract inward into my spine. And so I'm going to run forward and come down on this thing sort of at one of the seams. Try to hit it on an edge, see if I can crack it.
Okay.
You know? So then I'm going to roll this with my duality die, and I get the bonus for my strength, right? Since it's a strength weapon?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Roll those two, add your strength.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. So that's a 22, 25, 26.
26 will
With
hit.
what?
Does that hit?
With
Yes.
what?
With fear. Oh! I forgot that. You know, this is usually my hope die, and it's really high. I think
We
it's
haven't
confused.
rolled hope yet.
Do you...
Gain a fear when
So... We could ask Eric really quick, because
No.
I'm sure he'll answer us.
Well, I might know.
Well, do you gain a fear on that, or does it just automatically go to you and you don't get a fear token? Because we're in combat. That's my
I
question.
think he would get a fear with that. Because how else would he
Oh, I've
continue?
gained
But if you're not spending the fear to get the spotlight, then do you still gain the token?
I think so, because how else would he replenish
I think
tokens?
Garrett doesn't want me to have fear.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
not that.
No, it doesn't make
No.
sense as to
Well,
how he would
we can
continue
wait
to
for
replenish
clarification in the
tokens.
chat, but
Yeah.
as far
No,
as
keep
my
going.
understanding of the
Keep
rule
going.
goes, I still gain that fear to spend. I max at 12, so
Oh, I can re-roll that too with not good enough. And sorry, that was a 5, and I just knocked it to a 9. But okay, that is 12 points of damage.
okay, that's going to be major damage to the box. So as you
Wow.
kind of come down and create impact, now we're still on the right one, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So as you sort of come down and crack through, you notice that some of the wood begins to splinter on this box, and it even instinctively almost seems to skitter back a little bit
Yeah.
on the impact. You can't tell if that's from you hitting it or if it actually weirdly recoiled, but it seems to feel something.
Nice.
So I'm going to mark 2 more hit points on the right-hand battle box.
JLYM.
And since you rolled with fear,
I didn't want to interrupt you, but I cleared mine with distress.
okay,
When, he started his turn.
great. You're coming back to me. And this same right-hand one is now in response to that, going to turn around and just a slam attack, a melee attack, and it's just going to come right at you in response. It leaps off the ground. The box flies forward
Are you
towards
still vulnerable?
Yeah, I am. So you get advantage.
That's right. I get advantage, so I'm going to be rolling my favorite 2d20s.
We are getting cooked.
Fuck me.
Oh my god, that's terrible. I've got a 16 and a 6. Oh, sorry, I've got a 16. It's advantage.
Okay, so yeah, that hits.
Okay. Sorry, I thought it was
Who cares if
terrible.
it's terrible?
That's okay.
It's gonna work. And then we are going to roll for damage on that. And that is going to be, that one's cocked, my apologies. That's going to be 12 points of physical damage. As this box slams into the metallic nature of your body. Boom, there's this like clang.
So that's major.
You can also mark
An armor.
an armor to reduce it by 1.
All right, I'll
Class.
reduce it by.
it's
So only take 1 HP.
Yeah, yeah.
I like that better than
The
how it
math,
used to
all the
function.
math.
So you're
Yeah.
reducing with an armor and you are taking 1 damage.
Yeah.
You're marking 1.
So I'll mark one of these
Yep.
bad boys, right?
Yeah.
Yep, you mark one of those, and the armor score is how many uses you have.
How? Yeah.
So that's
okay.
how they changed it. So instead of all those like
Well, we used to have to do
number
the math.
things with all
Yeah.
the subtraction,
I like that much better.
much
Would
better.
I be able to hop in after that?
Absolutely, I'll turn it to you.
Are the battle bots within very close to each other?
Battle boxes, but yes, they are both within melee combat range of each other.
Okay, so I'm gonna,
Sorry.
seeing my friend get injured, I'm gonna kind of come down with my sword in hand, and I'm going to just crash it right on its weak point. Gonna roll for that. Okay, we have a 18 to hit.
18 will hit.
That's going to be 9 points of physical damage.
9 points of physical damage.
Wait. I get to roll 2 and pick the bigger one. Yeah. 9 points of physical damage.
All right, that's going to be minor, so I'll mark a hit point. You do manage to, when you impact the box this time,
Yeah.
you do notice that one of the hinges, even though it's minor damage, it's already taking such a beating that one of the hinges on one of the sort of edges of the box begins to break free, and then now one of the sides is sort of like flailing loose a little bit.
Awesome.
So
And that was with hope.
That was with hope.
So I gain a hope.
You gain a hope.
And we keep the turn.
Keep it going.
With that being the hope, I would like to spend said hope to use my whirlwind ability and use the same attack on to kind of keep it going past. So it slams down, and then I'm gonna just have it kind of like come up behind me and like turn around, like pivot on my feet and just slam it on the next guy.
Yeah, and that's sort of inspired by the notion that you saw the hinge begin to break free. So you're now feeling the vulnerability of these foes, and you're able to sort of carry through, and you're going to attack the left-hand one. What do you want to say to me?
I've expended a hope to clear that vulnerable one with the stress that I marked from earlier as
Great.
well.
Okay, so you're good.
Yeah.
So I get to use the same roll, so it's gonna hit the other one. All additional adversaries you succeed against with this ability take half damage. So he's going to take half of...
So that's minor.
Okay.
Yep. Got it. All right. Who's moving next? Still on you.
I'll come in being really close to this one. Well, you moved into this guy.
Yeah.
But being really close to this one and seeing Boot open up this, like, it's starting to fall apart. I want to go in and start, bashing right on that area.
Okay.
So I'm going to move in and make an attack roll on that guy. Hell yeah. All right, coming in with the fists. I don't think I'm going to use an ability right now. No, I think I'm just going to... 16 plus... so it's 19.
19 will hit. With hope?
With hope, baby.
Still going.
90 with hope. And we're going to roll my damn... Oh, that's freaking horrible. 2 1s. So 4 points of physical damage.
4 points of physical damage. So that's going to come in at minor.
And then... Who won?
So it's not like...
So wait, you can use a fear token to turn it back to your turn if we don't roll with fear, right?
I can.
Yes.
Okay.
I can interrupt.
You can always interrupt
Gotcha.
us with a token.
Do you want to go, Nate? Since
Yeah, I
we
would
both
love
went?
to. I would love to. This thing's still hanging on, right?
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah. I didn't like the confidence in that. Oh, yeah.
I am going to come right back in with another swing straight down in the same area where it started to crack, right on one of those corners.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, that is with hope. That is a 13, 16, 17.
That will hit.
Nice. And I gain a hope with that, right?
Yep.
I'm actually going to put one of my Slayer die on my guy. Okay.
Oh shit! I forgot to have my damage.
Roll my
roll, so that's
2d10. Nice. And let me read this real quick. Okay. When you make an attack roll or damage roll. Okay, so I'm going to expend the Slayer die that I just added to add it to my attack roll. All right, so that is 17, 21, 24.
24 points of damage.
Damn.
This is on the right-hand one.
Yes.
So as you come down into this thing and like slam into it, you feel the rupturous crack of the wood just break, and while the strength and the follow-through of your swing pushes past that, you feel the blade slice down into the interior form of the box, which you also feel being a clank, and this thing also being some kind of automated structure, is a small surge of electricity come back up through the blade momentarily, and the box sort of like hunkers down both under the blow and under its own force. And I'm marking the last HP on this. But what's going to happen is you see the box momentarily pull in and then just go, and it ruptures out under this massive, what appears to almost be an arcane power source. Boom, blows out. Everybody here is in close range. You're going to have to roll an instinct reaction.
Thank God I have +1 to instinct.
16.
Oh! Yes!
Todd.
I heard you.
Okay.
It is a 24.
9.
A 9. So the two of you, like, you're still sort of looking from your previous attack, and it's sort of like as you're watching this happen and you see Doomba come down with this blow, you almost sense, and the two of you have worked together before, so maybe it's just because of your connection to Doomba and the fact that you fought together. But as Doomba comes down and lands this blow, you see it and back off. You also feel the surge of electricity and are able to, see that and get out of the way.
In fact, just like being connected to it and having my battle axe like anchored in it, I'm sort of able to like hold on and keep myself together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. So, unfortunately, Tusk, you are not as insightful. And your instincts don't serve you well. And you are going to take 13 points of magic damage.
Alright, that's major.
Okay.
I'll spend an armor slot to bump it down.
Okay. And you rolled that with hope, right?
Yeah, I did.
On a reaction to that, I'm going to spend a fear to grab the spotlight and bring it back to me, because now that the other battle box has seen the other one go down, and it is lying there in like a pile of wood debris, the other one now leaps into action. So first thing it's going to do is it is going to use its randomized tactics. It moves up and towards you, and it is going to all of a sudden begin to start rocketing around the space erratically. It's like rolling, like it's moving unpredictably.
Yeah.
I get to make an attack against all PCs within close range. So let me do that. There are 3 of you.
These guys in their AoEs, man.
3 attacks.
Seriously.
Area of effect. Where's another D20? How could I not have one? Here we go. Okay, so I have an 8. I have a 5. So here's what I'm going to do. I have to figure out how to do this fairly because I just rolled 3 dice, but I didn't designate who they were against. So.
Which ones are they closer to, maybe? Like physically?
Oh, that's actually fair because they're in a perfect line.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have this die is for you, this die is for you, this die is for you. So for you, I have a 5.
Misses.
That's going to completely miss. For you, I have an 8.
That's gonna miss by 1.
By 1.
Yeah.
For you, I have a critical success.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Nathan. I'm so sorry.
Holy
So this box
hell.
sees you. This box sees you deal the death blow.
And this is from within melee range.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
right.
So instinctively senses that you have just destroyed the other battle box. And perhaps this sort of erratic trampling behavior is coming at you most severely. And so that is going to be 6 plus 3 is 9 plus 5 is 14 physical damage. And you are now vulnerable until your next roll with hope.
All right. So vulnerable. Man. Luckily, that is only major damage.
Okay.
And since I'm at it and I've got the fear to spend, I'm going again.
As you should.
Right?
He's desperate.
And I'm going to use the randomized tactics. This thing all of a sudden just leaps into action now that it's down to 1, and it just begins wildly spinning about. And now, after it knocks into you and kind of makes you vulnerable, it begins to, you see one of its sides just sort of like pop open a little bit, and from inside there is this whining noise that begins to build up almost on a level that's psionic. You feel it penetrating your ears on a level that's piercing, goes into your brain on a level that's really difficult. I need a presence reaction roll from all of you now.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, I did well on this one.
I got a 1, and I looked at the other one, and it was also a 1.
Oh, it's a critical success. I just read that. A reaction roll and a critical success. You don't clear anything because you don't ever gain hope or fear on reactions.
Yeah.
But you ignore any benefits or anything that would have happened.
Sure. So if you would have been made vulnerable, you also ignore that.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So if there was like a succeed and you get this, you ignore all that.
Ignore all that. All right. So nice job on that.
That's a 10.
A 10? That's going to fail.
17.
A 17 is going
Presence?
to succeed. Yes, that's
Okay,
presence. Wow. So Doomba's having
Doomba
a
is
rough
just
time.
Dude.
Maybe it is this
Getting
sort
laid
of
into.
automaton on automaton.
Yeah. You're having PTSD.
Situation. Exactly. That is going to be 16 points of magic damage.
Oh my gosh.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm gonna expend an armor to take that down. Because that is on the threshold, so that's severe.
Yeah.
Got it.
So it goes down to major.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I have 2 HP. Slots left.
Hey, it's good you took that HP.
Now that this thing is now that this thing is up and running and it's moving We're going
Fucking
again.
hell.
Is there anything we can do, or you just have the fear we made mistakes?
I've got the fear, and now things are starting. Imagine this for a minute.
Yeah.
The fight is starting to bear down on you. Even though you had that moment of hope that was gained by Doomba, who crushed the first battle box. That box is the other one is now leapt into action. And honestly, now that this box is doing its thing, you can feel the audience begin to sort of erupt. They're really enjoying the intensity of this fight, and that is further diminishing the sort of mood that you're in and the feeling of victory that you thought you were going to get as this box just sort of amps it up to a level you could not possibly expect.
I can't.
You can't die.
All right, so randomized tactics again, and it is going to come out all of a sudden. The box opens up. All the sides just push out slightly. You see this mechanical structure inside for the first time because the light begins to emanate in. Boom.
Do I see any weaknesses?
Let me cook.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, but, well, frankly, you do see a bit of weakness because you've hit this thing a couple of times now, right? Mm-hmm. So you might see a slight in it.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I see it opening.
Yeah.
Is there any chance I can leap in for an attack as it's open and vulnerable? Opening myself up to disadvantage on whatever save or I have to do for this thing you're doing?
Technically, while I'm running the turn,
Okay.
I mean, you can make your wish known, right? And if for some reason, let's say I fail miserably in my attack.
Todd's cook is just getting killed.
What's that?
Eric just messaged in the chat.
What am I doing, mate?
You can't highlight the same enemy multiple times in a row.
Unless it has relentless.
Damn it, Eric. You're right. Although this enemy is allowed to be highlighted 2 times.
Okay.
So I did go over that because it does have relentless 2. And I went 3 times.
All right, so we're good.
Eric, I wanted to...
So ignore this last attack.
Okay, so I'm going in.
Fear token back.
Oh, yeah, let me take my fear token back. Eric, thank you. Taking my fear token back. I'll turn it back to you guys.
I want to hop in.
I said I wanted to hop in. But you've been taking damage, so if you want to hop in, I think you should hop in.
All right, I will hop in.
Mm-hmm.
All right, okay. So I'm hopping in. I'm getting fucking torn apart. But
Yes.
I'm like, this is robot on robot. I can't be fucking weak. So
Robot on robot.
yeah, I'm coming straight for it. This time I'm using the blunt side of my battle axe. I want to fucking crush it.
I love that
do it.
people in the chat know rules.
This is
Because
great.
then one person counteracted and knew that adversary had
The exact one.
what you just read.
Yeah,
That guy was
Twitch,
great.
Thank you for that. And Ben is here. What's up, Ben? Good to see you. What do you got?
18 with fear.
18 with fear. I'm
Yo,
gonna happily take my
you
fear.
My brother.
Dude!
Will you just stop it over there?
Listen, this makes sense if you think
It
about
does,
it.
it
Because the
does.
overall mood of this is one that is a little bit foreboding.
By the way, when I made that save earlier, I succeeded with hope. Did I gain a hope with that?
Did you gain a hope when you succeeded?
Not when you react.
No, because
not
that was
on a reaction.
Not on a reaction?
Yeah,
Okay.
that was irrelevant.
Just want to make sure.
Thought I was telling Garrett, I love the feeling of momentum.
Yeah,
this
the
fight.
combat momentum in this is so much
Less.
better.
I can re-roll that. That's a... Okay, I rolled a 2. I rolled another 2. With not good enough, does that mean I can still re-roll it?
No.
Does it stipulate
what's the
how many
card say?
times you can do it?
It doesn't... It's a... When you roll your damage dice, you can re-roll any 1s or 2s.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think so.
that doesn't stipulate a number of
Sick.
times.
Awesome. Okay, so that is 13 points.
13 points.
Yeah.
All right, so 13 points is going to be major.
Tell us it's dead.
No.
I'm not going to tell you it's dead.
No.
And you rolled that with fear, which is going to put that
Yeah.
back on me.
I
So,
think that's
yeah,
a fair, even if that's not how that card is played, because it just says re-roll any 1s and 2s, I think that's a fair GM.
Yeah, I like that.
yeah,
Because like if that's your card, like 1s and 2s.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's absolutely a fair move. All right, so we're coming back around, and this thing responds now, and you, even though I had to pull back my my gas.
We gotta stop on this robot
gotta,
over here.
Dude.
It's going to come back in with its randomized tactics. All right, so this time, all of a sudden, one of the runes on the side of this, and you've seen it once in a while, but the action has been so intense that you haven't paid close attention. One of the runes is actually a circular mark about this big around, and all of a sudden that circular mark illuminates, and this beam of energy comes flying out, and none of you are in far range.
No.
This says make an attack against a target within far range.
Within. That's how far.
Oh, within
it can go
far
out.
range. Oh, so you're within far range. You're within. All right. So
Is it one or all of us?
I'm going to do this judiciously. I'm going to try and be fair for the beginning of this game. You're 1 and 2. You're 3 and 4. You're 5 and 6, and that is going to be at you, Doomba.
God damn
Wait,
it.
it makes sense. Okay,
It makes sense because you were
That's
right
true,
there.
that's
So
true.
it spins.
That's true.
It fires around, and boom, it comes at you. Now that is going to be an attack roll. You're currently not vulnerable,
Yeah, that's true.
and that's going to be a 14. Yes?
Yeah.
Yes, I figured as much. And let me get my 2
God damn it.
damage dice here. And that is going to be 19 points
you're
of magic.
cold.
That is severe. Okay.
Gosh.
How many armor slots can I
You can only
expend?
spend one.
You can only spend 1 to reduce it 1 level.
All right.
Doomba's doomed.
Yeah, Doomba is not Goomba.
Are you dead?
Doomba's
you making
I am
unconscious.
down. I am down.
Can you make a death move?
No,
if
we
you're
don't
not dying.
We don't do it in the.
So here's the
arena.
deal. As laid out in this particular exhibition fight for the beginning of the game, if you mark your last hit point, you are not going to be making a death move. But
Okay.
you, when you go down, you're just there. Okay, so you're out cold.
We also
I've
have
had
no
some
healing.
bad fucking luck.
Yeah.
The arena seraphs run in and stabilize him.
I kind of like give a look to my friend here that like it's time to lock in.
Yeah.
Like we see him drop.
It's time to
I
lock.
am going to spotlight him one more time because he's now all of a sudden you're dropped. It turns, boom, locks in on the rest of you, and it is going to fire off another stunning clap. Echoes out
Oh my
amongst
gosh.
the two of you. I'm going to need strength reaction rolls from both of you.
Damn, that's not good.
14.
That's going to fail.
Oh no. Well then you fail
13.
automatically. if
13, you
yours
fail.
isn't
So that
good.
means both of you have the vulnerable condition.
Okay.
Oh, and I made a mistake before on my stunning clap description. I made up the reason you could take away the vulnerable condition. Wrong again. So again, learning the rules.
You know,
You are
I had
vulnerable?
heard you read that.
You are vulnerable until the cube is defeated.
Yeah, I just thought you were being nice to us coming up with that rule.
Well, not anymore. You're vulnerable until the cube is defeated. All right. That's going to put it back on
He's
you
out
guys.
for blood.
I need to end this quickly. So I'm gonna
Yeah, your buddy just went down.
rush it. I'm gonna rush it directly and kind of just bring a two-handed sword swing down on it. I'm going to roll for that.
Oh, Mither Twitch is right. No,
Is that
Mither
right?
Twitch is right. Yep, that's correct. Mither Twitch, you are correct. That was my mistake. I should have rolled 1 attack roll instead of 3. So
Okay. Well, we're learning.
live and learn, baby.
We're learning
Live and
here.
learn. Thank you for that.
Cocked.
And now you throw it out of the dice tray.
I got a roll. Oh god, that's not good.
I'm so done.
9 with fear to hit.
9 with fear to hit is going to miss.
Oh wait, there's got to be something I can do. Can I?
This guy
if
over
I
here.
add a +2 to that, could that hit?
Where would the +2 be coming from?
My experience.
Your experience, you would have to spend a hoe.
I'd be okay with that. Would it hit?
Okay, so typically you have to add that before the attack roll. You can't add that after the attack roll. So since I've made plenty of mistakes and recalled them, what was the roll?
A 9.
Even if you did it, it wouldn't hit.
Then I'm not going to use it. Thank
Okay,
you.
so I would have allowed you if it would have caused the hit this one time.
I also haven't been rolling damage with 2 dice.
As you make that attack,
I've been rolling with my proficiency with 2.
Good job.
Yeah.
Good job.
As you make that attack, and you come down and completely miss this battle box with that swing, your blade strikes the ground, but something very strange happens. You feel the entire pit arena goo-goom. There's a tremor in the ground. Now, you are first confused by the fact that your blade could do such a thing to such a large arena. You're like, that didn't make sense. But then you realize it is not your confusion over your blade as you look around and you notice the arena has gone somewhat silent. And that's kind of interesting. Everybody pauses for a minute, and even the combatants pause over this shaking of the floor. And then, of course, everybody goes back into it.
Was that the timer? Oh.
It did have, okay, so there is a connection to the timer.
Okay.
Yes, the timer's currently on 4.
Okay.
We started at 10.
Oh, shit.
I don't know if you've been paying attention to when I'm marking it down.
I've been watching it. I don't know the exact correlation.
Is it back on us?
And this particular timer is one I'm not
you just
totally
failed.
revealing to you. Other timers I will.
I just failed.
So he just failed.
He just failed with fear.
And then Eric had put in a thing about marking stress on the box for each random attack.
Is it what you do?
So I don't know. If
Yes,
there's a
I have been
mechanic.
doing that.
Okay.
Yes, so I'm almost out of stress. Yes.
Almost stressed out.
So, and if you go back, I might have missed 1, I think now, because I'm looking at that. I think I'm out of stress.
So you can't do random. You can only...
No, I can. But if I mark now, in order to mark a stress, I've got to mark a hit point.
Gotcha.
Right? So otherwise I'm down to slam attacks. All right. So turning that back to me, the box is actually going to move right towards Tusk and make a slam attack. You are vulnerable, so I am making that attack with advantage. Oh my god, that's awful. Does an 8 hit?
No.
All right, so that is going to end. I'm going to
can I
spotlight him
respond?
one more time.
You gonna mark a hit point?
And
No, he gets to use.
I can spotlight him. I'm just not
He's using a slam attack.
I'm not using my randomized tactics. I'm going to slam him again.
Motherfucker.
And that's going to be a 19 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
And that's not as bad. Don't panic. He slams into you. The box like flips up into the air, hits you in the chest, and he's only going to do 6 points of physical damage. I'm going to turn it back to you guys.
Minor. I'll take that one. All right. In response to that, this thing just hit me, so I'm gonna hit him back. I'm going to. I think I'm gonna use my forceful push ability.
Hit him into me.
I make an attack with my primary weapon. Oh, that's pretty freaking good. It is also at fear. We are all doing the same thing. 17,
So that's with fear?
20. It's a 20 to hit with fear.
20 to hit with fear will hit.
On
need to kill
success,
this
you deal
thing.
damage
But
and knock them back
fast,
to close
dude.
range.
I still have full health
On a success,
Really?
and full armor.
okay. So I don't get to add damage to that one because it was not with hope.
I've been tanking everything for you.
15.
We love you. We miss you.
Everything.
So I push him back to close range, and in doing that, my attack is 15 points
15?
of damage.
Okay, so that's going to be major. Describe the attack for me.
So I mean, he just kind of slammed down on me, so I just turn around and I just give him a good pop, and just I hit both fists at the same time to push him back, and
So as you push him back to close range, and you sort of feel the impact of that, in the moment you feel this kind of like separation between the two of you, especially after the last slam attack. There's a moment of relief, but it's immediately replaced by the fear of the fact that you see the thing spring load down and begin to sort of launch back in your direction. And so it is going to make another slam attack against you, and that's going to be a dirty 20. And that is going to do 9 points of physical damage as it slams into your chest, almost riding up over your shoulder.
That's also minor. I'll keep it.
I'm going to spotlight him one more time. Second slam attack. He falls right off your shoulder blade, hits the ground, and comes right back up again. And that is going to be 13.
It meets it.
Meets it, beats it. All right. Comes in with the attack roll, or the damage roll, and that is going to be 9 more points of physical damage.
Another minor.
Are you coming in again?
Turning it back over.
I'm going to hit this motherfucker again.
Get him.
I'm coming up from behind as it's been attacking my friend. I'm coming up and just stabbing it in the back.
All right.
Come on, you bastard. Come on. Oh, dude, what the fuck? I can't use my thing afterwards because I rolled already.
Well, what's the card say?
No, it was I wanted to use my experience.
Oh.
One way to help you remember to use your experience is think about the description of the attack that you're making, which you're really good at doing. Like, you're really good at saying to me, all right, I'm going to do this, this, and this.
Yeah.
Right? Try to recall the experiences you have and how those things could play into your description of that. That's going to help you remember to put that into your roll.
Okay.
What's your roll?
It's going to be an 11 with fear.
An 11 with fear. Unfortunately, that's going to fail. I'm going to take the fear, and I want you to, in that fear, like as you sort of fail another attack on this battle box and things are sort of unfolding, you glance over for a moment because something catches your eye across the arena, and you see one of these 3 combatants in what we deemed the Pink Pony Club fall to the ground, grabbing his face, shrieking.
Oh man!
And the adversary, this lithe, very capable swordsman, the sword is now down here at his side, as if he just sort of completed a swipe across this kid's face.
Oh.
And so with that, you see that attack begin to sort of continue to unfold.
I don't.
But there's some gasps from the audience as that goes down. The fear's going to turn it back over to me. The box is going to now roll backwards, and flip up and try and slam into you.
Advantage.
You are vulnerable, and that is going to be an 18.
That's going to hit me.
And that is going to do 11 points of physical damage. I will spend the fear to spotlight it one more time.
I would like to react to that.
Okay.
With my vengeance ability for my class, I'm going to activate Revenge. When an adversary within melee range succeeds on an attack against you, you can mark 2 stress to force the attacker to mark a hit point. So as it hits me,
whoa, I love it. Fuck you.
And punch it right in the face.
Nice. Okay, so it doesn't really have a face because it's a box, but you do punch it right in the side of the box, splintering some of the wood. I am marking a hit point, and that actually looks like it did a fair bit of...
And that was 11, you said?
That was 11.
11 damage. I'm marking a armor to take it down to 1.
Okay.
Nice.
I spent the fear to highlight it again, and as you punch it, this thing hits the ground and comes right back up and slams into you one more time. And that is going to be a 14.
That's going to hit me.
Okay, and that is going to do...
And I'm going to do the exact same thing. I believe I can outlast this thing. If it keeps hitting me, I can end it. I'm going to keep... and punch it back again.
Okay, so that is 6 points of physical damage. And you're going to use your reaction again. Now, you have to mark 2 stress to do that?
Yeah.
How many stress do you have total?
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've marked 4.
Okay, 4 to 7. Great.
Yeah.
So mark 2 stress and hit this thing again.
Got it. I just keep... I'm like getting... My mouth is getting bloody, and I just keep yelling, hit me, as I punch it.
Describe to me the last blow this thing takes.
Woo! So as I'm bloody and blood's spilling out of my mouth, I go, hit me! And I punch it, and my fist just goes straight through it. And for some reason, this BattleBot is bigger than me, but I'm holding it up where it was midair with my fist through it.
Through pure rage.
Through pure rage, and then I'm going to take it and slam it down behind me and shatter it into a million pieces.
Midway through the arc, as you're bringing it down and slamming it down, you feel the inner mechanisms begin to sort of pulse through your ribbed arm that's extended into this thing, and you realize there's an energy source growing as it begins to glow bright, and just before
I know
it
what's happening.
Explodes.
I'm going to also yell, hit me one more time as this goes. Hit me!
Nice. I want you to both roll instinct reaction rolls.
14 with fear.
15.
Doesn't matter.
Reaction roll. You have 15?
15.
You succeed. Unfortunately, you fail.
14? A 14? Just
And
one
that's
below?
going to be 13 points of magic damage to you.
I'll eat it.
You're going to eat it.
Actually, I'm going to mark an armor. I'll bring it down to 1.
But as it comes down, boom, and hits the ground and shatters into a million pieces, there's this momentary arcane eruption that shoots out. You see Tusk sort of duck out of the way, avoiding most of the blast. It impacts you directly.
I'm eating it.
This battle box just crumbles to the ground in the middle of the arena, coming to a rest, dead and dormant. I love that. Your attention turns to Doomba.
I'm running over to my friend.
Aw.
I want to kind of just like grab the back of her head.
Dumba, Dumba, you fought well, friend. You should be proud. Tusk,
I'm going to call you over.
pick him up.
Doomba's probably pretty freaking heavy, but I'll work on picking him up.
I think the two of you together, given your strength, can probably pick
like an
Doomba up,
ant.
or at least begin to move.
Yeah, you're like trying to.
I'll get the feet while you get the body.
Now, one mechanic I've built into the exhibition fights is you did mark all of your hit points,
Yeah.
and you did fall out. So that does count as a loss on these slates and all of the wagering that's going on in this. However, now that your battle is over and your two adversaries are down, you may clear one of those hit points,
All right.
and that would technically bring you back up. So you know, as if some kind of magical aura in the stadium that sort of protects you from passing through the veil of death during these exhibition fights, you all of a sudden, as the last battle box is eliminated, you spark up and consciousness, for lack of a better word, takes you. And just as you're being cradled by Boot,
I'm on the legs and you got the top body, so like as you wake up your head kind of, you just like see me just like smiling at you as I'm carrying you away.
And I'm gonna put my arm around Tusk and just like let the other droop, just like.
It's a thespian,
then-
really.
That
And then
was a rough one. Dude.
I'm going to like. I guess my battle axe is still with me. I am gonna remove it and sort of like choke up on the handle and like thrust it into the sky.
Ooh, does the crowd cheer as we're carrying our fallen ally away and they go, while being carried, does the crowd cheer?
There's an immediately uplifting of the
Yeah.
crowd's noise. Now, the other two fights are still going on at this time.
Yeah, how's Fabio?
So Fabio actually looks okay, but he's got very visible bruises around his body. There's a trail of blood coming out of his nose and the corner of his mouth, but he's still swinging at this giant. And you actually realize that his sort of capability here is in his evasion, because as this massive club is coming down, he's darting about underneath the legs of this thing and cutting where he can. So he's got this really incredible ability to move.
Cool, dude.
As you turn and look at the three in the pink pony club, the two of these younger boys are now on the ground, and one is like sort of starting to back up. And there's a little bit of a suspense going on over this, and that causes the crowd to sort of quiet down a little bit.
Can we
Some
pause and like pause moving and then we all kind of just like watch that fight end?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because you notice in the audience there are some people that are like, you know, like really emotional about this for a moment. And with that, you all of a sudden hear the uncontrollable shrieking of a high-pitched voice of what sounds like a woman off towards the entryway where you came in. And she's screaming, "There's been a murder! There's been a murder!" There's like shrieking, and you see several heads of either guards or officials running through the staging area. Their heads are sort of bouncing along the top of the wall as they're running over there. Seconds later, the gong sounds, and all the combatants sort of pause. You actually see the one kid that's left standing against this live opponent just kind of like take a breath, like he's like, oh my God. And with that, everything in the arena goes quiet. And there's some disturbance over in this area where that voice was coming from. You're being carried by your friends. And you and Boot both understand, and maybe you do too, that in a culture of fighting like this, the code states that no person shall be sort of killed mercilessly and without an agreement to combat, right? So murder means that somebody was actually slain, okay? So you're kind of like craning your necks and looking over into this area, and you can see these officials sort of gathered over what appears to be, you know, the tunnel that you came in, those doors are now open. And there appears to be somebody laying on the ground and some people, and you see a woman there, and she's on her knees, and she's like this, and these officials are gathered around. With that, the doors open where all the adversaries came out of. They open, signaling the end of the bout.
Yeah.
And the adversaries just kind of like start walking back in. The young kid darts over to the battle box's hole because nothing's going back in there, and he gets out of there. The three of you are standing there, and I'm going to mention one last thing before I turn it over to you. You look over at this scene, and the woman who is standing there like this, there's a man kneeling next to her, and he seems to be writing something on a slate. She turns and looks at your party, and she points right at you. And the two investigators kind of stand up and make eye contact with you, and she's just like gesticulating something, and she's like pointing in your direction. What are you going to do?
Do you want to go check it out?
I'm
Are you okay
gonna
enough?
get down. Yeah, totally fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go see.
Why don't we
Yeah.
go see what this is about?
Why is the woman pointing at you?
Man, I thought she was pointing at.
It's just pointing at you.
She's pointing at me.
Let's go.
All right, yeah. So I'm gonna walk up.
You're walking up to this group.
I am walking up to the group.
The rest of you are following.
Yep.
All right, as you approach, two of the officials there, they're like, "You there! This way. Some questions for you."
All of us?
Well, they're particularly pointing at the group, but
Okay.
they seem to be focused on Doomba at this point.
Well, we're gonna go with Doomba. We don't separate.
All right.
Okay, so the three of you approach, and several of the officials pull away from this scene and gather around your party. And the one official that called out to you, and he's like, "Where were you before the fight started?"
I was sharpening my battle axe.
Where exactly?
Oh my god, where were we?
We're in the holding cell.
Through the gates here.
Yeah.
Staging area.
Yeah. And then we went from the staging area straight to here and out into the pit, onto the arena floor.
He says, "Wait right there." And he walks around your party and back over to the woman who's just past you a little bit. And he leans down and he starts talking to her quietly.
I don't like this.
I don't like that. at all.
Where's the body?
The body's laying right near you guys.
No, what
I want
seems
to
to
inspect it. I want to look for some
You're
sort of.
currently surrounded by a series of city officials, so if you want to try and approach the body,
Wait.
you, I guess, could.
Do you mind if I take this? I have an experience just for this.
Of course.
Awesome. I'm gonna use my experience, biohazard cleanup specialist. And I'm gonna look at the blood splatters and sort of like any sort of obvious wound. Does there seem to be anything going on with them?
Make an instinct roll for me.
Yeah. All right, so that is a 14, 15, 18 with the experience.
18 with the experience.
Yeah.
And what do you hire in Hope or Fear?
Oh, hope.
I was just reaching.
So
for
I
it.
will spend my hope and take it right back.
There you go.
Nice.
So you inspect this body, and
Yeah.
you're just kind of casually observing it, right? Are you attempting to like bend down and look at this thing?
I'm not getting anywhere near it.
Okay, so you're just kind of like glancing over at it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I'm obviously like looking at it, taking all the visual information that I can see.
Yeah. The person who's laying there is clearly some kind of noble, decent clothing of some kind of wealth. Not extreme wealth, but not a peasant either.
Yeah.
And he had a sort of a well-to-do look about him. He has been hit in the back of the head so hard that the base of his skull has sort of separated and opened. And so there is a fair bit of blood out there, which attracts you at first.
Yeah.
But clearly he was hit from behind. Now his body is inside where those doors would have opened, which is where you're all gathered right now.
Yeah.
So it's that darkened area I described when the doors opened and the sunlight came through.
Right.
Now that space is reserved for people, like the sort of antechamber of holding pen for people about to enter the arena floor. It is not a space people normally are before or for any other reason. Like it's not a common walking area.
So, about like the wound and the blood specifically, what I was more so looking for is like is there any suggestion to like what type of weapon? Is this more of like a blunt weapon, like blunt force trauma?
Very clearly a blunt force trauma.
Gotcha.
But really impactful. In other words, it split the skull.
Yeah.
So
it's safe to say that this official, this person of high nobility, had no reason to be here unless it was some sort of sponsorship.
that is a possibility. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that is one possibility.
I guess as soon as that official comes back, I'm gonna point this fact out.
Well, one thing that you hear as this is going on is as this official's interviewing the woman again, who seems to be very upset, as if maybe she knows this person.
Yeah.
She turns and she points at you, Duma, and she's like, it was him. They were in that space before this went down, and he has a reputation. He has been known to act erratically. Something's not right with that one.
You will not accuse my friend.
It's all right. It's okay.
The adversary, or not the adversary, sorry, the official that's standing there kind of like turns to me. He's like, stay out of this.
He has a corroborated story.
Let me... Thank you. I appreciate you. Let me defend myself. I do have a history here. You know this. Okay? I was created as an inanimate being. I had no consciousness to mop up the blood. And my creator had some nefarious, let's just say, intents with the blood. This is true. But through this process, I gained consciousness and punished that person who is doing evil deeds with the souls. This is not new information.
Name?
Doomba?
Doomba.
Doomba. Doomba. Okay? So that's where my reputation comes from, but since I've gained consciousness, I've done nothing but battle against evil. Evil like whoever murdered this official. And if you look at the wound that is clearly on the back of this head, this is a blunt weapon. Do I have anything on me other than my axe?
Your head. Name?
Bog Steel.
Bog Steel. Name?
Tharkel.
Tharkel.
Oh, I want to make the joke.
Don't do it.
Stop it.
I'm glad we're on the same wavelength.
Do it.
Currently, we don't have anyone else that functions as a suspect in this situation other than the identification of this woman.
So, what? Good enough? You're just gonna...
No. Give me one moment. I want to talk to my superior officer. I want to see where we proceed here. Nobody move. I want you staying right here.
All right.
I'm gonna pull Doomba closer to me. I'm gonna say,
Look, I have been accused of crimes I did not commit and punished for them. It is not happening again.
I know. Thank you. And worst comes to worst, we'll figure it out. Okay? But I know what I've done and haven't done. I have not murdered this person.
I was there, I know.
Yeah,
We're innocent until proven guilty.
exactly. So,
Right, Dusk?
They could ask Fabio. He walked in behind us.
That's true. That's true.
I'm sure he doesn't have corroboration.
The woman's still there?
She is. She sort of stood up now. She's being consoled by a couple of the officials. It seems like 2 family members have now trotted down and are joining her. One has his arm around her, and she's sobbing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Understood.
A few moments later, the same official comes back. And he's like, all right, you have anything to say in your defense other than the fact that you're a new person thing?
Yeah.
Someone else was in here.
Do you see any weapon on me that could have caused that wound? Do you see any blood on me other than, what's coursing through me right now? That's
What do the other 2 have to say for themselves?
The guy with the long hair. He was in here with us.
And the other contestant?
Yes.
He came in behind us.
Mm-hmm.
We all entered through this door.
Right, but clearly, how long have you been in this city?
We come and go.
I grew up here.
And you should know that Morkel is a valued member of the combatant community.
Yes.
I'm not quite sure how you could try to pin this on him, but if I had to lay my money down, I would certainly say it was somebody that wasn't as well known, or someone who may be more well known.
I'm not saying he did it. Not saying he did it. But we walked in first.
We did.
He was alone.
We saw nothing. I have done nothing. I work hard every single fucking day to battle evil. All types of evil. I will tell you that this is nowhere in my core being to do something like this. All right?
All right.
So
then.
I understand that you have to be skeptical, but at least let us do something.
And what is it I should let you do? Suggest something then.
If you'd like us...
Investigate.
Precisely.
I want to investigate.
When you say you fight evil, exactly how? What is it you do? How do the 3 of you know each other even?
Well, we sort of go around as like...
We are a rogue company.
We're kind of like, modern heroes.
Oh, it's awfully big.
Yeah.
And you say you're residents of this city?
You ever hear of SNE?
No, I can't say that I have.
Means the Knights of Snee.
Someone had to go there. We are the Knights of Sleep.
Or the Knights who
We
Sleep.
have past clients that can vouch for our morals.
All right, I'm going to say this. Somebody needs to pay for this crime. I can't exactly say I have enough evidence other than the words of someone who knew him that it was you. Not enough to hold up in any of our court systems, and frankly, this could be a trial by combat if we deemed it necessary, but I'll allow this. Given this man was of considerable nobility in this city and had a good reputation, we will be performing our own investigation. The 3 of you will be allowed the same. If you're some kind of party that does this and fights evil, I want to report, investigate this. If I don't see you in 3 days' time, there'll be a bounty put on your head. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes.
You have 3 days.
Where should we meet you?
You can find me in the center of town, the Magistrates' Hall.
And what's your name?
Ember.
Your name is Ember.
Yes, my mother had a distinct patriotism for the continent.
Yeah. What about the dead man? What's his name?
Orify.
How does that spell?
Orafi. He was a noble. Lived in the banker's district. He was a common sponsor of fighters in these parts.
Did this look anything like the guy who pointed me out at the beginning?
No.
Okay.
No, not at all. And that actually was more like to this man. You talking about the woman that's on the ground
Yeah,
that pointed you out?
Oh no! When I came in and like was getting the crowd hyped up, the person
who pointed to you. It's fine.
I just hit the.
It's fine.
Yeah, the person who pointed to me from the.
Does that look like the noble on the ground?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
No, the people that pointed to you were more commoner class.
Okay.
So definitely not.
Sweet. Fire.
Arr. Arr.
In
All
these
right.
parts.
Give me 1 second.
Scary business.
This is bullshit.
All right, so you've been granted 72 hours through which to investigate this crime. That's going to bring this particular segment to an end.
Close.
So you have battled 2 battle boxes in the first arena fight. One of you failed. You do turn and you see the champions board, and you see in one of the columns of the victors, you see Boot Belch, and you see Tusk on the board as victors. You don't see your name anywhere currently, Doombra, unfortunately.
Damn it. It's fucked up. That is fucked up.
But you've been granted this. And I will say, level 3
Yes!
at this point.
Yes!
And remember, the leveling is going to become much more infrequent as we go. But let's take a moment to establish level 3. I'm going to talk to you guys out there in the chat because I'm noticing that there's still only 2 people signed up for the Daggerheart Core Set giveaway. I'm not sure why that is, but type to me in the chat if there's a problem with that or if people just haven't done it. It could be that, or there could be a problem with the mechanical aspect of it. So let me know. But what you want to do is type in the chat window !Discord, which will give you a link to our Discord where you can join. And by joining that, you'll be given a series of instructions to sign up for the Daggerheart Core Set giveaway, which I kind of want to get some people in there. So take this moment to go do that.
I just want to say that combat was really fun also, and there was something beautiful about the exchanging of resources, especially in that little burst of time at the end where like I went from not used resources at all to like trading resources with you. Yeah. And almost became like a battle of attrition.
Yeah,
which
definitely.
I enjoyed.
It really, I thought, went really nicely.
Yeah.
So, is there like a limit to what experience can be used for? Like, could I spend hope to use an experience that might help me on like certain like reactions?
Well, this is one of the reasons why your experience has some kind of word or short phrase attached to it. Yeah. Right? So it should be relevant to what it is you're trying to use the experience for.
Right.
So for example, if I'm a player, you know, and I'm kind of a real schmoozer, a charismatic schmoozer, and I like to sort of entertain, I'm probably not going to be able to use that experience in a situation that might involve strength or climbing or jumping from a rooftop. Yeah. You know, because it's just not going to work.
So I'm thinking I took a lot of what was it, like all those AoE things that I just kept getting smacked from. I kind of want to make my experience like firm footing to use in those sort of instances. You know, I'm gonna do that, and that's for my level 2 one that I didn't.
How many domain cards
do
can you
yet.
have at once?
5. as a loadout, and then you start building a library, essentially, a vault. So you have 5 on the table at once, and then you
For the whole game, no matter what level?
Back up.
You're limited to 5, and then, like I said, you
Last.
so that's your build.
You can mark a stress to switch them out.
Well, yeah, it depends on the number in the top corner. On
Yeah.
rest, you can swap them out at any point in time. If you wanted to be like, man, I really want that card that's in my vault, you can mark a stress to swap a card.
Gotcha.
That's what the number is.
Eric is in the chat reminding us that experiences can be used in reaction rolls. So just in answer to
that's
what you
cool.
were
I like that.
talking about for experience.
I'm gonna go crazy
But
with
again,
this
my
level.
point was that the
2 hit
experience
points.
should be relevant to the
I'm gonna gain 2
narrative.
hit points
Yeah.
at this level.
Okay. Cool.
Can somebody hit me with one of those clementines?
Yeah.
I think it's time for sustenance. That's going to be blowing those.
Sorry to the
microphones.
mics out there.
Pass that.
Don't throw
One
it.
second.
Can you imagine?
You help an ally.
Rich throws a clementine across the room.
Hits the screen behind you.
Oh, we got another participant in the Daggerheart giveaway.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's it. Love seeing that.
Okay. I think I'm good.
Did you bump your thresholds for
Yep.
your level?
Yep.
And you did everything that you got 2 options to pick from.
Pick 2 HP.
Oh.
Okay.
This is a really hard choice.
Wait a minute.
So Todd, you might know this.
Yep.
Because we're kind of having a little bit of a downtime here. Or I know Eric or Mither might chime in the chat.
Right.
If I'm making an attack, as long as I have resources, am I able to use multiple abilities? Like on top of my attack? Because I have so many different cards that are like,
Stress.
you know, on an attack, mark a stress to do this, or on an attack, mark a hope
Or that.
and do this extra amount of damage. Can I like combo those things as long as I use the resources that they're calling for?
I believe you can,
Okay.
unless it otherwise states that you cannot.
And the tag.
Yeah, I
team.
think that's totally
Right.
fine.
Also, wait, you have.
Because like, you know, on the one time that I
Mark a hope.
used like the
Mark a
forceful
stress to
push
get
ability, I mean that's an attack roll.
That's
You attack, and then
It's level 2.
on top of that, could I have also
ferocity blade.
like flavored one of my racial abilities,
Right.
like the tusks,
Yeah.
to do extra damage on top?
Yeah, and Mither's backing me up on that. Says, yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, as
All
long
right.
as you have the resources and you know,
Okay.
there's
Yeah, right?
nothing stating otherwise.
Okay. Yeah, I know if you had multiple cards that said spend a hope, I know that hope has to specifically go to one. It's not like spend a hope and get 3 things.
Correct.
I know that.
Why would I take that one when I could take this one?
Yeah.
Which one?
I took get back up, but I think I should take this one
Oh, I rolled a
back anyway
million
because
things with
it's
fear.
both marking a stress
put
to
a
reduce the
token.
damage threshold without using armor. Sorry, I'm like rethinking my choices.
You can ask the chat too, like
Yeah.
what they think you should do.
But I'm
'Cause
definitely
we've got
gonna
some
take that
experienced
one.
people in the
To
chat
mark an
that can help.
additional armor slot, so you could be marking 2 armor
Yeah.
per round,
Yeah.
which is nice.
So,
Is that brace?
Yes.
That's what I took.
I really like that one.
That gives you 2 armor slots to mark per.
Yeah.
Could I
Yes.
trade out cards for other cards?
You
Yes.
can. So you can trade out cards for other cards at specific times, or if it's in the middle of a stressful situation, you would mark a stress.
No, I mean like I want to trade one of the cards I have for one I don't have.
I don't need that.
I think that's an option on your level up.
It is.
The chat might
Chad, help me.
beat us
No,
to that.
it's an option on the level up.
All right. I'm gonna
Okay,
take
I'd
these.
like to do that.
Sorry, I took a minute, but I decided.
Might be swapping it out for that advantage one. You didn't take that, right? Mark a stress to gain advantage.
Yeah, no, I didn't take it.
Okay, I might
didn't take
take that.
Leveling up.
Sweet.
Additionally, you can also choose to trade out one of your domain cards you already have for a different domain card of an equal level or lower.
Yep.
Awesome.
So you can take on a level up, you can.
I can trade one of
Eric got
them I
to it.
have.
Yep, Eric got to it too. All right, the goal here is we're all going to become rules lawyers on this game. All right, we're all going to get there.
I mean, we're going to get there. I made a comment in chat like a while ago, really appreciating all the additional help in the chat because it's like we're all learning here still.
Well, this is the thing, right? In any system like this, there's so much stuff to absorb that you're not going to really get it until you play it and fumble through it. That's how you reinforce the knowledge.
What was the other level 3 one?
I have it, I think. For building this deck is awesome. This feels good. I feel like I'm just like min-maxing and like coming in like exactly with what I need.
I'm kind of a little jealous sitting over here as the GM, and I'm just kind of like, you guys get to play with the cards, and I don't.
And I'm realizing that stress is
I got
really
a
good.
Good.
One is never enough,
Ability
but
for me.
I'm gonna take it slow. I don't want to peak too soon on the Clementines.
One time I was doing this wrestling match, and I hadn't eaten all day, and I couldn't eat because I had to make weight, right? So after I weigh in and right before I'm about to go up, I decide to down 3 clementines.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Right before I go up, because that's all I had to eat.
Why?
Fantastic. I mean, I don't know anything about this, but that doesn't sound like a good choice.
I wrestled, I don't remember how it went, and then immediately threw up. Just vomited.
At least those
my
were
guts
separate
out.
incidents.
You
Yeah.
just
Let's check the
ate acid.
Yeah.
check the fear
Pounds of acid.
I got 6 fear. Really quickly, one of the things we briefly talked about, but I don't know if we ever formally established, I think I did a little bit, was many of the mechanics that we encounter in this game are based on per session. And we were talking about, because we're doing a marathon and this is kind of one big session, how will we divide the sessions? So I think there's a couple schools of thought here. One, we could do it at a particular level, which might make sense. And I think it's fair to divide up our game into 3 sessions, but...
Well, I think we can just separate it by the different tiers. Like tier 2 that we're at right now, once we hit level 5, we'll get our stuff back.
Well, that's what I was going to say. The other thing we could do is we could do it by lunch and dinner.
By break.
Because those are technically breaks.
That makes
and
more
we
sense.
could break at an appropriate time. It might not make sense in the narrative to create a new session right as we level. But
makes
it
sense.
might make sense when we walk away from
We also don't know when we're going to level.
If we're kind of breaking scene here, I know we're leveling up. I don't know exactly how we want to go into this, but we might need to take a rest, even at least just a short rest.
I would like to.
Wait, on level up you don't clear things?
I don't think so.
Eric, on level up, do you clear your HP and your stress and your armor?
I think you.
Oh no, you have to do that during rest.
Yeah,
if
you
choose to do
during
that.
a rest.
I will say that Eric just put something in the chat that basically says GMs are waiting for adversary and environment decks. And Eric, I'm going to tell you this. In some of the art projects that I've done in my life, I got really good at making playing cards or trading cards, collectible card games. And so I have a resource for making those. And so one of the things I'm looking forward to is developing my own card sets for my homebrew worlds, so that when I get, say, a module that I want to release or the whole world campaign, I'm going to have cards for stuff specific to that world, which I think is the biggest thing I'm excited about inside of this game.
That sounds awesome.
I think that'll be so much fun.
I am ready, by the way. When you guys
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm all set.
You're all set? You're all set. Good. Let's keep rolling. So let's talk about what we decided to take on this before we move forward.
Oh, yeah.
Nate, you go first.
Yeah, so I took a +1 to evasion. I also, as one of my level up options, I chose to take another card. So I took Brace. When you mark an armor slot to reduce incoming damage, you can mark a stress to mark an additional armor slot, which would have been very, very nice earlier. I also took, just as like my regular level up domain deck choice, I took Tactician. When you help an ally, they can spend a hope to add one of your experiences to their roll alongside your advantage die. When making a tag team roll, you can roll a d20 as your hope die.
Love that.
Nice. Let's go next.
I kind of went big with this one, and I gained an HP and gained a stress for my 2 things. And then I upped my minor damage.
Meaning you gained an HP slot and a stress slot.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then upped my thresholds to 12 and 22. And then I traded out some cards and gained a new one. So I still have bare bones. I traded out Whirlwind for Reckless, which is mark a stress to have advantage on an attack, which will help me all the time. I still have Body Basher, and then I picked up level 3 Scramble, which is once per rest, when a creature within melee range would deal damage to you, you can avoid the attack and safely move out of melee range of the enemy.
Fantastic.
So it's a free get out of jail free card.
I also like you pairing the Marcus stress to have advantage on the roll with the additional stress slot that you took in the level up. So
I'm really liking my character's usage of stress, and I'm finding that. Like we saw with the trading the damage, like that was awesome. I really want to like continue with that mechanic.
Well, one of the things I like about the stress mechanic in this regard too is how that plays into your character development as just a person, right? So if you're somebody who really uses stress a lot or marks stress a lot or finds themselves in these stress-involved situations, there should be an intensity to your character. You're not going to be like this laid-back, like surfer dude. You know,
No.
You're going to be a really intense. So I like the way in combat you were like, hit me. You know, these are like intense
that was beautiful.
situations,
That was
and
great.
that plays nicely to the stress thing.
Totally agreed.
Yeah. Okay, what do you got?
Let's see, what did I choose to do? I gained a hit point slot. I have a special ability class feature that I used one of my level up options. I have a combo strike ability, kind of like the monk, Fury of Blows or whatever. So I increased my die from a D4 to D6. Haven't used it yet, but, getting a little stronger on that. And then I also took Brace, which Nathan described, that I could mark an extra armor slot with use of a stress
Oh, great.
on an attack. So
Yeah.
Where are your uncrustables?
I think that's about it.
They're
Okay.
on the bottom shelf.
I bumped
no, on the
my
door.
thresholds are at.
On the door
I'm
of the
almost
fridge.
following Rich. I just have a slightly higher threshold. I'm at 12 and 25.
12 and 25. Okay. Wow, 25 is getting up there.
Yeah, I have an extra because of my Juggernaut ability for the fighter. It's my, I guess, subclass.
Yeah.
That's what that is. I got a +3 to my severe threshold.
Gotcha.
So it's pretty beefy. Everyone's grabbing snacks.
Look at these two. They're
I
getting
know.
there.
Uncrustable?
Yeah, I do want an Uncrustable.
What flavor you want?
Oh my God.
Todd, you want
Sorry
one?
for the
No, I'm good.
Toddly?
I'm good for right now. Thank you very
Toddler?
much.
Sorry to the people
I'm a
with
one
mics.
clementine kind of person right
Oh
now.
my god, it's so frozen.
Another reason I don't want one.
Yeah, Todd, did you see what Myther's saying in the chat?
Yeah.
Did you see the example
They're
of
still
trading cards?
pretty
I did
chilly.
not.
As in
It was on
frozen.
their
the inside.
unveil or
Just
their
give it a few minutes to
release
thaw.
day video.
Yeah.
They showed that, and it's coming out soon.
I'm still eating it.
Early June. I forget the actual date. I'm sure Myther will chime in.
Actually, it's fine.
But you can
peanut
put
butter
whatever
just
picture
a
you
little.
want. Like there will be a catalog of every card that's in the game.
Right.
So you can use this, and then you can edit this. So like
So
if
it's a
you,
template.
It's a template.
Okay.
And you can, if you had a GM ruling over some of these cards, because a lot of people are, working with them. They want this to be like a big sandbox game.
So here's something really brilliant about that is now if that tool, that template allows me to export, let's say a PDF, okay? The company that I use
You
to
can then have
make
it
the
printed?
cards, so this, if you're interested in knowing what that is, it's called makeplayingcards.com. I'm not plugging for them, and of course I'm not supported by them, although it sounds like I am right now. However, they make gorgeous cards, and when you go in there, you get to choose all of the aspects of like, all right, what size card do you want? What surface texture do you want? Do you want round corners, square corners? If you want them round, what radius? You can have all your backs be the same, so you could basically print your backs just like the backs on this, and it says yes, you can export a 300 DPI, which is perfect for sending off to this company, right? You can change the frequency of the cards you get, so you can decide if there's like 4 of each one. It's a brilliant site.
Cool. That's awesome.
You bet I'm making cards for my homebrew world.
And I already have a few of your cards.
I know. I see them in the background on your videos.
Yeah, dude. I love. Everyone talks about them. Like we shot the film there.
Yeah.
And the DP came up. He's like, "Dude, these are awesome. What are these?" And I appreciate funny. That. I always describe you as my uncle because I don't want to describe the real relation.
The actual relation.
I was like, my uncle has these cool stuff.
That's right. I'll be your uncle. I'll be your uncle. That's
he's your gaming uncle.
I'm your gaming uncle.
He's the funkle.
Gunkle?
I do have a shirt that says Dungeon Daddy. Do you want me to wear that?
Yeah.
No, you're not. Okay.
By the way, I did wear this shirt. I find your lack of painted minis disturbing. I wore this shirt today in response to the fact that we are Theater of the Mind, and we are having a total lack of painted minis today.
There's something about Daggerheart that feels right with Theater of the Mind. Not that I hate minis or anything, but that's my 2 cents.
I love minis. All right, we got to keep moving here.
Let's do this.
All right, so you have managed to get yourself a 72-hour stay of whatever, detainment, guilty verdict, trial by combat, whatever it was that these officials were going to move forward with on you. You now have an opportunity to investigate. So,
First thing I want to do, I want to find Fabio.
Okay.
Or the kids.
Fuck them kids. I want Fabio.
Sounds good.
We're gonna go find him.
So you're gonna head out into town, then?
I'm curious first. Not you. Would you be able to talk to that woman? Kind of.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think it's a good idea to? I'm curious if she does know something. Like if she saw another clank do this that looks similar to me. Like I'm wondering if she has just information or if she's making really just stupid accusations.
I could try.
Yeah.
I
Don't
mean-
try to focus on clearing my name with her. That's for the law.
Just to try and get info? Or did she disappear?
Well, she hasn't disappeared, but she is sort of now being escorted away by her family. So now would be the time to do it if you didn't want to track her down later.
Would it be smart to kind of split off into 3 different scenes, 3 different mini leads?
I guess maybe.
Do you want to go check the donor? Do you want to maybe you investigate this guy's backstory, the Orphe?
Yeah.
The guy that died.
Yeah. I can go to the magistrates, see if I can.
You do that.
Yeah.
I'll go to the Fabio and you go to the woman.
Okay.
3 different scenes. Sound good, Tom?
Yeah.
Sounds good to me. So, why don't you guys, let's sort of work that out. Like, let's kind of build that in. So are you going to talk to the woman?
Yep.
You decide what order you want to do it in, and I will react.
You go first since you're the closest.
I fit better with the kids, but why'd you look at me like that?
I did not.
These are punk ass little kids from the alley. You know, that's kind of how I grew up. All right, I would fit in with them, but we're gonna try and go talk to the noble woman here, the big cow fucking orc. Anyway,
Actually, the only person of probably nobility would be
I'm not
you.
gonna like run up to
That's
her.
true.
I'm gonna slowly walk up,
That sounds wise.
and I'm gonna wait. Like they're exiting the pit.
Yep.
I'm gonna wait until we are out of. I know she knows I'm in the group with Doomba, but can I wait until they exit the arena and then I'm just gonna go nicely, approach her and just say, "Ma'am, may I have a word?"
She kind of sees you approach, and she's like, "Oh,
I'm sorry. I look intimidating. I'm a very nice person.
you part of that? Why don't you do this? roll a presence check for me.
Yep.
Let's just establish
Yep.
It better be with hope.
We're
you
gonna see
mother
how
trucker.
that goes. Critical success.
Yes! Wow.
Nice.
So I gain a hope, clear a stress, right?
Yep.
Gain a hope,
Nice.
clear a stress. Oh, baby. Double
Excellent.
11s.
Excellent.
At first, she recoils a little bit for two reasons. One, you're considerably intimidating compared to her.
I'm gonna try and bring out more of the cow right now.
Cow more than the bull.
Blue energy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
little, you know, the ears are flopped down a little bit and just kind of softer.
Softer look to the eye.
Moo,
Yeah.
am I right?
Yeah. She, at first, like I said, recoils a little bit, but then she kind of like says, sure, I really need to get to the bottom of this, and I guess, what is it?
I understand you are trying to get to the bottom of this, and I'm assuming that you know the person that was murdered. We would love to get to the bottom of this too. Is there anything that you saw? I know you pointed out the Clank fellow. Is it that you saw a Clank, or did you see anything, or is it just... I would like to just get a little information.
Raffi was my uncle. He was very dear to me. We've been attending the fights since I was a very young girl, and my uncle used to sponsor fighters on a regular basis. He actually has a small school where he trains young boys from a very young age to learn how to fight and grow up to be noblemen, but noblemen fighters. He was good to them. He took good care of them. He was endlessly generous with his wealth. I can't understand why anyone would want to do this. What I do remember, when I was a young girl, I remember that friend of yours from the arena. I was there the day that things went wrong with him. And so seeing him again to me in the arena was a shock. I recognized him right away. And we haven't had an event like this in quite some time in the arena where somebody's murdered.
Mm-hmm.
And now all of a sudden, I see this character again. And my very uncle, the generous man he is in Haven's Reach, is killed? Why wouldn't I blame him?
Okay. I can totally understand that. What was the name? Is the school still going on?
It is.
Okay. What's the name of the school?
Well, it's the Arafi Estate School for Fighting.
Okay. And I grew up here, but I'm not too familiar with that school. Where's it located?
It's located over in the Noble District. It's unfortunately something that's sort of kept to a certain class of city dweller.
All right. Okay. If there's any other information that you might find, we would love to know what happened. And
As would I. And I could tell you that if you can bring anyone to justice, or if you can find out who's responsible for this, I will certainly reward you as well.
that would be much appreciated, and we just want to find justice.
If I find, though, that it was your compatriot that was involved in this, it will not be good. I promise you that. I don't want to sound grim, and I know you're reaching out and just trying to help right now, but I will make sure that there is vengeance for my uncle.
Understood, man.
I must be going now.
Okay.
Sweet.
Good day.
She walks away with her other family members. What about the rest of you?
Up to me. I'm going up to Fabio.
Well, if you remember correctly, Fabio took off out one of the doors of the arena.
Trying
right?
to find him.
Okay, so you're looking. Now, those doors did close after everybody was out, so going that way would not be an option. You're going to have to go around.
Yeah. I'm gonna go around. Was there be an exit that kind of like all the fighters go? Kind of like a backstage of like a theater where like people sneak out.
So the staging area has its own sort of sunken walkway that goes all the way around the arena. So you find sometimes that fighters like to position themselves near adversaries so they can get hints or tips or tricks on how they're going to fight. So along that circumference of the arena, there are several exit points that sometimes the various fighters leave through. So if you did make your way over to the region of the door and then out that exit, that might give you a slightly better advantage.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna look around for him.
Okay. Now, first of all, let's all envision Haven's Reach together. And I kind of gave you a bit of a description in the beginning, but what do you see when you come out the door?
Well, when I exit the door, I see a crowd of people. They're murmuring. People are talking about the events that just happened. It kind of jacked up the entire vibe of the day. But there are still carts around with people peddling trinkets and souvenirs of certain famous fighters, and there's food around. It's almost as if there is a carnival or a fair going on around these parts. Yeah, I see. There are also some entertainers working with animals outside, kind of doing tricks, magic spells, just showing off a little bit. It's fairgrounds events going on.
One of the carts that you see amongst these various trinket vendors is a push cart that has a sort of tiered center to it, and stacked on all the little shelves are these carved wooden figurines that seem to represent not only the heroes, but also the adversaries. They're almost like collectible figures. There's a man sitting on a stool next to the cart. He's got a small chunk of wood, and he seems to be whittling out the next figure that he intends to place on the cart.
I'll bite. I'll walk up to him.
He looks at you and he's like, "Good day. You fan of the fights? You have a favorite?"
You don't recognize me?
Oh, yeah. I remember you. I was taking a watch at what you were doing in there. Not bad. Not bad. Formidable. Respectable. You keep it up, and maybe I'll be carving a figure of you.
I'll be your first buyer.
Well, I appreciate that. In the meantime, why not collect another favorite?
What about the one with the long hair and the glistening muscles?
Oh, during the bout that you were in.
Yes.
That's Cliff Dewlance. You don't know him.
Not
Cliff Dewlance. Can you? I don't know him, but I might be matched up against him soon. Could you tell me a little bit about him?
Well, if you want to know about his fighting style, I'm not going to be one much to train you or help you in that regard, but he is quick. Are you quick on your feet?
The quickest.
The quickest? Well, that'll certainly help you. He tends to be slippery. Interesting. He tends to like to wear his opponent down. He moves quickly and causes them to swing a lot. You'll notice that
Nobody's quicker than me.
Cliff Dewlance doesn't attack early in the bout. He lets the opponent attack. He wants to wear him out.
Interesting. Fighting smart.
I find it to be effective as well.
I agree. What about his personal life? Do you know anything about that?
Oh, wow, you're going for the psychological aspects.
Yes.
What can I tell you?
Does he have friends? Does he have loved ones? Do people hold him? What circles does he run with?
Cliff Dewlance is one of the most respected fighters in the city. You would sort of know this, so the things I'm saying to you are probably you understand already. He says, but if you've ever been in a tavern and Cliff walks in, you know that the mood instantly shifts to the positive. Everybody loves to hang out and hear his stories. They admire his speed and dexterity.
Okay, so we've established that he's a well-known fighter and that people like him and he's quick on his feet. Fine. Do you know anything that I wouldn't know about him?
I mean, whether or not... Now, as you're having this discussion, you see somebody come up to the cart and start just sort of picking through the figures and picking them up and looking. It catches your attention for a second, and you glance left. And next to you is this very thin, very bald man. His skin is almost translucent white. And he has a robe. He has a cloak on. The cloak looks like it's made of an oilcloth, but it also weirdly matches the color of the floor of the arena. It is almost a purple, red, blood-soaked color. It's really red. And he wears around his neck a very carefully crafted chain. And the chain, it looks like it's made out of some kind of weed or fibrous material, like a daisy chain, but a little bit more rugged. But he's picking through the things as this cart merchant is sort of blathering on and on about how he admires Cliff Dulance.
So I'm gonna kind of nod, almost like signal the end of this conversation with this guy, and kind of turn to the guy next to me, and just kind of like, while looking at the figures with them, I'm gonna kind of like, are you a noble or a sponsor?
Of what?
Fighters.
I'm neither.
What are you?
You, however, seem to have some skills and capabilities. What happened to your two friends?
Huh. What happened to my two friends? No, we're not attached at the hip. Sometimes we separate. No, we all just bonded a bunch. Now we need to decompress.
Your name again, was it Snee?
Sir Bogsteel.
Sir Bogsteel.
Yes. You see there's like a twinge of like a nerve being struck with him kind of pressing the sir.
You fancy yourself a knight of some sort.
I do.
Interesting. The name's Minor Q. Q is for Cularis. Now this would strike you because you know who Cularis is.
Who is it?
Cularis is one of the three gods in the whole creation myth of the universe. So that would be like calling yourself God. But he does call himself Minor Cularis.
Whoa.
And he extends a bony hand out from underneath his cloak and looks to shake with you.
Mine comes up.
Cularis. Pleasure.
I'm curious, Sir Bogsteel, do your friends fancy work?
That we do. What does the work?
Well, it seems like you're capable. I am a member of a sect of very devout worshippers known as the Red Chain. And occasionally, we need help. We need services that we are unable to sort of maybe be bothered with in some cases, and in others we need to remain, let's just say, distant from some of the results, for lack of a better explanation. If you're willing to fight and dispatch your foes, could you be paid to do such a thing?
I could, if those people are justified in being dispatched.
I would say that if I were making that decision, I would say they're more than justified in being dispatched.
As long as you tell me why, I will gladly help you.
Well, why don't we save this conversation for when I have your friends present? What do you say?
Minor Cularis, I will meet you at the Quicken Spell at 6 p.m. today with my friends.
While I do like the Quicken spell myself as an establishment, I would prefer if we could meet at the Rusty Link. We, as a group, keep a small meeting house in the basement there. And then you'd have an opportunity to meet some of my companions as well. We could formalize our business transaction. I could advance you a small amount of pay for the contract and give you instructions under a more, let's just say, private situation without ears. How would you like that?
I would like that. I've never been to the Rusty Chain.
It's not the Rusty Chain. We are the Red Chain Rusty Link. We did
I've just been in a fight. I get, discombobulated. I took a few blows.
I understand. And the nomenclature of the place was not lost on us when choosing it for certain. We sort of preferred it. 6 p.m.
I'm gonna kind of like take out a little wooden insignia that has SNE on it. There is a symbol of a tongue forming into like a blade. There is a symbol of like an axe, and then there is like 2 tusks coming out from the middle. I'm going to kind of just like handshake and give it to him in the handshake.
And he receives it, looks down, and he's like, clever. Calling card. I appreciate that. He places it in the pocket of his cloak, and he says, 6 p.m. then. And he
Good day.
Disappears into the crowd.
I would like to point out there is a surprising air of nobility and knowing of kind of like the inner workings of how sophisticated people talk to each other, coming from this brute fighter. That hints that he deserves the Sir moniker.
Fair enough. I think that's well played. Yeah, I agree. And I think given your proximity to, without getting too much into your backstory, which I know, given your proximity to nobility for such a period of time, you would have that. So you kind of are able to slot yourself into one of those 2 spaces very easily. You can be the brute fighter, you can be the silver-tongued, smooth talker of upbringing.
And the only differentiating thing that might stick out to people, which I think did to him, is that I'm armorless, which means I'm insignialess, which means I'm unbranded.
Right.
By a cause.
So you're like a free merchant or free agent.
Yes. What people would assume.
Right. Got it. What about the rest of you? You were off to do something as well.
Yeah, so I'm actually sort of gonna redirect where I'm going. I'm gonna go find some sort of like pit master to speak to. Maybe somebody who, runs the tournaments or the boards, or, who knows about the fighters that come through.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where are you going to do that? Like, describe to me how you get there.
I guess I would go sort of back through to the area that we had gone to before, where there are a bunch of warriors waiting,
so
sharpening.
More the sort of staging area rather than the registrar himself, correct? Yeah. Okay, yeah. So that's not hard to find. You've been there, and so you make your way over. And listen, even though there was this murder, and even though there was like a halting of the fight, they're gearing up for the next one. This just continues to roll. Yeah. So there are fighters in the staging area.
Yeah, I'm gonna find somebody who is sitting down stationary, focusing on honing their weapon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not hard to find at all. Yeah. You see one really brutish, almost like barbaric half giant, like sitting there, and you kind of move up to him. You realize his bulk is enormous. He's got an axe, and he's just got a stone on, and he's sliding it across it, just sharpening it.
Yeah. How you doing? Good.
Hey.
It's a nice piece of weaponry you got there.
Does the work.
Yeah. Listen, I got a few questions for you. I don't want to take much of your time. You
look familiar.
Yeah,
I've seen you.
I'm Doomba.
Doomba.
You know?
I don't know. You look You're not easy to miss.
No, I was
feel like
just down in the pit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
I
went
was fighting
down.
those cubes.
You went down.
I did.
You went down.
I did.
Why should I give you my
Not my
time?
proudest moment.
What?
Listen, I just have a question. All right. You come here often? You fight here often?
You come here often?
You're trying to pick me up. Yeah.
You do?
Weekly.
What do you know about Arafi?
I think I could kick your ass.
I think you could. But we're just talking.
Well, for now. Make it fast. I got an axe to sharpen.
Yeah, what do you know about Arafi? Good guy? Does he have enemies?
Do I look like I know nobility?
I don't know. You look like you might hear some things.
He was a nice... all I know is that he sponsored fighters sometimes, but he liked the more elegant, fanciful fighters.
Gotcha.
I'm all about speed and brutality. I'll flay you, cut you open.
I believe it. All right, good luck. I'm going to immediately go and focus in on a more elegant looking fighter in the area.
That's hilarious.
I think I just died doing that voice.
I like that guy. I will flay you.
That guy was sick, dude.
That guy was cool. I think I
love
could
when you
beat
just
your
say
ass.
when you just say something, you were just like, what?
Well, you noticed, though, that the minute he realized that you lost a fight, he was sizing you up.
Yeah, and
He was just like...
that's why I was like, I'm sure you could. Let's move
He
on.
instantly lost interest in
I have a
talking to you.
question. Does Doomba continue with us as a group in the competition, even though they lost?
That would be up to you. It's your responsibility to sign up for the next challenge.
Okay.
But if you did, given that you had 2 successes versus a failure, you'd probably move up a tier.
Okay.
And be put up against, more
Some
challenging adversaries.
Awesome.
But yeah, I'm gonna go find somebody.
Can you Clementine?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna go find somebody who looks more elegant, refined, like they would have
Fair
some
enough.
sort of personal relationship with him.
Maybe
Yep.
that fencer's around.
Yeah, maybe that fencer.
Well,
He's
you don't
around, but-
see that fencer. That fencer seems to have moved along. But what you do see is there is this very sort of slender elven woman who is sitting there, and laying across her lap is a bow. Now, this arena typically seems like it is, and you know this already, ranged weapons are allowed in the pit, but you'd have to be fast enough to get away from your opponent such that you could fire such a thing. So she's sitting there, bow sort of stretched out, and she seems to be applying some kind of wax conditioner to the string on the bow. But she sees you approaching, and she kind of looks up, and she's like, "Hello."
Hello. It's a really nice bow.
"Thank you."
How long have you been an archer for?
"How well, since I could walk,
Well,
which was quite a long time before you were invented."
yeah. Well, that explains a lot. Not many people are skilled enough to confidently bring a bow into here.
You didn't.
I respect that.
You didn't fare so well out there, did you?
No, I maybe was a bit too aggressive. Put a big target on my back, but that's not the point.
Well,
I just
that
have a
wasn't
few
the reason you
questions.
lost. You know that, right?
What do you mean?
The reason you lost is because you're a construct. Those constructs are trained to go after constructs first.
Huh.
Didn't like you because you're like them.
Oh. Well, that's a lot to process.
They don't
But-
play nice. Do you play nice?
I do. In fact, I'm motivated against forces of evil. That's what I do with my team. In fact, we're called Spare No Evil.
Who decides if they're evil?
I usually decide it as somebody who is causing unnecessary pain or depriving people of their life unjustly. Someone, there are lesser evils that can be resolved through speaking, but the true pure evils who commit terrible acts just for the hell of it, that deserves my axe.
Interesting.
But it is a hard question. But it's something that I just have to make in the moment.
I don't look at the world as black and white as that. And I feel like the distinction between good and evil is a far more complicated space to consider. But you are who you are. I have a bout soon.
But I just have a few questions for you. Do you know Arafi?
Arafi?
Yeah.
Sure.
Tragic
about him.
Yeah. My colleagues and I were investigating the murder where one of the noblemen who's investigating blessed us with the ability to be able to conduct our own investigation. I'm sort of curious that I've heard only good things about Arafi. Do you know anybody who might have something out for him, like an old fighter that he sponsored who, has something against him? Maybe his hands were in something a little dirty.
No fighter really that, he would have sponsored. That's a very generous act.
Yeah.
One, even if you were sort of seen as not worthy, you might spawn some jealousy from somebody else who wished to be sponsored and wasn't.
Maybe someone like that who he refused to sponsor.
I suppose. Lots of people look for sponsorship and never get it.
Yeah.
Some people perish because they didn't have it. Realize that sponsorship, and you probably know this already, but sponsorship can provide things like weapons, training, healing. There's all kinds of ways in which it can help you in the arena. If you don't have it, but you still want to have that honor of the fight,
Yeah.
well, I suppose you can choose to receive that any way you want. You can be bitter about it, or you can just accept the fact that the world works the way it works, and if you want your honor, you'll have to get it on your own and without the help of some nobleman. But
So you don't know of anybody who would want to murder him?
well, not specifically, but let me think about this for a minute.
Take your time.
He's a nice man. I mean, in the past, and I fought here quite a bit. Well, let me think about that. I'll have my fight. Perhaps I'll see you around.
What is your name?
Ava.
Ava. Great name. Thank you. It was a pleasure. I hope to see you later.
You will. Good day.
Good day.
Would it be safe to assume that we all, after doing our separate bits, would have unspokenly known to go back to our headquarters to meet?
Yeah, you have a location in town.
Yeah.
So I think once you perform those three things, you could do that.
Yeah. I think a nice regroup would be nice.
Yep. There are several establishments in town as well that I should just point out to you, and I'll keep it really simple because it's a large city, so you can probably find just about any resource that you want in the city. There are a couple of places worth noting, and one of them is the Rusted Link, like we talked about before. There is another tavern eating establishment called Scalp of the Colossus, which is a little bit more. So Rusted Link, as you know, is sort of like dive bar. It's a hole in the wall. It's the type of place where some of the more rough and tumble, brutish fighters go to sort of maybe celebrate afterwards or gear up for a fight. Whereas Scalp of the Colossus is a more high-end establishment, has just about everything available to drink, and specializes in things like exotic dishes, things that you don't get anywhere else.
Well.
So those are the two primary eateries that we'll just put on the radar for now. There's an armorer in town if you should need it, and there's a general goods, a provisioner, a large one.
Sick.
All right, how about it?
So we meet back. Is it safe to say we can have a meeting scene where we talk about what's happened, but also take downtime activity at the same time?
Sure, because you have to kill time between now and 6.
Yeah.
So we'll assume that you've gone back to your outpost or your home.
Sweet.
Right?
So in this downtime, what are our options?
Short rest. GM takes 1d4 of fear.
Woohoo!
We
And
get
I got 4.
Oh,
God,
Really?
dude.
Really?
he's gonna cook us in this next fight. He's gonna come out and take 6 moves in a row.
Jeez.
Serious thing.
We aren't full on our loadout, so that doesn't matter yet. But at this time, you could swap cards freely with your loadout to your vault. 10 to wounds. Describe how you hastily patch yourself up and clear any number of hit points equal to 1d4 plus your tier. We're at tier 2. You can also do this to an ally. So if one of us needed to, really patch up Doom or whatever.
Yeah.
Clear stress. Describe how you blow off steam. Same thing. Clear any number of stress. 1d4 plus your tier. Repair armor. Describe how you quickly repair your armor. 1d4 plus your tier. Also, you could help an ally. You can't help them clear some stress.
You can't help them clear stress?
Nope. That would have been.
How do
I
you...
think the story beats behind that one, possibly.
What's that tongue do?
Describe how you. Or prepare. Describe how you prepare yourself for the path ahead, then gain a hope. If you choose prepare, one or more members of your party. Wait. If you choose to prepare with one or more members of your party, you each gain 2 hope.
So
I guess you both.
how many of these can you pick?
2.
Awesome.
So, as a clank, I get to perform a long rest move
On a
in
short
place
rest.
of a short rest.
Oh, nice.
So you
So-
can tend all wounds, clear all stress,
Okay.
repair all armor.
That's sick.
Same thing as prepare, which is gain a hope, or if you do it with someone else, gain 2, or work on a project.
Okay, when you take a short rest, you can choose a long rest move instead of a short rest move. So does that mean both of my short rest moves, I can make a long rest move?
No.
It says you can choose a.
So that'd be
long rest
one of
move?
your...
I'm thinking it's one, and then you got to choose one.
Please
short
do
rest.
HP.
I'm gonna clear all my HP.
Yeah, that makes the most sense.
Yeah, I'm clearing all my HP, and I'm gonna repair my armor with the short rest action.
So
I am going to clear my HP and stress for my moves. I roll a d4 and then add +2.
yep. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do the HP.
Fuck you.
What do I roll for the armor?
Really?
Actually,
For the armor, it's a 1d4 plus your tier, so +2.
Okay, so my armor's just getting cleared.
Okay.
I am
so-
fully up on health and stress.
Okay, so
Sweet.
Describing how that happens, I kind of take my robe off, I take my equipment off. So what you see in front of you is this 4 foot tall, absolutely jacked ribbit. I'm jacked. I got abs, I got pecs, I got the arms, I got a nice leather pants on with a belt and these steel-toed boots. And no boots. I gotta remember that. I rock the feet because my ribbit feet are very important to me. And I do these kind of Tai Chi moves whilst also lighting an incense. And I kind of just, I could speak to you guys whilst also kind of de-stressing and patching myself up almost.
To regain my health, I'm going to be removing these panels from my body and sort of just welding some gashes back together, or maybe hammering back out some dents, doing
Nice.
some rewiring, sort of makeshift soldering iron
Nice.
going on. Yeah.
What do you got going on?
what do I got going on? I chose to clear my hit points, so I haven't picked my second thing because each thing is only going to give me one thing. So I'll decide that in a second. But I feel back at our hideout, our place. We've got bandages, we've got, creams, ointments, whatever. I'm just going to tend to my wounds that I got. I got pretty beat up in that fight. Cleaning my wounds, taking a little downtime just to bandage them up and whatnot. and we'll go from there.
What about sharing the information about
Well,
what
we're
you
gonna.
discovered?
Can we play that scene?
Yeah, you want to play the scene?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, so, I met someone interesting.
Yeah.
I met, Acularis.
What?
I met Acularis.
Like the god thing?
Minor Acularis I met. He was bald, he was almost translucent, and he was very noble and very well spoken, and
Did you just like run into a god?
I think so. It was a little weird. I mean,
This guy was like ancient looking?
his arm was quite bony.
What the fuck?
Yes. I met him by the little trinket station, and he offered us work. And I think he could, in turn, our work, we can get knowledge from him. He said that he works with the Red Chain, and that we would have to dispatch some people for him. And I said, as long as they deserve to be dispatched, we would do it.
Could I do a sort of like knowledge check on the red chain if I would recognize?
I was gonna ask the same thing.
I would say that
Growing up in this.
a check is not necessary here,
Yeah.
so you would all have some knowledge of the Red Chain. So they function as a religious order in the city of Haven's Reach and in other cities on the eastern coast. They're not really very popular. They tend to have a kind of intimidating feel about them. They all are bald. They all wear these blood red robes. They have these organically woven chains of some kind of plant around their neck, and they try to pull people into their fold. I will allow somebody to roll a knowledge check to see how much you might know about them.
Can I have added that they operate out of the Rusty Nail to add possibly some reference?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Who has the highest knowledge? I have a 0.
That's higher than mine.
I have a -1.
Okay, so I will roll
Zero's it.
for knowledge. That's a 12 with fear.
You suck.
Well,
Change some dice out.
I'm giving him fear.
I'm really just trying to sort of establish a tone for the whole group. And honestly, a roll with fear here, right? This is going to give you an opportunity to explain to the group what you know.
Yeah.
So in response to that fear, I want you to mark a stress. Because for you, the Red Chain actually has a certain amount of history in it. The Red Chain is sort of antithetical. They function in opposition to automaton life form. And so, now that's ironic because there is a little bit more to them. That the delineation is this, right? They seem to worship these giants, these mythical beasts that supposedly, the story goes like this. Somewhere far out at sea, there is a ring of these colossal giants that stands guard over an island, a mythical land. They stand 150 feet tall. They're massive, right? And the Red Chain worships this supposed force, right? It's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. But they believe them to be real. And so what they do is they try to win favor such that they would be able to pass by them. And supposedly the island that they surround is a godlike destination. That is where they want to go. That much you do know. So this surrounds you with a little bit of dread because they've worked against you in the past.
Yeah. So you're getting like lured in by these pamphlet pushers. And do you know about them really? Like we can go check it out. But
Me and you have talked about these religious folk.
right,
And you know where I stand in my beliefs.
right. I'm just
Where do I stand? Doing that.
What just happened?
Where do you stand?
Where do I stand?
Where do you stand?
All this time we spent together and he doesn't know jack shit.
I think you respect
The Belch
people.
mother.
The Belch mother is above all.
Yes.
Yes.
God,
Well-
you think you're friends with someone.
There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on.
You get hit too hard.
Right? I did.
And only delete the memories of me.
I had to rewire a lot of things. You know, I got some memory deleted. But you know, they're okay. They're fucking crazy. These guys.
Well, here's the thing. We don't have to
Magical
work
Island,
with them.
But also,
I want to know their
they
intentions.
actively work against my kind.
My brother. I want to know their intentions.
All right.
And maybe we tear them apart from the inside if they are nefarious.
Okay. So we can go meet with them,
Yes.
but let's not get distracted from the fact that I have 3 days before I have to face some sort of judgment. So I don't want to go too far off track.
Maybe
Let's take,
they have info on what happened.
which means it's a good lead to investigate, but
Yes.
let's not go too far down the rabbit hole.
I'm with you.
All right?
I'm with you.
Because, you know, this is my future kind of on the line,
Hey,
you know?
nobody is going to incriminate you. 'Cause I know you're innocent. I'm going out with you, brother.
Thank you.
You too, Todd.
Okay.
All right.
That woman, she's got nothing. She just assumed. That's all she did.
That's what I thought.
Because of your past.
That's bullshit.
She even came out and really admitted that, kind of.
Like,
She has sway.
Well, of course, she's noble, whatever, family, higher up. She just assumed because of what you did in the past, seeing you again, she's like, it had to have been him.
but also, like, this is what's bullshit. And sometimes I get pissed about, like, why sometimes people turn down our services or they don't come to us because they're scared. Because what I did was not my choice. I was created for that reason. For a truly evil reason. By this fucking science guy. I don't even fucking know his name. I killed his ass the second I became conscious because I knew what the fuck he was doing. I became a conscious being and immediately chose to do the right thing. I saved their goddamn souls.
Yes, you did. And you know what? If
And they
we're
don't fucking respect that.
We're hated for it. But we did the right thing. Spare no evil. It doesn't mean we're gonna be loved for it.
That's fucking true.
But we do what needs to
That's
be done.
fucking true. That's goddamn right.
The one thing I did get out of her, she's the, I guess, niece of the guy that was murdered. The guy ran a school to train fighters.
Those kids.
We just witnessed some kids.
And one of them, like, ran the complete opposite
So there
direction.
might be some kind of connection. They were the last ones into the arena.
All right.
Maybe. I don't know.
And we all came through the same door, right?
We all came.
And we came
We all
out
came
first.
through the same door.
Did the kids come out of the same door?
Okay.
Then?
No, the kids went out a different door. They went out a door on the far
No,
side
they came
of the arena.
into the arena.
Oh, into the arena, yes.
Yeah.
They came
Okay.
in through the
But
same
we
door.
were the first to come out, right?
Correct. You walked out of the
Then
floor
Fabio.
first.
So then Fabio
kids.
and those kids came out before
They are
us.
both suspects.
Yeah. They should be suspects before me. Are you serious?
That doesn't make sense. Bullshit.
Because she pointed
Like-
to you. Because you were
Caught up in this shit.
the Doom robot from the past.
We have till 6 p.m. to meet these people at the Rusty Nail.
Yeah.
I think before we do that, we must investigate these two leads.
I think yes. My investigation is sort of falling in line with that. I do have a person to speak to later. I think she's actually on the floor in the pit right now. Her name is Ava. She's an archer, and she sort of knows or knew Arafi in a better sort of way. He kind of favored the elegant fighters. She's a very elegant woman. She said she has to think on if she knows of anybody who might have been denied sponsorship by him, who might have something against him, because so far I've only heard good things. I've only heard that he's been very generous with his wealth.
It's like a lid.
Yeah, and that he brings people up. He embraces the culture of fighting. You know? I could only imagine that this could be something like involving sponsorship.
I'm thinking, for the sake of time, we separate once more. Go in 3 different directions. Cover twice the surface area. And then we meet at the Rusty Nail 6.
Alright. I like that.
You okay, Dusk? Maybe you talk to the kids. You
Yeah,
can
you're
relate
good
to
with
them
kids.
with your,
You like
your
kids.
you know, your youthful nature.
You're kid friendly.
Kid friendly.
Kid friendly. Look at you. They can pet you.
You're fluffy.
They can't pet him.
Don't pet me.
They can't pet me.
They can't. You're slimy.
That's her.
And I'm bloody. They could get diseases. It's you. It's gotta be you.
I will look for the kids.
You know?
Yeah,
And
you
they love a gruff fellow. You know?
Yeah. I will go
Like a big teddy
to.
bear.
I'm gonna go find Fabio. Wherever
Yeah.
he may be. You go find this girl, and we meet at the Rusty Nail after that. Deal?
Alright. Yeah.
Bring it in, guys. Bring it in.
Yep.
Come on.
Yeah.
What do we got?
Sweet.
All right, we can go. We don't go ahead.
Oh.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. We got it.
yeah.
No,
I didn't know we were.
no. We don't want to. We don't have
1,
food.
2, 3. Evil.
No, let's go.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, let's break away.
Let's break away.
Let's do our scenes.
What time do we think it is? We took a short rest. We had a fight.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the time somewhere around 3-ish. It's mid-afternoon, so
we got 3 hours.
You have about
individually.
3 hours to kill before being at the Rusty Link.
Okay.
All right.
The crusty link.
You have
All
our
right.
headings.
So again, you're splitting up and going your various ways. Who wants to sort of start? You want to go?
To start.
Okay.
Yeah.
Splitting the party.
I'm gonna get some
I'm gonna-
water. I'll bring it back.
Oh, could you?
You want some water?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I'm going to go back to the pit and see if I can try to spot Ava.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So I'm gonna wander sort of through that like training ground area, maybe ask somebody at the registrar or the,
Yeah.
board.
Yeah.
Sort of ask around, see where she is.
All right. So how long do you think that it took you guys to have the conversation at your stronghold where you've been
Probably
hanging
in
out?
an hour while we're doing our stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if we were doing the short rest, we would have probably, sometime in that period talked.
Okay.
Hour and change.
Yeah. All right.
If Doomba's going back to the pit, I'm going to follow Doomba.
Okay. So the two of you are going together.
That's where I want to start.
Show.
Yeah.
Why not?
The two of you travel through the city. And the afternoon hustle and bustle and the intensity of the Festival of the Blades has kept things crowded. The streets are crowded.
Yeah.
Every once in a while you hear the eruption, a roar of cheering and voices from the pit, which is, sort of dominates the city landscape. You eventually get yourselves over there and you're looking for Ava. So you
Yes.
first go to the registrar
Yeah.
to sort of see. Tell me how that goes down.
So I'm looking for a fighter. I think she just finished fighting recently. Her name's Ava. She's an archer. Very elegant.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. Do you know
one.
where she is? We were supposed to meet up and chat.
Check out the. Looks like she exited the arena about maybe 20 minutes ago or
Yeah?
so.
Do you
Don't know. She would have come out. Oh, wait a minute. Let me. Oh, nope. She's scheduled for a second bout.
Oh,
So,
she's probably
you might
in the-
find her in the staging area,
Yeah.
or it's possible she went off for a rest.
yeah.
She probably isn't going to fight for another hour or so. I'm
Gotcha.
sure she's about.
Okay.
What about the kids? They were in our fight.
You're talking to the registrar now, right?
Yeah, I'm with Doomba.
Kids.
The kids, they.
Let me go back.
I know
here.
one or two of them went down.
Are they Pink Pony Club?
That's the Pink Pony Club.
Yeah, they're
They're still around?
I highly doubt it. 2 of them took a pretty bad beating and had to be taken over to the infirmary from what my notes say. As for the 3rd one, I don't know. They're a bunch of rich kids. Snots. Not sure where they are right now.
Okay. Would I know where the infirmary is?
Yeah, you would know where the infirmary is.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, we're still going. We just sort of went to the pit together.
So, I'm gonna head that way.
All right, I'm gonna head into the
Staging area?
staging area. Do I see her around?
It doesn't take you long. You actually start to circumnavigate the entire pit, right?
Yeah.
And you find her seated pretty far away from everybody else. She's actually now standing up against the sort of there's a woven net webbing that goes all the way around the pit. It runs up to about the 12-foot mark to sort of prevent anything that might come flying out of the pit from getting into the crowd. And she's sort of standing there. She's got her fingers interlaced into the net and her face is sort of pressed into it, and she's watching the current battle that's going down.
Are there any nearby snacks I can grab?
Snacks?
Yeah.
Not in the staging area.
vendors?
Those would be out, and there's a
Gotcha.
vending space out now. Beyond.
Well, I'll go up and join her. No.
She turns and she's like, "Oh yeah,
How'd it go?
it always goes well.
Yeah.
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 You don't know who I am.
I can't recall. Sorry, I'm sort of out and about a lot.
Well, maybe I'll meet you in the ring one day.
Yeah.
Currently, I'm undefeated over 40 opponents.
Wow. Wow. I expected you to be good because you're bringing that bow in with a lot of confidence, but that's insane.
I have. I'm quick on my feet. Let's just say that.
I bet you have to be, yeah. Did you think about what we were talking about?
I did.
Have you come up with anything?
I mean, to the best of my knowledge, I know that, Arafi was, probably disliked by some people. I'm not going to lie, but I think that, some of the members of this city that are opposed to championing the violence could also be partially involved in that. Somebody to possibly think about.
Interesting.
So, Red Chain members are a possibility. They're adamantly opposed to this kind of fighting. They are also in disagreement with the history of this place. If you know your history, you know that the pit is a celebration of the combative culture. Red Chain sees our culture as being combative for different reasons. It's always been an argument.
Well, we were actually... One of my compatriots was asked for us to meet with one of them later. Obviously, I am hesitant because those fucking guys suck. But that's very interesting that you point that out. Thank you.
As you're speaking to her, all of a sudden, it's just you hear this, and all of a sudden this body, wham, just slams against the net. Just as it's coming, in a moment of instantaneous reaction instinct, she pulls a dagger right off her belt and she just sticks it up in the air and actually sticks in the shoulder blade this massive brute adversary that just got thrown into the net. And she just goes, she pulls the dagger out and sheathes it back in her thing, and she's like, "You better be careful. Anything else I can do for you?"
No, not at all. What the
I want to see you
What
in that
just
arena
happened?
one day.
I was in the arena.
I want to
Did
see you
me?
against me.
Against you.
I think it'd be fun.
Maybe one day.
I think it'd be fun.
Yeah. No, it would be fun for you. You kick me into the sun. Christ.
That was badass.
Well, congratulations on win 40. 40 is it?
41.
Is it 41. Congratulations.
42 in about 38 minutes.
Well, that's confidence. 42 is a good
I just
number.
looked at a watch.
Yeah, so I mean, what was that Red Chain again?
Red chain.
Yeah, red chain. Okay, so I'll be looking into them.
It's just a guess. Look, I have no interest in this necessarily. I mean,
good guess.
Arafi was a nice man. Things happen.
But knowing that there are people who are definitely opposed to what he stands for, that's a very good lead.
Remember, the city is rife with conflict. That is what it is built on. Investigations like this sometimes bore me because there are always going to be two sides. Some people like the fight, some people detest the fight. Some people get caught in between.
Understood. Well, thank you, and good luck in 42.
You were leaving there to head over to the infirmary.
Yes. See if I can catch any of these kids still there, possibly.
So Haven's Reach does have a fairly well-equipped infirmary right outside the pit. It is where everybody who, is, either damaged in an exhibition fight or some kind of festival is dragged over here. And so during a festival like this, its main receiving room is just full of beds. And some of the beds are actually too small for some of the combatants. So you see, some people just kind of like hanging off these, infirmary beds. There's a bit of blood on the floor, and there's just endless what appear to be aides scurrying about, helping the people, wrapping wounds, tending to things. You walk in the door, and there is someone there. She's wearing a white cloak and with a hood on the back. She has a clipboard, and she looks up at you unamused, and she's like, "You look fine."
Yeah, I'm actually looking for someone that was injured in the fight that I was in. I believe 2 kids came in, part of the Pink Pony Club.
I'm unfamiliar with that organization.
One, I think, got a cut across their face.
Then what about the meat glacier?
Stop.
Meat glacier.
I believe one of the young gentlemen got cut across the face in the fight.
Oh, yeah. A couple of rich kids.
Yeah,
On the
are they
Nobley
still
side.
here?
Yeah, they might be, actually. They were crying it up pretty good, I'll be honest with you.
Oh, well,
Shouldn't have been in the fight in the first place.
they think they're all rough and tough, Would you mind if I possibly talk to them?
Yeah, be my guest if you could find them. I mean, I've got like 48 patients here. Hallway extends down. If it was severe, they're probably in a private room. But at the end of this hall, there's another large room like this with a bunch of patients. And then there's a hallway that continues to a third room. All in all, there's 24 individual rooms in between. Be my guest.
Oh,
Don't
wow.
disturb anybody who's sleeping.
Okay. I guess I'm gonna start looking. Maybe I'll do a glance around. Maybe start hitting the hallway. Maybe I can catch one of the nurses and just ask them.
Okay. So as
Brief
you
description: young rich kid got cut across the face in one of the expedition fights.
Okay, so it's not long before you run into another nurse amongst the flurry of activity in here, and she is pulling out several large glass jars that look like they have some kind of crystalline resin in them. She's setting them aside. She lays out several trays. She dips into one with a spoon. So she's actively working on making up some kind of remedy as she's standing there, and you're just kind of like standing over her, this hulking figure. And she just slows down at one point, and she's like,
Hi, miss.
yeah.
I'm trying to locate some younger adolescents. They were in the battle. One got slashed across the face. I wanted to check on them, make sure that they were okay. Would you happen to know if they're in a room or?
There was 2 of them, right? There was
Yeah,
kids.
2, I think.
Yeah, they're. I think they're in the second holding room, the mass room. They're not really in that bad a shape. One took a pretty nasty cut. Second room.
I'll go look.
One of the beds on the left. I can't remember which one. You'll spot them.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
You head down the hall.
Yeah.
And it's not long when you walk into the room that you see the 2 of them. One is laying back on a bed, propped up, His face is very heavily bandaged. One eye is still exposed, but this whole side has sort of been
All
bandaged
bandaged
up. The other kid is sitting on the foot of the bed, head slouched down. His arm is in a sling. And they both just kind of look defeated. They look like they have had their honor stripped away. Tell me what you do.
I'm gonna.
Hey.
No, I'm not doing that. I was actually gonna kind of little rough and tough with them a little bit. The one that's kind of just like drooped off the bed. I just want to kind of walk up, and I'm gonna kind of like elbow him a little bit.
Damn.
Just give him a little, not on his like messed up arm, but if he's just slumped there, I'm just gonna kind of give him a little and get his attention.
Kind of like turns and he looks at you and he's like, "What gives, man?"
So, Pink Pony Club.
Oh, God.
You
He
know,
like rubs his head.
Yeah, I wanted to see, I want to come and check on you guys. I was in that fight too.
I remember you.
And, I saw a couple of you get injured. Wanted to check on you guys. I was in your shoes at one point. Maybe not, you guys seem well off, so definitely not at that point. But, the young, tough, wanted to, take over the world type.
Look, we had that fight. That fight was rigged. That fight was rigged. We should have won that. Look, the only reason we didn't win that, there's only one reason, and that's because it was rigged. We've trained with some of the top trainers. We're some of the best young sword fighters in this city.
Where'd you train?
Arafi's club.
Oh, okay.
He trained us all.
Never heard of that.
But then this guy comes out of nowhere, like a sword master. It was like, number one, it was completely unfair. It's like somebody wanted to beat us down. That never should have happened. If we had been pitted against anything even remotely fair, we would have had that fight. But that was just, come on, man.
Where did there were three of you? Where did he go?
He's got
the other
nailed.
one.
Yeah.
Oh, our brother?
Yeah. Oh, brothers.
He went
You're all
home.
brothers?
McCaffrey? Yeah, we're brothers.
Did you say McCaffrey?
Poe Caffrey.
Poe Caffrey. Where did he go?
He went home.
Okay. All right. I just, I want to check on you guys. I don't like seeing, younger guys get hurt. What about your, is he going to recover the cut across his face?
It's a mark of honor.
I got scars. I got plenty of scars.
We're going to get back in that ring. He's going to wear that like a badge. Don't think for a second that because we come from a noble class that a beauty mark like that isn't going to serve us well. The stories he's going to be able to tell are going to be flawless once we get to the bottom of who rigged this fight.
Yeah, you want to be one of those rough and toughs, don't you? So, if you trained under a Raffi, did you hear what happened?
Yeah. It's one of the reasons I'm so upset.
I mean, what do you think happened there? Like, you seem like a good man, right?
Of course he was a good man. He took good care of us. He was a friend of my family's. I'll tell you what happened to him. You had those members of that stupid religious cult fighting against him at every turn. They wanted to shut this place down. They wanted to shut the pit down. They wanted the pit eliminated. The Red Chain hates the pit.
The pit's it's an honor.
It's the core of our culture.
Yeah. We're getting rowdy in a hospital here.
Yeah,
I agree.
actually, matter of fact, that's
I
what we
agree.
did that you hear from over in the
The
corner.
nurse, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. So, what, the religious guys, the red something,
Red
right?
Chain.
Red Chain.
The Red Chain.
Okay. Well,
The
maybe.
only reason they have favor in this city, you wonder why a cult like that can actually survive in a place like this. Why have they not been run out of town? Why have they not been forced into a trial by combat? Why have they not been defeated? Why? Because they have the resources and the money to hire the people they need to win in those situations. You can have a proxy fight for you. Those chicken shits. It's like they walk around in their robes and then they spend their money to get their mercenaries to come in and do their dirty work for them so that they can kind of have their way. Put me in a fight against them any day.
I hear you. Sounds, you keep training. And, maybe we'll get to the bottom of why this fight was rigged.
I hope so.
Do you know who the fighter was?
The one that we were up against?
Yeah.
Never seen him before. That's one of the reasons I know it was rigged.
Did he have a red? I'm not there, but I'm just asking if for reference. Did he have a red cloak? Was he wearing red with a gold chain?
No. No, he was actually dressed more like a fencer, if you remember. He had a really tight white tunic, and he was dressed very elegantly.
All right. Well, I hope you guys heal up. Get back out there.
Be all right.
Don't let it put you down.
Appreciate that.
All right.
Appreciate that.
Okay. I'm gonna look into this.
Let me know what you find out.
All right. Okay.
He doesn't say anything generous as you leave. He doesn't. He almost seems like he's just
a cocky kid.
He's a cocky kid. Right? He feels like it almost seems like he's entitled to your work on some level. He's just like, yeah, go do that. Oh. That kind of attitude.
Gross.
Of course.
Bad.
Boot.
Yeah.
What were you doing?
Looking for Fabio.
Right.
It's not his fucking name. I know his name, Cliff.
Yeah.
Looking for Cliff.
Cliff Dulance, to be precise.
I'm using my knowledge of the city and asking around where he would be. Hopefully I found a heading as to where he may be celebrating.
Okay. I'll tell you what. Why don't you roll for me an instinct roll with advantage, since you do know the city and you've asked around a bit.
So that's hope with D20, right?
No, that's hope. That's your hope and fear die, and add a D6 to the roll.
Oh, that's so much better than I thought. That's what the fuck I'm talking about, baby. It's it is fear though. It's gonna be.
I gotta count my fear. This is getting good.
Oh my gosh.
27 on instinct.
I maxed on fear.
Oh.
I'll work out gonna find it. 27 on instinct.
27?
Yeah. I got 5 on my advantage die.
Wow.
Fantastic. All right. So you're popping around the city, and you kind of know some of the cliques of fighter groups that hang together. And you spotted one of them, and you said, "Hey, I'm looking for Cliff Dulance." And they were just like, they're like, "Yeah, he's over at the Scalp of the Colossus."
What would I know about the Scalp?
So the Scalp of the Colossus is the one eatery bar that I was talking about that specializes in really, really high-end exotic food. They've got a full bar. It's still a place of, it's not like a fine dining establishment. It's still a place of like a tavern, but a really high-end one. So slightly white tablecloth tavern.
Awesome.
Right? So, and you know where it is.
I'm gonna make my way there. Looking for Cliff.
Okay.
I'll see him when I walk in.
Doesn't take long to find the place, and when you walk in, there are a number of people in there, probably 25 people, all hanging out, many of them gathered around a tall, now shirted, blonde fighter who is sort of leaning back on a chair, and he's like, delivering his story of his fight with flair and confidence and and let me tell you about what happened next.
I'm gonna walk up to the table, climb up onto the table, disrupting this. I'm gonna lay down in front of him. I'm going to slam my elbow down on the table. Arm wrestle.
As you climb up onto the table, you hear from over behind this beautifully equipped carved wooden bar, behind which is sort of lit nicely, mirrored glass, all different bottles of all shapes and sizes. You hear a voice that's like a little stern, and she says, hey, off the table. Off the table.
I still do what I did. I just got low.
And you say arm wrestle.
Yeah. As I'm looking him in the eye, I'm guessing everyone's kind of quieted because this is crazy. I'm gonna say, from one winner today to another, if I win,
I'll buy you a drink and I want 5 minutes of your time.
Oh, yeah, you were in the ring with me.
Uh-huh.
How'd you like the way I fought? Not bad.
You're evasive.
Did you learn anything?
You're evasive.
You're right.
You tire them out.
Yeah.
Smart.
Ah, you got a sharp eye.
Yes, I do.
I'm glad I could inspire you.
And a sharper tongue.
Me?
No, I have a sharper tongue.
Oh, interesting. Well, maybe later, once I defeat you in a good bout of arm wrestling, you can tell me more about what you thought of my fighting style. I'll arm wrestle you.
Winner, if I win, I'll buy you a drink. I want 5 minutes to talk in private.
That's if you win.
Yes.
And what if I win?
What do you want?
It's interesting that if you win, you buy me the drink. So if I win... If I win, I challenge you to a fight in tomorrow's match.
I hope you run.
So be it. And he grabs the chair, spins it around backwards, and settles in on the table in front of you. All right, so this is just going to be, let's see, would this be a straight up conflict or a contest of strength?
I think so. I think so. I am going to almost create like like an angle, like a triangle, where I'm like on my elbow here, but my two legs are perched up. So I'm like, my butt's up in the air and I'm down and I'm here, I'm ready. I would like to use my experience, powerful legs, to add +2 to this.
Okay, and I will say that Cliff is going to use his experience.
God damn it!
Which is going to be a +2, where he can utilize might over dexterity, where he can employ his muscles rather than his speed.
I thought this was a strength check.
It is. So he's adding +2 because he's shifting into his more muscular rather than his evasive form. Like
Gotcha.
he's still a strapping person.
Okay. I think we just go for it.
Yeah. Now, what I like to do is I like to take my tokens for my pluses and add them to my roll. So he has the +2 for the experience. He has the +2 in strength, and I'm going to combine them to my roll.
Can we get some of those?
What?
Can we get some of your tokens?
Yeah, you want some tokens? Yeah.
Thank you.
Pass those
He
over.
wants tokens.
Boot Belch wants some tokens.
I want to use the ones you have from the limited edition box.
No, we're not taking
no.
those out.
That stuff
Nothing
doesn't
from the
get
limited
touched.
edition box comes out except the GM screen.
Okay, so we're adding just strength, right?
Yep.
All right.
Well, you have strength and experience.
And experience.
Did you burn the hope?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, boys, wish me luck.
Good luck. You got it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Come on, buddy.
Okay, that's what I'm
Pretty
talking
good
about.
number. I can't see the
He
other
just
one.
rolled a critical success. He just rolled 2 12s.
Did you really?
No, you.
Oh. No, I don't roll with.
The
I don't
GM's
roll
got
with. I roll with a d20.
The GM's got a really good
23
poker
with
face.
hope.
23 with hope.
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about what is driving this urge to arm wrestle this pit fighter? Like, because number one,
Yeah.
that absolutely beats me. Okay? So I want you to mark the hope, number one. And, okay, man. You're a beast. You mark the hope, and then I want you to tell me, like, what drove this, and then describe how it goes down.
I would like. I marked everything. I actually, in seeing this man, I think back to my younger days. Maybe when I was a little bit brasher. I was a little bit more proud, a little bit showboatier. When I had, everything that I wanted. And I think back to also how weak and arrogant and blindsided that made me. And I see Cliff for who he is, not for who other people see him as. And I almost want to guide him like a weird older brother. Because I may be tiny, but I have some age on me. And I kind of shift my shoulder weight, my legs are up, and I'm driving into the table. And like as we're going, I almost I lift up the table almost where he is. His side starts to lift up, and he kind of like starts to come up on his feet a little bit, as my side kind of like weighs down with the weight of my feet, holding all of this. And I bam, slam it down, and then the table straightens out as my victory is clear.
And as his arm hits the table in response to your obviously superior strength, he kind of like quickly withdraws his hand and he's like, good bout. I realized midway through that I could really use a drink. Figuring that if I lost, you'd buy me one.
I gotcha.
I'll let you have it.
Of course.
But nice one nonetheless.
I'm gonna give him a wink.
Private room, please.
Well, didn't realize we were going there. He looks across to the barkeep. Now, this is at this point you also look at the barkeep because he's like, Quetty, could we get some privacy, please?
And
she kind
drinks.
of turns and looks. Well, so you see an interesting figure behind the bar. This woman, Quenny, that he's called to, the barkeep, she turns to you, and she has the head and face of a rabbit. Like her face looks as if it was part human, part rabbit on some level, and she has similar ears to Tusk that drape down the back of her onto her shirt. She's gorgeous. She has like this beautiful gray-white fur that sort of cascades down her neck, and her ears hang in sort of this flopped fashion, and she's dressed impeccably, and she turns around and she's like, you need what? And he's like, space, some place to chat with this fair gentleman who wants to have a conversation. She's like, use the banquet room in the back. There's nobody in there. You can go in there. And you said you need drinks.
Yeah. Drinks. I got two drinks.
What drinks would you like?
What do you recommend?
Well, possibly something that's not going to cause you to climb on the tables again.
Won't happen again. My apologies.
Great. How's whiskey sound?
That sounds great.
Wonderful. And she turns and pours 2 whiskeys neat, puts them down on the bar.
I take them. Thanks.
I'm gonna go to my boy. I'm gonna give him the whiskey, and as we walk away,
It's beautiful.
Your offspring will jump great distances.
that is the best line of the entire day, dude.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Clearly, in your sort of befuddled state, the two of you and Cliff Dulance head back into the banquet room, and he slides the door shut, and he very sort of elegantly seats himself down in the chair, and he's like, now, I'd love to get back to my friends out there, so, a bet's a bet. What can I do for you?
So we go from this, like, lighthearted manner, right? I'm gonna, as soon as, like, he says that, I'm gonna hop up in the seat, down my whiskey, the entirety of it, and a straight face appears, and I'll, Cliff,
My friend. Did you know Urfi?
You mean Orafi?
Orafi.
Yes, of course. It's a shame what happened to him.
A complete shame, yes. Did he have any enemies? Any young people wanting to be sponsored that didn't get sponsored?
Well, of course. There were lots of people that didn't get sponsored. We can't sponsor everybody, right? Did he have any enemies? I mean, there's lots of people that don't love the pit. Arafi was a champion of the pit. He made some of his money off of the pit. He ran a school for kids to train to fight in the pit. There were plenty of people that want to see the pit shut down.
My friend, each and every one of us who is in that waiting area before our fights is under investigation for his murder.
I can assure you I'm not.
Are you sure about that?
Look, I'm well known in this town. I have one of the best fighting records in this town. I also participate in numerous voluntary acts in order to help out in the most noteworthy causes I can. And frankly, people love me.
You also are one of the most humble people in town.
Absolutely. You could learn something from me.
My friend, and most likable friend. Is there any lead you can give me on who may have done this?
Well, I'd say the first place to start is probably the same answer you've gotten from a lot of people, but members of the Red Chain.
They might want him dead and want the pit eradicated.
Look, the Red Chain are lunatics. They honestly believe that there is a force of these colossi that live off the coast of this continent that will one day come and rescue them from their tortured selves and take them away to some paradise.
What is tortured about them that they need saving from?
I couldn't tell you what's tortured about them, but I can say that that is what they believe. Now, in order to appease those gods, they are trying to live their best lives, and they see what goes on in the pit as wrong, and they want to see it eradicated. And for some reason, they have in their heads, are you ready for this one? Are you ready? They have in their heads that beneath the pit, there lives one of these giants, one of these colossi. What is the right word? Anyway, they believe that one of them lives under there, and that it's waiting to awaken.
It's preposterous. It's ridiculous.
I agree. I couldn't agree more.
And they want to awaken him? By how?
I don't know. I don't concern myself with these things. I don't have time. I have a social existence.
Yes. So they are religious fanatics, obviously, of something non-true. But with Orpheus, right? What is his name?
Orafi.
If Orafi is dead, what sorts of checks and balances did he provide that kept the Red Chain away from the pit? That kept them from doing what they wanted? Like, what protections did he provide that is now gone?
That's a logical question. I think it is. I guess it would be more than just a revenge tactic to happen to take out somebody that supports that place, right? Mm-hmm. So what were they removing by doing that? I will say this. Arafi had significant sort of presence on town councils and was often trying to move forward to expand his school. And I know on one occasion had proposed monies to expand upon the pit itself. Arafi felt the pit was too small. He thought that more of us should be allowed to fight at once, and actually looked forward to a day when an entire battalion of troops could be brought onto the floor to fight warlike scenes. Did you know?
That's beautiful.
Did you know that the pit was designed to be flooded so that we could bring a battleship onto the floor of the arena and we could have war battles at sea?
That's a little bit much. Just a little bit much.
I don't think anything could possibly be too much. Listen, would you mind if I got back to my friends? I mean, I know I lost our fight, but I think I've answered enough of your questions.
Not yet, my friend, not yet. Who was left? In what order did you leave the holding area?
I'm not sure I understand. When we were loading in.
When we were loading out to our fight.
Well, I was closest to my door, and I, walked out right behind that monstrosity that I was fighting.
Is that true?
That is accurate, yes.
Rich said it, Doc. You two are not on the same page right now. I think Rich is asking coming out to the fight, right?
To the
Not
fight.
After the fight.
To the fight.
That's what he meant by loading in.
I
Thank
see.
you.
Let me see. If I remember correctly, you entered the floor first, I was right behind you, and then those 3 little brats came out behind me. They stunk.
Can I,
Could we make this the last question?
am I getting that I don't know if I could do an insight check in this game, but like, is there anything I could do to see like if he's holding anything back from me?
If you want to roll an instinct check, you can absolutely roll that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for it. That's gonna be a 17 with hope.
17 with hope. I'll say that Cliff Dewlance is absolutely full of himself and really doesn't necessarily have any motivation to lie to you. He just seems to want to get back to his people.
I feel like I've gotten all my info from Cliff. Okay, Cliff. You're free to go. Thank you for your time. And I just want to say that, it won't always be this way. Goodbye. I'm gonna walk out.
Well, Ta.
Ta-ta.
I'm going to spend a fear.
Ooh.
As Cliff Dewlance walks out of the banquet room, he closes the door behind him. The door slides back open. And Quenny walks into the space and shuts the door and walks up to you, and she puts her finger in your face and she says, I want you to know something. The next time I tell you to do something in my establishment, I would appreciate it if you would listen. This is a noteworthy place, and I will not have patrons coming in and climbing on tables. Now,
I'm gonna kiss her.
what? Okay, make a presence check.
The slimiest fucking kiss. Wow.
I'm going to kiss her.
What that tongue do?
Wow.
What that tongue do?
Wow.
Oh god.
I'm gonna set. All right, here's the deal. Wait a minute. Before you make that roll, this move is going to have consequences. Okay? You can't just pull that off. Okay? So.
I thought she was flirting with me.
Let's see. Let me think about what this is going to be, because there's going to be consequences for this. So I'm trying to decide, do I give you an automatic success and then impose the consequences, or do I tell you what the consequences will be based on your roll?
Well, I would just like to say before that as far as how this comes across, it is genuine. It doesn't look sleazy or like creepy. Like it was a romantic kiss for me. It wasn't like, you know what I mean?
That's okay. Okay, but I will say this.
I understand the consequences with how she feels.
You can make your presence roll, and if you have a critical success, I will say that the consequences will be significantly minimized.
So there's always consequences with this.
I think I would say that she's not going to understand. She's not expecting this, and this is coming out of nowhere. So the reaction is going to be her reaction. And I know this character better than you do, so I know what goes on in her backstory.
Oh no.
It's gonna be a 15 with fear.
I'm a little scared, a little intimidated.
take the fear back that I just spent to just kind of like tone the mood a little bit.
Yeah.
A 15 with fear. Okay. So you do this. Well, go ahead. Describe to me how this. You're like, I kiss her. How?
So she came in, shut the door, she got on my face, and I really respected the way she got on my face. And I think she's beautiful. So I kind of just like, it was like instinctual, you know? How did she react?
So her eyes immediately get really, really wide. And one thing that she's able to do from all of her years behind the bar and that she's spent in this place is she's able to very firmly pick up one back foot, and she's going to slam that into you.
Yes.
Wow. Yeah.
And that's going to be a dirty 20.
That's gonna hit me. It's gonna hit me.
And so what's going to do two things, right? That's going to do 5 points of physical damage.
Okay.
Number one. And number two, it's going to knock you down. That's going to make you, is that restrained or is that prone? Or no, hold on a minute.
You're going prone.
Stop. My mind immediately went there when he said he's gonna knock you down. I'm like, oh, what's he gonna do now?
No, I was just thinking you'd like that freak.
Yeah, I would.
All right, rather than struggle over the move, she's going to knock you to the floor. Okay?
I'm on the ground. The first thing I want to say is, I'm sorry, I think you're beautiful.
Okay. Listen here, pal. First of all, I came in here because I was annoyed at your behavior.
Yep.
And now I'm a little furious at your behavior.
I got it.
All right?
He's
So
never allowed back here.
I'm going to ask you to go. Okay? And I'm not going to say you can't come back. But the next time you come back, I expect you to behave. Do you understand? Otherwise, that's it. This establishment is well known. I've seen you around. I know you're from this city. Okay? You do not want to be banished from this establishment. One more move like that, we have a problem. Okay? We should already have a problem, but I will give you one more chance.
All right. I totally understand. I just want to say that I'm going to do the first thing. The thing I should have done first, right? Instead of that. Maybe even take you out sometime. Respectfully.
I think it's time to go. I'll...
Get it? I got it, yeah.
Yeah. Next time, maybe, ask.
Yeah, I did in opposite order. I'm sorry.
Right. Okay. All right. Out.
Goodbye.
Out.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
She didn't say that to me.
She didn't say that. She also didn't say no.
Right. Like really making, nothing like challenging the GM all the way to the top of the ladder there.
What do you mean?
That was just like, wait, what?
I kiss her.
I'm sorry, man. I was feeling it in the moment. I had to.
It's okay. It's okay. You were feeling it. I mean, there are consequences for things. I mean, you never know. You might have wound up with something much better than that. You might have wound up with something much worse.
I feel like they went pretty good.
Okay, so you're leaving the building,
Yes.
correct?
Yes. We were going to meet outside of the Rusty Nail.
Right, the three of you were.
Yeah.
Now, you had your turn to go. You actually had your turn, and you were at the infirmary. So I will assume that we're all going to meet outside the Rusty Link.
Yes.
Rusty
Yes.
Link.
You keep saying now.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
So we meet outside.
Boys, how we doing? Good?
Good.
Good.
Yeah. How are you?
I need... Come close. You guys coming close?
Yeah, I'm coming close.
You coming close?
Coming close.
Yeah.
All right,
Don't kiss
guys,
me,
look. Metagaming fuck.
Now, Duma, why would you say that?
Look. I
This
heard...
propensity. Alright, go ahead.
I heard bad things about the red chain. 'Cause
Okay.
I'm not as hopeful of this meeting as I was before there.
apparently
Pretty shitty guy.
crazy
Yeah.
and have reason and motivation to have killed this man.
I mean, that's what I found.
It's kind of what I found too.
All right.
And they believe that there is a giant underneath the pit
Oh,
that
what?
they want to bring back
What?
to life. Fucking crazy.
What?
Fucking crazy.
You know, what was the big boom?
Oh my
During
god.
the fight.
What the fuck? You fucking genius.
What?
You're so fucking smart. What if you're right? I think we need to investigate.
What if this was?
What if we, after this meeting, we investigate underneath?
Well,
Well, we're
gonna
going
have
to
to meet with
investigate
that
a
Sam.
giant?
Well, we need to know what's happening. Well, I need to know what is going on down there.
You can't do it anymore?
What's going on down there?
Yeah.
What is it? Maybe we investigate it.
After we meet.
After
With
this
the red
meeting,
chain.
yes. After
Yes.
this meeting, of
yes.
course.
Yes. I mean, I heard some similar things, but I'm hesitant to get too one-track minded, like set on believing that it was them.
It wasn't,
Fabio.
what's his fucking name?
Who?
The guy I met?
Oh, Cliff.
It wasn't Clef. I know that for sure.
All right.
It wasn't your boys.
You know, the boys are heavily tied. But they don't seem like they had a motivation.
Yeah.
They
They're rich.
trained at Arafi's school,
Yeah.
but they just seemed like punk kids. I don't think they killed anyone.
The pit was the pit. You said it's like carved into the landscape. It's literally like it was built basically in relief.
To a degree.
Yeah.
So one of the things you did not really look at, but being from the city itself, right? The pit as a structure sits both up on top of, so all the roads leading to the pit go up a slight incline, and then the pit sits up there. But there is one section of the pit where the audience sits because it continues to climb,
Yeah.
right? That is carved out of what appears to be kind of part of the mountain. Now the city itself is pocked all around that, so the streets in Haven's Reach are kind of like very hilly.
Yeah.
Now on the far side of the pit, right, they slope down towards the docks and the beach and
Gotcha.
the area that is on the shore.
So now, having been, one of the beings that was in charge of maintaining the pit, what I know about any sort of secret entrances or
Secret
something
underground
to
tavern.
yeah,
Tavern?
like secret underground shit.
Would you know about any secret underground shit
Going on with the pit.
going on with the pit?
Yeah.
I will allow you to, first of all, I would say that your knowledge is probably about, your innate knowledge would be just about the same as everybody else's. Unless you'd like to roll an intelligence check to see if you might have more than that. Now, given that you worked there for a while, I would say that it might be worth making this roll because it could yield something.
Okay. Yes. So I'm making a knowledge check.
You're making a knowledge check, yes.
Are you rolling with advantage or anything?
No.
You're adding anything, experience or anything? If not,
Nothing that I can.
I can use something maybe. For my background, it says dedicated. Record 3 sayings or values from your upbringing instilled in you once per long rest. When you describe how you're embodying one of these principles through your current action, you can roll a d20 as your hope die. Can I give it to him if he's embodying it?
No, that's yours.
That's me. My bad.
Sorry.
No.
I try it because this is gonna be a crit.
Yeah, it is.
The last time you said that you died.
Did you die?
And it's with fear. It's
Oh
a
my
10.
gosh.
My brother.
Yo, we're horrible.
All we do is roll with fear.
Dude,
I know. Like,
why do these roll so low?
Can you get rid of them?
it's like we've rolled with hope, like
Would you roll a 10?
a handful
I
of
rolled a
times.
10.
A 10?
With
Oh, God, that's
fear. I know, right?
I would say that with a 10 with fear, you're probably living in about the same amount of an understanding as everybody else. You have a base knowledge of some of these cultists, the Red Chain, and what they believe in. You're just as irritated or annoyed or maybe indifferent to them as anybody else. You don't necessarily follow their belief systems. The fear that this sort of garners, I'm going to sort of take that and bank that for myself for a little while. But, you know, when you think about these things and what's starting to add up, like when Tusk said, what about the tremor? Things are starting to come together. The puzzle pieces feel like they might be, you don't know for sure.
Very interesting. But it's starting to feel like something's like,
A chill, if you're even
like
capable
that.
of a chill in your metal spine, runs down your metal spine.
I am.
Now, what is our strategy in this meeting?
Should I even go? They hate clanks.
I think showing your face, they know of both of you.
Well,
so
'cause
it doesn't make
they
sense
asked
not.
for the team.
They asked for the
Yeah.
team.
All right. So I'll come. But I will come guarded.
I think we all come guarded. I think we come with a plan to get
Yeah.
certain information and not give certain information away.
Okay.
Well, you're a good thinker, Tusk. What do you
So-
think?
I everything that we have encountered, I think we need to be careful of these guys.
I
Yeah.
agree. What cards do we hold close to our chest, and which ones do we show?
Well, we deny maybe our interest in this investigation.
Maybe
But
we tell them we found info on the other people that were in the holding cell with us, and we believe that they are the best investigation. Maybe we tell them we're going in that direction.
yeah, but if we tell them that we're interested in investigating and they're actively a part of what happened.
They know we're interested in investigating. That's not anything new, but they want us to do a job for them. So we learn what this job is. We
Okay.
investigate the job,
All right.
and maybe we do the opposite of what they want.
Okay. Yeah.
Keep your
Maybe-
enemies closer.
Maybe we describe to them that we're I'm the prime suspect because I was pointed out by the niece.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we're interested in finding some way just to clear my name. We're not interested in who
Wait,
did it.
Why are we bringing up the investigation at all? We were summoned here to do work.
Yeah,
That's
bring up
true.
the work. Just talk about the work. That's it.
Okay. All right. But if they start asking about
Okay.
that sort of stuff,
The other people
if
are,
they
are-
start to question our interest in the
we
investigation at
don't
all,
think
that's
it's
the
them
story.
at all. We don't think
No,
it's them at all.
we're just looking for a way to clear my name because I'm in the hot seat. Okay?
Let's do it.
And maybe that would align as shared interest for them. You know?
Right?
Yeah.
What what is it with this hand thing?
Come on, what are we gonna say?
1, 2, 3. Snake.
Sneak. Yeah.
We go.
Okay.
We go in. Whole lot of gang shit.
Whole lot.
All right, so the three of you enter the Rusted Link. And as you enter, this is exactly the space that you're used to. It is a dive bar. It's got, like coarse wooden floors that have pits in them. And, there's sort of debris here and there. The bartender is a very well-bearded dwarf, super muscular, wearing a set of overalls, no shirt underneath, like just super buff. And you walk in the door, and there's probably about 9 or 10 other patrons in this bar also looking like, a couple of them look like they fought in the pit just recently, a couple others look like they might fight you right now. And the barkeeper kind of looks over at you and he's like, "Evening,
Evening.
what can I get for you?"
Well, I want a drink. Please.
Yeah.
I got ale and I got stout. You like one or the other?
I was about
That's
to
it.
ask for stout.
What?
I was about to ask for stout. Can I get
That's
stout?
all
please?
we got. One of the
ale.
two. What?
Ale.
Ale? One ale, one stout. You guys fight often?
Yeah.
You gonna eat? You hungry?
Yes.
Always hungry.
Very.
I love how you guys have a 6 o'clock meeting and Tusk is gonna sit down to eat.
Yeah.
We have things to do.
Yeah, no, the drinks should be fine. Come on, we can eat
I
that.
don't need a drink.
Fine. Just a drink.
I'll take a stout.
Stout, ale.
I'm good.
You're good. All right. He turns around, and starts pouring things for you.
The blood alcohol level with my stature is really. I don't have a tolerance.
Yeah, you.
I already chugged the whiskey from before.
Gotcha. Looks like you might sweat it out anyway. You're a little. He kind of reaches out and. Interesting. Never seen one like you before.
What is this guy?
What? He's just a big bearded dwarf, like big muscular dwarf. His skin is like a really deep dark brown, and all the crevices and wrinkles in his face look like they go really far in. So he's got a really chiseled look about him. And so it's like a landscape. His face is like a landscape.
Where is Minor?
What?
Minor.
Look, we don't do that here.
What?
Who?
What?
Minor.
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 Cularis.
Oh, yeah.
He said.
Q.
He said we
sure,
don't
yeah.
do that here.
Yeah.
They meet down.
Didn't get that.
You guys are so slow. They meet downstairs.
Oh.
Left side of the bar, by the restrooms, there's a doorway. There's a stairway that goes down. They meet
Can you
downstairs.
send the drinks down there?
Yeah,
We
sure.
can wait for our
No,
drinks.
we go now. They'll bring it to us.
He actually just reaches over the bar and hands it to you.
Yeah, taking that.
All right.
What are the notes on that stout? I'm taking a sip.
Are you asking the bartender or the GM?
I'm asking you,
Who's you?
the GM.
The GM. It's actually a very sort of rich, thicker-bodied, oily stout. So it's got like an alkaline, like stouts do. It's got kind of a cooler, alkaline feel to the overall initial bite on the tongue. But then once it goes down, it leaves sort of a residue in the back of your palate that feels chocolatey. It's good. It's actually really quite good. You would expect something in here to just be like rot gut, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's not.
Sweet.
All right, so you guys head over to the stairway, and when you open the door, just on the other side of the door, sitting in a stool, is a similar figure to the one you met. This bald man in this deeply crimson red, purple red robe, just kind of sitting there, and he's got this like dagger, and he's just filing his nails, and he looks at you, and he's like, "You're the knight, right?"
Yes.
Yep. Q's waiting for you downstairs. Your friends can join you. Shut the door behind you, please.
Much obliged. Come on, boys.
Once the three of you enter and begin to head downstairs, the smell of beer, like old stale beer, permeates the stairwell, almost as if gallons of spilled beer have permeated every wooden surface in this building for centuries. This place has been around a long time. But as you descend the stairs, you actually find a fairly sizable basement room. Stone walls, almost in certain spots, not like stacked stone, but like carved right out of the rock. Not well lit. A few lanterns dot the room on different tables, and you find down there about 12 of these cloaked figures sitting at different tables. And as you descend the stairs, some of them glance up at you and then go back to what they're doing. There's a couple of tables by themselves that are just functioning like scribes. They're writing in books. Several others are huddled up and talking to each other. Overall, the room feels a little bit on like the mystical side, but does not feel aggressive.
Where's Q?
As you descend the stairs, one of the robed figures gets up from a table and begins crossing the room, and he sees you, and he's like, "Ah, Sir Bogsteel."
Q.
It's good to see you again.
Good to see you again,
I
friend.
see you've kept up our appointment.
Of course, I'm a man of my word.
Excellent.
These are my associates. Tusk and Doom.
Your Doom, I will assume.
Yes.
I see. And Tusk, is it?
Tusk.
Pleasure to meet you. I'll describe the details of the contract and we can sort of go forth from there. I'll assume that you'll need some kind of traveling expenses. And he reaches over on the table immediately and pulls up a clipboard that has a scroll tucked in the top of it, and then it's got a quill. He unfurls the scroll and attaches it with these 2 clips to the clipboard, and he looks at it and he's like, sorry. All right. So we're in agreement that we, number 1, we maintain a trust. Is that correct?
Yes, if we choose that this is something that aligns with our beliefs.
And what might it be that you need to understand whether or not that aligns with your beliefs?
Who are we dispatching and why?
Fair question. Fair question. I will say this, Mr. Boxsteel. When we decide what it is that is good and evil in the world, ultimately those 2 things are interchangeable, depending on what might be the context of such a thing. That context, of course, being the person who is making the decision and what their beliefs state. So one person's evildoer might be another person's god. Would you agree?
I believe that just because you believe in something evil doesn't make it not evil.
Just because you believe in something not evil?
No, just because you believe in something that is inherently evil, because I believe there is a scale for evil and not evil that is not up to interpretation.
I see.
So just because it's your belief or it's your God doesn't mean that it doesn't fall somewhere on that inherent non-biased scale.
I will say this. My organization and the people that follow our belief system see this man as being one of the most dangerous people we've ever known. Number one, he not only threatens our belief system, and that's fine. You're allowed to challenge our belief system. We're not necessarily going to harm you if you don't believe the same things we believe. But do you believe that that gives a person the right to wipe us out?
Of course
To
not.
eliminate us?
Of course not.
Well, what if I told you that this person has in fact done that? This person has murdered my fellow friends.
How?
How has he murdered them?
And why? Just simply because he doesn't like you?
No, simply because he finds himself to be on another side of a belief system around what we look at, what we believe in, what we believe to be true.
So, in other words, while the things or the forces you believe in, you might believe them to be good, and this person holds the opposite of that to be true.
What we believe is that the forces we look to as our gods are the most benevolent that have ever existed.
Right.
And they are here on Vesper. You see, you're all from Haven's Reach, is that correct?
No.
You're not from Haven's Reach?
No.
Where are you from?
Somewhere you've never been.
Interesting that you make that assumption, but let's assume that it's true. Are you from someplace on the continent of Emberfell?
Yes.
You are. Have you ever been to Afari?
No.
Have you heard of it?
Of course.
Interesting. And so then you know that that continent is also having its own share of difficulties in the way it has relationships with this one.
Sadly, yes.
Do you know that there's a third continent?
Yes.
Yes, the continent of Lichés. Do you know anything about it?
No.
Know anyone from it?
No.
Interesting. Do you know why?
No?
First of all, there's plenty of trade that travels back and forth between Emberfell, Afari, and Lichés. But the purveyors of that cargo must be pure of heart. They must be inherently good. No pirate ship has ever been to Lichés. No malevolent force has ever been to Lichés. And the reason for this is the continent of Lichés is surrounded by an entire ring of titans. These colossal creatures protect Lichés now. That's curious. Let's pretend for a minute we don't believe anything. Let's pretend for a minute we have no belief in a system of gods. If you look out on that horizon from a high enough promontory here on Emberfell, you can see them. They exist. Now, of course, you'll probably need something to help you. I don't know if you've ever been to a city called Elder Grove, but they possess a glass. They possess a piece of equipment that allows them to see the stars and the planetary bodies. Something similar to that. If you look out across the horizon, you can see these very creatures that protect the horizon line. Now, all belief systems aside, why are they there?
Guarding something.
Yes. And on the occasion that a malevolent individual tries to pass through, they're attacked. The Titan springs to life and prevents them from getting to Lichés. Lichés is guarded. Why?
We don't know.
It's because the gods have a place on the very planet they made to convene should they need to. And that's what protects them.
And where do you fit into this?
We worship these titans. We worship them. They protect the gods that we love so. And so to us, those titans are what we want to give the most favor to.
So you believe that we should stay in our land and not investigate what this island holds?
No, plenty of people go to Lichés. You just have to be pure of heart, and the test as to whether you are pure of heart would be to try and cross that ring. And I will say, should the gods help you if you do, and you are not, you will be struck down.
So what do you want us to do? Dispatch someone who is planning to go there?
No. Aristes Nemus has made it his personal business in his, I'll say with an air of disdain, in his research, in his study of these things, he has made it his personal business to prevent us from acquiring the very thing we need to give ultimate favor to these titans.
Which would be?
And this is where I can't go forward without a signing of the contract, because this information is something that is dangerous to all of us.
Okay. Then this Aristes Nemus person, who is he? What power does he have?
What power does he have?
Position? Is he a noble?
He is a well-known scholar, for lack of a better word. At least that's how he's considered amongst his people. You probably realize that my people and I are not the most popular in Haven's Reach.
Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
If we were implicated in eliminating this man, that would be the end of us in Haven's Reach, and we cannot have that. However, we do need this individual eliminated because he poses the single greatest threat to us, fulfilling a prophecy. And it's a good prophecy. It is a prophecy that allows us to become one with the very protectors that keep all of us alive.
How will this clear my friend's name?
And that's a good question. I do understand, however much I disagree with his makeup. And forgive me. I understand that you are who you are, and I'm sure you do great things. However, I can arrange to have your name cleared, if that is what you'd request as part of your payment.
But we want to know who actually did it.
Yeah, that's true. We do.
Well,
I'm still not entirely convinced that.
I will tell you this. If his name is not cleared, that timer will finally count down to where the pressure amongst the various authoritative bodies inside of Haven's Reach will be forced to come to a decision about who did it.
My friend, if you are powerful enough to get his name cleared without anything, you are powerful enough to figure out who actually did it.
Then if I am powerful enough to clear his name, I'm going to do it in response to something you give to me.
Of course.
But I will tell you that your time is running out. Because investigation or not, and whether or not they have the actual person who did it, whether it was you or not you, you will go down for that. So it seems to me that I could be the one thing standing between you and spending, or possibly being put to a trial by combat.
Can I incite this fucker?
It's instinct.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, just give him some more fear.
He has max already, who cares?
It's terrible. It's god awful. It's disgusting. But it's hope. That's an 8 with hope.
An
He
8
needs
with
some
hope. You can't get a beat on this guy at all. He has both an arrogance, a mystique, and a kind of there's a divisiveness to him, but you can't quite put it out there. But you do recognize that he's got this over you.
I don't understand. What are your other sets of beliefs? Why do you hate the pit? Why do you hate clanks? Explain these to me.
This is going to take a while.
Yes.
You don't have a lot of time.
Okay, and if I am going to help an organization, I'd rather know that I see where they're coming from.
You are going to have to listen to some hard truths then, and I hope that I don't offend you, but my beliefs are my own, and so frankly I'm not entirely worried about that.
Okay.
All right, I'll keep this short and I will keep it simple. Number 1, Haven's Reach and its culture of fighting is false. Believes that it has grown up in a culture of fighting and combat to solve problems and different things as a result of its rough nature, as a result of it being a seaport town. Dockmen, the men of ships, they tend to be rough and tumble, why not? But there's plenty of other regions around Emberfell and Afari that have grown up on coasts that don't have this belief system, so why here? Why this excuse? I know the answer to that question. Now, let's segue off of this for a minute and talk about you, and I'll circle back around. Unfortunately, one of the reasons I and the rest of my people have a problem with clanks is because you were made by the hands of a man. And it appears to me, just through having conversation with you, and if you are concerned that I have a problem with you, that is a hint at the notion of consciousness. Why should you care if you're truly inert and nothing more than an accumulation of gears and moving parts, as I'm told? But it seems like more with you, and whether or not you have that, I'm not really necessarily interested, but you were made by a man, and consciousness is only to be given by the gods. And so therefore you defy the very scriptures that we read in that regard.
Okay. Well, my consciousness was neither given to me by a man nor by a god.
Whatever the case may be, I still take issue with that.
Okay.
Now, as far as the history of this city goes, and its combative nature, centuries ago, before Haven's Reach even existed, there was a warlock. His name was Lucius. And Lucius attempted to sail through the Titan Ring. And And of course, Lucius, being not pure of heart, awakened one of the Titans, and a battle ensued. Now Lucius, apparently through the use of his magic, and he was a powerful caster, through the use of his magic was actually able to somehow teleport quickly from place to place to place to place. And the Titan, insistent on vanquishing this evil, followed him. Lucius took this as a sort of strategy and led the Titan back to the shores of Emberfell through movement, and this Titan followed him. Once he arrived on the shores, a battle ensued. Lucius had some form of current day Andira and was able to sort of refuel when he got there. The battle between Lucius and this Titan waged for 3 months. 3 months he fought this Titan. Word spread throughout the neighboring cities. People came from all around to witness this battle as Lucius and this Titan fought. Now, there is a burrowing worm that exists on the coasts. It's like an acid sandworm, and it burrows tunnels down into the ground. You might have heard of it, you might not have. But at the time before Haven's Reach even existed, there was a colony of these that lived on the shores near here. And the ground was rife with massive holes from their burrowing in caverns. Lucius saw an opportunity. 3rd month into his battle, crowds gathering on the mountainsides to see this take place. Lucius sees an opportunity to attempt to lure that very Titan towards a gaping chasm. And he did. And the Titan fell for it. And fell into a restrictive hole that dropped straight down, just deeper than the Titan's head. And with that, the warlock Lucius grabbed a hold of this powerful, magical, alchemical mixture, drank it down, and cast a form of dormancy on the Titan. And the Titan was rendered inert in the hole. He was seen as a great victor. We see this as a great abomination. This is the only Titan to ever be defeated, and he was never actually defeated. He was unfairly captured. And the people came and took this moment and used it. And they built a lid for the hole, and they placed it on top of his head. And from that, over the centuries, Haven's Reach was born. And the 3 of you, fighting on that pit floor, fought on the very lid of that container. He lives down there.
Do you have any proof of it?
Proof. Did you feel the ground?
Yes, I did.
And you want to know what that was a result of?
What?
We're waking him up.
How?
How? Because over the centuries and through studying our scripture and understanding the Titan's relationships to the gods, we have learned to unlock some of the very language and rune systems that can communicate. During the battle, Lucius the Warlock and this Titan that sort of took place over those 3 months, each Titan has a slab embedded in it that contains a glyph. Those glyphs all connect together into a ring of power. His glyph was lost in that battle. It was lost. It shattered when it hit the seafloor. We possess 75% of that runestone. And the other quarter is down near where Aristides holds his lab. He's preventing us from getting it. I don't know whether he knows where it is, but he is the holder of that runestone. Now, if we were able to get that last quarter shard of that runestone, combine it with the 3/4 that we have, and present that glyph tablet to the Titan, he could go home and he could join the ring and do his job and not be forced to live under this constant reign of violence.
If we were to bring this glyph to you, where do you hold your 75% so that we can combine it?
It won't be for you to combine. And for me to tell you where I store the glyph, that's not in my best interest, my friend. Right now, your interest is getting your friend out from under the thumb of the authorities of Haven's Reach. My interest is in acquiring this other tablet shard. Aristides lives in a ruined lighthouse on the coast 2 days south of here. He keeps a lab there. We haven't seen him in quite a while. We used to perform rituals on the beach in an attempt to locate that shard because we know it to be somewhere underground in that area. There's a coral reef there. We suspect it's down there.
Why us and no other fighters? The city is full of fighters.
I don't know. I saw you. You were formidable fighters. I watched your friend go down and thought, well, you seem pure of heart. You seem like you understand the difference between good and evil.
Couldn't resist the chance to get a clank kill, huh?
Perhaps you'll show your worth and your value to us.
Yeah.
Minds can be swayed.
I think that we can investigate this.
If you guys wake up this worldly titan, what will it do to this town?
I'll be perfectly honest with you. I don't know. This town has shown itself to be far from pure of heart through its endless acts of violence. Now, what we genuinely believe but don't have any proof of is that it will simply go home. Lucius enacted that titan, and Lucius has long since passed away. We believe that the titan will awaken, not see any immediate threat from the thing that activated him, and head back out to sea. And so I'm ready to sign this contract with you. And if you do, you'll be bound by blood to us for payment and successful completion of the task. Upon that successful completion, I will provide you with 3 chests of gold. I'll give you 1 in advance.
What does it mean to be bound by blood?
Bound by blood. Simple. We sign the contract. There's a small ritual that takes place. And then if you, for some reason, fail to fulfill your end of the bargain, we get to take our end back in your flesh.
I would like.
Which might be a problem with you, but I do understand that you have some relationship with blood, so we'll work that out.
Yeah.
I think that we need to talk alone and think it over.
Yes.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. We are going to take a lunch break.
Yes.
And on that lunch break, you guys will have that discussion. So when we come back to the table, that decision will have been made and we will be moving forward. Now, for those of you that are out there, do not forget that we are doing a Daggerheart Core Set giveaway. So you want to type into the chat !giveaway, which will then lead you to type !Discord. A little redundant, I know, but you got to join our Discord through that link. That link is going to take you to a special page that'll show you where to go to sign up for our giveaway, which we're going to be doing later. Now, during the break, we're not going away. I am actually going to put on a stream of our Session 0. So you're going to get to see the backstories and learn a little bit about each of these 3 characters and see how we conducted that. So I'm going to press a few buttons and we're going to head out.
Enjoy.
But we will be back in a little while. Thanks so much for watching, and we will see you in a little bit.
We hope you've enjoyed the first half.
Third.
Yeah.
So,
Jay is still out there. Thanks, Jay. I appreciate that. That's really cool to hear you say. All right, I have to, let's see, I'm going to fix that. And then I'm going to go pick the Session 0.
Ow. So hungry.
oh my gosh.
I just got like a shooting pain.
Oh, you're dying.
All right, we'll be back in a bit. Hey everybody, welcome to Wither and Bloom Studios. My name is Todd, and we are preparing our Session 0 for a Daggerheart Marathon. which I'm excited about.
Marathon.
You guys ready to do this?
I'm so
yeah.
ready.
It's gonna be good. I'm excited to sort of. First of all, it's worth pointing out that we are using the official release, the official licensed final release of Daggerheart. We have in our possession the core set, and then upstairs, locked away, lock and key, unable to be touched by any hands, we do have a limited box set, which is gorgeous. And if you go to our channel, you can see the unboxing that Rich and I did on that and check out all of its glory. It's really beautiful. So let's jump into session 0. We'll talk a little bit about who we are and what we're playing. I'll give you a little bit of an overview of the campaign framing, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
All right? Gary.
Oh, man.
Introduce yourself to everybody.
I'll start it off. Okay, so hi, my name's Garrett. I'm going to be playing, we're just going to call him Tusk, but he is a Seaborn Furbork. Get that? He's half Furbolg, half Orc. And I'm going to be playtesting the fighter class, which is on the Void that Darrington Press came out with when they unveiled all this stuff.
Right, so the Void is a section of Daggerheart's website that you can go to play test even new stuff that's coming out after the final release. Currently on there is a fighter class and there is a warlock class. And so Garrett, you're playing the warlock.
No, I'm playing fighter.
Oh my god, I'm sorry.
I was looking at warlock because I play warlock in our normal D&D campaign, but I wanted to play a big brute. Honestly,
Apparently, so do we all.
we all did.
That's a theme.
Yeah.
And since we have played numerous betas of Daggerheart and offered feedback to Darrington Press about the game, I think it's important that we take notes on the fighter class.
Yes, we did the beta testing way back when this originally came out. If anyone was around for that, and I liked the idea of trying something different. I went through a bunch of different classes. I mean, I want to play so many more, but the fighter was pretty cool, and I'm ready for a hand-to-hand, Furbolg Orc, tusk goring fist brute.
Yes.
Minotaur.
It's gonna be fun. Minotaur.
Almost Minotaur.
It's almost Minotaur-y. He's got the floppy ears, tusks.
Ooh, that's cool. It's a cool. What color skin is he?
He's kind of orcish, little greenish gray.
Ooh.
But he's got fur because he's the Furbolg.
Yeah.
So
That's cool.
cow orc.
Green,
but like-
gray, cow.
Greenish gray cow orc, floppy cow ears.
Like,
Yeah.
what's the color of the fur?
The fur is more the gray side.
Okay.
So
Nice.
That's
Cute.
cool.
Soft?
Nice.
oh yeah,
Really
it's
soft.
It's soft.
Can we touch? Can we feel?
With
Maybe.
consent.
In the
Yeah.
4D experience.
Obviously. In the 4D experience.
So yeah, I mean, I guess that's just a basic overview of what I'll be playing.
Yeah, we'll dig a little deeper into some of your connections and your backstory and all of that in a little while. Rich, what do you got?
Hi, I'm Rich, and I'm going to be playing Boot Belch, otherwise known as Sir Bogsteel. Bogsteel is a ribbit, and I will be playing a Vengeance Guardian, which I'm very excited about. He's kind of this yellowish, whitish. I will be wearing this for most of the stream.
Are you kidding me?
Please don't.
Yeah, I'm going
Are
to be
you
wearing
serious?
this for most of the
Are you serious?
No, I'm going to be wearing this 100%.
You're kidding me.
I love it.
He is yellowish with like black spots. I love his coloring. He's a little bit big and bulbous when it comes to ribbits, right? He's kind of rippling with muscles. He's about 4.5 feet tall. Even his tongue is muscly, He's thick. He's actually Orderborn, believe it or not. So I'm coming from an Orderborn background.
You're an Orderborn barbarian.
Yes.
That seems to go counter to each other. in a
I can't
way.
wait to see why.
That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, picture Boot Belch almost like a very like Cerberus almost, like a controlled ferocity.
Ooh.
Like a ferocity that likes to be told to go in a direction.
So in a way, it's kind of like a Zen rage. It's one that you can sort of channel and get a hold of.
Yes, it's one that you need to exercise every once in a while.
I love that.
You know?
Wow.
Nice.
It's like you're like somebody's weapon.
Yeah, he's kind of a perfect weapon.
Yeah.
Very loyal.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's very nice.
Thank you.
All right. And can you give us just a physical description? Can we get a little more
Yeah,
on the
so
description?
he's a 4.5 foot tall, moist,
Moist makes the definition.
white underbelly almost, yellowish skin with black spots. He's got like these like tannish, yellowish eyes with black irises. There's a look of almost somber repentance in his eyes most of the time. And as he kind of enacts this violence, this necessary violence, sometimes a tear will leak from his eye. Yeah, rippling in muscles. He actually wears. He walks as if someone who's used to wearing plate armor, but he has been stripped of his plate armor. So he actually wears a blue cloak, some armored legs, and boots. Actually, no, he's no boots. He's straight frog feet in it. And then he wears a great sword and a round steel shield with a crest on top of it.
All right. I love that. All right, cool. I like that moist made it into the description somehow.
I don't.
Always.
I'm not going to be able to get that out of my head as your GM. I'm going to kind of be thinking about that and how that can play into the story.
Yeah,
No.
of course. Can I tell you what he smells like?
No.
Oh yeah, kind
Please,
of.
I would love that.
He smells like a train yard in the morning.
A train yard in the morning.
What does that smell like?
Like a train station, like just nasty funk. Like,
Not like a New York City train station.
Okay.
It's
Willie
gross.
Nelson.
I'm talking like a
Train yard.
like gasoline in the morning.
Okay.
Like Kerouac train yard.
does
Yeah,
it
okay.
You know what I mean? Like
gotcha.
almost inspirational.
Smells like a train yard.
So I mean, you're going with you can't get moist out of your head. The only thing that's stuck in my head is the muscular tongue description that you gave. So,
Dude.
I mean, what that tongue do?
That tongue do.
But-
that tongue do what that tongue don't. You
Are
know
you
what I
gonna
mean?
be fine in hot places?
That's the question.
You're gonna lose your moisture, man.
Or it's just going to produce more to make up for it.
You'll
Maybe
be
he's
so
a
dehydrated.
sweaty.
I'm a sweaty boy. I
Ribbit?
always have a
You're
water
sweating
on me and I
ritual?
just pour on me.
That
you know?
water retention is terrible. I can tell you.
This is awesome.
You ever see Battletoads? Like that old game?
No.
Okay, it's an old like some form of like NES game or something like that, and it was notoriously a incredibly hard game, almost like one of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sweet.
Nathan, what do you got for us?
All right. So, I have a little bit of I have a lot of bit of inspiration. I'm gonna be so honest. I just finished playing Doom: The Dark Ages, and I'm not over ripping and tearing. And I just wanted to play Doom Guy. So I am bringing to you a warrior wanderborn clank named Doomba.
I love it.
If you don't get the pun, I am severely disappointed. Okay?
Womp womp.
Just stare into the lens of the camera when you say that. It's just like I am so
Severely
disappointed in you.
disappointed in you.
All right, so give us
So-
the lineup again. You are playing.
I am playing a Wanderborn Clank. If you've played Doom, Doom Guy sort of like goes off on his own and tears through the legions of hell like nobody's goddamn business. I want to be ruthless with a good set of morals and just like a force to be reckoned with.
Wanderborn Clank class.
Warrior.
Warrior, thank you.
Yes.
That's what I thought it was.
Warrior of the Slayer.
Boom, boom. Call of the Slayer.
Yeah.
Which I swear to God, if that is a Doom reference, thank you. Thank you, Daring to Press. Thank you, Daggerheart.
Can I like post something cool about your character?
Yeah.
I love the idea of a wanderborn clank because the idea of a clank implies that there was someone that created it.
Yes.
And a wanderborn is a free, carefree, almost like nomadic type of background. So that already implies how did this happen?
Right.
You know,
Well-
like if you think of a furbolg, they're kind of innately wanderborn, right? But a clank, something has to push them to that. So I like that.
I've played Clanks before in Daggerheart, I think once before, and I think I played the environmental interface, EI. And I think he was also Wanderborn. I like the idea of a machine that's been created and sort of just wanders off either to fulfill that purpose or to actually be the exact opposite of that purpose in Doomba's case, which we'll discuss later.
Well, I'm going to throw in there that I think the thing that hooked us on Daggerheart completely, and because we beta tested the early pre-packaged adventure that came in beta 1, and in that adventure you played a Clank. That was EI.
Yes.
And in the final battle, you had marked all your hit points, and you were now going to choose your death move, and you chose Risk It All. You were certain you were going to have a critical success because you were confident, and you lost.
Yeah.
And you had one of the best death scenes we have ever had in any role-playing game we have played. And I think that seeing that narrative unfold for us was just, that hooked us.
Yeah.
Right? That
did.
gave us the commitment.
Yeah.
It opened up our eyes
I'm so
to how good this system could be,
Yeah.
and how much
Yeah.
control we have over it, as opposed to
Over
some
your
other ones.
characters in a sense, you know, like it really lends itself to getting invested in characters quite early on.
Yeah. And, I, especially with the warrior, I chose this class because, looking through everything, I wanted to play a character where it would really feel like I am a goddamn tank. Like, I am a weapon. I am lethal.
I like that.
Yeah.
I have to say, just a sort of sidetrack moment. Rich and I were having this discussion, I don't know, last week or so. But I come to games like this because I take the immersion part of it very seriously. And what got me into this whole thing in the first place was when I was 11 years old and I read The Hobbit and then I read The Lord of the Rings. I lived inside of those books. I imagined myself in those spaces. I was Bilbo, I was Frodo, I was Sam. I was walking those roads and smelling those smells and feeling the intensity of the situation. That's what brought me to this, right? And so when it comes to character investment and immersion in the story, I feel very strongly about that. So when you have a moment like that, it reinforces my faith in the game and in the ability to go back to those stories. And even now, many decades later after reading those books, I get excited to hear you all describe these backstories because I'm like, there it is. How do we fit that in? So it's good. That's good.
I'm also excited that we all chose these martial classes because I think when designing characters, there is this pull to kind of create something unique and very different from everybody else. But if you think about these stories like Lord of the Rings, there's a beauty in at least the most of the first movie being, and I'm sorry I'm saying movie because I haven't read the books, but there's a beauty in it being like 4 hobbits on the road, 4 of the same type of people, same background, and I think that lends to more than people recognize sometimes.
Yeah.
I can completely feel that. And on this notion that the 3 of you are playing martial class almost tanks, like the 3 of you are brutes. We don't have a caster in the group, right?
No healing. I don't think
We don't
there's
have a
any
caster.
healing.
We don't have healing.
We don't. Oh no.
It's okay. We have passion.
We have ourselves.
So much passion.
We're all tanks.
We're made of
Yeah.
steel.
We don't need healing.
No.
But what this made us realize in our, when we realized what was going on, I said, well, wait a minute. Here's an opportunity for us to, number one, let's see how a story unfolds where we break the typical diversity of party where we're like, okay, we need some kind of thief class, we need some kind of healing class, we need a caster, we need 2 tanks. Like, let's break that tradition and see where the story goes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think that's the beautiful thing that Daggerheart, tells you to do, is not worry so much about the crunch, the build, the stats, the balance. It's about, creating a story. And so we all individually chose. We didn't coordinate this. We should all play a martial class. We
all felt the call of the void.
Exactly. We all felt like we just wanted to be like a force to be reckoned with, and that's the story we all want to tell as individuals. That's the story we are going to come together and tell, like, as a team.
And there's some other possibilities and potential in this, because I see now, all right, well, what if in a month we decide to hold another live session one-shot where you're all casters, and maybe you are all the same heritage, you know, so that you can sort of re-embody that notion of 4 hobbits on the path, or something along those lines. We could see how the connectivity of, say, combined or similar heritage creates a different kind of story, right?
It could all come from like a university, we're all magic users. One could be a wizard, one could be a sorcerer, one could be a bard,
Oh my God.
whatever, and we all come from oh my gosh,
Yes, I think that's wonderful.
Oh my God.
That would also
cooking on
lend
this already.
itself to a completely different campaign, right?
It
Because
would.
we'd be so combat averse,
Yeah.
and maybe like our ways of dealing with trouble is stealth and trickery,
Right.
Yeah.
which would be so fun. You know,
Or
it's
it's
so
like,
different.
we're just trying to like flip through our notes and be like, fuck. How do we do this? How do
do
we
we
do
do?
Wait,
How do we do-
wait.
how do we do
Somebody's there's danger coming. What does it say in our notes?
Pull up the lecture.
Well, and also, I just thought of something that, as number 1, as your GM, and 2, as a 20-plus year long professor, I could grade you on your performance depending on how you decide to answer these
God.
calls, right? So I could have a side narrative as sort of the narrator professor who evaluates you, assesses your performance, and then grades you.
We're under like crystal ball,
Giving feedback.
like watch surveillance. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
yeah.
God.
And I'm like a one of those floating sensors that scries your whole entire campaign.
If we do this, there might be some elements of kids on brooms that we want to bring in, because that system is innately designed to be done in a magic school, and like you make your way through the classes structure, and there are certain upgrades you get to your abilities the further you get in your education.
We could, but I'm kind of interested right now in keeping this inside the Daggerheart sort of realm, right?
Yeah.
But I do appreciate that.
Yeah.
Now, another thing that's I think I should kind of bring into this before we get into connections and backstories is my investment right now in this as your GM is in helping to build out my world of Vesper, which is my world building and my campaign setting that I've been running numerous gaming systems inside of. So Andira's Embers, which was our Daggerheart campaign that we played just before we went to PAX Unplugged back in the fall of 24, that took place in the city of Amakora, which is on the continent of Emberfell on the planet of Vesper. That is a sort of very clank-rich city. There's a lot of tinkering that goes on in that city from the standpoint of invention. It's mildly steampunk, and the reason for this is it is a port city on the west coast of Emberfell. There's a lot of trade. There's a lot of things coming in from other continents that allows for this, like, sort of inspired experimentation, and that's why clanks were born. But there's a second reason why clanks have existed, and this is a mechanic of my own. So one sort of disclaimer to put out there is that there are some things in our homebrew world that might make Daggerheart seem like we're playing an alternative version of that game. Not entirely, but I just want to put that out there. So, for example, magic as a system in this world is not just some passive force that exists because. I've sort of built this into the biology of the planet so that it has connection to the lore and the history of the sort of creation myth and the gods. Here's how this works in a nutshell. Can I talk about this really quickly?
I would
Yeah.
love for you to.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So any inland-based use of magic draws upon a mycelial network that is beneath the ground and functions as a massive resonating communication network. There are scores of druids from different sects and backgrounds that draw upon this mycelial power to both, understand nature better, but also to cast every spell in the book. Now that's all inland because that mycelial network thrives in typical soil, not near the shore, non-sandy soil. Now there's also lore-based reasons why the mycelial network has the limitation it does. I'm not going to go into all of that right now. What you should know is that as you get closer to the coasts of any of these continents, that mycelial network falls off. lots of reasons for this. But again, when you get towards the shore, you lose your magic, right? So if you're on the coast, magic has to be supplemented in a different way. And what has happened is culture has realized that there is a plant that grows in the shallows of the ocean called the confir plant. It grows in vast fields under the water. The confir plant produces a pod, and inside that pod are a cluster of seed beans, almost like gelatinous pearls that you can squish in your fingers. Those pearls have a slight glow to them, and they are harvested, regulated, controlled, and only distributed through licensed facilities where you ingest one, and that will give you your magical mana, for lack of a better word, for the period of the distance between two long rests. You can cast anything you want inside that period. Now what's interesting about this is we have all chosen non-casters to play. You are in a port town, so Andira as a source of magic is available. It will be used by anyone who is a caster, and it is part of our mechanics if they should, come to pass. But as a whole, Andira's got a very long and interesting history that's tangible and visual, and I love talking about it. And there are also sort of rogue Andira pearls. Not going to get into why those, but they're highly concentrated. They're incredibly valuable. And people try to find those on the black market for more powerful magic sources. Okay, so enough about that. We are going to be staging our game on the eastern coast of Emberfell. So all the way across the continent from our last adventure, we have the city of Haven's Reach, a completely different environment from the one you're used to. Haven's Reach, also being a port city, port cities tend to be rough and tumble kinds of places. Dock people, sailors in general, tend to have a much more brusque kind of existence. And Haven's Reach has evolved to embrace the fight. Not violence, like not rogue violence, but the fight, the physicality of the fight, as a means of culture, as a means of solving problems, as something that is embraced as valued. So slowly over time, this entity, this place in Haven's Reach called the Pit, sort of like a Colosseum, has grown, and it is the place where all of the population comes to, gathers, and witnesses fights that are exhibitions, fights that are solving crime problems, judicial issues, fights that are celebratory, across the gamut. Celebratory fights. And you, the three of you, will be coming into, at the beginning of our campaign, coming into the city of Haven's Reach during a festival called the Festival of the Blades. Oh. And this is a yearly celebration that takes place in order to celebrate this history of their culture, the history of the fight. And so fighting is encouraged. Fighting is a form of maintaining the story that these people tell themselves about each other. They will tell you stories when you sit down with them about their great-grandfather who had conquered 40 people in the arena before they were finally taken. And being taken in a fight is an honor. It's an honor. Okay, so people don't necessarily mourn death when it happens for the right cultural reasons. Okay,
that was actually going to be a question I was just about to ask. How does this culture feel about death if their lives are put on the line all the time?
Well, fighting is also not a wanton sort of, just sort of flippantly thrown out there experience. It is done under certain parameters, like a duel. Like when a duel is challenged, it is challenged for honor, it is challenged formally, right? And then, of course, now the boundaries are set.
There's a code.
There's a code.
Almost so like if someone throws up their white flag, let's say you're in a bar, in a public place, if you do not acknowledge the white flag and you kill this person, you probably will face the consequences of everyone else in the bar.
Exactly. There are ways in which murder exists murder as something that is morally wrong exists in Haven's Reach. There are obviously going to be codes and boundaries set. And we'll get into those a little bit in the game. Okay. But this is kind of the start, and I'm not going to give you necessarily all the parameters of our story and where we begin. I'll do that in the beginning when I read about our setting. But you have questions, I will certainly answer them. Now we can kind of get into connections, if you want to.
Yeah.
Well, should we tell a bit about our characters first?
Give a
I
brief
think a little
backstory
more-
and then
I'd
do
love to give a
connections.
brief
Depth.
backstory. We'll give backstories and then we'll just ask some questions freely to each
Yeah.
other, I think.
Sure.
I think that's great.
Could I piggyback off the pit then?
I'd love to
Because
do
Do
it's
it.
sort of where Doom
You go
comes from.
first.
Yeah. Okay. So, the pit sees a lot of blood, a lot of gore, a lot of bodies that need cleaning up. Now, you could hire people to do this, but cleaning up after all that gore every single day that there's a fight, every hour that there's a fight, that weighs on a soul. So there's this question of morality about, like, is it okay to really pay people money to do this? A scientist originally from Amakora came with a presented solution, a clank without any sort of consciousness that was built to be able to sort of mop up all of this blood and gore and take the bodies away, perform the task without traumatizing any people in the process. But there was this sort of sinister side to the scientist's motivations. The scientist found out that a connection persists between the body and the soul even after death. The soul sort of extends its will through the body while it's alive, but even while the body decomposes, there's still a connection. In fact, that process of decomposition is what finally severs the connection between the soul and the body, but until that is finished, the soul can still access the body, and in the other direction, you can access the soul through remnants of a corpse.
So there's a window of time with which
Yes.
the soul is still present in the
Yes.
blood material.
Yes.
Okay.
And, it doesn't matter, too. Like, if you as much as cut off a finger, you still have that connection. Why do we bury partial parts of fallen soldiers? That's still paying respect to that person's, like, soul.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Right.
Let's say I take someone's hand off.
Yeah.
And I take it with me, but they live.
Yes.
Is it almost like a Horcrux? Where like part of their soul is with me? Like a
As
severed
long
part
as
of their
that
soul?
hand is preserved, yes.
Wow.
The soul can't extend any sort of will through it because there's nothing driving the hand anymore. There's nothing powering it, but it's still connected to those pieces.
So they don't lose anything. It's just a connection.
It's just a connection. Yeah.
Interesting.
Right. So anyway, without going too far into that, the scientist finds out that you can harvest things like blood to drain a soul of its energy. Use it to perform rituals, to power lights and machinery. You can use and abuse the energy of a soul to create energy, to solve energy crises. So that's Doomba's side job. So he collects the blood, he sweeps it up. He's kind of like when the Zamboni comes out during halftime. And supposedly it goes straight into some sort of like biohazard waste facility. But the interim step is that he processes the blood. Oh,
You got it.
and like siphons off this energy from these souls, which actually can hurt or kill these souls forever, like stop their cycle of rebirth. So what happens at one point, now remember Doomba is not a conscious being at this point, but what happens is this soul at some point, this soul that was, inhabited a warrior that died in the pit, harvested by Doomba, it realizes that this is a two-way street. As it's being harvested for energy, it realizes that it can touch out, like reach out and try to touch whatever is like siphoning off its own energy.
Sorry.
But it can sort of reach out and try to do something to stop it because it's hurting. And upon realizing that Doomba is uninhabited, it can take the reins. It actually passes through this rift and unites with Doomba, and Doomba gains consciousness. This is the rebirth of this particular soul, and that's the beginning of Doomba.
So if our story has any deeper moralistic sort of reveals, it's going to be how we question the afterlife through
Yeah.
a robot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, there's a lot of thinking that Todd and I had to do about like what happens in the afterlife. Todd did most of it. I just had to put some pieces together for how blood is involved.
I wanna kind of bring this this mechanic into like movies because that's all I talk about as
Yeah.
an actor. This reminds me of like Insidious. Have you ever seen that movie? Anybody?
I feel like I have.
Well, there's
Remind
this
me.
idea that those who are in touch with the otherworldly can travel into this almost upside down version of
Yeah.
our world, and it happens so infrequently that it's usually abandoned. But the longer you're there, the longer this call to these demonic entities that live in this place get of you. So they will come to you the longer you're there. It's almost like a beacon.
Right.
Well,
And if you stay out of your body and in this world for too long, they will find your body and inhabit your body.
that's interesting.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I was going to bring up a reference to the Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Almost when he's in the ring, there's a connection. So is it kind of like that? The more time you spend
Yes. Yes.
in that,
Interesting.
that's
Except it's
interesting.
not. The ring is in touch with Sauron,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
And the
And he can essentially
and-
see it then.
and those wraith the wraith people.
Mm-hmm.
This is like a cacophony of dead people.
Yeah.
Almost like yours is, where like it's all the blood you've collected.
Right.
There's a lot of pools in there. Not all those entities are conscious enough to reach through and see that there's an
Yeah.
empty thing there.
Yeah,
And-
but so one of the interesting mistakes a lot of people make when considering the ring in Lord of the Rings is they see the ring as something that turns you invisible, but its power is what is connected to Sauron. That's not true. What the ring really does is it places you in another plane, right? So it sort of bamfs you over into another plane of existence. Now that plane is the plane that holds the souls of men who were given the 9 rings, and that's why he can now see the faces of the Black Riders, and that's why he connects with Sauron, because they are all sort of currently on that plane.
So they were bamfed there
in a sense.
permanently.
Well, no, they were corrupted there slowly over
Okay.
time because of their connection to the ring. So what if Doomba and the different consciousness levels are in fact different planes?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you are moving back and forth between those two planes.
That's
Well, that's
sick.
interesting.
We don't have to build that right now,
yeah, no.
but it's something to consider in
Yeah.
how you think
Yeah.
about your character.
Yeah.
I had one question.
Yes.
So this inhabitants or whatever, this consciousness that you gained, is this something, and you might not know this yet, is this something that just recently happened, or is this something that is like more backstory and you've been living with this for a while?
This is more backstory living
Okay.
this with
All right.
living with this for a while.
Okay.
In fact, what immediately happens is, this soul that now inhabits Doomba is like, fuck this. I'm gonna find who's doing this and ending him. So
Yeah, your
this
creator, right, or
Doomba's
whatever.
first conscious act is to like eliminate the creator. In fact, like breaking his skull on the ground and
Ouch.
harvesting his blood and siphoning off the energy until that scientist's soul is dead, gone forever. And so Doomba sets out on this sort of mission, like leaves the pit, leaves Haven's Reach to purge the world of evils and sort of like try how he can to remediate the evil souls.
It's interesting that you've created a precedent with Doomba's first action being something so callous, right?
Yes.
That you are innately built to do evil onto the evil and not have it really taint you, because you're so cold to it. It's normal to you. It's the first thing you did.
Right.
Yeah.
And sort of built into Doom is Doomba.
Doom is short for Doomba.
Is like, purging evil by eliminating evil beings, but like taking their blood and doing something with it other than harvesting it in the hopes of like remediating the soul.
Yeah.
Using their experiences, their knowledge, the knowledge of the soul to make them stronger, to overcome further evil, so that that soul is ultimately performing an act of good in the hopes that their souls in the next life have a better outcome.
I love that all of Nathan's characters tend to add some sort of creative, canonic inspiration to the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like this blood mechanic adds a lot to Vesper. I think.
And this is the thing, right? And I forgot to include this before. When we did Andira's Embers, and we ran that, I think it was 10 episodes of a campaign in Daggerheart, I am currently taking that and making an adventure module out of what we learned from that campaign. Now, I'll be doing a devlog on that whole thing, and you'll be able to watch that soon. I'm going to have a 10-episode devlog on me writing a adventure module. But we are now having the opportunity to do that again. And by you introducing this bloodlust, this blood, what do we call it?
This blood magic,
The blood magic mechanic is, I've been experimenting in my lore with what the third system of magic is, because I said I've got a mycelial system, I've got this Andira's system, your system, you and I are going to work together to craft the third system in this world. And it's all based on this character, which is brilliant. Yeah. So thank you.
Yes!
Thank you.
I'm so excited.
That's
this
sick,
is collaborative storytelling.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
It really is. Rich, can we dig in a little bit?
I would love
yours?
to. I'm going to bring Boot Belch's story in with some writing I've done. Ooh. He wrote this in his journal.
Oh, seriously?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Why did I go first?
I am a son of the bog. I am a son of the Belch mother that spun the world. I was a royal knight. I was an honored protector. I am now vilified. I am now the scapegoat. I am now vengeance. I served the once great king Congelius IV. I loved him. And that's all I've got.
Congelius the
my
Fourth.
gosh.
First, no, wait.
I love that.
I like that, but I really want to talk about the Belch mother.
The Belch mother.
I want to know everything.
The Belch mother in my story is I don't know if it's canonic because I haven't worked with Todd yet, but these the people that live in the bog where Boot is from believe that there is one first ribbit, about 5 times the size of a normal ribbit, who is this large creature with this ginormous stomach, right, that made home in this forest. And eventually, like, she would go get water from a nearby water source and then kind of flood the forest and dig holes. And she eventually created this underground, underwater system location that they call the bog. And the ribbits of this world have made homes in dry, cavernous parts of this underground system. And what looks like this just flooded forest is really an underground entire empire.
So in a sense, the Belch mother as sole ribbit entity recognized that she was about to populate Vesper with this whole entire ancestry that was going to come forth from her. So she essentially made a nest.
Yes, she made a nest. And it's called the bog. Now, I haven't decided where the Belch mother comes from, right? What's pre her? She could be otherworldly. She could be alien that came here, whatever. But the idea is that these people believe that is their religion.
Well, and also remember, in most creation myths, there is a starting point that it is when we begin to ponder what came before that starting point, that's where we lose the grasp of reality.
Exactly.
So it's okay to have a nebulous starting point that there was the Belch mother.
Yes.
Right?
So they believe in that. They pray to her. That is their religion down there. Boot Belch was the first Kingsguard to King Congelius. Now, time has gone by. He served his position justly and with honor. And years went by. The king got older. Boot got older. And the king started acting different. Boot didn't know at the time, but this rogue group of evildoers that is called the Velvet Sky that exist on the upper plane, like the upper than the bog, right? Upper than there. It's like
More
on the
of
surface.
a material plane.
The surface level of Vesper. They found their way down into the bog and wanted to harvest resources from the bog. So they sent this this sort of snake, this Littlefinger-esque character. If you've seen Game of Thrones, this who's that guy from Lord of the Rings who
Wormtongue?
This Wormtongue-esque character. He sent him down as a sort of consort to the king, and he filled Boots' head with ideas that this king was going to do this act of harm to his people. He was kind of losing his mind. He thought he was going to do this act of harm. So Boot, in an attempt to save the kingdom, ended up killing the king to save everybody. And then this Wormtail-esque consort turns on Boot and says he was in cahoots with this king, and ends up taking power for himself to then exile Boot and take his armor from him and send him to the surface realm, where he is stripped of all of his titles and everyone he loves. Boot comes to realize that this consort is an agent of the Velvet Sky. So Boot is on this mission to eradicate the Velvet Sky and attempt to save his homeland from this evil person that is now usurped power down there. To do this, Boot has been forced to enact evil on evil for this righteous purpose, right? So there's a little bit of him that hates what he has to do, but he does it nonetheless. And we'll pick up later with what happens after that. But that is Boot's backstory.
In a way, and not to completely tie this to the Lord of the Rings, you brought up the Wormtongue character, but Éomer, who is Theoden's nephew, is banished in that very way, because Wormtongue turns on Éomer, because Éomer sees what's going on, right? And so in a lot of ways, Éomer is the threat to the relationship between the consort and the king.
Yes.
And in a lot of ways, that's how you become that threat.
Yes. Almost, yes.
I also like how we've both kind of honed in on like evil capitalism. Like, acts of evil to just harvest resources.
I think we're, trying to live vicariously in a world where we can make a difference.
Right, yeah, I agree. But also, it's funny that these two characters have like two different perspectives on good versus evil. Like, it sounds like Boot is like fighting evil with evil, sort of. But I realized while like working on Doomba that Doomba has this very odd like black and white perspective on good and evil, where Doomba is killing and these other people are killing, but Doomba does good killing, righteous killing, like probably coming from like Haven's Reach and the Pit, where this perspective about death and and war and conflict isn't just painted as like evil, overarching. So I don't know, I think that's very interesting. I think we're gonna have some very unique perspectives for each other. Like, maybe you don't have to feel so bad, and maybe I don't have to approach every problem the same way.
I think we're definitely going to affect each other. It's interesting how we both landed on a place of vengeance, on a place of doing evil for the good reason. I think we both wanted to play like anti-heroes almost. But I think I discovered my morality in a different way. I discovered it by growing up as a normal person and serving the people in a good way, and my kind of weapon that needs to be led almost type of character, like a Kingsguard or something. Like I enjoy being a place of being told what to do, right? So I'm kind of on a quest of figuring out how to lead myself after being shunned. You know what I mean? So it's interesting. I'm discovering a new sort of morality than I had before. And I think it's going to be interesting when we talk about how we're related, which we're going to do after Garrett hops in here with his character.
I gotta follow the Belch Mother.
You gotta get her.
This is like, I don't have some Belch Mother backstory over here. It's fantastic.
Thank you.
All right, so, Tharkel is his real name. but he goes by Tusk.
I can only think of Tharkelly.
Tharkelly.
Oh, stop it.
Stop.
You just totally busted
Okay. He will have a new name. He will have a new name for the campaign on Tuesday. Because we are not getting Tharkelly around. Okay. Okay. Forget I even said that. Tusk over here.
Tusk.
So
Ruined!
I'm not gonna say anything anymore.
he was. So I brought up briefly before.
All right, listen. Daggerheart is out, and it is really unavailable. It's really hard to get. Rich, can you believe that?
Yeah, I believe it because it's a great game. You can't get it, baby.
Okay, I don't know why he's down there. But listen, here's the deal. We're going to be giving away a core set of Daggerheart on this stream right now. Rich, how do we get there?
Subscribe to the channel, you filthy animal.
Okay, I don't think you're a filthy animal, but I like his energy. Anyway, subscribe to our channel, and then you're going to go in the chat and you're going to type !giveaway. The chat will give you instructions from there. Rich, you got anything else?
The more you interact in our Discord, the higher your chances of winning.
I got to get him back up here. It's going to make it a lot easier. Anyway, get in the Discord, become a member of our community, and get that game. Good luck. We're going to get back to the stream. Oh my God. There we go. I think we're coming back. I am messing this up horribly. There we go. We want to go here. Oh my God, we're coming back.
We're coming back.
I think
We're back.
I think we're coming back. We're back. We're making this work.
We're coming in.
We're back, baby, yeah!
I will say I ate a quantity of Chinese food at a speed I have never eaten before
That was
in my life.
an insane speed.
And that worries me a little bit.
It's not gonna sit well
lie.
in your stomach, buddy. It's not gonna
Why,
sit
that
there.
worries me. How are we all doing, everybody? Thanks for hanging in there. That was about half of the video that we have for our session 0, and I will show the other half of that video. Total duration on that's 122, 1 hour and 22 minutes, and we were out for about 45 minutes, so we've got close to half of that to go when we do dinner later. So
Stomach very full. Very full. Overflow.
yes. Okay, so your job to discuss while we were on our lunch break was to kind of figure out what you're going to do now. You are currently in the basement of the... Yes? Oh, I thought you were going to say something. The Rusted Link. You are meeting with the members of the Red Chain, and you're trying to decide if you're going to sign a contract to go and dispatch a certain Aristides Nemus, who you've been told is a pretty bad guy. How did that all work out for you?
Guys, can we huddle for a moment?
We already did the huddle.
We huddled. We're
Oh,
huddling.
we did the huddle.
Well, I mean,
I can't compromise my morals for this, even if what they believe is true. They're an organization who doesn't like clanks. I can't.
We have a decision. And our decision is maybe we need more time. You heard, Q?
Are you talking to Q?
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you were still huddling.
No,
My
we need-
apologies.
no, he's blurting this out in the middle of the.
We need more time.
You need more time.
Need more time. We don't want to decide anything right now, especially not a blood ritual.
This is a difficult spot you put me in. We're at a point in our ritual process where we're close to awakening the Titan. And now you need more time. You, Clank, don't have much time.
I don't have much time, but you have more time than I do. And I need time to decide if I want to free myself on my own or if I should basically compromise my morals on the fundamental disagreement that we have about my existence. I don't want to, even if what you believe in is true and right, I don't want to rush into a decision where it would come back to harm my kind.
All right. Could we create a situation where you communicate with me first thing in the morning? Would that be enough time?
That sounds good. That sounds great.
Is there something I can do to sweeten the pot a little bit, shall we say?
No,
Just like that? No.
just like that.
Okay. Okay. Can we meet back here in the morning?
8 a.m.
I like that. I assure you, we have the best of intentions, and I do understand that you and I have our differences. But, like I said, you have an opportunity here to maybe change things for all your kind. Maybe by working to help free this Titan. The Red Chain and others will see you as a benevolent force. It's your call. I'll see you in the morning at 8 a.m. Could you see them out, please?
As we're walking out, I want to turn to Q.
So, you spoke of the giant losing and how that was unfair. And I just want to say that sounds like it kind of falls in line with the beliefs of this town here that you hate so much.
I'm not quite sure I follow.
Implying that if the Titan would have lost fairly, it would have been better.
The Titan is a product of the gods and protects the gods, and look, perhaps, but I don't think your statement is going to overturn centuries of devotion and belief. Not that I'm unwilling to entertain it or have a conversation with you, I would. But right now, we have things that need to be done, and you are under the clock. So we'll meet back here at 8 a.m., and I'll get your decision.
Figure it out.
If I don't see you at 8, I will have to use the employ of someone else. All right. Farewell.
We go.
All right, out you go.
Guys.
What's my voice?
Yeah, you're a little off.
What happened?
You,
What happened?
You went too high. You sound like
Barnacle! They're just
You're getting a little closer to Barnacle
you're
now.
more barnacle than you are boot.
Oh no.
Boot.
There it is.
There it is.
It's normal.
You're back.
We're back, baby. I just had to go lower a little bit. I went too high for some reason. I don't know why.
Well, it was
You were
the-
getting a little excited.
It was
you
after
know?
lunch. Yeah, you were all worked up.
That's the Chinese in my throat.
Yeah, that. All right. So,
We are gonna make. I'd rather get a wagon and move through the night because we don't have time to go sleep and then leave in the morning. So let's.
True.
One of us can take. We can take shifts and move to like right now and get going.
All right. Let's do it.
So we're gonna get a wagon and we're gonna start moving to the lighthouse or the house by the shore.
Do we have the money for a wagon?
Yeah,
No.
I have money.
Probably not.
We start with money.
Yeah, a little tiny bit of
I have a
money.
handful.
I also have a handful.
Would it be safe to say that we probably have some money for company expenses
Yeah, Tom, what do you think?
at the?
Are we good with to get a little wagon rented?
I would say you could probably rent one. How much do you have? Do you
Handful.
have? Huh?
Handful.
You have a handful of
He has
gold.
a handful.
I have a handful.
You have a handful of gold, and how much do you have?
A handful of gold.
A handful of gold is not. A handful of gold is usually enough to get you, like, the party a meal. You know, a handful of gold is probably going to be enough to.
Would
Well-
we have a company wagon?
Would you have a company wagon?
Or
I will say, you know what?
We
You
would have
have-
just gotten ourselves a chest, but
We don't need gold. Do we have a company wagon?
I will say, for the sake of argument, that you have steeds. You have horses. You've lived together. You have a stronghold. I will say that to some degree or another, through your establishment with one another, that I will give you that.
that would make sense.
How about that?
Sounds good.
Let's run it.
So we make our way.
so just to clarify,
Make my way.
What's our ultimate goal here?
Yeah, what are we doing?
'Cause
I'm
now-
confused.
We're not siding with them.
Yeah.
They're going to either one, send people after us because we know what they want to do,
We're kind of chasing
or
the ball.
two, I mean, you're pretty much dead. We're just going to call you dead now. So one, they're probably going to send people after us. Two, Doomba's doomed. And three, okay, we found the dude at the lighthouse. He's supposedly a bad guy. What do we do then? They're a massive organization. They're going to send someone else.
Yeah, we only really have so much time.
We just going to try and find this tablet, and then, like, we're the keepers of the tablet, and then, like,
No.
we always have a target on our back?
No, you're wrong. If we can prove that the red chain is at fault for what's happening, and they're the ones who actually killed this guy, then we can prove that Doomba's innocent.
They already understand that we're doing an investigation. All we have to do is explain that the investigation is taking us exactly here. You can expect us back at this time. Please extend issuing a bounty on my head until that time.
I don't think that we talk to them at all, because if we talk to the authorities, they're going to talk to the red chain. They're involved.
I think they're perfectly aware of what the red chain is and maybe what they're doing. And, I mean, why wouldn't we want them getting their hands in it? You know? I think for my name and my safety, if we're going to leave the town, we should loop them in.
I worry that I could make a mistake and get back to them somehow. That we're leaving.
I think if we leave without saying anything, there's already going to be a bounty on my head. It's hopeless for me.
What do you think?
In that case.
Because I don't know what's going on.
I lost my D4.
I don't know.
I think that if we can prove that they are involved in the murder, with the help of this guy who's been investigating them, then we can free Doomba.
I don't think the guy outside of town's investigating them.
Well, he knows things about them.
He's just in the way of their...
So what would you have us do?
Wait, so we explained to them that we have a lead for them. We explain that our investigation is going this way. We explained to them that we were just offered basically a hit job on this guy that we're now going to investigate. So this...
Can I offer something?
Yeah.
You can probably make it to this destination on horseback in one day.
Okay. So let's go.
All right. Then yeah, let's run it.
Fuck it.
It's the only lead we have. We go.
We go.
We're off.
Let's do it.
Okay. Now it is nighttime, so you're going to be traveling on the road at night.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, the three of you are familiar with the countryside. You've been outside of Haven's Reach often,
Dozens
and
of
frankly, you know with the coastal road that you're taking, you know the approximate location of the very lighthouse. And so what we'll do for the sake of the fiction is you travel through the night. And as dawn begins to break, you are fairly well along in your journey. Now, you, on this road, when it was nighttime, you were unaware of the fact that the shore was as close to the road as it was. There are times, like an hour will go by and the road will turn inland slightly and the shoreline will disappear from view. It'll be replaced with dunes or brushy trees or the type of foliage that grows along the edge of the ocean. And then there are times where it comes back in and it comes close to the road. In areas there's evidence where flooding waters or storms have actually caused the road to wash out a little bit. But on you travel. things get rocky and craggy at some point. It begins to slowly work its way into the landscape. You see the rising and falling of certain rock formations out in the ocean, waves crashing against them. And as you're cruising along, listening to the lap of the waves, on the horseback, daydreaming off, it strikes you all of a sudden. You hear these voices. They're angelic, singing voices, like the most gorgeous voices you've ever heard. It seems to be coming from down near the water, and so as you're sort of tuning into this, you glance down to the ocean side, and here is a certain area where the rock formations along the beach have allowed a certain pool of water to accumulate, and while when the waves do hit, it causes this pool to rise and fall, the pool is sort of isolated from the turbulence of the sea. And your eyes are drawn there by this sound, and you look and you see very prominently in the very middle of this lake formation, these 3 gorgeous white swans are just heads tilted straight up to the sky, singing this beautiful song.
That's beautiful. That's nice.
It's a pretty song.
Are they all identical?
Really.
The swans?
Yeah.
You're pretty far away, but they look like 3 identical swans.
Are we close to
You
the
could
destination?
very easily
No, to our
ride.
destination.
I would say that you're probably within 8 hours journey on the road.
What was...
You want to investigate the swans? They're very beautiful.
Sure. But let's totally not touch them.
Well, yeah,
That's
I
not-
think that goes without saying. I don't know why you feel the need to say that. What? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll make my way to the Swan.
They sound like Teddy from Bob's Burgers.
Oh, that's terrible.
Don't say that about me.
So you're gonna ride down the beach to the shoreline. You, the rest of you following?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's check out the swans.
As you approach, they begin to swim close to the water's edge where you're approaching, and they continue to sing, their heads moving back and forth in unison. And then, as you stop, you climb down off your horse, and they finish their song, and they see you, and they say, "Oh, greetings, weary traveler.
Greetings to you too.
What brings you to the eastern shores of Emberfell?"
Oh, we're on a mission.
A mission.
A mission.
So exciting.
Very exciting.
And the rest of you, you're an interesting one.
Thank you. So are you?
They speak with the voices of they're like cherubic. They're almost like a choir of children. You know, like when you hear those high-pitched, beautiful voices. It sounds like that. They sound, first of all, they have human voices.
Yeah, that's wild.
They're talking to you.
I don't like these birds.
Who are you?
Ah, that's a very long story. We're the children of Parmenas. He was the king of Lichés.
So, are you gods?
No. We were sort of banished here by our stepmother who sent us away. And now we're forced to live a life of 1,500 years in 3 locations. This is the second of which we've been gone from our father for 750 years.
Is it true about the Titans that guard Lichés?
You know of the Titans?
I do.
Yes.
They don't let anybody impure of heart pass?
That's correct.
And is it true that one is trapped underneath Haven's Reach?
You've done your homework, I see.
Yes, I have.
This is the legend of the great battle between the Warlock and the Titan.
Yes.
It is so.
It is true. Yes?
True is a funny word, isn't it?
It is.
Where does your travel take you?
Are you associated with the red chain?
No, not at all. We have lived here in this pool for longer than any of you have existed, including your friends in the red chain, apparently. At the end of our next 250 years, we'll be forced to move on, where we'll have to live out the last 500 years of our existence in turmoil. We're not allowed to leave this place.
Can I insight check this motherfucker? Instinct?
It's instinct, but
Instinct.
yeah.
What? You're so afraid I'm going to turn over a little bit of fear. It is a 10 with hope.
A 10 with hope.
And that's max hope, baby.
There's something about the voices of these swans and their purity that disarms you a little bit and makes you feel sorry for them. And it sounds like they are sad underneath what they're saying. I mean, you don't know their whole story, but it sounds...
Do you need food? Do you need any food?
No, we don't need food.
Is there anything that would bring you joy? Anything that we could...
Perhaps to see our father again. We had such a lovely and beautiful family life, and we miss him dearly. Although, we're not even sure he still remembers us.
Can we just pick you up and put you in the ocean?
I am not sure that's possible. I think you would probably cause us great harm, or perhaps you'd end our existence now. No one's ever done that to us before.
Do you want to try?
Not exactly.
Understandable.
What is it you seek?
We're looking for a friend.
A friend?
Yeah, he lives on the coast.
It's nice to have friends.
It's very nice to have friends. But his name is, Aristes.
Oh, we know Aristes.
Is he a nice lad?
Well, he seems so. He treats us rather nicely.
Good.
He's drawn pictures of us in his sketchbook. Sometimes he sits on the beach and draws.
Love to hear that.
Very lovely.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Okay. Well, we're gonna keep looking for him.
Fair enough. You should know that there's going to be an awakening soon. And the three of you, we sense that there's danger ahead. Watch yourselves and realize that the thing that will divide you, the thing that will harm you most, is an inability to work together. That will be your undoing.
Thank you.
Best of luck in your journeys.
Thank you.
These birds are wise.
Macbeth.
What?
It's giving Macbeth.
It's giving Macbeth.
With the three witches?
Yeah. All right, so are we leaving here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, back on the road. It's about another 8 hours journey, and you are... You're on the road for a while. The road is sort of a standard double-track road. It's a trade route, so you do have a lot of people coming and going on this road. It's relatively quiet today. Most of the traffic has already made its way to Haven's Reach to watch the Festival of the Blade, so things are quiet on the road. But the cliff path, because you are kind of, now that it's gotten rocky, you're winding up this path, and on one side of you is a cliff that goes down to the beach. Not a high one, probably about 60 feet up. And there are several areas where there are trails that wind down. But you make your way up this cliff, and the road itself narrows as you're ascending, because it is carved into jagged rock. You could see how this would be an area, if you did have a cart, it might be difficult to get past.
Okay.
Now, there's like this sense of the wind battering the rocks for ages, and there's a salty crust on that wind that sort of begins to get into your skin, into your mouth, into your hair. You can feel that texture in your hair.
What's
right?
hair?
What's hair?
I
Everybody
like
but you do
it.
that.
Briny blood.
I'm starting to get this matted mess over here.
That's right. And I think I'm just going to add to our scene here.
Oh, the ambiance.
Shanty. Let's go with a little. Let's change up our music a little bit.
Nice.
And let's go
wee
with
little
this.
We're going with
Let's
the
go with
ocean
this.
vibe. Yeah.
That was weird.
What
You
was wrong?
are weird little.
You are weird.
You know
Now,
what is that?
as you travel forward through the mist of the sea, it emerges from the mist, and you see this skeletal silhouette that's sort of against the sky, which actually appears to sort of be darkening at this point. It's sort of getting later in the evening. You're not sure if a storm is brewing, but it's what remains of an old lighthouse. Now, it's made of what appears to be white stone and a bit of fractured, sun-bleached masonry material that sort of still hangs on and clings to the stone. There's vines that creep up, and the vines themselves, they sort of like, they leave this rust color that seems to bleed out from the vines into the white mortar on the lighthouse itself. Now, the top of the lighthouse has completely collapsed where the lantern used to be, where the glass was. Seems like it shattered long ago. And then sticking out, there are these massive black ribs of wooden support that probably help to support the structures. They look like splinters that just sort of stick out from all over. Now, at its base, sorry about that to the audience for whacking my microphone. At its base, you see all the remains of the shattered masonry that has slowly fallen and sloughed off throughout the years. Looks almost like a collection of bones around the bottom of this lighthouse. There is an entry archway, but it's like choked with debris. It's like full of stuff that's just sort of fallen. But there is a narrow gap that leads right into the hollow of the shell of this massive tower. Are we going in?
Yes. Yes.
I yelled out, hello.
You don't hear anything in response.
Let's go. Let's investigate.
Can we go up to that gap? And then either, yell hello again, maybe a little, that it's just like wooden debris or rocks?
Well, it's a bit of both. So you've got some splintered wood debris that's fallen off, a lot of masonry material that probably used to coat the rocks, all fallen off. The masonry material is like a bright sun-bleached white, so it looks like shards of bone or shell.
So nothing to really bang on.
No, it's kind of wide open. It's not like you have to knock on a door to go into this place.
Then
going in.
I'm just gonna wander in.
Sure.
Okay. As you enter, the sound of the ocean almost seems to amplify, right? Because it's sort of contained now inside of this space. The wind is howling through the broken, craggy stone. The floor here, it is completely littered with what looks to be remnants of recent habitation, right? So you see things like blankets, empty flasks, a cracked spyglass laying there on the floor. The brass partially patinaed and partially polished. And then there's something a little bit more present as you look around. There are journals, dozens of them, with leather spines, some cracked, some weathered, some curled back on themselves, scattered all about on the floor. Some are shredded. You look about some more and you realize that further back in the structure, in the round of the structure, there is a partial wall that juts out and then a stub wall sticking off of that as if to partition a portion of this space. And sticking out from the bottom of that appears to be the base of an old brass bed frame. But you can just see the bottom of it sticking out from beyond the stub wall.
Can I reach down and just grab one of the journals? What's if I just give it like a quick thumb? Is it we heard from the birds or whatever that he likes to draw? Are they drawings or are they writing? Is it a combination of both?
It's a combination of both. So this is a kind of journal that looks like it is both visual and literary. There are all kinds of observational posts. There are little sketches. So you see sketches of botanicals from around the ocean immediately when you open it up.
Okay.
Right? But you do notice one thing as you flip through it. There's a word that just keeps reappearing at the top of the page, scrawled in large letters. It says, below.
Below.
Whoa.
Would you like to read further into the journal?
Yeah, I'll look a little bit.
Okay. So you flip open to a page and just kind of settle in on it, curious about what's in here. And it reads, "The sea, ever a liar, answered." A light came first, a trembling glow like the fire beneath glass. It pulsed from beneath the tide, down where the reef bones lie. And then the glyph, the mark I had only read of in copper-leafed warnings, began to rise, not in form, but in feeling. I could smell it. Charred ink and old teeth. Two of them, a tall one with a limping gait, and another who sang without breath, cast aside their robes and entered the surf. No hesitation, no tether, like fish returning to the hook. The moment they breached the shallows, the circle faltered, the sand writhed, the chant broke. One of the robed ones tried to restore the cadence, but the sea would not be calmed. The light shattered. A column of red foam burst from the water. The glyph burned white, then broke like ice beneath a hammer. I heard a sound, not thunder, not screaming, but both twisted together and folded inwards. The swimmers did not surface. The others fled, not from fear, I think, but from the shame of failure, or maybe from the thing they almost pulled free. I will not sleep. The sea is too loud now. If you find this, do not seek the glyph. It is already seeking you. A watcher with no name, only eyes.
What the fuck?
I share that with,
Where do we go?
What?
Where do we go? You go, Matt.
where's the,
Is he still around?
where's this crazy guy?
Yeah, is he around?
Well, I mean,
Can I pick up the spyglass?
how old does that journal look?
I mean, it looks like the drawings and writings in it are probably less than a few years old. They don't look old at all. They look like they're actually pretty recent. The thing about this mess that's in this room is it looks like a recent inhabitant was here, right?
Yeah.
So it almost seems like the place was tossed.
Yeah. Whoa.
I want to look through the spyglass at the room, see if there's anything I see differently through the spyglass.
You mean you're just going to look around the room you're in? I mean, you pick it up, you hold it up to your eye, you notice immediately that the eyepiece has a significant crack in it, so you draw back for a moment, noticing that you might cut yourself, but then you hold it back up and look around. And it is a fragmented image of the exact same room. It's a spyglass, but broken, and it functions as a spyglass would.
It doesn't seem there's any magical things going on with it.
No, but you would know, based on your existence in the world, that this was once a very valuable object. A spyglass is not something that comes cheap.
I'm gonna keep it.
Okay.
All right.
You can add that to your list of things that you carry.
You said there's sort of like a partition in the back, like
Yes.
like another room. I want to go investigate that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you sort of make your way through all the piles of debris in the room, and you're kind of slipping a little bit here and there, and you come around the stub wall. Pardon me. You come around the stub wall, and at first you notice it. There in the bed that sticks out from beyond the wall, you see two sandaled feet. And there are pants on the legs, and then there's a pile of blankets that are kind of like wadded up, and you notice flipped on their side away from you is the body of a person, a figure in the bed, head turned away from you, two long ears draped down the back of its head, laying there.
Breathing?
Yes. Very, very shallowly. You see the breathing disrupt a little bit,
Excuse me.
and all of a sudden the body just shakes and the head spins around. He's like,
Oh, hi. Hi. Sorry. Ooh, take it easy. Ooh.
We're not doing anything.
What do you want?
Hi, are you Orestes?
Aristides.
Orestes? Sorry, somebody mispronounced your name. Listen, I'm here with a few colleagues.
Any water?
Any water?
Yeah, I got water.
You got water?
Yeah, here you go, bud. Yeah.
Please, thank you. Oh. He starts drinking the water. Were you going to say something?
Yeah, I'm here with a few colleagues, and we just have we have a few questions for you. We were sent to find you specifically, but don't worry, we're not gonna hurt you or do anything. You're not in danger.
I've already been hurt enough for 1 week.
What's happened to
For the
you?
water. I was ambushed and beaten.
By whom?
I didn't see them, but I have my suspicions.
The what
The red chain.
the red chain?
Do you know
Of
them?
the red chain. Yes, that would be the top of my list. They've been...
They tried to hire us to kill you. We said no.
They are a fucking nightmare.
Well, I'm glad we're at least on the same page about that. He takes another long draw off the water you gave him. He's still rubbing his head. Who are you?
I'm Dumba.
Oh, okay. No, we're not doing that. Sorry.
I was about to.
thought you were
You
gonna
do
say
Snee.
Snee. I
I
thought
was just about to.
I'm Dumba.
You're a mechanical instrument.
I am.
It's fascinating.
Look at me.
I'm Boot.
Pleased to meet you, Boot. Are you here to kill me?
No.
God, no.
No, God, no.
We were wondering if you can help us. We think that the red chain is involved in a murder that happened today in the pit.
Yesterday.
Yesterday in the pit, sorry.
Do you know Arafi?
I do not know Rafi. I know the pit rather well, but
He was higher up in the pit. He would sponsor people and train them and all that jazz.
I'm not really interested in the pit from the standpoint of fighting. Forgive me.
He was assassinated, and we've been investigating the red chain for any potential motive in that. And we think it's interesting that around the time that this person, Arafi, is assassinated, they called upon us randomly to go assassinate you.
Well, it's nothing random. The Red Chain has wanted me gone for a long time. Well, if you're not here to kill me, why are you here?
Why do they want you gone?
A number of reasons. My research has shown me the location of certain things they've been trying to get their hands on for more than a century.
They want the ruin.
Oh, you know.
No, you know everything.
I will.
Can I prop open the book of the page that I was reading? And just kind of say, I don't know if this has anything to do with it, but they're after whatever you're guarding, or whatever this tablet is. Rune.
The rune shard. I'm aware of that. And how did you get my journal anyway?
It's on the floor.
On the floor?
Yeah, place is a mess.
So whoever attacked me decided to have liberty with all of my things.
They broke the...
He gets up off the bed. And he is the exact same heritage and lineage of Quenny.
Do you know Quenny?
Oh my God.
Quenny.
So many questions. Yes. Look at this place. Oh my God. Look at. They broke the. What happened to my spyglass?
They broke it.
Where is it?
It's in my bag. It's right here. Sorry.
Oh, thanks for helping yourself.
I thought you were dead.
Oh my God. This is going to be expensive to replace.
How do you know, Quenny?
Most people that hang out in Haven's Reach know Quenny from her scalp of the Colossus, as she worked there for years. I tell her stories. Yes, we look similar. Is that what you asked?
Totally.
Quinny and I are descendants of different Warrens. Lichay's, she's unmovable when it comes to any kind of, she's set in her ways. Let's just put it that way. I tell her stories of my findings and my research. She politely listens, and then the fact that we share a background to some degree doesn't seem to matter otherwise. She seems dead set on one day getting back to Lichay's, where she's from.
Interesting.
Because you've told us about the encounter.
No. I think that, she runs a really tight ship over there, and I commend her and I admire her.
Yeah, you do.
You don't know what happened.
Sorry, it's just too
Facts.
funny.
At least they're
Facts.
not
Oh
related.
God.
Yes.
But so we're here because we need your help. I need help. And we're kind of lost on what to do. You see, we're in this investigation for Arafi's death because I was accused falsely, and we've got to come up with results.
How much time has gone by?
From when?
I don't know. I don't know when this happened.
Since you got. Sorry.
Why are my journals shredded? Did you shred my journal?
No, we walked in and it was just like
I
this.
just picked up a journal. I was just trying to.
Sorry, I
investigate a little
interrupted you,
bit.
but
That's okay.
I'm a little distraught and disoriented right now.
I mean, what's the last thing you remember?
I was perched up top on my lookout, and I was observing the horizon line like I do in the morning. I usually make myself a nice tea, and then I have another spy permanently mounted. It's like spyglass up there, and I study the horizon line. And I was studying that, and then all of a sudden, you're here.
That's a lot of time missing.
I heard a ruckus down. I heard noise from below me, and I was just getting up to investigate that, if memory serves me correctly, and then it went black.
You were hit in the back of the head.
Yeah, apparently.
That's the way Arafi was killed.
I feel like I've been out for days.
Do the Red Chain have fighting prowess? Are they dangerous with spells?
They're dangerous, period. I've watched them on many an evening from inside the lighthouse performing their rituals down there. For the most part, they'd leave me alone, and I'm not quite sure why. They saw me actively observing them and never seemed to care, so I didn't think I was a threat to them. Now, I do know that I hold one of their secrets close to me, so if they knew that,
Well, clearly they do.
They know that.
I had a feeling they had their suspicions.
They seem to have a problem with you. They say that you have a completely different worldview from them.
Oh, don't let them believe that. They're lunatics. Yes, we have similar pursuits in that I have an interest from a research standpoint on where the worlds of mythology and fact intertwine. I mean, you've heard of folklore before. You understand stories you've been told as children. Why are we told those things? Well, sometimes we're told stories to sort of help maintain ecological balance, right? There are lessons in fables that teach us not to do things, right? So stories with fantastical contents come from facts that we're supposed to know. So what I want to know is this story of this Titan that battled a warlock, the story of the Titans on the horizon. And where do the facts intertwine? Where did they come from? Why are they there? Are they purely metaphor? Because I believed they were at first. But I'm realizing that they're not.
That they are real.
I've seen them.
Well, we
The
just
Titans?
spoke with
You've seen the Titans.
I've seen two
Where?
on the horizon. One morning I sat drinking my tea, observing as I always did. Wait, let me, and he looks around on the floor for a minute, and he kind of like starts picking up journals, and he starts piling them in his arms, and he puts a bunch on this shelf that's been toppled over. He lifts it up, he puts them on there, he's like, oh, and he grabs this journal, he's like, look here, and he opens up to a page, and he shows you a drawing, and it's actually fairly well rendered drawing of the ocean, and then there is this diffused pencil lead that is kind of like softened, and on the horizon there is this figure standing out there, like almost ominously. And he's like, sometimes they wander close to the shore, they come within a certain range, and I've only ever seen 2, but what could possibly be that large and be so far away?
Yes.
And we met these 3 swans. They know you.
Oh yeah.
They spoke of the Titans too. So it's totally plausible that there is, assuming that Titans exist, because we have your word, we have the Red Chain's word. You two are on opposite sides apparently, and your opinions both converge on this. So we can assume that they are real. So it's totally plausible that there is one buried beneath the pit. So why is it at all relevant right now that is happening and Arafia's murder? In a way similar to how it seems you were attacked. You keep touching the back of your head like it hurts.
Oh, I got a headache.
Do they need to get to the bottom of the pit in order to awaken this giant? This titan?
I think one of the reasons they hold back, and yes, I've been doing some research into the language they use in their rituals. I think the reason that they won't awaken this giant is because they fear what it will do to them if they don't have the completed glyph tablet.
Yeah. That's why they were in such a rush. Because they're waking it right now.
I think they're testing waking it right now.
We heard the noise.
They're going to wake it. It's going to happen sooner or later. And so
this is a matter of time.
Seem like it's kind of necessary to put it together, or to put it together so that it doesn't kill everybody?
You said that they sent you here to kill me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that all they sent you to do? Did they tell you everything?
Oh no, they want the tablet.
So, sorry, here's what happened. We sent ourselves here. They met with us to say, we will pay you a great sum of money to go kill you, collect your piece of the tablet, and bring it back. We said no, because we have several conflicts of interest with that organization. But given my current touchy situation, we figured that since we suspect this organization and they hate you for some reason, you might have some valuable insight. So that's why we are still here. That's why we came at all.
I'm going to offer you an alternative explanation for why they want me dead and why they wanted you. See, I'm useless to them, other than the fact that I know where their precious shard is hidden. The problem is I can't get to that shard. The only way that shard can be acquired is through the acts of more than one person, and I alone cannot obtain it. I've been there. I've been to the location it's in, and I cannot, for the life of me, get past the first obstacle. And so I have decided that it's not for me to do. My research is more interesting to me anyway. I do not know what I would do with that shard piece, and frankly, if I brought it up here, my life would be in extreme danger. So I let it be. You know where it is. But what am I to do? Now my thinking is that they wanted me dead so that they could get past me, find out the location, and get past me. And maybe they would send you there. You said they wanted the shard.
Did you happen to put the location of this in a journal? Because your house has been trashed.
The entry to the location is within walking distance.
Could they be there right now?
Could who be there right now?
The Red Chain?
Whoever just attempted to kill you.
The Red Chain has many sects. They have many groups and organizations up and down this coastline. The same people that are performing the rituals on the beach at night and trying to illuminate shard fragments, or the guardian of the shard for that matter, they're different than the people that you encountered in Haven's Reach. Whoever murdered or attempted to murder me or hit me in the back of the head and tossed my place is probably looking for an answer to how to get in there. They know that I hold knowledge that they don't have.
So how do we get in?
Well, I guess my question to you is, number one, I hardly know you. So why would I give you access to that?
Because we're running out of time.
Not necessarily. Maybe I'm only gaining time by not revealing the shard.
You said the giant is... The Titan is waking up as we speak.
I didn't say that.
Well, we did. We heard it.
The swans.
The swans. We can get in there. And we can do the right thing here.
I also still don't... I still don't get... I get the problem with... This problem with the Titan is becoming apparent.
Mm-hmm.
I get that it's tied to the Red Chain. I get that we suspect that the Red Chain is tied to the assassination of this dude. But why? What could the Red Chain stand to gain from killing this person? This person who has substantial influence in the pit and is beloved by that community. And a big part, like a sitting member of the
council.
The agendas of the Red Chain are many. Waking the Titan is only one of them. Stopping operations in the pit is certainly one of them, because I understand that they stand in opposition to it. Clarifying their scripture and making it known to all the people of the world is one of their agendas. They have scribes poring over those ancient tomes all day long, translating them, trying to understand the runes that exist inside. They have many agendas. It's entirely possible that I don't even know this person you're talking about, but that his murder set wheels in motion for entirely a different thing.
That's what I'm thinking. He doesn't know.
That's completely unrelated. I'm just concerned that we're going to go back and solve this, but I'm still going to be convicted for this murder.
There's not going to be a town to convict you.
That's a great point.
This is a little bit bigger than being convicted.
If they wake up the Titan, I mean, essentially they're getting two things. They're getting the Titan back. It's most likely going to destroy the pit, too.
Yeah.
And probably part of the town.
This is much more important.
Or the whole town.
Fuck.
What are we... listen to me, dude. What is our job? What do we do?
We help.
Mm-hmm.
We help people. We help the world.
We root out evil.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
are we going to stand by idly and let this happen? Or are we going to do something
No,
about
not
it?
even if my name's on the line.
Not even if your name's on the line, because I'm going to bust you the fuck out of jail if you're in jail.
Oh, here we go.
You're not going to jail.
That's true. No, you're right. You're right.
You're scared.
I'm scared.
And that's okay.
I'm scared, and I'm stuck on the fact that it's totally unfair.
What
That one accusation.
What did you say to me before we went and fought in the pit? About fear.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Keeps you on your toes.
Keeps you on your toes.
Fast, keeps you strong.
So, let's stay afraid.
So I guess I'm down to say, for the most part, fuck the investigation. Let's try to save some people.
Yes, but also I really feel in my heart that this is very close to the investigation. If we figure this out, we figure out why, because we have no other leads. And we have tons of leads leading in this direction.
Okay. Yeah.
2 birds, 1 stone, they say.
Hopefully. And yeah. I'm just not gonna get my hopes up for my fate. But
the next right thing.
Yeah.
What do we have to pass to get this glyph?
The cavern it lies in is known as the Cavern of the Unbroken Word. It requires the efforts of more than one. Beyond that, I have not been able to figure out anything. The single individual may not pass. Now, this could be due in some part to some of the scripture I've read around the relationship of the warlock and the titan to begin with. The titans function as a unified whole. Their strength is gained from the fact that they all exist. This titan, if it does in fact exist below the pit, has lost this glyph, and the shard that remains in that cave is the one thing that keeps it from reuniting. So, we've got a sort of broken, pardon the pun, chain here that needs to be repaired. If it is repaired, I'm not sure where that would take us. These scriptures go back really, really far. Translating them has been difficult. What we do know is that there is plenty of proof that this all ties together, and you've got a cult that is attempting to wake a giant beneath a city without all the parts it needs to function as it should. This could spell disaster. If you want to go down there and figure this out, I'm not going to necessarily stop you, but I want no part of it. I will tell you that. You could die down there.
We could die up here.
You could very easily turn west, wander off into Emberfell, be an Elder Grove or North Veritas in a matter of weeks, settle down and have a life for yourselves.
That's not who we are.
Do you believe in cosmic significance?
So I believe in cosmic significance.
The birth mother would not have put us here to witness these stakes and have us run away like cowards. We're good people, just trying to do the right thing. And I'm just gonna ask that you believe us.
I sense that in you. You were sent here to kill me, and you spared me. The powerful artifact lies within minutes of our location, and somehow we're still having a conversation. If you were truly evil, I'm not sure that would be possible.
Do you think maybe before we go we should rest up a bit? We've had a long day.
Yeah.
We haven't had a moment to rest.
Yeah, I'm still confused as to what we're gonna do with this thing.
Then let's just, maybe it's the weariness setting in. I think, do you mind if we just sleep a couple hours here?
By all means. I'm going to try and tidy my place back up and get back to my research, but we should level you up to 4.
Yer. Level up, baby.
Let's go.
That was fun.
That was great.
I like that bit.
All right, and while the players are leveling their characters, let's talk again about the Daggerheart Core Set giveaway.
Of course, I giveaway.
That you guys
We're giving away
sign
core
up
sets?
for. What's that?
We're giving away corsets?
Not corsets. No. Although I wouldn't mind a nice corset. I think that's what I should wear as your GM.
No,
Wow.
no, I think we're okay.
I could, because first of all, it would help me keep my figure if I'd eaten all that Chinese food.
Garrett.
I'm good off that.
Can I borrow a pen?
I gave you a pen already.
No, I gave it back to you.
Here,
Did you?
here. You may just use this for the rest of the campaign.
Thank you.
I think maybe Rich stole.
Do you like my silly little voice, Todrick?
It's lovely.
Thank you.
All right, so there are still only 3 people registered for the Daggerheart Core Set on the giveaway. This is kind of a disappointment. Come on, people, register for that. You can't tell me
Do you
the
want
same
the
11
free thing
people
or not?
have been watching all day long. We have currently been on for
What'd you pick? I don't know.
7 hours. We need
I don't
more
need
than
an
3
extra
people
domain
in
card.
there.
I'm fine on domain
No, I
card.
don't.
Chat room, do you know how to register for this?
I don't need the.
Do you know? Let's put it in.
either. So I'm either like health, stress.
That's what I'm wondering. Like, do I
Put it in the chat for you.
And I'm not really using.
Wearing that core set.
All right.
Now, if you jump over, that's going to tell you to type in Discord to get a special link to our Discord. So what you're going to do after that pops up is you're going to type !Discord, and you're going to follow that link. All right. Now, once you're over there,
Rich, should I take fortified
there's
armor
rabbit.com.
to get +2?
What's up,
to my
Rabbit?
damage
Good to see you.
thresholds?
Rabbit
'Cause I'm
just
at 917
responded
right
on
now.
a Core
Or
Set
should I take
comment in
boost
Discord.
for more DPS?
Oh, really?
You can mark a stress to
Yeah.
boost off a willing ally within
I
close
can get a
range.
corset.
Fling myself.
All right, chat.
Make an
I
attack
want you
with advantage
to
and add a D10 to
get
the
me a
roll.
corset.
Could be fun.
Yeah.
Put it in a nice padded envelope
Do you do enough
and
damage?
send
or
it
do you need
to
help?
Right now I
Rabbit.
do
You know my
2d10
address because I
plus
doxed
3.
myself.
I have one thing to help. Yeah, I have one thing to help with
Wait, why
damage.
isn't
I can
the
roll
giveaway
my ones and
Thing
twos.
working. Is the system down? The system is
System
down.
of a down.
I'm upgrading 2 more, Garrett, of my
You know what?
abilities, and then I'm taking a stress slot.
I'm gonna take this one, fortified armor.
There it
Do
goes.
it, baby.
Click on that Discord link. From there, you will be taken
now I
to
can
another
add
link.
+2. Oh, so I'm gonna add +3.
From
to
there,
all
you can
my
click on the
actions.
blue button.
+3, so that's 12 and
The
20.
blue button registers you for
Wait, what's
Daggerheart
+3?
Core Set
He leveled
giveaway.
up. For the
Core Set,
hit
2
to hit.
words.
Wait. Oh, because you took ability score.
The system is down. The system is down.
System of a down.
That's what I said.
Actually, wait a minute. I gotta hand it to rabbit.com because the system is down. The gift that you put up there is the Jeet, and the Jeet is from Homestar Runner, which is exactly why I was saying the system is down. Oh my god, if I could give you like bonus points or invite you over for a cocktail, you got the obscure reference that I was making. That's amazing. That's amazing. I can't believe. Hi, Bun Bun Riri. Nice to see you.
Bun Bun!
I'm blown away. Does anybody at this table know what Homestar Runner is?
Nope.
I didn't think so.
She's a runner. She's a track star.
I would have to be. I kind of. But it's way back in
Yeah,
there.
you're old enough to possibly remember.
It's
Homestar Runner.
way back in there. But I've heard that, and I know it has something, but it's not there.
That is gold.
Awesome.
I'm so excited about
I'm
that.
taking another hit point just
Right.
to do it.
Bun Bun Riri, get in there on
I
that
have 7 hit
giveaway.
points right now. But I also got to boost my damage thresholds basically by 3.
What?
I got to boost my damage thresholds by 3.
Okay.
Fortified armor, I get +2 as long as I'm wearing armor, and then +1 for the level up.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Maybe give like a 5-minute recap of the day so far.
Oh, for people that are coming in?
Actual Mo.
I could do
Mini
that.
text. My lovely lady.
Eric says, saw the contest is US only. Can I participate and give it to my friend Andy in the US if I win? If you have Andy's address and we can ship it directly to Andy, yeah, we'll let you do that. Why not? Why not? Because if Andy is going to get a Daggerheart set, learn how to play this game, and participate in the community, then I think that's awesome. So yeah. Why not?
I love leveling up in this game, man.
It's so much fun.
So for those of you that are joining us, we are in the process of leveling up. We're only at level 4 and really far through our day, so I'm way behind schedule. But I will say this, a quick recap is our adventurers, 3 martial combat brutes that are basically all about melee. We have no casters in the group. Found themselves in the city of Haven's Reach, which is a coastal city on the eastern coast of Emberfell. Now, this city champions itself on a culture of combat and violence as a mode of solving genuine problems. It's not wanton violence, it is agreed upon duels and bouts, sometimes to the death. But battles and style of fight are worn like badges of honor. Now, they came in for a Festival of the Blades, which is an annual celebration of that very culture. And while they were signed up for these exhibition fights and fighting in the arena, 2 things happened. 1, we felt a tremor underneath the pit, the main fighting arena. 2, there was a murder of a nobleman. Now, this sort of set in motion a number of events that set the party loose. Number 1, a witness blamed the murder on one of our very party members, Doomba, because Doomba has a history with the pit, is a clank, and used to actually be like the pit Zamboni, cleaning up the blood. He once had an unfortunate event in the pit that sort of gave him a reputation, and of course, fingers are pointed at him as being the murderer of this person. But through some explaining and work with the authorities, they have been allowed to investigate. Now, there is a religious sect in town called the Red Chain, and the Red Chain is sort of working to unearth what they believe to be a titan that lives under the pit, a connection to the very creation myth of the universe itself. This 150-foot tall giant has been buried beneath the pit for centuries, dormant due to a spell that was cast upon it by a warlock who battled this titan for 3 months. And then the city of Haven's Reach sprouted up around the burying of this creature. The pit functioning as the capstone to its grave. Battles have been fought there for centuries. Okay, so the party goes on to investigate this and winds up first of all, sort of half making a pact with the Red Chain. The Red Chain wanted them to go and kill a man by the name of Aristides Nemus, who is a researcher who lives on the shore. The party didn't like that idea so much. They said they'd think about it and then fled during the night to take the coastal road south to Aristides Nemus's very structure, which is a sort of ruined lighthouse on the shore, from which he studies the horizon line, looking for those very titans. He's seen 2 in his lifetime, sketched them, drawn them. He travels back and forth to Haven's Reach to do research, read ancient texts, and tie together regions where mythology and lore connect with facts and science. Why are these titans there? He believes them to be there, but if they are, they defy the very nature of knowledge itself. And so what Aristides Nemus looks to do is put those 2 worlds together. The party finds him. He's been ambushed, beat up. He's lying in his bed, unconscious, sword to the back of his head. His entire lighthouse has been tossed. His journals are on the floor all over the place. And they've been having a conversation with him about a secret location in a cave underneath a coral reef right off this lighthouse that holds a single shard of a glyph slab. This slab is an inherent part of the Titan's makeup. He lost that shard during that supposed battle centuries ago, and it has been held, protected in this cave ever since. Now, Aristides knows this, but can't travel there alone because apparently the acquisition of that shard requires cooperation, and Aristides is a loner and doesn't have anyone to do it with. Now, if we research back and look at the history of the Titans on this shore, we understand that the Titans, a ring around the continent of Lichés of protection, function in cooperation with each other. Each glyph, a connecting point in that cooperative nature. So these stories do track, they do come together as a kind of proof, for lack of a better word, that there might be some teeth to this story. Right now the party is leveling with the intention of now traveling down under that cave, under the coral reef, in an attempt to grab that shard. What will they do with it if they do? I have no idea. But that's where we're at.
Should we talk about our upgrades?
I think we should talk about our upgrades. Yeah. I've just talked myself into voicelessness.
I will start us, because I don't think I've started us yet.
I would love it if you started us.
So for level 4, I'm up to 13 and 23 for my thresholds. I picked to get another stress slot, so I'm up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm up to 9 stress slots.
Wait, how do you have 9 stress slots?
Because I started with a +1 anyway. For my class.
Oh, see, that's the thing. Your sheet is completely different than mine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, and then I upgraded 2 of my abilities. So I upgraded my instinct to +2 and my presence to +1. And then I picked Goad them on for my card.
Goad them on.
Describe how you taunt a target within close range, then make a presence roll against them. On a success, the target must mark a stress And the next time the GM spotlights them, they must target you with an attack, which they make a disadvantage.
I love how that completely tracks with the fight that you had with the battle boxes, where you were like, hit me! And you kept goading them on to hit you again.
It just keeps informing my character.
I think that's beautiful. Nathan, you had something you wanted to say?
Yeah, actually, that'll be for after.
Okay.
Because I don't want to break the rhythm in this moment. Do you want to go next, or I can go?
Sure, I can go next.
Yeah.
I chose to gain an extra hit point slot, and I upgraded 2 more of my abilities: Instinct, Finesse, and I was going to take Gotemon, but I looked at the cards again, and I grabbed Support Tank.
Yes, that was another one I was thinking about.
Which you had the ability to grab that one. When an ally within close range fails a roll, I can spend 2 hope to allow them to re-roll one of their dice.
Okay.
So little, bonus there.
Okay.
Like
Nathan?
So I
should say Doomba.
Doomba.
Sorry for breaking character.
All good. So I've added +1 to. No, actually, I'm not going to do that. I've taken an extra HP slot and an extra stress slot. And I took fortified armor. So while you are wearing armor, gain a +2 bonus to your damage thresholds.
Nice.
And with the level up, I got a +1 on top of that anyway. So I'm now at 12 and 20.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Fantastic.
Garrett, I love canonically that as we've both played Ribbits in this world, our voices are coming from the same place, but yours is just slightly higher pitched than mine.
Mine was super high pitched.
But it sounds like such a different anatomy. So you do your barnacle?
Barnacle. No,
that was high. I was going high.
Barnacle.
Yeah, yours is more mucusy.
Barnacle.
It's lower.
I love it.
I don't understand how either of you can keep those voices up for this long.
Well, I would have never been able to play that long,
Right.
Because I kept cracking with the Barnacle one because it was so high.
I don't know what it is, but it's not that bad.
All right, so you've completed a short rest, is that correct?
I don't know. What were we choosing to
We
do?
were doing a long rest. We haven't long rested, and we don't want to get
Yeah.
exhaustion.
I want a long rest.
So what do we get at a long rest? What
So
can
a
we do?
long rest is going to give you the same options +1 more, but done in different ways. So you can tend to all wounds rather than tend to wounds. You can tend to all of them.
You still choose 2. And you're already full on fear, aren't you?
I am full on fear.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to
on
get.
a long rest.
Let me double check that.
You would fill up because on a long rest you would get equal to the number of PCs plus a D4.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now. These are going to be gone soon.
And it says you can advance a long-term countdown if you had one.
Right.
So you still pick 2.
Okay.
It's all wounds, all stress, all armor, or prepare.
Prepare gives you a hope?
Prepare, describe how you would prepare for the next day's adventure, then gain a hope. If you choose to prepare with 1 or more members of your party, you each gain 2 hope. So I would love to prepare with someone.
I would love to
prepare with all of them.
Can we all prepare together?
We're all gonna prepare together.
Yeah. And can we get 3 hope?
No, I think we would all just get 2 hope. If we're all just gonna, fluff each other up.
And I'm also, for my second one, I'm going to clear my armor.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna clear my stress.
So
And then how do we prepare together?
Yeah, how are we gonna prepare? I mean,
I think that, what if we sparred?
Oh, that'd be nice.
Oh, we're gonna have a
love that.
little hand to hand, get each other.
We learn each other's fighting styles
riled up
as
a
we
little
fight
bit.
each other, you know?
Yeah.
We're all just gonna slip off of the
I am
boot over
slippery.
here.
Yeah.
So we spar out on the beach like it's a Rocky movie.
Pumping each other up a little bit.
Yeah.
I think that sounds lovely. I now have to get something from my stuff here, so if you could just forgive me for 1 second.
I'm ready to fight.
Are we gonna role play the fight?
No, I mean like a real fight.
Oh yeah.
I think Todd's going
So then
to throw something at us.
we gain 2 hope
Why would you say that?
Because you just said you're going to lose all your
So, what did we decide on session?
Oh, yeah. So as far as advancing the session, we're going to call coming back from lunch. We are now in a new session.
Okay, so I haven't rolled anything.
So go ahead and take care of any mechanics that revolve around the second session.
Which of you require more hope?
I'm full.
Almost everything that I do requires a hope,
Okay.
but I'm full right now.
You're full? Okay.
Yeah.
Then
I'm big stress.
I don't need to.
Yeah, you're a big stress guy. I'm kind of a big hope guy. I can do stress stuff,
Yeah.
but I do more hope stuff.
So then I'm gonna give you a pretty compliment soon.
Ooh.
All right?
Yeah,
So-
let me spend some abilities possibly.
I'm not going to lie. I made a mistake when we came back from lunch and all the hubbub around just kind of getting the stream reinvigorated. I was supposed to advance you to level 4 before you left to go down.
Yeah.
So you hung on to level 3 way longer than I thought you were going to. So just know that I am probably going to make up for that at some point,
That
which
makes sense.
seems unreasonably soon, but I've got it in my notes where I want you to move to 5. So don't think that I'm just being irresponsible.
No, I remembered you saying that, and I almost said, should we be level 4 now? And I just didn't want to step on your toes.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
And I'm ready when you are.
Yep, I'm just finishing up one thing here.
My coffee.
So you want to head down to the beach and spar, is
Yeah,
that
we're
right?
gonna-
Yes.
Well, that was our downtime activity.
Okay.
That was us prepping. That's on our rest. We were preparing. So maybe when we woke up,
Yeah.
do we wake up and we
Well, we can
spar
call
to
it-
get a little
Yeah.
Well, sure.
whatever?
So you take a rest, you go down on the beach, you sort of practice some technique with each other, a little sparring here and there. Okay. What do you learn from that? Like, what do you guys figure out about each other from this?
I think I learn about your kind of like hand-to-hand style a little bit more.
I'm strong, but I'm pretty evasive too. Even you wouldn't expect it from my size.
Yeah, I'm realizing that I'm the slowest person in the group, which is weird because I'm the smallest.
You're weighed down by the big ass sword you got.
Yeah,
nice.
yeah,
That's what it is.
yeah.
I'm sort of like, I'm sparring against you guys, like trying to embody like an enemy, see what it's like to fight against you as somebody who doesn't know, like pretending to be somebody who doesn't know anything about you. So I'm getting to learn your strengths and maybe what weaknesses I could cover you guys on in an actual battle scenario.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sick.
So as you're sort of finishing up the sparring and kind of maybe assessing each other's performance and talking about a little bit, you're approached by Artemis. I always get I'm slipping.
Aristes?
Aristes. Thank you. I don't know why I call him Artemis. Aristes comes strolling down to the beach. He's got a sort of a real, interesting way about him. He's got a calm about him that you would think, first of all, I think given the gravity of this situation, things are growing in intensity. You're learning a lot about some things you did not know before. You have to realize that the entire existence of your upbringing in Haven's Reach has been flipped on its ear. I mean, the pit has been a spot that you worked in for a long period of time, and you've all grown up. Well, you haven't grown up around it, but you've come to know it. And now all of a sudden, there's this secret that's been revealed about it. So when you see Aristes, he's got a calm about him that's reassuring to some degree, especially now that you're about to face the Cave of the Unbroken Word. He sees you all and he's like, so, what's the plan?
Good time.
We're gonna go spelunking.
Stop.
Honestly, I don't know what the plan is.
I
But-
think
We're gonna go in this cave, see what it has. I fear for you. I think there's a price on your head. I don't know if you have somewhere to go. But...
Would it be safe for him to come with us?
He said he doesn't want anything to do with it.
I know you don't, but...
That's not that I don't want anything to do with it. I believe that my path lies in a different direction. I think there are things that I need to learn about these that you do. But once you get a hold of that shard, you will possess a portion of power that I don't have much of an interest in understanding. I think that's too much for me. I think that will somehow... I worry that it will corrupt me.
You know your limits, and that's respectable.
I'd like to think that I do, and I appreciate you recognizing that.
This is wise.
It's strong.
If you retrieve the glyph, I don't know what will happen. I don't know how it will affect you. But I would say that once you get it, you have a fairly large decision to make.
Well, let's get it, and then deal with it.
Have you prepared yourselves?
We're ready.
I think we're as prepared as we can be.
Yeah.
We don't know what we're going into.
Do you have any sort of insights on what sort of teamwork this requires?
Well, no, because I've never gotten past the first challenge.
All right.
What's the first challenge?
There's a riddle.
We got
We're done.
We got a thinker here.
We're done.
No, this is our thinker.
We're gonna put our heads together.
What did the birds say?
You need to work together.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll be our failure. That'll be our downfall. If we can't work together.
We can do riddles. Riddle schmiddle.
Okay, Gollum.
Fuck off.
All right, Gollum.
Just some words.
I would say that maybe the chat will help you in this.
What the fuck is a chat?
Precisely. All right. So Aristides kind of motions to you to follow him. And he takes a walk down the beach. And you're sort of, how can I explain this? There's a path down to the actual open beach line, right? And from there, the waves lap against the shore. And you turn south. And you begin a long walk, not a long walk, but a walk along the harder packed sand where the water reaches the sand. As you're walking, and every once in a while you glance out at the water, you swear at one point you see this shadow go by in the water, as if something massive and dark swam by you.
Oh. Spooktown.
What the fuck?
Aristides turns to you and he's like, did you spot that?
Yeah?
It's the Guardian.
Oh my god.
Fuck do you mean?
So there is this attraction power that the glyph has to some of the larger, more mythological creatures that live in the ocean. There's an actual, do you know what a kraken is?
Yeah.
There's
an
quite an
actual
impressive beast. But there is a kraken that lives just off these shores. It didn't live here for the longest time, and then it moved here. It just seemed to settle here. That thing that just went by us. There are squid of proportions that are unimagineable.
So after I solve this riddle,
it's the glyph ward.
I gotta chop a fucking tentacle?
It draws them to us.
It's giving Minds of Moria.
Ooh.
It does.
It does. Yeah, you're about to go into a cave entrance near the shore, and there's a kraken. Wow.
Is that our first riddle? Speak friend?
Yes, speak friend. Hello. Oh my god. No, I'm not going to go that close to it. So Aristides kind of tells you about these creatures that have moved close by. He also tells you of the Red Chain and how they have performed these rituals on the beach, and how Aristides from afar has actually seen illuminations under the water light up, and when that happens, it seems to attract the members of the Red Chain, almost to think as if they have found the shard, right? But he takes you to a different location. Everything he's told you makes it sound like all avenues lead to something beneath the water in the ocean, which makes sense, right? If this Titan actually lost its glyph tablet in this battle and it shattered, shouldn't the piece be off the shore somewhere? Albeit hard to find, it seems to make sense. But then Aristides turns to the right, away from the shoreline and towards the craggy, rocky cliffside of the beach. And there's a whole bunch of brush there. And then, with a quick little left-right, he sort of ducks between some old dead foliage, and sure enough, there's a small path that cuts in behind, completely camouflaged from the beach. Now you find yourself ducking into the brambles and the thicket.
Can I
that
stand
grows.
straight up?
What's that?
Can I stand straight up?
Can you stand straight up? Yeah, you can stand straight. Actually, you all can.
Sweet.
You move into this space. About 12 feet in on this path, it just comes to a stop. And there is, again, this rocky, craggy face. He pushes against the bramble on one side, pushing it aside, and slips around the surface of the rock. And there is this, what appears to almost be a fissure in the rock face that is split open. And there's a flight of stairs going down into this rock face.
Dope description, dude.
He opens it up and looks at it and looks at all of you, and he's like, "Gave the unbroken word."
I am going to reach in my bag, pull out our insignia from earlier, this little wooden piece, and hand it to him.
Takes it from you.
You're an honorable man, and we will try to do right by you.
This is interesting. Did you make this?
You did? You did.
It's nice. I'll remember it. Thank you.
I do.
By the way,
Yes.
sorry. Go ahead.
No, you first.
What is this unbroken word business? What does that refer to?
The scriptures that I've read, that I have gone to Haven's Reach and sort of pulled from the dusty basements of the research libraries, spoke of this space, the cave of the unbroken word. It might refer to the glyph tablet that's been shattered. It might refer to the repair of that. It might refer to some kind of promise. Unbroken word to me is a promise, a pact, an agreement.
That's what I thought. All right.
Well, I wish you luck. I'm sure you'll be back soon. I don't know what to expect down there. You seem very capable.
I hope so. God.
I hope so.
Me too.
I'm going to change up our music a little bit because we are going to be heading down
To the cave.
into the cave. What just happened to you?
The frog got a little
The frog.
thing in his throat.
The frog.
Is he having a problem?
Yeah, he is.
So you know, that voice brought that up. I'm not a freak, okay? The voice is bringing shit up.
You are a freak.
True. Interesting.
All right, let's do it.
We're going into a cave.
Spelunky.
Spelunking.
Okay. Let's move on. The Cavern of the Unbroken Word. You enter this hidden entrance, this crag, this fissure. And Doomba, the first thing you notice is this kind of smell that emanates up that the other two might not recognize. It smells faintly of blood.
Oh no.
Doomba's excited.
My God.
This narrow passageway begins to descend deep. The stairway that accompanies this entryway goes down at a very steep angle.
I'm assuming it's dark in here.
It is dark in
Can I
here.
light up a torch or
You
something?
may light up a torch. I was going to ask. All right, so Tusk has lit a torch, holds it up, and you see the stairway descending. Now, the one thing you notice is that the walls at this point are like stone, just like the stone you encountered outside. But as you descend, the texture and composition of the walls begins to change. One thing that seems most ironic here is that as children, we've all dug holes on the beach. And you know that when you go deep near a body of water, it fills in with water. But this currently is just damp and dry.
For now.
Now, the walls begin to change into a more crystalline structure as you descend. They change from that grayed out granite type darker opaque wall to something that now seems to almost embody and hold the light. White, purple, pink, and blue crystalline, lightly saturated colors begin to fill the space. Eventually this passage levels out, becomes flat, and turns east. You would not expect this passage to turn left, which would be towards the water.
Oh no.
But it does.
Oh no.
And so it turns to the east, and all of a sudden, as you progress along, you look up at the ceiling and you notice that the ceiling itself is made of coral. There are fragments and textured pieces of coral that just sort of jut in to the surface above your head. It becomes not only mysterious as to how the water is held back, but mildly alarming that you are at all dry. Occasionally, there's a puddle at your feet. Sometimes those puddles are much longer than others. As you travel deeper, the ceiling occasionally begins to have drips that are helping to form those puddles on the floor.
Feels good.
You come to a room. This hallway, all of a sudden, opens up into a room.
All right.
The puddles in here have grown to what are about 6 inches of water.
Oh.
You haven't noticed it, but slowly the water has gotten deeper to the point where now you are up to above your ankles in the water. Seems like the further you go, the deeper it gets. You can feel pressure in your ears, like a weight from the presence of something above you. I'm not talking about a psychological weight. I'm talking about air pressure weight.
Like we're deep.
Like you're deep, correct.
Guys, I just want to point out, if it gets more liquidy down here, I'm your guy, okay? I can breathe and move naturally underwater.
I'm glad.
So I got you.
You're at home.
Most frog types are good in water.
Just saying. Just in case.
Some aren't.
We continue.
I'm reading the chat. I'm sorry.
water.
Oh, Jay, you're the best. Thank you. I love that. Believe me, you as GM or DM, when you tell me I'm doing a good job, I feel good. I feel good. All right. This room that you come to, okay? If you look closely as Tusk's torch comes into the room, the flickering light reveals that etched in spiraling script across all the walls in this mildly flooded shrine chamber, which is what you're realizing this is, there are these words etched in place. In the center of the room stands a motionless stone sentinel, and its outstretched hands hold, cupping like this, an unlit brazier, fire pit, small one, in his hands. There are words in the walls.
What did I say?
As you start to read, you read, I am born when anger takes root, and you mutter this out loud.
I am born when anger takes root.
And as you read it, they begin to illuminate. So as the words come out of your mouth, the letters that you're reading begin to just glow faintly, casting a slight light around the room. You read it out loud. I am born when anger takes root, yet I am not anger. I am fed by blood, but I do not bleed. Those who wield me are feared, and those who crave me are consumed. Break me, and I may make peace. Name me, and the way shall open. Because this, my friends, is the end of the line. There's no way out of this room.
Hate?
That's what I thought.
Did you print that out?
Yeah, could we read it? Can we do line by line so I can write it out?
I
Yes.
have up to I am fed by blood.
That's what I have too.
Okay, I am fed by blood, but I do not bleed. Chat, feel free to play along with this one.
Chat, clip that.
Those who wield me are feared, and those who crave me are consumed. Let me know when you're ready.
Those who wield me are feared.
And those who crave me are consumed.
And those who crave me are consumed.
Power?
I am.
Break me, and I may make peace. Name me, and the way shall open.
Pride?
Boot is kind of just like uttering words.
Yet I am not.
Nathan, read it again.
I am
Are
born-
you, but let me ask you this. You're uttering these words as if you're trying to guess the answer,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
And you're saying them out loud?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is the first word you said? I'm just curious.
Anger.
You said anger?
Anger.
As you said anger, the brazier in the outstretched hands all of a sudden goes, and it erupts out of the top with steam.
Oh, that's not good.
And the steam kind of billows up, and then water begins to pour out of the brazier, and the level in the cavern begins to rise. Only 6 inches.
I'm gonna shut the fuck up. I breathe water, so this doesn't bother me, but I don't want to kill you guys.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. No, that's okay. That's okay. So I'm born when anger. So here, I am born when anger takes root, yet I am not anger. I am fed by blood, but I do not bleed. Those who wield me are feared, and those who crave me are consumed. Break me. It's break me and I may make peace. Name me, and the way shall open.
Breaking bread is like a saying, I think.
So,
Was that an answer?
No?
Just speaking to my peeps.
Breaking bread is like a true
So
saying.
it doesn't bleed, so it's not alive?
Those who wield me are feared.
Is there like a maybe like, you know, a weapon situation here?
Are there anything else along the walls? Like any inscribed, like, or like any carved imagery?
Yes. Make a knowledge check for me. I'm going to spend a fear, and I want you all to mark a stress.
Are you out of your
Water
mind?
rising.
That's a 15.
Can I argue that I wouldn't be stressed?
Why?
Because I breathe water.
That is true. I'll allow it for this one time.
Thanks, Boo Boo.
That's a 15.
A 15.
Yeah.
You, with what?
Fuck. With fear.
You mother trucker, dude.
Dude, it was
We're
by,
gonna
like,
fight a
one.
kraken, and he has full fear.
You look around, and there are images. Unfortunately, though, to a clank. Now, your 15 does sort of tell you sort of on an objective level what the images are of, but on an innate spiritual level, you don't necessarily understand them.
Yeah.
Some of the souls that you've collected through some of your harvesting has given you the illustration of these things, but not necessarily the feeling of these things, right?
Yeah.
But what you do notice is that in these inscriptions all around are like triadic symbols that all seem to symbolize the threeing of the gods.
Right.
The pact of equity that exists amongst the gods. If you think about it, the universe was created by Ducelis, Nesmera, and Cularis, right?
Right.
A trio of three individuals that work together.
Right.
And so now all of a sudden we see that threeing, that connectivity, all displayed throughout this cavern. And so, if nothing else, on the surface and from the objective mind of the Clank,
Right.
it seems like it's reinforcing this idea of cooperation. But there might be more to it than that.
What did you say?
Anger. And hate.
All of a sudden, the brazier just begins to steam up.
I gotta stop saying that shit.
And
Stop
the
asking me
water
questions.
begins to pour
Stop asking me
out
questions.
onto the floor, and the water rises another 12 inches this time.
No.
Mark a stress.
That was technically supposed to be out of game because I didn't write it down.
What does out of game mean?
Do I have to mark a stress?
Now you do.
I'm not.
You're realizing that the situation could be dire.
See, and now I didn't write that down, so, because I can't fucking ask you again. And I had something in my mind, and now I don't know what it was.
Bun Bun Riri is
concentration?
laughing at us.
What's that?
Bun Bun Riri is laughing at us. I'm gonna start going.
Triadic symbols about the gods,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I'm born when anger takes root. Why did Ducelis create Vesper again?
I don't fucking know.
Well, that's metagaming.
Well, I would ask this. Do either of you have any connection to religion in your upbringing or in your backstory?
The Bog Mother.
The Belch Mother.
The Belch Mother. Thank
I
you.
know your backstory better than you.
Wow.
Whoa! It's been a long
Great
day.
The Belch Mother. Yes. Does the Belch Mother function as a sort of sub-creation myth inside of the larger creation myth of the universe? Because if I remember correctly, the Belch Mother in your backstory functions as a reason why your ancestry was created, but not necessarily the universe. The universe already existed.
Okay.
So
and I guess
that...
I would believe in the normal tri-formed gods.
Yeah.
Okay. So I would have a little bit of knowledge.
Okay, and that actually would, I'm going to back up a little bit to when you met with the Red Chain for the first time, when you first met Minor Cularis. For someone to name themselves after one of the gods, that's blasphemy. So you would have been momentarily, not like offended, but it would have been shocking for you to hear that an individual would have that kind of hubris to sort of say that about himself. Which is kind of interesting.
Can I just...
Oh.
Can I make a comment without saying a word?
Of course.
Did you say anger? Because the phrase says, I am not anger.
My intelligence is -1.
Yeah, so is mine.
Oh, good. You're playing your characters well then.
All right, wait.
I'm just rereading, and I have anger written down as what he said, and I'm like,
peace.
It says I'm not anger. And there you are.
And I may make peace.
Fantastic.
The CHIN. We're gonna spell it in front of the runes like it's a child. All
Okay.
right?
we probably have paper, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, because 3 martial
Yeah, we all
class
have
melee
journals
specialists
and-
are walking around
We
with
all
journals.
have journals.
You're like,
So you said CHIN. Why that?
what?
He's spelling out chain.
Oh.
Yeah.
Break it, I have peace. I don't know. Polaris. Is it infecting you?
I don't know.
Aren't you
Maybe?
the brains of this operation?
Wait.
No.
Look. Hold on. Look at everything on the walls. Right? It's all these, like, symbols with trios in them. Mm-hmm. Right? Mm-hmm. You're much better with religion than I am. Can you
Can I make a religion
get
check for
something
a
out of
hint?
this?
I would say that religion would sort of live inside of... What do you think it lives inside of for you?
Instinct.
You think it's instinct?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I think that works.
I know that sounds like it's bullshit, but like...
And tell me what you're trying to ascertain from this instinct check, checking your religion.
I'm trying to check for signs of 3. And something that would go to fit with the riddle. Mm-hmm. Peace, breaking for peace, using as a weapon. If people covet me, it can ruin them or something. Like I'm looking for things that fit that along with 3. You know what I mean?
I do.
Okay.
I can't wait to look at this tape later and point at it and say, look at what you're saying right now. Good.
Wait, I just said a lot of things, guys. Lock the fuck in. I might not even need this.
Make the check.
You look so creepy right now.
I know.
Ooh.
Aren't you
25 of fear.
Aren't you full?
You got fear again?
25 of fear.
25 with fear? I don't know if I'm full.
I think you are.
Doesn't bleed.
3, 6, 9, 10, 11.
Oh, he wasn't.
12.
Well, I had to top you off.
Topping me off.
25. Give me the answer.
25. Tell me again what you were trying to ascertain from the check.
Oh, this motherfucker.
Come on.
3s. I have rules of 3s. Breaking chains. Wielding this as a weapon.
Well, you're also
not anger.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to, through your successful instinct roll, going to give you the answer to the riddle. But what I will say is this. Your instinctual check, thinking about religion, thinking about the unity. As a matter of fact, momentarily, while you're thinking about this, all of a sudden the voices of those 3 swans singing come back to you, right? And they come through your head, and they talk about how your division will be your downfall. That aside, you're thinking about what Doomba just mentioned about gods and creation, all that stuff. You think about Kularis. It occurs to you to maybe ask.
I'm gonna pray.
Interesting. Oh. To whom?
I mean, I feel like... Look, this may be wrong here, but... I mean, there's 2 options, right? Kularis or the Belch Mother. The Belch Mother doesn't fit here. I would love to talk to her. So I'm gonna pray to Kularis.
Who? The Belch Mother?
No, I'm gonna pray to Kularis.
Oh, Kularis.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, describe to me how this goes down. Is it like a meditation?
Well, I always take my silver tongue off my back. I always hold it here, and I always take a knee when I pray.
Okay.
Is because this was given to me as a religious artifact. So I kind of hold it close to me. I close my eyes.
Kularis, please guide us. Rules of 3. Breaking chains. It's not anger. What is it?
The cool steel of the blade in your hand begins to sort of become present. You focus in on the weight of the blade in your hands. Its cold begins to move up and through your arms. You find yourself slipping off into a deep, meditative space. And as you ask for this favor, you sort of begin to allow your imagination to slip off into where it wants to go. You see momentarily the king you were sworn to protect. You see momentarily members of the Velvet Sky, members that had infiltrated your kingdom, turned people against you. Velvet Sky all of a sudden appears again. You see several members wearing that familiar insignia. You see them in Haven's Reach. But you understand all of a sudden quickly that the Velvet Sky represents something larger on the continent of Emberfell. Something that is growing. And it begins to become clear what the answer to this riddle is. What is brewing?
Water.
All of a sudden, the water begins to drain out of the chamber, and the brazier lights. A bright red flame begins to fire up out of it, and as it does, the space underneath the feet of this sentinel that is standing there cracks open and drops down, opens up, and a staircase below him.
That's what I'm talking about!
I'm not gonna lie, I was going total power of friendship route. I was like, it's companionship, it's community.
I think you should all mark a hope for that.
Thank you.
That felt good. That felt good. Nicely done. Very nicely done.
Thank you. That was fun.
Yeah, I liked what you were saying,
but it
as
wasn't.
As soon as he said that, I was like, I had war in my head.
Yeah.
As soon as he finished talking.
Yeah, it makes total sense. It's weird that everyone on this continent is feeling like war is going to start.
Yeah.
Between our party and the other campaign and this party, it's everywhere.
Dude, bro's just obsessed with war or something.
As we're walking down the steps, I want to kind of monologue for a second.
Oh, God.
Okay, so you are walking down the steps. Go ahead and monologue.
You know, the thought that, I don't know, I just had a kind of enlightening experience talking to, I don't know, I feel like I communicated with Kularis, and the thought of the three, right? And the thought of the power of the three. We are three. We are powerful. And when we're united, we may be unstoppable.
You know, because I was thinking about, like companionship. Like a brotherhood.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the answer was war, but I was thinking, those who truly wield, like, the companionship, the camaraderie that they have, if we wield, like, the brotherhood that we have together, will be feared as a force by evil.
We saw it today.
And we even, not just for power, we need it. Because it's true, like, those who crave that, like, group of people, that family, they are consumed.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, we saw the power of our group today.
Of friendship.
I don't know, yeah, maybe friendship. It sounds corny, but, like, maybe friendship. Maybe.
Yeah.
I was a different guy before you found me, Doomba, and I always appreciate you for that. You saw. It's tough. But we got shit to do. I think we have a crack in the fight, so let's get back to it.
Let's go.
I hope we're not fighting a Kraken.
As the party heads down through this passage, all of a sudden this vast circular chamber, again, flooded ankle deep in dark, still water. And now there are carved murals around the chamber. And in the murals, as you begin to look, there is a titan rising from the earth.
Oh boy.
Praised by mortals. And he's destroying them indiscriminately.
Whoa.
While they're praising him. At the center stands another stone dais where the shattered statue rests. It's a once noble warrior, but he's split in half. For those of you that are watching that can hear this through the microphones, we have an incredibly distraught bulldog upstairs who is howling at her sadness that we're down here enjoying this game and streaming to you. So if you hear a moan coming through,
it's not Rich.
It's not Rich. It's her.
She's lamenting.
She's our mascot.
She'll be okay.
She's our pet goblin.
She'll survive. Do you approach?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
As you approach, the water itself begins to steam. Now, you see these red cracks all of a sudden begin to spread across the statue. And the statue begins to groan. And then it begins to reform. And it's not sort of becoming its original noble state, but its face almost appears to be warped by rage as it begins to come together. And you can go to level 5.
Yes!
Before anything else is gonna
That's
happen.
what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
Hey.
Going to level 5.
All right, I need an experience.
Which means we get...
I can clear my stress.
There's a lot of stuff we have to do now.
Traits, then gain a +1. Not really.
There are marks. I gain a +1 to proficiency.
3d10 damage. We're gonna be doing damage at this level.
Dude,
man.
insane damage.
I'm gonna add an experience that reflects what I've done so far. I did that earlier, and I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go religion for this one. I think that I've gained some knowledge on my connection. I think I'm gonna go religious Riddler.
Religious Riddler as an experience.
Yes.
I love it.
If anyone's wondering what the dark black boxes are,
Yeah.
like there's the two ones, the increased proficiency and the multi-class.
Yeah.
You need to spend both level up options to increase your proficiency.
Gotcha.
I don't think any of us are multi-classing.
No.
No, but I am up in my strength.
So, like, on a level, if you wanted to increase proficiency, both check marks need to go. So you can only do it once. That's why there's the two boxes, but it's surrounded by a dark box.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
Gotcha.
Ooh, how do you upgrade your subclass? You can do that now.
Oh, the subclass, you get the card now.
Well, isn't it a choice you make?
Isn't it?
It's a
Oh,
choice.
yeah, you. Oh, okay.
You can choose one domain card from the subclass and choose to follow that.
Well, yeah, but there's an option to take your. So you have your foundation, your specialization, your mastery. It's your subclass options.
Yeah.
You can choose to upgrade that card now.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh.
So that's one of the options, is
gonna do
take an
that.
upgraded subclass card.
Dude, this is sick. Active reprisal. When an adversary damages an ally within melee range, you gain a +1 bonus to your proficiency for the next successful attack you make against that adversary. Straight up revenge.
So while these guys are doing their level ups, I would just like to remind all of you out there in Chatland
Can I get that?
to make sure and sign
gonna take
up
mine,
for the
then you get to
Daggerheart
choose your
Core Set
card first.
giveaway.
Oh, yeah.
You can do that by typing in the chat
Thank you.
!Discord,
Yeah.
and when the link comes up, click that, join our Discord, and then you will be led to a place where you can register for that. We're going to be giving that away at some point today. Now, we have been streaming officially for 8 hours and 9 minutes.
Fuck
we have
yeah,
been on
dude.
this tear. 8 hours and 9 minutes.
We're going
Daggerheart.
Going strong, baby.
I'm loving it.
This is awesome.
Having a good time.
So that means I get 7 points.
If you're in our chat and you have not subscribed to our YouTube channel, please do that.
And Rich, you have to redo.
Rich has been killing it with some of these really amazing videos. We are about to So we're doing some more high production value videos around Daggerheart. So in the next 2 weeks, we're going to be filming a video around Daggerheart communities and how to play a character from each of those communities, how that community background impacts your character's existence. So that's one that we've got on the way, which is going to be interesting.
I forgot to, sorry
Go ahead.
to cut you off.
No.
I forgot to upgrade our base thresholds at tier 2 for bare bones. Never did that.
Oh,
So we should have had higher thresholds.
I was higher.
You were higher?
I did
I mean,
mine.
I was doing levels, but did you bump your initial numbers from 9 up to 11?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you
I didn't
take
do
your
that.
card?
So now we're in tier 2 now? We're tier 3.
Yes.
No, we're in tier 3.
We're into tier 3.
so we're
So
13. So we just get plus 2 to. Oh no.
I'm at 18 and 39, but I have bonuses to mine.
So it'll be 5 plus 13 is 18. And
You should be, I think, 18 and 36.
if there's anything I have.
And at this point, I think, because now we're all going to be over, we can only have 5 cards active.
This one's cool. I picked this and I get the bonuses and then I just put it in my vault permanently.
Oh.
So it was just a straight upgrade.
Could I get the?
Mhm.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you.
Todd, tell them about the dragon video coming out this weekend.
Yes. So Rich also has a great video coming out this weekend where I've already seen it. It's phenomenal. And what Rich did was he went in and looked at all of the dragons that exist in the monster manual in Dungeons and Dragons. He took apart their attributes and their behaviors and the way they sort of function in the world, and then he embodied those dragons as characters he played. But he played them as therapists. And the therapists are continually giving the same client advice on how to succeed in life. And he goes through each dragon as a therapist, as that therapist would be as a dragon. So imagine a black dragon as a therapist versus a brass dragon as a therapist. And he talks to those clients. It's insane, pardon the pun, but it's really, really quite good.
Thank you.
Right. This was a good level up, y'all.
You're gonna need it.
Shit.
All right, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, I don't even know if I'm going to take a card. I think I'm just going to keep my...
Because we barely use the ones we have.
I know. I haven't really used them. My loadout's kind of... I need to see my card.
And can I trade out cards
You-
now?
Yeah.
You trade them out. You have a max of 5 of your ability cards.
Yeah.
So like the numbered cards. The rest go into a side pile, which is your vault.
Let's up the ante on the music a little bit.
If at any time you wanted to use one of those, Nathan, like during battle, you could swap it out. The number that's at the top corner in the circle, the
Yeah.
little lightning bolt,
Yeah.
you could swap a card, and whatever that number is stress.
Gotcha.
That's during battle. During a rest, you could, change your loadout.
okay. Okay, so I can only have.
You can
This
only
many
have 5
cards, though.
active
Gotcha.
cards at a time. So the rest need to go into a side pile now.
Should I tell them, Todd, what my
yes.
upgrades were?
I'm upgrading mine.
If we're all ready to go.
Oh,
if
sorry.
not everybody's ready, then let's wait. We'll do it all at once.
So
All right.
we also
So we
take
got-
the upgraded subclass card, then cross out the multi-class option. Do we still run the foundation card?
do you still
This
run the
doesn't.
foundation
This
card?
doesn't replace it.
Yeah,
does
we
it?
still run it. We still run it. We get
Like,
both.
that's still part of our
They build on each
loadout,
other.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you asking if you can take the foundation card out of your 5-card loadout?
No, I know the foundation card's not the card count.
Okay.
Because that's your subclass.
Right.
Just making sure that you don't lose that ability when you upgrade to your... I don't think you would.
No,
I
it
think
doesn't
you're
make
just
sense that
building
you
on
would.
it,
I think
right?
that stays.
Because if you were to multi-class, you would still have that first card
Correct.
and another card.
Correct.
Okay, so both of these are
Taken
active
upgraded.
together,
Subclass.
right?
Both of
Both
Those
of
are
my
your-
subclass
Yeah, your.
They should-
abilities.
Yes, those 2 subclass foundation cards.
Yeah.
Then yes.
Yeah. It kind of sucks though because this says I can wield multiple weapons with dangerous ease, but I can't wield multiple weapons because they're two-handed.
Yeah.
So yeah, you do still only have 2 hands.
Yeah.
Increase the damage. Yes, you build upon it. Thank you, Bun Bun Reaver.
I love that we have so many.
I know so many people are
committed
trying
in the chat.
Yeah.
to-
Yeah.
I think Bun Bun missed the original section, but we've had so many people helping us out with the rules and everything, and I've already made a comment that we're loving it because we're all still trying to learn this.
Yeah, we got our community really backing us up on this stream, and it's great, man.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
We have a dope little community.
Okay. I think I did everything.
Also, add like if you have
Tier 3.
Garrett, if you have body bashers, you would add a +4 if your strength went up. So just mark that as well.
Body basher?
Yeah, that adds a flat damage increase.
Oh yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
have
So you would add your strength.
full hope.
Yeah, I'm chilling with hope.
Gary, you have full hope?
Yeah.
This, if I can get it to focus, is the map of Emberfell. And so currently,
Quick, let's peek on
our
it for the other
adversaries
campaign.
in Haven's Reach are
And
here.
your armor went up too.
And everybody that's in my other campaign is looking at this map intently right now, going, "Wait, where is
Yeah.
everything?
Yeah.
Tell me where it all
Chat,
is."
clip that shit.
Dude, you're filling that in.
That's all you get.
I'm going back to this live stream, screenshotting that shit.
Yeah.
I have a history of doxing myself.
Timestamp 408.
Oh man, that's brutal.
Oh, I could have almost done it. I have it over here.
Todd, I remember when you just had like one little Emberfell on there or something.
Yeah, that map
Yeah.
has grown organically.
North Veritas.
through-
North Veritas, yeah.
And the other thing that you probably can't see, which you can't really see on this map, but I'll try and point out to you, if I were to hold this up to the light, you'd notice that this region right here has more layers to it. Like if I hold it up here, you can probably see that dark spot.
Yeah.
That's because I collage paper onto this as I need to and rebuild the map as the
Oh,
narrative
that's beautiful.
changes the map. So the map actually
Nate, look
does
at the
physically
comment.
change.
Oh,
I think Eric helped you out.
The what? The huh?
The comment. I think Eric
Yeah,
helped
Eric
you.
chimed in, and Bun Bun pointed up at it.
Warrior combat training ignores burden, so you can wield more than a two-handed.
Thank you.
Eric, I don't know what we'd do without you. I love this. This has been huge help.
I didn't write down what the longsword was. The longsword.
I
meant
I don't
to-
have a longsword.
What
Here you
the
go.
what the damage dice and type was.
Here you go.
Here you go.
I got that.
Rabbit saying, "Do peeps not see my YouTube comments?" I don't see it. Actually, I haven't been seeing your comments. Rabbit.
Wait, I
not
see.
seeing-
No, I
Rabbits.
haven't.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
rabbits.
Rabbit. Where are you? All right, Rabbit. Let me check
What
the.
happened to Rabbit?
I don't know. I gotta check Nightbot to see if for some reason.
I saw.
Oh wait, after Rabbit did the other
The other scan.
house,
That's
we
it.
haven't been able to see Rabbit's comments.
Yeah, that's right. What is that?
Your,
All right, hold on.
your bots are
I'm going to
aggressive.
check the bots to see if they've done anything to you, like put you in jail.
Oh, I never did an experience. Ugh, I
What are
gotta
you
come
gonna
up
name
with
it?
Thanks, Pip.
I don't know.
Do something you've done so far.
Oh, we can. Yeah, we can leave it in the middle of the table. It's fine. Todd needs to start handing out some magical weapons.
Wait, what if you do an experience like I'm one of the kids? Or like
I'm one of the kids?
One of the youth.
What would I use that for?
Anything that is like being young.
I haven't used a single experience yet.
They're pretty good, man. I gotta remember to use them.
Oh my god, I haven't been using that either. I get a bonus to my damage roll equal to your level when you deal physical damage.
That's good.
Yo.
Okay,
now I'm level
the one
5.
comment that I have to make, and I don't know if any of the people in the chat that know Daggerheart, there are so many options and so many things to try and remember. Like, I'm like you know, Nathan.
Yeah.
You know, there's this ability on this card that I completely forgot to use, or this
Right.
ability on this card, and it's like, I got like 15 different abilities, and
It is nice to have it in front of you, though. Like, because the cards are in front of you.
is.
Like, I feel like I haven't been forgetting about many things, actually. The only thing is my actual rage. It's called Unstoppable, and I haven't used it yet.
okay.
I'm looking to see in the chat log if there's anything that either of the bots did, but I don't see anything. Why is that not coming in? I asked one of my mods, Rabbit, we're working on it.
Hashtag free rabbit.
Literally.
This our guy. Garrett, I cannot see this art for bare bones and not think
Rabbit, did you accidentally unsub? Because
the only
chats-
subs can chat.
yeah, the chat's in subscribers only mode. I think you're a subscriber, but in case you accidentally did unsubscribe, because messages from unsubscribed viewers don't show up.
Yeah, that was intentional on my part, simply
Yeah.
because I wanted to keep some of the riffraff down. So yes, you do have to be, but I think if Rabbit tried to type in and wasn't a subscriber, the chat would tell him.
Yeah.
Yeah, would say subscriber only chat.
Yeah. Odd.
One of your bots put them in jail.
I got one of my mods looking into it right now, so we'll see if he can figure that out for us.
Are we all done?
Can we talk about
I'm
what we
done.
took so we can move on?
Garrett, hit us.
Oh, shit, I'm still chewing, sorry. I took my upgraded subclass card for my Juggernaut. I'm playing the fighter. I now have the powerhouse ability. My unarmed attacks are now D12s.
Ooh.
So 3D12.
You're hitting
Pretty
like
sweet.
a motherfucker.
And then I have an eye for an eye ability. When you mark more than one hit point from an attack in melee range, the attacker must make a reaction roll of 14. On a failure, once per rest, they immediately mark the same number of hit points in return.
That's cool.
Fucking
So,
sweet.
That's
like
a very,
that one?
Yeah, I do like that one. Before we move on, our moderator Saturn just figured out what was wrong. I had top chat selected, not live chat. So we were only getting selective chat. You might have that also. At the top of the window, you can choose live chat or top chat.
I'm doing live.
Okay,
All
so
messages.
so you should be able to see you should be able to see rabbit.com.
There it is.
Now.
What happened? Why?
Rabbit, you've been there all along. It was our fault.
Maybe because Rabbit just joined the stream, but Bunman Riri's stuff was coming through, and they, I think, just joined recently.
Wait, Rabbit's
so
been
odd.
yapping.
I know.
Rabbit, I'm so sorry, man. We haven't seen anything.
Oh my god.
Rabbit says more test words. How about
Rabbit
now?
has had all the answers.
Rabbit says the question is, why would you want to dual wield great swords? That's hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, I guess on top of that, I bumped my strength again, which bare bones gives me another armor slot, and, you know, goodness.
I see you, Rabbit.
I see
you now.
Rabbit. I see you too.
What's
I
goodness?
see you in there.
Thank you for letting us know.
This has been here for 3 hours.
No.
Man, I wonder how many messages we missed.
Like, yeah.
Way,
Is that like
oh
a
my
default
gosh.
setting?
Wait,
'Cause it's-
Mathar was in the same thing.
Really?
So was Bun Bun.
Mathar was visible earlier.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm glad we all figured that out together.
Why is the default setting top messages?
YouTube be weird. Yeah, for sure. Well, that being said, Rabbit, I don't see that you're in the giveaway. So what's up with that?
Is Mathar in the giveaway?
But yeah, the dual wield primary thing is weird because it's like you don't get a benefit for the offhand.
Oh, I have a benefit with the offhand with
It's all good.
my new subclass thing, specialization. But wait, Garrett, are you done with your level up explanation?
Yeah, for the most part. I did not pick an expertise yet. I'm working on that.
Cool.
Okay, so I'll jump in then.
Okay.
So I got my next subclass card, my specialization. It's called Weapon Specialist. Basically, when I wield multiple weapons, I can spend a hope on a successful attack to add 1 damage dice from my secondary weapon to the attack.
That's pretty cool.
Additionally, once per long rest, when I use my Slayer dice, I can re-roll any ones. That's not so useful because I have not good enough equipped, but that's okay. So I'm excited to use my battle axe and longsword together. I also took... I bumped my agility and strength up by 1, so I have a +3 in agility, +4 in strength. I gave myself the experience team player.
Dope. Love that.
Looking out for my team, trying to have their back. Something I sort of noticed about myself when we were sparring. I'm looking for your strengths and looking for how I can cover your weaknesses with my own strengths.
I love that.
And finally, I took the ability called Champion's Edge, and I've equipped it. When you critically succeed on an attack, you can spend up to 3 hope and choose one of the following options for each hope spent. I can clear a hit point, clear an armor slot, and the target must mark an additional hit point. I can choose up to all 3 of these, but I can't choose the same one twice, so I could spend anywhere from 1 to 3 hope if I want to.
Without a healer, that's a great way to keep yourself going.
Yeah.
Yeah. We needed that. I'm up. So I chose to increase my stats. I now have a +4 to strength and a +3 to instinct, actually. I found myself using that a lot. And I feel like my character is a very instinctual person. And then I chose to get my specialization in my Guardian Vengeance subclass, Active Reprisal. When an adversary damages an ally within melee range, I gain a +1 bonus to proficiency for the next successful attack you make against that adversary, which is great for me because I be attacking a lot.
He be attacking.
I be attacking a lot. My thresholds went up to 20 and 38, which is sick.
What the fuck?
How did you get to 20?
Dude!
What do you mean, how did I get to 20? Oh,
I'm squishy as shit next to you.
Yes. I have, it's the
Bare
card.
bones.
We'll get there. It's the card.
I'm so squishy.
It's the bare bones.
20, 38. My evasion is still 9. So I'm going to get hit every time.
So, what? Not to cut you off, but what I'm realizing,
What the fuck?
unless you completely build around evasion doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, I have a 13, highest of this group. He has not once. Like, there were a couple of times where you missed. But almost every single time, it's like 14, 15, 19.
Well, for a class like a rogue, it would matter. Because they're instantly
there
up.
might be, certain builds, but...
So you're saying every time I do hit you?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like
That's not gonna
me
change.
boosting evasion by 1 point isn't going to help me. I would rather take a hit point or something else.
Don't forget, you add
I don't think it's
you add your level to your
affecting
thresholds.
it.
Well, I don't want to talk about this for too long because
sorry.
we've got
every time you level up, you get a +1 year.
We have got to.
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm doing.
Wait, Todd, I didn't finish. Can I do my...
You may absolutely do yours.
So thresholds are 20 and 38. Armor is 7, evasion's 9, and then for my card, I picked the Vitality ability, which when you choose this card, permanently gain 2 of the following benefits: 1 stress slot, 1 hit point slot, or a +2 to your damage thresholds. So I chose a stress slot, and I chose a +2 to my damage thresholds. And then that goes in my vault permanently. So I basically get to keep all the 5 cards I had before, and then just get a little bonus to that. And then lastly, I got an experience called Religious Riddler at +2.
Right.
So, by the way, Garrett, every time you add +1 to your evasion, that's an extra 5% chance that Todd can't do any sort of damage to you because he's still rolling on d20.
That's not worth it compared to
Math
that.
guy.
That's-
Math guy over
Math
here.
guy's accurate.
I get
Still
it.
good.
And I get it, and I am seeing what Rabbit's saying. Rabbit's making comments that remember evasion means 0 damage if you aren't hit.
Yeah. Like
That
over
does
time,
yes.
over time, like
We don't have enough
level
combat
ups to
experience
evasion.
yet.
Yeah.
Right.
We'll get there.
But
Well,
I
we're
do
about to
get
have
the
one.
feeling. I do get the
Plus-
feeling the math is figured out in these mechanics quite
Yeah.
effectively.
But
Yeah.
plus, there's probably better armor. We haven't like gotten better weapons or armor.
Yeah.
You know.
Well,
There's
I
also
guess
cards that'll help
well,
with evasion, I'm guessing.
the
Yeah.
trade-off is I'm running a bare bones build. So are you, Rich?
Mm-hmm.
And
It's because you like to be shirtless.
yes, the cowman over here wants to be
and
shirtless.
slippery.
Our thresholds
oh, ew.
are insane compared to yours.
Yes.
Because of that.
Yeah.
And my fighter ability, like I'm at 18 and 39.
Yeah.
So
And think about mine,
But
right? My
also-
thresholds are really high.
Yeah.
And with my unstoppable ability, if he hits me in a minor damage threshold, I take no damage.
Damn.
okay, Todd wants to play.
Yeah, let's
I'm
play.
about
Yeah,
to
let's
say
He's going to lose his mind.
I'm going to hit you.
Let's go.
Yeah.
So
let's roll some
hard
fucking
in a
dice.
minute. All right. So first thing we're going to do is, as you see the formation of this statue, this enraged, deformed champion re-solidifies. It begins to sort of step down off this pedestal in front of you. And it takes its weapon. And I don't know what its weapon is, and I'm looking quickly. This sword comes out of the sheath.
Oh, no.
I want every one of you to mark a stress.
Damn it.
Oh, you
Just for the start of this. You're not quite sure how to do this, but remember the rule. Remember why you're down here. What are you going to
We
do?
gotta work together, guys.
I am going to draw these attention.
I think this thing's coming after us.
First thing I'm going to do, I'm going unstoppable, which is my rage, basically.
Okay.
I'm dropping my cloak as it flows off of me. You see my rippling muscles. And with my sword on my back, I look up. I grab the sword with my tongue. And I begin flinging it around me. When we're not doing sparring in the pit where it's not fight to the death, I swing my greatsword with my tongue. I'm running in, unstoppable.
Leroy Jenkins.
And I am going to attack this guy with my greatsword, and I'm going to mark a stress to gain advantage on the attack.
All right. You're going to gain advantage on the attack. Go ahead and make a roll or describe the attack for me.
So I'm going to actually jump off with my powerful legs, and I'm going to kind of do a few flips in the air with my, sword being held by my tongue. I look like a Beyblade flying through the air.
Like,
And then I'm going to come crashing down on this guy's head with my greatsword.
all right. Go ahead and make that attack roll for me. Bring it down on his head. I want to see you do it.
Come on, baby!
What are you?
Dude.
What?
No,
Tell me,
we're
what
not.
did you
We're not
just do?
doomed.
Nothing. Go ahead. What's
That's
your roll?
19 plus 5, which is 24 plus... What's to hit, Garrett? Is there a to hit bonus? Would it just be my strength?
Yeah.
So 24 plus 4, which would be 28
28
to hit.
to
with
hit.
hope.
With hope. That hits. Nicely done. Let's do some damage rolling.
We're doing damage. That's 3d10 with none of my bonuses. So 5, 4, and 10. So that's going to be 19 off the bat, plus 4, and then plus 3. 26 points of damage.
26 points of damage. That's minor.
What? Are you serious?
24?
26.
26.
26 is minor?
Really?
Are you fucking with me?
No.
Yank.
Holy shit. I can re-roll one damage die, so I'm gonna try to up that. Oh, yeah. That's 6 more points of damage.
So that puts you at what?
24 plus 6, 30.
Still minor.
30 is minor?
Okay. Okay. That's it. And then I'm going to switch it over to you guys, but in that same action, because I got a hope, I'm just going to activate one ability. I'm not doing an attack or anything. I want to activate Goad Them On. And I was like, hit me, you stone-faced pussy!
Jesus.
And that's how I taunt them. Oh, I have to make a presence roll against them, Todd.
Christ almighty, dude. This is brutal.
Fuck me.
Whoa.
What do you get?
That I'm pretty sure is going to be against the.
I have to make a presence check. Is that what you said?
Read the card.
Read the card to me.
I was going to take that
Describe how you taunt a target within close range, then make a presence roll against them. On a success, the target must mark a stress, and the next time the GM spotlight them, they must target you with an attack.
So that's against his difficulty.
Yeah, it's against the difficult. That's what it is.
14.
14 fails.
And it's a fear.
I don't know if that
no,
matters.
that doesn't gain. That doesn't have a fear because that's
because you're
just,
making it a check there.
Yeah.
All right, so that doesn't do anything.
So since you did attempt the goad, I'm going to spend a fear right now to interrupt this flow, and I am going to spotlight this thing for a moment, and
Thank you,
he
man.
is just going to turn with this massive sword and just bring it down right on you. And that's going to be 1 die, not 2. That is going to be a 16.
He's reading.
Wait,
yeah, that hits you.
Todd, I made a mistake. Can I fix it?
You can.
So I was raging, unstoppable. So I got another damage bonus on top of that. Is that okay if I add it to the last 30?
Since you really need it, I'll let you have it. 30 plus.
Yeah. So
When
it's
the GM knows you're in charge.
It's 31. It doesn't go to the next one. All right, fuck me then.
All right.
I had to try.
So he comes down on you with the sword. He rolls a 16 on the attack.
Okay. 16 is minor. 16's gonna hit.
that's the
16's gonna hit.
16's gonna hit.
Bro.
Here it comes. I can't wait.
Oh, no.
I can't wait to see this number.
It was in this moment that the GM realized he may have made a grave error.
Yeah? What's your grave error?
Y'all better hit, you motherfucker.
Hey, what were we talking about with evasion?
5%.
35 points of physical damage.
Okay, that is major.
Excellent.
Wait, listen to me. Because I'm unstoppable, it immediately goes down to minor.
Fantastic.
But actually, before that happens, I'm gonna burn the armor to bring it to minor, and then it's gonna bring it below minor. So I take nothing.
Boom. Okay.
Dude, I'm fucked.
It's amazing how the sword just comes in and
I am
does
dying.
absolutely nothing.
Are you still going?
I'll turn it back to you all.
All right, I'm just gonna fucking go in head first. If I'm dying, I'm going for it. All right. Let me get some vitamin C before I get walloped. Hold on.
You got this, baby.
So
you're not getting. Just roll with hope.
I'm gonna come in, fucking one-handing my battle axe
Oh,
from.
One moment, please. You gain a fear.
Why?
I gain a fear. Not you. I do.
Why do you gain a fear?
Because of his reaction momentum. When he makes a successful attack against a PC, I get a fear.
What the fuck?
Fire away. Sorry.
I am coming down on this dude with my battle axe, full fucking force.
Okay.
All right. Rich, kiss him.
Wow.
Gare, kiss him. All right.
Oh, wait a minute. I gotta do something.
Fuck, I forgot to do something.
That's a 19 to hit.
A 19 to hit will hit.
All right. Then my battle axe does.
Is it with hope?
It's with fear. It's with fear. Oh! I don't know if I knocked that or not. 19, 24,
Math.
29. I'm gonna spend a hope to add my longsword in with it.
Nice.
So as I'm coming down with the battle axe, I go for a jab.
Okay.
Sorry, that was a 10. Okay, so that is 19, 22, 27, 32.
32?
32.
All right, that's minor.
What the fuck, dude?
All right.
This is hysterical.
Todd's a bad.
Is that it, Nathan? Doomba?
I think that is.
That was with fear, though.
God damn it.
With fear.
How far away is this thing? It's close, right? I know it's your turn.
Yeah, hold on one second. I'm trying to... Wait, that was with fear?
That was with fear.
Okay. All right, so I don't know if I can take another fear right now. Let me just double check that. Sorry about the people on the microphone. 3, 6, 9, 12. So I have exactly 12 in here. So it is my turn. I am going to... Ooh, what do I want to do? Oh, shoot. I forgot. I have a passive trait.
Oh,
It wouldn't matter anyway. Okay, never mind. All right.
Dude, this ain't good.
This thing's going to come right back at you. Heart-shattering sword. That's going to attempt to land an attack on you, and that is going to be... Oh, God, that's terrible. 12. Did I hit you?
That hits.
Oh, my
that
God.
hits.
All right, and that is going to do... Now, remember, we are we are playing with massive damage. For those of you that are in the audience, we know that we have damage thresholds. We have minor, we have major, we have severe, and we have massive, which is an optional rule that you can take. Massive damage is taken, which is marking 4 hit point slots. There's a reason I'm explaining this right now. But massive damage is taken when your maximum damage threshold number is doubled.
Wait! Actually, that damage should have been 35.
35?
35. Is that still minor?
No.
Ooh.
35 is the threshold point. However, whenever I have faltering armor, which is when the I won't tell you what it is, when this individual takes damage, you reduce it by 1d10. Which, since that is the threshold mark, it's going to push me right back to mine.
All right. Okay.
I get all fucked on chat.
Is that what he sounds like?
No, he's not saying anything. He's actually completely silent. He doesn't really say anything. He's just sort of there for the task of merciless death. Can I roll my damage now for you?
Yes, please.
Are you done interrupting me?
I'm so done.
You got away with murder. I rolled 2 1s out of 4 dice.
Good.
That is 25 points of physical damage.
That's still severe.
Oh my gosh.
All right, I'm gonna do an armor slot, and I'm gonna mark a stress to use
This thing
another.
just comes down, boom, with this sword, just smashes, shatters the metal.
With that being said, when I'm going to activate Vengeance, when you damage an ally, I gain a +1 to my proficiency for my next attack.
Dude.
On that guy.
All right, hold on a minute. I got to read one thing.
I think we can grab him.
Okay. So we finished with fear. I made my attack.
Yeah.
My light's flickering. I'm going to spotlight him again. By the way, he has Relentless 3, so I can spotlight him up to 3 times.
Can we grapple in this game?
Can you grapple? Yes, you can. You can restrain something. So you would have to... how would we do that?
Oppose strength.
We would do a contest of strength.
I don't know. We'll have an answer in the chat in a second.
Yes.
Probably.
Let's talk about how to do grappling in this game. I would assume that it would be a contest of strength resulting in the restrained
I haven't gone.
condition.
Dude, this sucks. This is insane.
Tusk.
We need to hit him.
He comes swinging around, connects with Clank's body, immediately rises up and comes down at you. Oh, okay, that's going to be a 25 to hit. I think that does hit.
Okay, Rabbit. What is evasion on that?
11, 12, 13, 14.
Jay, stop hyping him up.
18 plus 13 is 31 points of physical damage.
Dude.
Okay, I will take the 2 damage and then respond with my eye to eye. You make a reaction roll. 14.
I make a reaction roll.
The attacker must make a reaction roll 14 on a failure. So you make a reaction roll.
I just roll straight.
I'm pretty sure it doesn't say to use any abilities.
A 4.
On a failure, once per rest, they immediately mark the same number of hit points in return.
Nice.
So I kick back 2 hit points to you.
Wait,
Whoa.
how many am I marking to myself?
2 hit points. You marked 2 hit points to me,
Yeah.
so I respond eye to eye. I punch you back. 2 hit points.
So you're doing the same amount in damage back to me that I did to you.
Yeah.
It says the same number of hit points in return.
Same number of hit points.
That's awesome.
Oh my god.
You need to be our heavy hitter.
It's
You
one
need
per
to-
turn. It's one per rest.
No, but if this
So-
guy hits me, I come in with the automatic 1 HP.
I mean, I guess I could have saved it if he got into my severe, but
I just need to get in there to get licks because I can deal some heavy.
it's eye for eye. When you
trying to
mark
run
more
away.
than 1 hit point from an attack in melee range, the attacker must make a reaction
So
roll.
you turn around and just land this reactionary punch on this.
Boom.
Wow. Okay, so when a target marks HP from an attack, all PCs within far range lose a hope.
This guy sucks.
Dude, this guy is intense.
So spend your fucking hope. It doesn't matter.
Wow, okay. Well, I did something.
You did good.
Wow.
I am hoping that this converts.
You done, or are you going to do
Daggerheart.
something?
I could spotlight him again, and since you just did damage to me, I kind of want to.
I'm gonna come the fuck
Relentless
back
3,
in.
I'm taking all 3.
Wait, before you do that,
What do you mean before I do that?
can I goad him?
I would love it if you go. Wait a minute. I mean, you can for theatrics and narrative. Why not? I'm not going to stop you. Go ahead. Go.
Pick up someone your own size.
That's one of my experiences.
Pick on someone your own size.
Yes.
With that, he stops and he scans the room. And instead of doing this strike with the sword, he's going to use his shattering strike.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He's going to mark a stress. He's going to mark a stress, first one of a few, to make a standard attack against all targets within very close range.
I fucked up, guys. I'm sorry.
PCs that he succeeds against lose a number of hope equal to the hit points they marked from this attack. I do appreciate the goad, though. Here it comes. This is, remember, I'm only rolling
Yeah, we
one
messed it up
attack
the
roll.
first time, right?
One attack roll for all 3. That's going to be a 17.
It's gonna hit.
That hits.
Hits all 3 of you. All right. So let's see how many hit points you're going to lose here.
Fuck. What the fuck?
42 points of physical damage.
That is right under double.
Oh, we just missed massive damage for you?
Yeah.
So that's 3 hit points and 3 hope for you.
You said 42?
42.
All right, I'm
gonna
gonna
mark another stress to spend 2 armor slots to knock it down to 1.
I'm gonna do the same thing as him.
That is wise.
I will
That is
mark
wise.
2 armors to drop it down to 1.
I'm also going to mark 2, and then my ability, being unstoppable, gets rid of it.
Okay.
So I don't take any.
Okay.
How do you mark 2?
What do you mean? You have to have an ability to mark 2?
Yeah.
Rabbit, based on your comment,
We
I have a
have-
confession to make when this
we
combat
have-
is over. I
Wait,
wanna
do you have
talk
this
about.
card?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, then I get to just take 1, Todd.
Wait, does that mean then that he takes 1 HP back?
No.
No.
Oh.
For what?
So remember, if
thought
you're
he had
taking whatever it is you're taking in hit points, you also have to erase in hope.
I took 1 hit point, actually.
All right.
Yeah.
I will now turn it back over to you.
Wow. Okay.
I want to tag team.
I think we need a better color on the
I want to tag team restrain him with you.
Do you have enough hope to do that?
much better.
Do we hope?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. Go ahead.
Restrain? What's it even gonna do? We need to damage him.
Yeah, actually.
We fucking damage him.
Yeah, you're right. If we restrain him,
Yo,
he just gets advantage.
let's do the fucking flank. We planned it last time.
We'll do something together this time.
We're gonna tag
cool.
team.
Yeah.
I still won't go. That's fine.
Yep. Rabbit.com nails it. Go ahead. Tag team?
Yeah, us two. So I'm like swinging my sword around like a flail with my tongue.
Yeah. So, which like how far away are you?
Do you want to like pick me up and bring me to him like a helicopter?
Can I try and hit this guy while these guys are
You can.
arguing?
let's
But
figure out
remember, if you
I know.
attack in fear,
So you're doing this- how
you
about
turn
you're
the
doing
action
this
back to
combo?
me
I know.
while they're working it out. Go for it.
And I'm gonna
Tell me what you're going to do.
I'm going to
from below
Run in.
go for his legs.
and I'm just gonna run and hit. I'm gonna try and I'm gonna try and use a combo strike. A couple things here, so I'm gonna try and hit him.
Yeah. So
17 to hit.
17 does not hit.
It's with fear. Go ahead.
Oh my God, Garrett!
You didn't let me go, so I don't care what you say.
What do you mean? We just let you go.
I know, but don't say, "Oh my God!" You were gonna
Forget
completely
about
skip me.
Unity.
we gotta unify.
Don't forget about Unity.
Unify.
Don't divide now. And then all of a sudden you notice this statue, who, for once being a stone statue, is incredibly deft. This sword just swings around over his head as he sort of eyeballs the opponents and comes in. Because you goaded him, he's gonna come in again with this sword attack on you. And that is going to be an 18 to hit.
It's gonna hit me.
And he's going to come down, crushing down onto your exposed skin. That's going to be a 34 points of physical damage crash into you.
Marking armor, taking nothing, but I'm going to activate revenge.
Oh, so you didn't mark any hit points?
No.
Okay, so nobody loses hope.
I'm gonna activate revenge. I can mark 2 stress, and you have to take 1 hit point. So with you hitting me, I'm going to kind of like take the punch, and as I stumble back with it, my tongue that was holding the sword that was laying on the ground kind of whips up and slashes you across the face.
Nice. Dealing 1 hit point worth of damage. And I'm reaching in to take another fear to spotlight him again. And in response to that, I'm coming down on you again. And that one is going to be
He wants to take out
16
that-
to hit.
He wants to take out that little frog.
It's gonna hit.
It's gonna hit. So he's going to deal, as he hits you again with this sword. No, hold on a minute. I'm doing math wrong. 9, 14, 24, 31. No, I'm not. 34? Is that right? 19,
Not players.
24,
Gotcha.
31.
I was about to open that up.
44
like, oh,
points of
yeah.
physical damage.
Jesus.
44?
44.
Fuck.
That is big.
I'm marked as armor, and I take 1 hit point.
You're taking 1 hit point.
I am also going to mark 2 more stress.
Everybody?
Todd, I'm going to mark 2 more stress and headbutt him back, and you have to mark 1 hit point.
Holy.
Did you lose your hope?
Yep.
Rabbit said to look at the Discord.
Oh, no,
not the
what's
players.
going on?
I don't know.
Peek at the Discord for possible answers, not the players. All right, you guys stay out of the Discord. Rabbit's working with me here.
You going again, or you letting them go?
I can mark a stress to exchange something from my deck, right?
Well, it's whatever the number is in the little bubble.
Yes. Okay.
You swap a card out.
I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
I need to clear stress.
I'm gonna do that.
I'm almost out.
Real big.
Well, that's all you've been doing.
I've marked 3 hit points off.
Who needs hope?
Got it. Rabbit, that's good to know.
He's, I think, almost out.
Of what?
I thought you guys were doing the tag team.
I need hope, yeah, but we're going to do this tag team, then I'll be out of hope.
Yeah. All right, so
I'm going to wait on the tag team.
Okay.
I marked my hit point from you. I'm turning it back to you.
I'm going to... Are you cool if I hit him, guys? Do you want to do something?
I do. I would love to hit him.
You hit him. You hit him.
Okay.
Go for
Is this
it.
the tag team?
No. We're actually in the tag team right now. I don't want to spend the 3 hope.
Okay. All right, yeah, so I'm going to go in.
I mean, he's just going to burn our hope.
Yeah, true. Same combo. Going in with the battle axe and poking with the long sword.
We'll review that later.
Is he weak to like tag team?
That's a 12.
A 12 to hit?
Yeah.
Nope.
Nothing.
Would have been wiser to spend that
Can I try to back
hope.
off?
Huh?
Can I try to back off?
You can. Did you roll with fear? Or did you roll with hope?
I fucking rolled with
Are
fear.
you kidding me?
No.
Oh my god.
Dude.
And this is where we make mistakes.
I mean,
I will say
change
this
that?
before I invoke my attack. Unity. What is a dual attack? But it might now be too late because he's coming for you.
It's alright.
Alright, he's weak to dual attacks. We'll make a dual attack.
He comes in with the sword again, comes down on top of you, and that is going to be a 25 to hit.
That fucking hits, yeah.
Rabbit just said, I mean, the tag team, there's only 1 attack going through.
I'm going to do 40-10 damage plus a ton.
Let me give you some hope. I got Soldier's Bond.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
37 points of physical damage.
Alright, that's severe. I can't mark anything else, so I'm going to mark my 3.
Okay, I'm going to spend a fear, and this one's coming down
Yep.
on you, and this one is going to be same thing, and that's going to be a 24 to hit,
That's going to hit me.
and that is going to be 43 points of physical
Dude,
damage.
you keep exceeding it.
This is rough.
Alright, I'll mark 2 hit points, and I'm going to burn 2 stress, so you have to mark a hit point as well. Once more,
So
it's going to be a straight punch
You
to the
marked
face.
2 hit points?
Yeah.
And how many did you mark?
I marked 3.
Everybody has to lose 5 hope.
Dude, it's okay because I'm going to compliment the shit out of you, and then we tag team, see what it does.
How much am I going to get?
You're going to get 3.
Okay,
We're both going to get 3.
Alright.
Would it make sense for you to tag team with Garrett or with me?
I don't have hope, so I can't.
I'll do it with you.
Okay. Do we both have to spend 3 hope to tag team?
How does that work?
Say again?
Do we both have to
No,
spend
one
3
of you
hope?
decides who's going to spend the 3
No.
hope.
I'll spend the
Each-
3 so I can
each-
attack.
All right.
Huh?
I know we're going to get an answer in a second, but it says once per session, each player can choose to spend 3 hope.
Okay, so
Both have to.
I thought in a tag team it was only 1, but if you're reading it right out of the book, I'll take it.
Okay,
All right.
alright. If that's different, just let us know, chat, and we'll get 3 hope back. So we all lost our hope, then you did your ability. Or is it back to us, Todd?
I'm going to turn it back to you.
I'm coming next to you. I'm like, we gotta hit him together. Let's unite. Like, you and me, we work great together. Like, come on, you can hit him hard. I know you can do it.
Distract them.
All right?
Distract them.
All right, so we're gonna
Yeah, Rabbit says 1 person has to spend 3
gain our.
hope.
Bunbutt says 1 too.
We're gonna gain our 3 hope.
I thought it was 1.
That's confusing the way it reads.
You want to spend and roll it?
I agree.
I'm gonna spend and roll it.
All right. What do I need to roll? Do I roll anything?
So both of you roll the attack roll, and then you can mutually decide which roll you're going to choose to land the attack. That's the way it works.
All right. That's what the fuck I'm talking about, baby.
Yeah, I got a 16 with fear. So.
I have a 19 with hope.
Well, you can decide which one you want to use.
19 with hope.
I'm gonna use the 19 with hope.
19 with hope is definitely going to hit.
Let's describe what we're doing.
Yes!
I'm gonna sort of run up, try to get in his business, draw his attention away from you, and
then I'm gonna kind of like skirt behind them and swing my sword with my tongue, and then come and try to chop his head off.
And at the same time that it impacts, I'm gonna use my battle axe as well. In the same spot.
So I'm rolling.
There is only one damage roll.
I'm doing the damage.
Just for narrative, I love it.
So I am rolling for this attack. I am.
Are we sure it's one damage roll?
Yes.
It says you both roll damage, then add it together to determine the damage dealt.
Oh.
Awesome.
My bad.
We both roll damage. Okay.
Get the one hope back.
I got my hope back.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. You're only using the one attack roll.
It's the one attack roll.
Yes, it's for the
damage
increased damage.
Yeah.
Yes.
I am going to roll. I'm rolling 4d10 because you've hit my friend, Todd. Just so you know.
This is the weirdest thing. This tastes so good.
It smells
But
weird.
it smells like solvent.
What the fuck?
What kind of weird tangerine?
If all of a sudden I go down.
Yeah, it piles up into a big.
That's 4.
14.
Man, we got the two Daggerheart masters in chat right now.
I know, we're loving this.
Bun and Rabbit, they're
got a
just like
19.
boom, 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 boom.
I'm adding a lot here. And I add it. Do I add my strength? No, I did it already. And then a 4. I think I got it all. So I have 4 plus 3 plus 4.
Well, you have.
I'm rolling 4d10, and
You
then
have Body Basher still active, right?
I know. I putting it on.
Okay.
I have 4d10 plus 10. Okay, so we got 7, 9, 9, and 6.
I'm so glad cheese doesn't smell like.
I'm gonna re-roll this. I'm gonna re-roll the 6. I'm gonna pick the 6, so it's staying a 6. And that's plus 10. So this is
41.
I'm doing 41.
Yeah, you're doing 41 plus 19, which is 60.
60
Yeah.
is severe.
Yes.
Now, before we go any further, as the blows come down and land into this, what once seemed like a fluid and sort of now flesh and blood being, as you land, it almost seems like shards of stone and marble blow out of this thing. The combined strike, while it seems to do 3 marked hit point slots, because you unified, doubles that. Can you describe for me how you take this?
Oh yeah, baby! Sorry, Chad.
Let it scream. This is awesome.
What's you're using like a sword?
I thought we were cooked, bro. I thought we were cooked. This is clean. So you run up, you distract them.
Now, to be clear to my Daggerheart peeps out there, before they explained this, that was a mechanic I built because of the narrative of this cavern, not an actual gameplay mechanic from Daggerheart. So that was something I built in. Go for it.
So do your distraction.
I run up, I distract him, like I'm sort of running around him, so he's looking away from Boot.
Yeah.
And at the same time,
I spin my greatsword around with my tongue, and with the cleanest strike, I come right at his neck and I chop his head clean off.
wait, can I amend that?
Yeah.
It lodges in, and at the same time, when I'm doing my battle axe swing, I hit it with the back so hard that it cuts
Straight through
the rest of the way.
And there's a cling.
Straight off.
There's a chop there's a sound of the head dropping, and then there's silence.
I love this.
Fucking awesome.
I love this.
Unity.
This thing falls over, down into the floor. This doorway, all of a sudden in the back of the chamber, just appears in the coral. It's almost like the coral just sort of dissolves. This room seems to have a kind of matter, antimatter kind of play to it. Stone becoming flesh, coral becoming void. And all of a sudden this door opens up as the statue hits the floor.
Let me just
Straight
say,
up, I'm gonna straight up drop my sword and I'm gonna fall on my back and just take a deep breath.
Let me just say, this card single-handedly saved us, I think.
Yeah.
Because we wouldn't have been able to get our hope up.
Yeah. How many hit points do you have left?
He had 4 left. He was an 11 hit point adversary. Wow. I will admit this. So there is a system of combat building in this that's a point assigned system so that you're properly pairing your adversaries with your PCs. Mm-hmm. And so because you're tier 3, those point values would have been assigned to tier 3 adversaries. I decided to change that a little bit. You just fought a tier 4 adversary, but you only fought 1.
Yeah.
Now, if you were a tier 4 PC, I could have pitted you against 2 of those.
Gotcha. That was a fucking challenge, though. That was fun.
I wondered how that would play out.
The hope sucking of that thing was rough.
Yeah.
I went into that battle with full hope and just lost everything.
Yeah, lost all hope.
I lost all hope.
That's what that thing will do to you.
If that hadn't killed him, I was going to spend my 3
Todd?
hope.
What's that?
Were you scared?
No, because I thought it would be awesome. Like, no matter how it turned out, I thought it was going to work.
Death moves would have been sick. So.
Yeah. True.
All right.
So this door opens in the back of the cavern.
You're still on the ground? Yeah.
Okay, now rereading it like the 4th time about spending hope. They're talking about each player has the ability once per session to spend 3 hope to initiate a tag team. Not like the way it reads, when you read it quick, it says each player spends 3 hope to initiate a tag team with someone else.
Right.
So to me, that's we both have to spend it.
Right.
But it's because you can only do it once per session. That's what they're meaning.
They're meaning each player gets the opportunity to do that. Right.
So it's like here's your tag team ability for the session. Spend 3 hope and do something with someone else.
Right.
Like the wording's weird on that one. I don't know if I like that.
Dude, that unstoppable saved my fucking ass.
Oh yeah.
It automatically reduced the threshold by 1.
Yeah, that was incredible.
That saved my gazunga. I lose that now till we
even
won't
as I'm
rest.
simulating
So if there's another enemy after this, we're cooked.
Oh shit.
All right.
Well, okay. Before we move ahead,
can we rest?
Should we short rest?
I would like
do a little short rest because
think so.
You know we're
and ain't nobody gonna follow us.
I'm gonna use a full rest action as a clank to clear my HP, and I'm gonna clear. It's 1d4 of stress, right?
Yeah.
1d4.
Yeah, it's on a short rest.
Thank you,
it's
oh, that's all 4. Let's go.
It's plus your tier, so plus 3.
So Rabbit.com is making an interesting delineation here. It also says to initiate. So technically the same 2 people could go together since they are each initiating it for their go.
So it does clarify that in the book where it says the same 2 people, but it needs to be the other person needs to initiate it.
So we would go together twice?
So per session, like we in the beginning of our set today, you and I did it. If I then chose to do it, if we wanted to tag team again, I would have to initiate it. But we can do the same thing. Gotcha. It's just only one person can initiate per session.
That was gonna be my next move if that didn't kill him. That was good. Because I'm like, I have 3.
So what are our options? Short rest.
Sorry. 10 to wounds, 1d4 plus your tier. Clear stress, 1d4 plus your tier. Repair armor, 1d4 plus your tier.
I am going
or
to
prepare, which is the hope thing.
I'm going to clear armor and I'm going to clear stress.
Oh, actually, I should have cleared my armor, not my stress. So I'm gonna put my stress.
It's still 1d4 here.
Armor?
Yeah, armor.
Armor's 1d4 plus your tier.
So I'm just going to use the roll that I rolled for stress and apply it to my armor instead?
I think I'm going to do stress and hit points, and the minimum rolls clear everything. So
Yeah. Okay, because
that's my two things.
the only thing I have to use stress with is to use armor slots, which I had none of left, so.
Rabbit says, players can look now. What was in the Discord?
We can discuss it after session because I
Okay.
think this will take too much time.
Yeah.
It's a mechanic about the dual wielding.
Damn, can anybody help me clear stress?
I should look.
No, just leave it. It's
Rabbit
fine.
brings up a good point. We possibly have potions. I mean, I have
true.
one
I
potion.
have a minor stamina
Oh.
potion.
I didn't know that.
That's what I
So do you have a
took
potion to
I have a
possibly
minor.
clear the rest of your stress?
What's a minor? I have a minor health potion. I'll trade.
I'll trade somebody if they have a stamina potion.
Do
you need help?
I'll give you a stamina potion because you need stress more than I do, right?
Do you need help?
Yeah.
I'll give you mine.
Or actually, my health is clear, but I'll just take it for another time because I'm squishy as shit. Thank you.
And that does a D4 plus what? Health potion, stress potion.
I think
I don't know. Let me.
If you're asking me, I'm sort of trying to find a couple of things here on that, so I'm looking.
Rabbit will answer in a second.
Rabbit will give it to us, but let me see if I can also find
What's
it.
the stamina potion do?
I'm looking right now. Potions, potions, potions. I'm in it. Stride, bolster, control, attune, charm.
Clear 1d4 hit points.
No, I just
Minor stamina?
stress.
Minor
Minor
Stress.
Oh yeah,
1d4
1d4
stress?
stress.
There's no addition to it. It's just 1d4.
Nope.
1d4.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you.
Is that 4?
That's 3. But I only have 1 stress now.
We are looking for potions.
Dude.
Inconsumables.
Why are my rolls so shit?
All right,
On
can
these
we continue?
dice.
Are you ready,
You
Tom?
need new dice. I'm ready whenever you are.
Let's do it.
Oh, guys, let's do it.
Bro,
We're almost done.
these dice are gonna.
You
Kill
think
me.
you're almost done.
Let's go to the next room.
I get my eye for eye back.
Yeah.
Because that was a rest.
You walk through the doorway, I take it?
Yes.
We're walking through the doorway. Is this another chamber down, or
Actually,
I
no,
missed
this one's
the description.
straight through.
Okay.
This one's straight through. The hallway is very short and it opens into another chamber almost immediately. And you step into what is actually a silent chamber. It's made of stone, which almost allows the light of the sea to penetrate through it, like a translucence, lightly pulsing, and sea foam in color. Let's see if we can get that going here.
Oh,
That's beautiful.
very nice.
There we go. So it's like this pulsating seafoam green.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Just one more thing.
of course.
In that previous room,
Yes.
does that body have blood in it?
Does that body have blood in it? It does not. I didn't want to
That body
ruin
got
your
blood?
That's but
That's okay.
it was a statue that
was a
sort of
statue.
upon defeat returned back to stone.
Gotcha. All right. There's not any blood on the floor.
Only your own.
No, that's fine. I don't want that.
There's a circular platform floating above this glowing pit. The platform is etched with these spiraling glyphs all around it. Around its edge, this is the edge of the pit, there are 5 raised pedestals that sort of stand equidistant. And they're each carved with these scripts on them. They seem to be symbols. You saw similar symbols in Aristides' notebooks, actually. Okay? You've seen similar glyphs all the way coming down here. As you enter the room, 2 of the 5 pedestals, the outer 2, fall down into the pit and vanish. The pit does not seem to have a floor.
It's just a pit.
Now, at the center of this whole presentation floats the shard glyph. the glyph shard, I should say, motionless, high above and out of your reach, but it's glowing, humming, but motionless. The pedestals, you could step onto them. They're close enough that you could just step on it. There were 5, now there are 3. And then as the 2 pedestals drop away, you hear a voice inside your head. And it says, almost in song, power divides, harmony binds. One voice breaks, many carry. Speak and be judged.
Speak and be judged.
Don't speak.
Hello. You motherfucker.
I'm still taking notes. All right, fuck you.
I literally went like 1, 2.
Unity. Unity.
Unity. Hello.
One thing happens.
Now that I was trying to take notes before jumping to fucking conclusions.
Be my guest.
Can you read that again to me, please? Power divides. That's all.
Power
I had.
divides. Harmony binds.
Harmony.
One voice breaks. Many carry. Speak and be judged. Now remember, the room is filled with glyphs, symbols. You tell me what you want to do here. There's a lot going on. Don't take it at face value.
Carry. Over distance, right?
Right.
Maybe we yell into the pit together.
We have to yell something into the pit together.
Yeah.
Those first 2 lines. What were those first 2, Garrett?
Power divides, harmony binds.
Power divides, harmony binds.
One voice breaks, many carry.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah. So.
Well, should we inspect any of the runes?
Yeah,
first?
totally. Mm-hmm. It seems like we do have to say something together.
So, 2 pillars went down.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't see anything on those before they went down.
Dude.
I am so sorry, chat.
Oof.
It's a 4D experience.
That was rough.
Yeah.
I apologize for that
we've
one.
like never hit these mics, but today we're all like abusing them.
I don't know what it is.
We're excited.
Can I activate Religious Riddler?
Well, Religious Riddler is an experience, so that's going to give you a bonus.
I want to pray to another to see if I get a hint again. Oh wait, no. I'm gonna instinctually inspect the room using this experience.
Let's look together.
Yeah, together.
So you would. Okay. So in this sense, just as so I can come back to you for a second, you would like to make an instinct check.
Yes.
Using Religious Riddler to sort of see if through your experience with religious codex and religious glyphs, you can derive anything. Sure. Go ahead.
Well, that's fucking awful.
Well.
Give it to him. He needs a couple, doesn't
No, it's not a fear.
he? No.
That's 7 with hope.
What a surprise.
A 7 with hope. And it's not a terrible roll. It's not a great roll. It's not like you're going to be able to decipher the entire cavern. So I'll say this. One word in this you're able to translate from the walls that you see, that you recognize. Truth.
Truth.
What about you?
I'd like to take a look too.
You want to do the same? So you're going to make an instinct roll.
Yeah.
And you're just kind of trying to translate what you see here.
That's a 22 with fear.
Thank you for the fear.
Dude, like, whenever I roll with this one as my fear, I roll fear. But now that I'm rolling with this one as my fear, I roll fear.
You are meant to fear.
Dude, I'm meant to fear.
It is not about the dice you
but that's
choose.
A 22.
It is about what you emanate. Pours through your pores. 22 with fear. You scan the walls of this cavern. You recall some of the things you saw in Aristide's journal. You recall some of the graffiti that you used to see at the pit itself when you were in the back hallways disposing of things, throwing away the belongings of different contestants that had died. There were symbols there too, similar, and sometimes they had words scrawled beneath them. And one seems to stand out to you, and it actually does make you afraid. So the fear is appropriate here because the recall for you is very, very pervasive. You remember seeing on the wall of the pit this series of symbols written, and it said, "I speak the truth about others." And you actually see something similar to that on this wall.
I speak the truth about others.
There seemed to be this whole wall in the pit of admissions, like people that were trying to sort of repent or confess things before they went into the pit, as if that would give them some kind of luck.
Right.
I speak the truth about others.
I speak the truth about others.
Do we think that, like, people dying in the pit has been part of, like, some sacrifice to wake up the Titan?
Yeah, like the blood soaking through.
And it's just a matter of time how many people die in the pit.
As a method of sacrifice, maybe to keep it dormant or something. I speak the truth about others. So...
What truth?
Tusk, are you also looking around the room?
Yeah, I don't have any experiences to apply to this, plus, I'm all out of hope over here. I will look and, look at a different wall and see if I can just figure out anything.
Well, you can go ahead and roll an instinct roll if you'd like to. Or you could roll a knowledge roll, or you could roll, you decide what you want to roll, and you can apply the justification for the trait use.
13 with hope. Instinct. I just did instinct.
13 with hope, instinct.
13 with hope.
We're supposed to be judged. We're supposed to say something together and, I guess, offer ourselves to be judged.
True.
Confessions.
Let's say our worst.
Are we supposed to confess something? Let's hold that thought and get to what you gain.
You, on your 13 with hope, are scanning around as these two are kind of like having their little religious epiphanies. And you find a small section of the glyphs, because first of all, you have to understand that the glyphs that are in this space are numerous, too numerous to cover all of them. You'd have to spend hours here just to consume a small portion of them. You find a small interesting spot here that shows these figures, hand in hand, walking up a flight of stairs. Just crudely drawn in this sort of series of little pictographs.
We go together. We climb the pillars together.
Yeah, are there any other pillars?
There's just 3 pillars in the center.
And only 2 of them went down.
Well, there were 5. 2 went down to leave 3.
How tall are the pillars?
Well, the pillars are just hovering blocks. They're almost like plinths, small block plinths that are hovering above this pit, right? This chasm. They're floating there. They look like if you pushed them, they'd move. They seem to be held aloft by some kind of arcane energy.
Should we hold hands and say I speak the truth about others just to try it? See what happens. See if we get a reaction.
We can try, but it almost seems like we need to be on these pillars.
How far are they?
They're hovering above the...
So if you
The
stood
hole.
on the edge of this chasm and took one step out, you could step onto the block. It's like a step up.
So maybe
Let's
we
do it.
all step on one and then hold hands.
I'll go first.
Okay.
Well, we go together.
Yeah, let's all.
How around is the chasm? Or is it it's a circle, isn't
It's
it?
a circle. It's a circular pit or circular chasm. I'm going to say it's 35 feet.
So, okay. So, circular chasm, and then are the blocks just kind of lined up along? You said it's like one step out.
Well, they're close
Or are
together.
they... Okay, they're close together.
They're
So
not
we'd be
right
able to
next to
step
each
on
other.
them at the same time.
You could all step up at the same time. Yes, that would not be hard. Holding hands might be a little bit difficult because they are spread apart far enough that you'd really be stretched out because there's probably about 8-10 feet between them.
Let's just do it.
That's what I mean by close
Same
together
time.
across this large area.
Same time.
Same time.
Same time.
I'll go middle.
I'll go left.
You're already right.
Okay, we think that's part of the puzzle, but do we still have to speak something?
Let's just see what
speak
happens
and
when
be
we get
judged.
on.
Let's see what happens.
But
Are
we
you
have to do it all at one time.
Okay.
All right? Because just one voice breaks, right?
We all go?
All go together, same time.
We're up on the ledge of
I'm assuming
disaster.
that if one person pussies out, the other two die. That's what I'm assuming. 2, 3.
We all step out.
We all step out.
You all take one step up onto each of your respective pedestals, and the pedestal does sort of float, move slightly under your weight, but has assuredness to it. You are all standing each on a pedestal.
I speak the truth about others.
I speak the truth about others.
We did not do that at the same time, but I
Yeah,
speak the truth
let's-
about others.
As each of you say that, the... How do I describe this? The pedestal kind of... Let me see how I want to run this.
Oh no, we're gonna be dropped into the pit. And we're gonna die.
You each. So who said I speak the truth about others first?
Me.
It was you.
Then it
So
was
as
me.
you say that, the two of you notice that the pedestal beneath Boot Belch glows red for a moment and then goes back to normal. So you both actually hold off saying I speak the truth about others. It didn't seem to do anything positive or negative.
Together.
Together, all at once, shout it.
1, 2, 3. I speak the truth about others.
All three of the pedestals momentarily glow red and then grow dim again.
It's not the right thing.
Let's speak the truth about each other.
I think you're amazing. I think you're strong. I think you're brilliant.
As you say that, your pedestal changes slightly. You hear this tone, this boo, and it's harmonic. It's almost like a harmonic resonance radiates throughout the cavern. And it's a lower note, but it feels right. Something you said worked. I think you're amazing.
I think there's a sweetness deep down in you. Untapped.
Same thing happens with your pedestal. Same tone, same note, resonating through the space.
We all look at you expectantly, waiting for a compliment.
In the glazing chamber.
Stop! I can't believe you just said that.
I can. I 100%
Please.
can. I'm trying to have an emotional moment, and here we go.
Todd's doing the interstellar bit, man. Power of friendship, power of love.
I think you are good at heart on the inside.
same thing happens with yours. Now, all 3 pedestals have started this singular note tone. But beyond that, nothing else happens. You're on the right track.
What if we say something that we hold to be true about all of us? Like as a community.
Keep saying truth. Just keep saying them.
But we say it together as one.
Together.
We say it as one. Something.
Harmony binds.
Something true about all of us.
Many carry.
Like we are strong. We are brothers.
What if we are afraid? It's been the message of the day.
Should we say it together? If you're afraid.
Sure.
1, 2, 3. We
I
are
am
afraid.
We are afraid.
You said we are afraid?
Yeah.
It's interesting. Actually, nothing changes when you say that together. There's still this faint glow to the pedestal and this kind of tonal resonance, all 3 the same.
We are
Rabbit.
we are brothers. We are strong. Something
Can
like
I
that. It seems like it's
jump
gotta
in and
be-
just say something?
Yeah.
They lit up and made tones when you spoke individually, but for some reason you seem to insist on going back to speaking together. I don't know why. But
Keep saying truths about other people. I think that. I think that you are one of my favorite people because you're really trustworthy and you have a good heart.
Why'd you make that face?
Because it was hard to say.
But is it the truth?
Yes.
All of a sudden, the tonal resonance that surrounds you rises and actually harmonizes with the other 2. The brightness of your pedestal increases slightly.
Keep going!
I think that you are a fiercely competent warrior.
Do you really believe that?
I do believe that.
Tonal resonance on yours actually begins to rise up, synchronizes. Now the tones are slightly different, but they create harmony. Your pedestal brightens a little bit.
This is really cute.
This is adorable. The glazing chamber.
Stop. It's.
This is like DM therapy. He told us.
I'm trying to remember.
DM
Like from your back.
Yeah, you were like, you guys have to stop infighting.
Go from what I've told you today, what you've seen today. $14.50. We're at $14.50.
Ooh, 1450.
I love it.
Nice. I think you are a good person at trying to unify this group. I think you've been the one that's like trying to keep it together more, trying to keep the snee true.
Go Snee. Go Snee.
Your block lights up a little bit brighter, tonality rises, and as it does, the pedestals all move upward about 4 feet into the air, and you see this glyph shard that's just hovering in space get a little bit closer to you. We're not there yet.
I think you are incredibly brave for giving your life up as a pirate to take care of your mother. I think not a lot of people do that, and you gave up a really special journey to learn more about yourself, to take care of the woman who brought you into this world, and that's
No, I'm the one getting...
one of the most like special things I've ever heard.
Your pedestal darkens slightly and begins to slowly fall, but this moment of truth in its detail and its positivity, the harmonics on yours rise and push you up another 3 feet. Yours was a reaction to saying, I'm getting glazed.
You didn't fucking punish them.
I'm gonna.
You didn't punish them. It's fucked up. It's fucked up.
I think that
You're just gonna have to work harder.
I think that you are the most. You are more sentient than most people I've ever met. Enough said.
Your block increases slightly and moves less than
What's a monologue?
Well, you're noticing. Here's what you're noticing. Is that the distances traveled seem to be about the depth with which you probe your feelings and thoughts, right, about one another. And so, because Doomba's sort of proclamation to Tusk really spoke about Tusk's history and his mother and the sacrifices made, that really propelled Doomba up higher.
Can I continue?
You can say whatever you'd like.
I think this because I know you struggled, with people claiming you're not sentient or that your life is less meaningful, but I think I trust you with my life more than I trust most people.
That causes your block to actually begin to really glow and pushes you up another 3 or 4 feet. Your block hovers just slightly above Doomba's now. The shards piece is much closer to you now. You almost feel like if you stepped to the edge of your block, you could touch it.
Can I tongue it?
What?
Can I tongue it?
You probably. How far can your tongue reach?
What'd that tongue do? Tongue within close range.
It's definitely within close range. You gonna go for it? Mm-hmm. Does that require an attack roll, or should we just allow that to happen?
All right, Yoshi.
Up to you.
You even made the Yoshi sound almost.
It's up to you.
Yeah. You use the tongue a lot.
Yeah.
The object is stationary. It's just sitting still. You allow your tongue to lash out, and as it wraps around the glyph shard and begins to pull, the glyph shard doesn't move. Your pedestal, however, drops clean out from underneath you and disappears in the abyss. You are now hanging
by my tongue?
By a tongue
Oh my god.
to this glyph shard.
Holy shit.
Oh, say some nice shit! Say some nice shit!
How far away? How
Say
close
some
is he?
nice shit and raise
He's
your
probably
pencil!
about 5 feet away from you. He's
Okay.
just hanging.
Say some...
Is he in close reach?
He's within
I
close
grab him?
range. If you get to the very edge of your pedestal, it's possible that you could grab him.
Okay.
I'm gonna have you make.
Can I swing to him?
What?
Can I swing to him?
He's trying to get you first,
And
so
I
let's. You want to try and swing?
To aid, yeah.
All right, let's do this. I want you to make an agility roll, and I want you to make finesse, because I feel like you're gonna have to really carefully do this.
16 with fear.
Yeah, I can understand why you've got fear.
Someone said, Rabbit said Laura Bailey eyebrow wiggle.
It's a 10 with fear.
A 10 with fear.
Together
I
it's
probably should
26.
have. Hang on. I probably should have laid out the way this was going to go down, because I felt like this is a combined effort, right?
Yeah.
And so I like that you added this up to be a 26. So I'll do this. You're not able to fully grab him and pull him, but you are able to grab onto his cloak, not his body. So the 10 would put you there. So at least now you're able to draw him towards you. I will warn you, these pedestals do not look like they're made for 2 individuals.
Okay.
I think I'm okay. Listen, Tusk, say some nice shit.
Say some
How
nice
We gotta
How
touch.
far is the drop?
We gotta touch the thing together. So my
Infinite.
tongue's on it. You
Infinite.
guys can touch it.
Oh, okay.
Infinitely.
All right, so let's say some nice things together. Let's get up there.
Doomba.
Oh my fucking god.
Chill.
Say
Maybe
some
I'm-
nice shit.
I gotta hold my tongue. No pun intended. because I wanted to say some nasty shit right now. Doomba, I never once believed what that lady assumed that you were the killer.
That's good.
Because deep down inside, I think you're a changed person.
Ah.
And you want to make change. And you were just
Wait, that's
called
good.
out.
What Rabbit said. Tongue snap, countdown die.
Right, be quiet. He's working here. He's cooking hard.
bad, I'll let him
This
cook.
is hard for him. Continue.
I'm trying to get glazed.
I got so confused with the tongue
Just IRL.
die. I was saying that he's a changed person and trying and to be just completely, you know, picked out because of what you did in your past, I think was wrong. What are you laughing about? What are you laughing about?
God's gonna fucking kill me. He's gonna kill me, you douchebag. Stop laughing.
Your pedestal glows brighter. The harmonics and tonality change as you rise up, almost equal in level with Doomba.
Christ. I sincerely hope that after we survive this, you can resume that journey of self-growth that you gave up. Because you deserve to find out more about yourself, because, you know, it's hard to see how cool of an individual that you are, because, you know, you're around yourself every day, but it's very apparent to see that, to me, that you're a really interesting and cool individual, and you bring a lot to our little community, and you bring a lot to the world.
And with that, your pedestal begins to rise such that your grip on Boots' cloak begins to go below where your pedestal is carrying you.
Let go.
What do you want to do there?
I'll be
Starts
okay.
to rise, the harmonics change, and you realize you're in a sticky situation.
I'm gonna let go, because you said you're okay.
I'm okay.
Okay. So you let go of the cloak. The two of you now are within an easy grasp of this.
I am too.
Yes, you're both up high enough.
Count down and I'll
Let's-
pull myself up and we can touch it
let's-
together.
You only dropped a small amount when you made the glazing
Okay.
comment. It wasn't that far.
Let's
Same time.
same time. Let's
Count.
touch it.
One,
Come on. 1,
2,
3.
3.
Ah!
And we reach
I'm
out,
pulling-
Reach out and touch it. Are you touching it or are you grabbing it?
grabbing it.
Okay. As the two of you reach out and both grab
Can we
it.
do it? Can the tongue pull me in and we do it together?
Well, the tongue is attached. If you want to,
I mean,
pull
you're
yourself
like, you're
up.
grabbing it. I mean,
So are you you're hoisting yourself as they're grabbing it?
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of get up there with them.
Well,
Touch it with them.
but you currently are standing on nothing. So you pull yourself up. You put a hand on it as the two of
feel
you
like-
reach out and grab it.
Doomba would have gone for a touch.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
So you touch, you grab, and you are pulling yourself up to grab. Momentarily, it's released from its arcane hold, and it begins to move. But as it moves, and he pulls on it, it pulls away from your hand because you're only touching it. And as it does, and it's just the two of you, it freezes again. And with that, your pedestal drops out from under you. You got to tell me what you do.
can I just try and grab on and hold to it
You
with my
can.
strength?
I'm going to have you make a strength check for me.
And I'm gonna go to grab it.
You're going to go to grab it?
I'm gonna go to grab it.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Fuck, motherfucker.
16 fear.
I'm going to let that happen. I'm going to take the fear. Your 16 is enough for you to actually hold on. Now, wait a minute.
Not on cock.
Here's what's going to happen here. Okay? You can choose to grab onto that.
Yeah.
Okay? There are going to be consequences. This is not going to be... but what you have to realize now, when you grab onto that, is you are single-handedly going to be supporting Tusk and boot with your own strength, as well as the weight of the shard, which isn't terribly heavy, standing singularly on a pedestal all by yourself. So I will say this, I will create a check, or you can create the check. The difficulty on this check is going to be considerable, unless you do something that offers me narratively a better way. Because simply reactively just grabbing it is going to get you all killed.
Gotcha.
I promise.
How many hope can I spend at one time for an experience?
You can't double the experience. If you have multiple experiences that might apply to the situation,
Gotcha.
you can spend as many as you want.
I have both team player and firm footing.
That's good.
Oh.
Yeah. So could I spend 2 hope
You
to
can spend
apply
2
both
hope
of those?
to
You
apply
can.
both of them.
So for this roll, I'm going to spend 2 hope to apply firm footing and team player, which means as I lock in, like as you guys are both hanging there, and I recognize this truth, that I'm going to have to grab it to save both of you and be prepared to hang on with fucking everything that I've got. So I'm right up next to this thing. Would I be able to crouch down and like grab sort of the sides of this pedestal, hook my foot behind it too?
I'm going to say that given your analytical capabilities, being the clank that you are, you're going to realize that the pedestal is not really going to be usable for any kind of sustained support.
Okay.
The pedestal could be used for other kinds of physical movement.
Okay.
But it is probably not going to sustain you for long.
Is there a ceiling?
So what I need you to do,
Close?
what I need you to do, you can swing yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. At the same moment that I'm going to touch it, I need you to swing yourself up so that your weight is relieved from it. So for a second, I'm only holding him.
Okay.
From there, I think we might have to jump down
Can I?
to the ledge.
Wait, let Nathan finish.
Sorry.
I think we're gonna have to jump down to the ledge because this is going to fall. All right. At that point, I'm going to have to jump to propel myself forward and try to pull you guys along. I'm gonna use myself like an anchor.
Okay. Is there a ceiling?
No, not one in any kind of reach of you.
So-
Well, no, that's not entirely true. I take that back. So directly above the pit, the cavern goes up probably 30 feet. However, where the ledge of the chasm begins, there is a ceiling that's a little bit closer.
I'm gonna try to swing myself up to that ceiling.
Are you gonna Spider-Man this?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Before you make the decision to do that, and I'm not necessarily saying you can't do that.
You have to touch it
I am touching it.
with me.
I'm already touching it.
So when I grab onto... Oh my god, I'm sorry, I'm abusing your ears. I'm so sorry.
I'm
So,
stressed the fuck out.
When I go to touch it, I'm gonna do my stuff while you swing yourself up to the ceiling?
So
Or why
I'll
don't you
relieve the
just
weight.
why don't you just swing yourself off to the ground? Because
Because
I'm
if
gonna
I let go, it's gonna freeze again.
you have to stay in contact with it the whole time.
Yeah.
Or else it's gonna freeze.
I can keep my tongue on it and swing up to the ceiling and relieve the weight whilst keeping contact with it. Because if I swing off and let go, it's gonna
How
So
close
you're
is
gonna-
Nathan's pedestal? Duma's pedestal to me. And the thing.
Doomba's pedestal to you is 5 feet.
Okay. But you're gonna come down with us to bottom. Okay. Then, so what I am going to do is we are going to do this. Can you start swinging? All right. And then I will do a countdown, and on 3, I need you going up. All right.
Yep.
Okay. You just hang in there, please.
Just holding on.
All right.
Before you roll,
Yeah.
I'm going to lay out some parameters for you.
Yeah.
On a critical
Well, Dad.
success, the party will make it all the way to the ground.
Yeah.
All three of you, shard intact. On a success with hope, and the DC on this is going to be 17.
All right.
On a success with hope, the party will swing down to the ground, and then, let's see, what do I want to add to this thing?
Damage.
The party will swing down to the ground, and everybody will mark 3 stress. That's on a success with hope,
All right.
okay? On a failure with hope, the party will swing down, you will mark 3 stress and a hit point for hitting the ground. Actually, no, I'm going to say this. On failure with hope, the party will make it to the ground, but the shard will be left behind because somebody lets go for some reason and it freezes in the air.
That's fair.
And on a failure with fear, 2 of you are going to make it to the ground. The shard will still be intact, and 1 of you will fall into the pit.
All right.
The DC is 17.
Individually?
Huh?
Or are we adding it together?
No one's doing
No, this
anything.
is-
Rich.
Strictly
This is-
Nathan?
This is his move.
Rich, I need
Okay.
you. I need you to pick.
Well,
Because I am
do you have 3 hope? Does somebody have 3 hope that hasn't used a combined ability yet?
I have. Well, I have. I
Initiated
used
it?
2 of my hope for my experiences.
Right. How many you got left?
I have 1 left, but
I have
would it
1.
change it?
Rabbit's like, wow.
Would it?
Todd, awesome job with the different outcomes. That's fucking sick.
I think they're fair given
Yeah.
the situation, and this.
I'm gonna.
It's a 1 in 12 shot that this is a critical success.
Well, what worries me is that you're rolling it.
I don't think you have rolled hope yet this game.
Like I haven't. All right.
Is there anywhere? Because I am doing a move here. I am swinging. Can I roll here? Can I do anything? Can we?
I'm giving you the success, right? But because what I'm basically
Guys.
saying here is your participation in this
Is helping.
Okay,
I
and
just
it's
need to
succeeding.
roll
I don't want to
higher than-
overcomplicate the roll.
I got you.
You said it's a 17.
It's a 17.
I just need to roll higher than a 13.
Oh, that's it.
All right.
Do you have any bonuses
Okay.
you can add?
I actually get. I calculated this a long time ago. It's about like a 60%
there goes
chance
one of them.
with critical.
Do you have any
successes.
bonuses?
Wouldn't it be funny
I'm flying
if when
bonuses.
Nathan rolls, I hit fade to black and an intermission sign pops up?
What type of roll is this? Agility, strength?
I will tell you this.
Yeah.
What would you do?
This is a motherfucker.
This would be agility. It's not my strongest, but it's
You're
pretty
hanging
strong.
there with your tongue.
But I think it would be agility.
I'm just trying to hold on.
I'll let you decide.
It's gonna be. Oh my god. You would let me choose strength?
If you can, I think if you can narratively justify why you're choosing that trait to use,
Actually,
because you're going to have to hold up a lot of weight.
I'll justify it. I will be immediately holding up a lot of weight on one arm while then propelling myself off of this platform and trying to use my body as like an anchor to pull the rest of everybody else with me.
Well, one of the things I love about this game is I think it's really fair for me to place that decision in your hands.
Yeah. All right, so I basically have a +8.
How much did we fuck this? Was there an easy way out?
All
We all
right,
just need
Yeah,
to grab onto
it's
it.
called Unity.
Guys.
You were like, I'm going to tongue this thing.
guys,
Boom.
guys, I'm
And-
rolling it.
I thought the Unity was just to get up.
Was doing it
Sorry.
yourself? You thought Unity was doing it yourself?
Just rising.
That is
Man, the poker
a
face was bad on that one.
23 with hope.
Describe to us what goes down.
So
You can all kind of participate in this.
I did my 3, 2, 1 now, and at
Yes,
that
Rabbit, there
moment,
was
At that
experience in
moment,
there.
I swung. I let go with my hands, swung under with my tongue, holding on to this thing. I hit the roof, the edge where the chasm isn't, and I relieve the weight from you so you can hold on, and then I push off with my tongue from the roof, kind of pushing us in the direction
Yeah.
of the edge.
and at the same time, I'm grabbing it
as he does this, like grabbing at the moment that I see him like push an upward trajectory. And so I'm holding on to my platform with my hand, and I have my foot around the side. So as like gravity starts to take effect on this thing, I'm like holding it up with all my might while holding onto the side as the platform starts to descend with all of this weight. And as he pushes off, I push off too, sort of like instead of jumping up off of the platform, I propel with like both my hand and my feet off the side. So I am propelling myself like horizontal. So I'm using my weight to...
I almost wanted to do the same thing, almost like a rock climber.
Right.
At the last second, I wanted to swing my body just towards the area.
And it is the combined effort of the three of you, along with the successful roll, that hurls the three of your bodies all connected to the shard at the same time.
Holy hell.
To the ground. Now, I did say you'd have to mark how many stress?
3 stress.
3 stress. Because this was tough. Now, this is a victorious moment for you. You are still holding on to the shard, and as you tumble to the floor, and you realize that you did it, this pulse of some kind of numbing, searing energy moves through the three of your bodies, and for a moment, the entire cavern goes bright white. Every feature in the cavern itself vanishes into this white light. Every single one of you is bathed in it. Something has happened, you're not sure what it is. And it stays this way for a mere 12, 15 seconds. You look about the room at each other. And as it begins to dim towards the end of the 12 to 15 seconds, you could swear that as light comes back to normal, the room itself
is spinning.
The glyphs around you are moving at such a rapid pace, it's almost impossible to follow. But as color and saturation return to the room, your vision returns to what it is. It slows. The glyph itself loses that numbing feeling. And you're able to actually release it.
Wow.
It's yours.
Wow. Todd, that was fucking phenomenal.
Great
Every
job,
moment
Todd.
of this place has been phenomenal.
Oh, good.
Wow.
This is like the best dungeon, dude.
This is the best dungeon.
Thank you.
Seriously.
I love that. Thank you.
We almost died. Straight up.
Wow. Straight up.
I was ready to go.
Straight the fuck
I was ready to let one of you go.
I was ready.
I'm stress eating right now. Like,
Gary, like 20 minutes ago, just clocked out. He's like, I'm eating.
Rich, can you pass me one of them uncrusted?
I think this is a fine point to level.
I think this is a great point
baby.
to level.
oh man.
Is this?
I get the book first.
You get the buck first. Oh my god.
Dude,
that
I'm
was
glad that
awesome.
my
Thanks, Jay.
dice didn't fuck me this time.
Yeah, I was really worried for you making that roll.
Dude, man.
Really worried.
That sucked.
Because I had an ability with my community to roll a d20 once per long rest instead of my d12 hope.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, I want to roll this because I can get that d20. But I'm glad you fucking killed it, dude.
Thank you, man. Dude, the +8, insane.
What? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
All right, so let's level. I think we're going to wind up taking our dinner break at about 6:30. So we've got 40 minutes till dinner break, which is enough time for us to push the story a little bit further ahead.
Boom. And let me get a
All right.
card.
We are gaining a stress slot and we are gaining a proficiency slot.
No, you don't get one.
Huh?
Were you not paying
proficiency.
attention when I explained that?
What'd you say?
If you want to take the proficiency, you need to spend both things on it.
Oh.
This guy.
This guy. Hopefully this GM therapy experience in the Cavern of the Unbroken Word has helped to provide a little bit more unity amongst the players. You can take that with you going forward.
You didn't watch Campaign 3, really.
I didn't.
There was a whole Unity therapy episode.
Oh, come on. Really?
Where they had to, like, I don't remember it exactly, but almost kind of like this.
No kidding.
Where they had to say good things about each other or something like that.
Oh my god, no.
Yeah.
I stopped watching, just because I ran out of time.
Yeah.
I stopped watching Campaign 3 around episode 48. Maybe it was less than that.
Yeah.
Rabbit says one of the best episodes. Yeah, I got to get caught up on that. I have been woefully delinquent.
Oh man, let me get that.
Wait, let me just reconsider for 1 second.
All right, for those of you in the chat who have not subscribed to our channel, and those of you who have, thank you for becoming new subscribers. We love having you here. For those of you who haven't, don't forget to subscribe. And if you type !Discord in the chat, you will get a link that will take you to our Discord. Join it, and then participate in our Daggerheart Core Set giveaway.
I maxed out my stress, y'all.
Yeah, I maxed out my stress too.
It's so helpful.
Oh, no, never mind. As in I used all my stress.
I don't know, Rich, let's see if we can get in on those cards a little bit. Yeah.
I get to clear all my stress, right?
What's that?
I get to clear all stress, right?
Wait, what?
On a level up?
No.
On a level up? No, okay. Then let me just fill that back in real quick. Let me just not be too hasty. Awesome. Dude, I'm gonna be...
Jay, thanks. I'll give you the notes. So what happened, just to kind of give you guys a little backstory while these guys are leveling up, we did a Daggerheart that was supposed to be like a 3-shot, but it turned out to be 10 episodes back in the fall of 2024. And I am now using that adventure that we did as the building blocks for an adventure module inside of my world campaign. And I'm building that right now. I'm about to start a video devlog of the process so that I can kind of take people along the journey. The problem is I'm both writing it and drawing it, and so it's probably going to take a lot of time. I'm going to do the same thing with this adventure. I'm going to take all of the stuff I compiled and put together to make this happen and build it into an adventure module. So I'm kind of looking forward to that. I'm realizing you guys are actually contributing huge amounts of information to that, and I really appreciate that. I can't believe you brought along cases of Uncrustables.
They've been lit though.
Rich mentioned
Great,
it, and I went, okay.
All right, my severe.
No.
Todd, severe damage threshold is now up to 42.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
All right, that means to do massive damage, I'd have to do 84 points of damage to you. Hold my beer.
What is our plan for dinner?
I'm eating Chinese leftovers.
What is our plan for dinner?
Yeah.
I don't know.
We got tons of food
I can do
here.
leftovers.
And you have salsa and chips and shit. All right.
I'm struggling.
You're struggling?
Struggling to pick what I want.
Cards?
Well, what we can do, if you want, is I could propel the story forward, and then we could do our level up picks on the dinner break. We could do that if you want to.
That sounds good to me. Yeah. Let's move it.
Yeah? Would that be all right, Garrett? Or are you still
Yeah, no.
deep in the throes?
I just didn't pick a card, but I can just choose to keep it in, my loadout, which I have not been taking cards, so now I'm way behind. I'll have to fix that on the break.
All right.
So,
all right, so I assume, what's next for you in this cavern? You're pretty much at the end. There don't seem to be any other exits from this cavern other than the abyss or the way you came.
We're making our way out the way we came.
Okay. Right, so you all slowly make your way out of the cavern.
I think we were outside.
It doesn't take long. It's probably about a 15-minute careful walk through the cavern, back up the stairs, and you emerge through this crag in the rocks. The overgrowth and brush that was there is familiar, and you work your way around it and back out onto the beach. You turn north along the beach, and you begin the same walk from which you came. Eventually, 300 yards, 400 yards, you turn left, and there it is, sort of right there before you as it comes back around the rocks that you see, is the ruined lighthouse. So you turn left and begin to make your way up the stony path to it. But then you see it. Something's different. You had tied all 3 of your horses
Oh no.
to a fence post that was outside of this rail.
You killing our horses?
No. They're already dead.
That's what I meant.
All 3 of the horses are there on the ground and fairly decomposed.
I would like to move close to them and investigate what had happened.
As you get close, you notice that the skin has dried and stretched out over the bones. A bunch of flies come up out of one of the openings in the side of the horse that looks like it's been pulled apart, probably by some kind of, carrion creature that has sort of opened it up.
Have we been down there for like forever?
No, I don't think so. I think this has to be some magic.
Who's to say?
I want to rush into the lighthouse and see if our friend is alive.
Okay.
I'm worried for his health.
You rush into the lighthouse.
Do I see him?
You don't see him, and the space is a mess again.
Friend!
Aristides is the name.
Aristides!
Nothing.
I'm gonna go look in his bed area.
Okay.
Nothing?
Well, you come around the stub wall into the bed area, and you see him. He's in bed. He's got the covers pulled up over him. In his hand is one of his journals, and it's sort of laying out before him like this, and his head is back, his eyes are closed, all the skin on his face is all drawn in. He's been dead for quite some time, and a similar group of flies just buzzes up around him.
What the fuck?
Aristides. Guys! Come in!
Do you guys come in?
Yeah, I mean,
Coming in.
can I instinct check all these bodies, see if they were killed by something or if they were simply starved for a long time?
You can do instinct or knowledge, depending on how you want to do it. You're
do
kind
instinct.
of given your nature, you could do either one.
Yeah. Let me roll this together. Alright, that's a 14 with hope.
14 with hope.
Does that mean I gain a hope?
It does.
Nice.
So the Jay.
That's good, Jay.
I think one of the things that you can ascertain from this is it looks like the horses died of starvation.
What the fuck?
And what time of day is it?
Currently,
Yeah.
looks like it's about midday. Sun is high in the sky.
That makes sense for the time that we went in?
You kind of went into this at the end of the day because you took a long rest. You went down on the beach. You worked out a little bit.
And did we really spend all that much time in there?
I would say the total time in your perception that you spent in there was maybe an hour and a half.
Yeah, so this is time travel.
I would like to open his notebook that's in his hand
Okay.
and see what was the last thing he wrote.
As you open it up and you look at the last entry, you see that, the last entry basically says this: I'm unable to get to the horses to feed them. I fear they won't last much longer. It's been 6 months since my friends entered the cave. I fear for the worst. I think they've perished in there. Unable to walk, I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to last.
Whoa. Whoa, 6 months.
What the fuck?
Wait. That was 6 months before he died.
And he's perished.
Wow.
You're definitely a wanted criminal.
Dude, I'm so definitely wanted.
Is the Titan out? Is the town gone?
I think I should cloak up and we should make our way back.
Can we, like, paint you?
Yeah, we could.
I'm having a mental breakdown in this building.
Let's,
Rabbit.com says wibbly wobbly timey wimey.
What the fuck is going on?
stuff.
I really
I wanna climb to the fucking top of this building and see if I can see the town or see the giants out in the ocean.
Climb up to the top of the building?
Yeah.
Okay. There are a series of remaining timbers that stick out from points in a circular rising pattern throughout the lighthouse, which is the way that Aristides used to use to get up to where he had his telescope mounted.
Mm-hmm.
So you're gonna climb up. The telescope is about 3/4 of the way up to the top there.
Mm-hmm.
And so you work your way up, and there is the telescope, sort of cocked 3/4 of the way, pointing at the sky, left there. Looks like the elements have started to get to it a little bit. It's got some tarnish around its edges. You want to take that and look out at the ocean?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm going to have you, let's see. All right. You look through it, right? And it's a little hard to understand how it works, but with a little bit of finagling and a little bit of messing around, you're able to sort of hone in on the water. But then as you move it slightly, you're able to see the horizon, and you begin to look about. Why don't you make an instinct check for me?
Okay.
Dude, this is insane. Putting the wither in gloom, I see.
That's gonna be a 13 with hope.
Ooh, I don't get that fear. A 13 with hope? Interesting.
Wow.
Interesting roll. That's a weird spot.
You look out across the water, and you spend about several minutes scanning the horizon. And then something catches your attention. The horizon line is just a dead, flat, perfect flat line. And as you scan across, boop, there's a bump in it. And you're like, wait a minute. And you come back, and you look, and you see, and you know instinctively as you look through this glass, and even though this is something that your understanding of the world can't even really comprehend, how a human or a humanoid or any creature could see this far. Like, survival instincts tell you that it's just not possible. But you somehow innately understand that you are seeing an incredible distance away right now.
Mm-hmm.
And you look, and that blip, as you come back, you see this gargantuan figure, possibly 100 miles away, but moving.
Moving?
On the horizon, yes. It's very slowly
Towards us?
moving. You can't tell from this distance. It doesn't look like it's running at you.
Fucking terrifying. Oh my god, it hates Rabbit.
Rabbit, sorry about Nightbot. It's being really problematic.
Is it possible? Can I get off the just take my eye out?
Well, here's what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
I'm going to interrupt this moment. Because as you're looking through this and trying to comprehend this and realizing this certain sense of alarm, I understood that you rolled with hope. I'm spending the fear to sort of
shift the narrative,
flip that a little bit, because your face is pressed against the glass. And then all of a sudden, it's interrupted by this.
What the fuck?
That was great.
What is that?
You hear this fluttering sound. You draw your eye back away from the open glass of the telescope, and you can still hear it. And and you look up and you see this shadow over the top of the inside of the lighthouse where the lantern is smashed in. You see this form. It looks like a wasp. If a wasp were the size of a horse. And it goes by again, and then all of a sudden it draws back and it stops and it looks down at you. And it darts
I'm taking
in.
cover.
Tell me how.
I'm literally diving back into the building.
You're diving off the stairs?
Yeah.
You're pretty high up.
I'm gonna attempt to grab one of the posts with my tongue and just kind of like slow my fall, so I don't get hit.
Okay, so you jump, whoosh, you grab with the tongue, and what, you're gonna drop yourself down into the rest of the group?
Yeah, let's have to take cover down there and tell them what happened. And
I love the move. I'm just gonna let it happen.
was it the speed of which I said it
Was what the speed?
that you let me act before that thing hit me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it was your reaction time in real time in terms of how we're playing the game.
This is like a wasp. This is a wasp the size of a horse.
What do you mean?
A wasp the size of a horse.
They're not
Do
that
we see this?
big.
If you look up,
I'm actually gonna, at this, I'm gonna like start to pop my head out, being like, what the fucking wasp? And then I see it.
and as you look up, you
And
see it.
I go, whoa! I'm back inside.
Yeah, you see it. It's huge. It's the largest insect you've ever seen.
We don't fight well with flying things. What the? I've never been more scared in my life.
It doesn't walk! Alright.
As you're saying this and you're ducking and hiding, this thing flies straight down the center of the warehouse, and it swoops in. And it just kind of comes in, gets close to you, and you feel the wind off of its wings. You see some of Aristide's journals kind of like move about on the floor. It's like this. This thing's on the attack. Now,
Okay.
we are incredibly close to the dinner break.
Let's take the dinner break now.
So I think we're going to take the dinner break, and we're going to come back.
Tongue it.
Tongue it. Yeah, why don't you tongue that?
you know I'm about to,
Tongue
Rabbit.
that, boo.
You know I'm about to tongue that motherfucker, and I'm gonna fly behind it as I'm holding on to it as it's flying.
I can't wait. I can't wait. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We are going to take a dinner break because we have been back at it for a little over 4 hours.
Really?
We've been streaming for 10 hours and 16 minutes total.
Guys,
I'm not completely wrecked.
awesome.
No, I'm not either. I'm still in
okay.
it. But I feel like if I don't stand soon, I'm gonna throw a clot and die a heart, like some kind of heart finish. Like, you guys aren't old enough to completely understand that, but
Listen, I think
I could use a bathroom break.
yeah,
I
we
mean,
could use a break. So,
this has been fucking fire, Todd. Thank you for this second
oh,
half.
come on. I love you guys. Thank you
This
for
has
that.
been amazing.
I really appreciate that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the Session 0 video, which we didn't finish from earlier, and I'm going to hopefully be able to pick that up. I'm not sure where that is on its clip. So I might have to mess with that a little bit.
Thank you, chat, for being fucking awesome. You guys are making this experience like 10 times more fun, so thank you.
hell yeah.
So what I'm going to do is when I launch that video, bear with me. I'm going to have to fast forward through it, and it's going to seem a little bit odd because scrubbing on this system is a little bit strange. But hang in there, okay? And we're going to be on dinner break for about, I would say, 45 minutes or so, just so we have time, and then we will come back. Thank you, Jay. Yeah, we will be back after the break, so bear with me while I change these things.
You better be here when we get back, or I'm gonna get stabbed.
Oh my God, I'm gonna mute the mics now, just so that we're not, boom. Bloom Studios. My name is Todd, and we are here. And so Let's jump into session 0. We'll talk a little bit about who we are and what we're playing. I'll give you a little bit of an overview of the campaign framing, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
All right? Garrett.
Oh, man.
Introduce yourself to everybody.
I'll start it off. Okay, so...
Story living this with living with this for a while. In fact, what immediately happens is, this soul that now inhabits Doomba is like, fuck this, I'm gonna find who's doing this and ending him. So
your creator, right?
Doomba's first conscious act is to eliminate the creator. In fact, breaking his skull on the ground and harvesting his blood and siphoning off the energy until that scientist's soul is dead, gone forever. And so Doomba sets out on this sort of mission, leaves the pit, leaves Haven's Reach to purge the world of evils and sort of try how he can to remediate the evil souls.
It's interesting that you've created a precedent with Doomba's first action being something so callous, right?
Yes.
That you are innately built to do evil onto the evil and not have it really taint you, because you're so cold to it. It's normal to you. It's the first thing you did.
Right.
Yeah.
And sort of built into Doom is Doomba.
Doom is short for Doomba.
Is purging evil by eliminating evil beings, but taking their blood and doing something with it other than harvesting it in the hopes of remediating the soul.
Yeah.
Using their experiences, their knowledge, the knowledge of the soul to make them stronger, to overcome further evil, so that that soul is ultimately performing an act of good in the hopes that their souls in the next life have a better outcome.
I love that all of Nathan's characters tend to add some sort of creative, canonic inspiration to the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This blood mechanic adds a lot to Vesper. I think.
And this is the thing, right? And I forgot to include this before. When we did Andira's Embers, and we ran that, I think it was 10 episodes of a campaign in Daggerheart, I am currently taking that and making an adventure module out of what we learned from that campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'll be doing a devlog on that whole thing, and you'll be able to watch that soon. I'm going to have a 10-episode devlog on me writing a adventure module. But we are now having the opportunity to do that again. And by you introducing this bloodlust, this blood, what do we call it?
This blood magic,
The
really.
blood magic mechanic is, I've been experimenting in my lore with what the third system of magic is, because I said I've got a mycelial system, I've got this Andira's system, your system, you and I are going to work together to craft the third system in this world. And it's all based on this character, which is brilliant.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yes!
Thank
I'm
you.
so excited.
That's
this
sick,
is collaborative storytelling.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
It really is. Rich, can we dig in a little
I
bit
would love
to yours?
to. I'm gonna bring Boot Belch's story in with some writing I've done.
Ooh.
He wrote this in his journal.
Oh, seriously?
Yes.
Fantastic.
I
Why did I
am.
go first?
I am a son of the bog. I am a son of the Belch mother that spun the world. I was a royal knight. I was an honored protector. I am now vilified. I am now the scapegoat. I am now vengeance. I served the once great king Congelius IV. I loved him. And that's all I've got.
Congelius the
my
Fourth.
gosh.
First,
I
no, wait.
love that.
I like that, but I really want to talk about the Belch mother.
The Belch mother.
I want to know
is-
everything.
The Belch mother in my story is I don't know if it's canonic because I haven't worked with Todd yet, but these the people that live in the bog where Boot is from believe that there is one first ribbit, about 5 times the size of a normal ribbit, who is this large creature with this ginormous stomach, right, that made home in this forest. And eventually, like, she would go get water from a nearby water source and then kind of flood the forest and dig holes. And she eventually created this underground, underwater system location that they call the bog. And the ribbits of this world have made homes in dry, cavernous parts of this underground system. And what looks like this just flooded forest is really an underground entire empire.
So in a sense, the Belch mother as sole ribbit entity recognized that she was about to populate Vesper with this whole entire ancestry that was going to come forth from her. So she essentially made a nest.
Yes, she made a nest.
Huh.
And it's called the bog. Now, I haven't decided where the Belch mother comes from, right? What's pre her? She could be otherworldly. She could be alien that came here, whatever. But the idea is that these people believe that is their religion.
Well, and also remember, in most creation myths, there is a starting point that it is when we begin to ponder what came before that starting point, that's where we lose the grasp of reality.
Exactly.
So it's okay to have a nebulous starting point that there was the Belch mother.
Yes.
Right?
So they believe in that. They pray to her. That is their religion down there. Boot Belch was the first Kingsguard to King Congelius. Now, time has gone by. He served his position justly and with honor. And years went by. The king got older. Boot got older. And the king started acting different. Boot didn't know at the time, but this rogue group of evildoers that is called the Velvet Sky that exist on the upper plane, like the upper than the bog, right? Upper than there. It's like
More
on the
of
surface.
a material plane.
The surface level of Vesper. They found their way down into the bog and wanted to harvest resources from the bog. So they sent this this sort of snake, this Littlefinger-esque character, if you've seen Game of Thrones. This who's that guy from Lord of the Rings who
Wormtongue?
This Wormtongue-esque character. He sent him down as a sort of consort to the king, and he filled Boot's head with ideas that this king was going to do this act of harm to his people. he was kind of losing his mind. He thought he was going to do this act of harm. So Boot, in an attempt to save the kingdom, ended up killing the king to save everybody. And then this Wormtail-esque consort turns on Boot and says he was in cahoots with this king, and ends up taking power for himself to then exile Boot and take his armor from him and send him to the surface realm, where he is stripped of all of his titles and everyone he loves. Boot comes to realize that this consort is an agent of the Velvet Sky. So Boot is on this mission to eradicate the Velvet Sky and attempt to save his homeland from this evil person that is now usurped power down there. To do this, Boot has been forced to enact evil on evil for this righteous purpose, right? So there's a little bit of him that hates what he has to do, but he does it nonetheless. And we'll pick up later with what happens after that. But that is Boot's backstory.
In a way, and not to completely tie this to the Lord of the Rings, you brought up the Wormtongue character, but Éomer, who is Theoden's nephew, is banished in that very way because Wormtongue turns on Éomer because Éomer sees what's going on.
Yeah.
Right? And so in a lot of ways, Éomer is the threat to the relationship between the consort and the king.
Yes.
And in a lot of ways, that's how you become that threat.
Yes. Almost, yes.
I also like how we've both kind of honed in on like evil capitalism. Like, acts of evil to just harvest resources.
I think we're, trying to live vicariously in a world where we can make a difference.
Right, yeah, I agree. But also, it's funny that these two characters have like two different perspectives on good versus evil. Like, it sounds like Boot is like fighting evil with evil, sort of. But I realized while like working on Doomba that Doomba has this very odd like black and white perspective on good and evil, where Doomba is killing and these other people are killing, but Doomba does good killing, righteous killing, like probably coming from like Haven's Reach and the Pit, where this perspective about death and and war and conflict isn't just painted as like evil overarching. So I don't know, I think that's very interesting. I think we're gonna have some very unique perspectives for each other. Like maybe you don't have to feel so bad, and maybe I don't have to approach every problem the same way.
I think we're definitely going to affect each other. It's interesting how we both landed on a place of vengeance, on a place of doing evil for the good reason. I think we both wanted to play like anti-heroes almost.
Yeah.
But I think I discovered my morality in a different way. I discovered it by growing up as a normal person and serving the people in a good way, and my kind of weapon that needs to be led almost type of character, like a Kingsguard or something. Like I enjoy being a place of being told what to do, right? So I'm kind of on a quest of figuring out how to lead myself after being shunned. You know what I mean? So it's interesting. I'm discovering a new sort of morality than I had before. And I think it's going to be interesting when we talk about how we're related, which we're going to do after Garrett hops in here with his character.
I gotta follow the Belch Mother.
You gotta get her.
This is like, I don't have some Belch Mother backstory over here. It's fantastic.
Thank you.
All right, so, Tharkel is his real name, but he goes by Tusk.
I can only think of Tharkelly.
Tharkelly.
Oh, stop it.
Stop.
You just totally busted
he will have a new name. He will have a new name for the campaign on Tuesday, because we are not getting Tharkelly around. Okay. Okay. Forget I even said that. Tusk over here.
Tusk.
So.
Ruined!
I'm not going to say anything anymore.
He was So I brought up briefly before, he's half Furbolg, half orc. His mother, he doesn't know his father, you know, he's a bastard, essentially. So his mother, by the name of Maywin, you know, raised him. He was always made fun of because in his community, you know, he was different. He had tusks. He was not, you know, normal. People made fun of him and called him, you know, half-blood and beast and monster. And so he was always teased and made fun of. And he grew up in, he grew up in the town of Haven's Reach. And he connected deeply with the, you know, the outcasts at the docks, the sailors and the tough and, you know, rowdy people, the drunks. And he found his way to them because, you know, he was different. You know, most of them were different or, you know, outcasts or whatever. So that's where he found home, more or less. And so he was always picked on and, you know, beat up and shit. And that's where he started to, you know, fight back, more or less. Instead of, as a child, he was always just like, you know, quiet, soft, because that's how his mother taught him to, like, be.
Yeah.
But as he grew up and he's like, you know, I can't be bullied my whole life. So he started to fight back. And that's where he started to gain his strength and, you know, become this brute and try and fit in. So eventually he made his way out to sea on just a regular ship, you know, brute, mopping decks, whatever. And then that ship was essentially taken over by a pirate ship, boarded. And he realized that this ship, it was called the Storm Fang. He found his family. He realized that, you know, these are the people that he really fits in with. You know, these rough and tough pirates. And he found his home, essentially. And I mean, one of the reasons that led him to sea was his father was a captain of a ship, and that's why he doesn't know his father. Essentially, is his mom, you know, found that one night stand at the bar, and he doesn't know his father, and he wants to try, and he has a, you know, basic description of this, you know, handsome orc man that the mom, you know, met at the bar one night, and he's trying to find this guy. And essentially he's part of this pirate ship, but then he got word that his mother wasn't doing well and she was dying, so he came back to the town and essentially left the pirate ship and spent his last like year taking care of his mother and, you know, back at home. But he's really rough and tough. He fits in at Haven's Reach because of the pit. He loves to fight in the pit. He's got, you know, scar on his face. He's got tattoos and stuff like that, you know, it's under his fur, but it's there. But he came back to town to take care of his mother, you know, as, you know, the final whatever. And he's trying to figure out what to do next, essentially.
Is the rough and tough almost like a way to cover up his insecurities?
Yeah, it's, for sure. That's exactly how I looked at it, it's, you know, he, deep down inside, he's still this, like, kind of soft guy, but he uses the strength and the, like, fighting as a defensive mechanism, essentially.
But it also sounds like he doesn't really, like, know who he is. Like, it sounds like he goes on this journey to find his father, not really to find his father, but, like, to find, like, who the hell he is.
Yeah, no, he's lost. He's kind of lost because he grew up not knowing his father, or not knowing essentially where he came from, and being different, and then, you know, trying to find a place to fit in. And he's lost.
I love that.
He has to, like, sideline his journey to like go take care of his mother.
Yeah. Because he's so attached to his mother.
Wow.
And just figuring that out. So he's, you know, he's coming in, I would say, you know, I kind of led this up to his mother, you know, died recently. So he's coming in kind of like
Mourning.
vulnerable, mourning, and trying to
Yeah.
figure it out, and just trying to
Angry.
figure out what's next. Angry,
Right.
and just, you know, because that's the only thing he really ever knew was his
Yeah.
mother.
Okay, so I can't help but throw something really interesting in here, and I'm going to give you homework before we go into our game. But there is a song by a band called the Decemberists, and it's called the Mariner's Revenge Song, and it is an epic tale of a young boy who watches his widowed mother fall in love with this scoundrel, and the scoundrel sort of. You know, they had money, and you know, after his father died, they had money. But this scoundrel comes in, makes a life with her. They get married, and she starts to fall ill. He's a gambler. He creates a lot of debt, and when he leaves, the debt is tied to their home. They lose their home. His mother goes insane and eventually dies.
Wow.
The kid grows up and hears his mother's voice in every song's chorus. He hears his mother's voice saying specifically, find him, bind him, tie him to a pole and break his fingers to splinters, drag him to a hole until he wakes up naked, clawing at the ceiling of his grave. That's the chorus, right?
He hears that every time?
He hears his mother's voice saying that to him, right? So he grows up solely hell-bent on revenge, finding this guy who became a sailor. He was specifically a whaling ship captain. So this kid gets a job on the same ship.
This is all in a song?
It's all in a song, and it goes on for a very long time.
Jesus.
The whale swallows the ship, and the only two survivors are them in the belly of the whale. It's fucking phenomenal. This is your character. This is kind of your character, and it's deep. And plus, when you add all the harmonies and the lyrics and the sound, it gives you so much
I'm gonna have to,
emotion.
listen to that, yeah.
I gotta listen to it.
When we're done with this session,
Grabbing
Zero,
inspiration.
for the sake of copyright protection, I can't play it on this stream. But
I have a question following that up.
Yeah.
How did the crew react to you saying, I'm going home to take care of my mother?
That kind of got him, like, so, you know, again, almost another bullying thing. That got him, like, you know, outcast, essentially, from that
outcast
community.
number 2. That's fucked up.
So adding to the sort of the struggle you've had with being made fun of, this further pushed you down.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
So
Fuck.
I love that, dude. You talk about you
You're
didn't
looking
have
for-
a crazy backstory. I think that's juicy as hell.
Well, the other thing is don't forget that backstory with characters doesn't have to be fully formed. Part of the job of the story we're about to tell
Is
in this
telling the
game
story.
is to help fill that out. You may learn things about your characters that help to fill in holes in the backstory you didn't know were there. And it's important to keep those holes open for now.
With that being said, can you lead our questions how we know each other discussion? You can shoot you just ask us questions like, Nate, what's your worst experience with Rich's character or something?
Well, now that's of course assuming how we all know each other if we do.
do we want to be connected?
Yes.
I think
That
for
was
the sake of
juicy.
moving this story forward, we have got 10 levels in Daggerheart to cover in 12 to 15 hours is the goal, right? I'm
Yeah.
hoping we don't go beyond that, but
What?
Nathan's got it.
So you were born and raised in Haven's Reach?
Yes.
So I assume
I
that
would've-
as a kid you would have gone and watched.
Mm-hmm.
So you would have known me as the halftime Zamboni.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
nice.
All
Right?
right.
And
The
you
blood
would have
Zamboni.
heard like the story the day, like, you know, the
Gaining
halftime,
sentience
Yeah,
and-
the halftime Zamboni goes berserk, kills
Yeah.
its maker, and flees. But you would hear like the legend of Doomba like growing.
The Legend of Doomba.
The legend of Doomba. I'd say it's a matter of like maybe a few years.
Okay.
Maybe a
All right.
decade.
Well, I
Just to
think
say.
me and you have become some sort of vigilante duo
Yes.
in
Yeah.
that amount of time because we've met. They saw me split a creepy dude that was trying to, you know, do some stuff with a woman. He saw me split that guy in half with my sword, and then like cry about it afterwards.
Yeah.
Did he like come and clean it up?
And he helped me clean it up and then asked me to have a drink with him. And we talked about
Okay.
life. We talked
Yeah.
about the Velvet Sky. and we realized that we were on the same mission.
Interesting. Okay.
So we've kind of
Yeah.
made a pact to kind of
and work
slowly
together.
take out evil / the Velvet Sky.
So I like this idea of you two are definitely knowing each other, and you have a, you know, you're already together.
Yeah.
I'm recently coming back to Haven's Reach, or I've been there for a little while now.
Yeah.
But I'm like in town, so I guess there's got to be a way that I know the stories, and I remember back in the day of the halftime Zamboni that went nuts.
What if you heard the stories, and we have some sort of apartment, or like we have some sort of main location that people low key, if you ask around the right way, people know that's our
We could
hub.
operate out of the pit. That
Well,
that
yeah.
office,
Do you come back to the pit?
Well, I
'Cause
think
I'm
we
still a fighter in
I
the
think we
pit
do
right
come
now.
back to the pit.
Yeah.
So then that's
We have
how I
like a
re-meet
layer.
you guys.
Yeah.
Okay, so we met you fighting in the pit maybe a year ago, in the last year's
Yeah,
celebration.
recently. Yeah. So
But
I've been.
can I throw something in real quick? You mentioned that you had been gone for a while,
Yes.
right? When we were initially talking about this. Is this still part of it, that you've recently returned?
Yeah.
Recently returned
With me.
With you. I would
Okay.
say we've probably started working within the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it.
So-
That's going to be critical, because
Yeah.
I have something.
Maybe you found your way as you were wandering away. You found your way through this misty, swampy forest called
Yeah.
the Bog.
Because
And I was still up top there trying to find out information about what's
Yeah.
going on down underneath. And then we
Yeah.
found each other, found a purpose, made our way back to Haven's Reach, and got involved not politically, but got involved in the systems there in the past year.
Right.
And you found us
At the pit.
at the
essentially.
pit a few months ago, I'd
We
say.
know we've picked you out as like a strong fighter.
But what made you want to work with us is the question.
I don't know. I think it would have to just be that I know you guys.
I know why I would have picked you.
What if... Wait, I have an idea. Sorry.
Yeah.
What if you found out the Velvet Sky had something to do with the death of your mother? Like you couldn't get medication because they were taking the medication.
Revenge?
Yeah.
And help on your revenge? Oof.
Wait, say that again. I missed
What if
that.
the Velvet Sky is the reason his mother couldn't get the medication she needed?
Okay.
I kind of like that. I like that.
Let me-
Yes. I love that.
Because if they're controlling trade and shit that's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe you went out searching for enemies of the Velvet Sky. My enemy is my friend. And you came to us in our little hideout, our little hole in the wall, and we vetted you for a bit. And now it's past the vetting process, and you are newer to the group, but you are an official member of the three of us.
Let me say what, in the process of vetting you, and what I would have noticed that I trusted. And it's the same thing that I would have trusted about you, why I chose to speak to you in the first place. It goes back to a sort of betrayal that Doomba had encountered in his early years wandering. Sort of working with a colleague, operating against the Velvet Sky at that point too. But his colleague sells him out. And as they go to infiltrate a sort of base, they walk straight into a trap, thinking, well, we fucked up, but it was all a plan. Doomba is immediately overwhelmed and defeated in battle, and the colleague decides just to let him sort of like die there on the floor, not finish him. Maybe, for the connection that they had together, like, he doesn't deserve to be put out. I've done the job. But he comes out of that alive, but he has trouble sort of trusting after this, sort of getting to trust somebody who says that they have the same motivations, but he can't really tell what they're thinking, if they're gonna be corrupted by evil. What he saw in you is that acts of evil weigh on you.
Yeah.
You sort of wear your heart on your sleeve in some respect. And what he gets from you, like what he sees from you is what he gets.
Yeah.
And he can really trust you, and so he sort of learned that value of, working with people who aren't like obviously an open book, but who are like emotionally trustworthy. And so what he sees in you is, you have all these walls and layers up, but it becomes apparent that you're just a guy who,
needs a sense of direction. Who
He also loved his mother.
Loved his mother, exactly. Who came back, who left whatever life that was to come back and take care of his mother.
That's another reason you'd have been drawn to him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Because you have a good moral compass. Yeah.
I cannot tell you how much this discussion right now tied together like 4 loose threads that I had.
He's cooking.
Oh my
He's
god!
cooking.
I'm over here writing like a fiend. It's
Like
so
math
good.
equations passing Todd's head.
Yes, yes. Enter the montage of things floating.
Yeah. I think we should have a name.
Oh.
And a name we operate under.
Oh yeah, because we're like the little. We're like our own little kind of vigilante group.
Yeah, I
kind
think
of.
we have a headquarters. I think we have a name.
Ooh. The olive pitters.
What?
I don't even understand that.
Because we pit. I don't know.
That ain't it, Chief. That ain't it.
Do you know that old saying, there are no dumb ideas?
That's a dumb
That was
idea.
a dumb idea.
I'm thinking of something as far as reach, haven, and pit. I think one of those should be in there.
Well, that's the reach.
Haven's 3?
No.
Okay.
I'm thinking.
Fuck.
What if it's in a different sky? What's the opposite of velvet?
Maroon.
I don't know if there is an opposite
really?
of velvet.
Golden sky?
I don't think we should tie it like that.
Okay.
I think you guys should be unique. I mean, I'll let you cook however you want to, but I feel like it should be...
Yeah, maybe we cook on
All right,
this.
let's figure it out for Tuesday.
Yeah.
Let's figure it out for Tuesday.
Why can't
Which
we do it
is
right now?
today.
Why can't we do it right now?
Tuesday's right now for them.
I want to know, dude. So we can plan out this group.
So if you are watching this current session 0 while you're simultaneously watching the live, that means we're on break right now. One of the things we planned on with this session 0 was to run it during our much needed break times for lunch and dinner during our marathon.
Because I told them I would fucking tweak
So
from sitting.
Yeah, thank you, Nathan, for
Yeah.
this. So if you're watching the live stream, you already know the name that they came up with, but we will make sure to put that in play at the beginning of the marathon. I think we're in pretty good shape. Do you guys have any other issues, holes in the narrative we feel like we need to resolve? in
No.
this?
I don't think need. I got 7 more bonding
so-
questions I could ask.
I'm so
But
happy.
if we're going off of need, I think we're need okay.
Well, if you want to ask another question, we can completely...
Are we getting crazy on time?
We're probably right around an hour and 5, which we can split into 2 breaks, lunch and dinner.
I guess that's enough necessary information.
Do we want to just like end, because we talked about talking about this and we didn't really, just expectations and like
Yes.
what we're excited about?
Yeah,
Should we
yeah.
like wrap with that?
I would love
Should I
that.
introduce that part?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, cut this for it. I know you didn't want to
You're
cut.
getting close, right, Nathan?
Yeah, I'm getting close.
How much time do you have?
24 minutes.
Oh, we're
Okay.
good.
But
We
we'll
got
have
time.
enough.
All right, so
And
we have
then-
Let's
plenty.
spend a
Am
few
I
minutes on
parked
this.
in?
No, you came last, so.
No, I came
You
first.
came
bitch.
first.
Oh, you came first. Oh, did
I'm
you
in
park
Audrey's.
behind Nathan?
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so
You
let's
fucking-
let's give this like 10,
Yeah.
15 minutes.
No,
and then
I,
we'll get you
I
out.
just think
We
this
can
could
give
be,
it the 24. I just need to be.
I don't
okay,
even know if
yeah.
it needs to be that long, but I know on one of the pauses, Rich and I were saying how much we love the character just development that we've always had with Daggerheart.
I know.
And I have a comment on one of the. It's not a bone to pick with this one comment that appeared on the.
I know
first
the one you're
Daggerheart
talking
video.
about. You're talking about the when there's a nope, it's not a game.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a
yes.
problem. Let's
But-
not address that here.
But I kind of. It's interesting. Maybe I don't have to speak about it, but it's interesting the different function that Daggerheart takes, where it's about storytelling, and if that's what you like, Daggerheart caters to that. Versus, things like Warhammer, where it's
So-
like the crunchy number
yeah.
game.
Yeah.
So
But
there was this one comment that the one guy, I was watching a video, and I'm not going to say it right, but Daggerheart offers you a yes and, yes, no, no and there's like another thing. It's because there's the 4 outcomes essentially of the roll.
Yeah.
It's the fear, the hope.
It's success with success
with hope,
success with fear, failure with hope, failure with fear.
And he said it like
yes
fluidly.
and yes but.
Yeah, yes but, yes and, yes but.
No but, no and.
No and. Or
I
something
love
like
that.
Yeah.
And
It's like a Punnett square.
Yeah.
well, it's just, I like that system, and it's just like, with the narrative driven, it's just, I don't know. I think I did the same thing Todd did. I don't know.
I feel that. I think there's something about when we've played Daggerheart, and it's been like these short stories.
Okay, we're ruining this because we're not going to do it as good. So we should just flow.
Yes,
Shut
we
up.
should do.
We should just flow, right?
Well,
Yeah, we should
I
do it.
could
We
have
should
just
go.
used that. but
Well, shit. I'm
it's okay.
sorry.
No, it's okay. Let's formalize this, and we're gonna come in with those very things that we just said. All right.
Yes.
All right. So since we're getting down to the end, and I feel like we do have a lot of what we need in terms of your connections, your backstories, who you are, and what you're playing. Let's just talk briefly about number 1, our expectations for the campaign, our thoughts on using Daggerheart as a system for this marathon that we're about to embark on. What do you got? Because I'm curious, Nathan.
I'm so excited. I swear to God, I like all of my experiences playing Daggerheart have been fucking awesome. Like my favorite memories at this table are from Daggerheart, and I'm so thrilled to be doing this with you guys.
Well, we were saying earlier that we always make the best characters.
Yeah.
We have so much fun in the character creation, and I don't know what it is.
I have an idea
I know
what it is. I think it's the fact that every Daggerheart character is extremely customizable, but it's powered on at level 1.
Yes.
You do not have to wait till level 3 to get your subclass.
Yes.
Everything you want your character to do is available right there at level 1.
And it's also just like the act of creating the character, not just like the questions on the back. You're not going to be able to see that, I'm sorry. Not just like the questions on the back of the sheet that like ask you about what your character looks like and some background questions and some connections. The act of actually creating your character, it gives you reasons to develop your backstory with the actual
On the
stats.
sheet.
You get to create experiences, which is sort of just like you have the opportunity to make your backstory count to your stats. I mean, holy shit.
Yeah.
Like, that is awesome.
Oh,
like,
yeah, we didn't talk about
rewards
experiences at all.
I need to
Oh,
do
we'll
mine
get
still,
there.
yeah.
I got a good one.
Like, oh, God.
There are mechanics that you have to choose in the character builder that really lend to like fleshing out your character.
Yes.
Like for instance, when I was picking my community, I picked Orderborn, and that inspired me to, yes, there was this wandering, like vengeance-filled fighter that I wanted to play, but wouldn't it be interesting if he came from a place of order?
Right.
And that's what inspired his whole backstory as like the protector knight for this king.
So, like, the sort of background details, you get things for those backgrounds. Like, you're rewarded for certain types of backgrounds. And the funny thing is, I was thinking about this, I've never chosen my race or my background depending on, like, what has the best stats.
Yeah.
I'm always sort of just like, what sounds cool? What do I want to play? And it's funny, I realized I always treat stats as like secondary to what I want to play. It doesn't matter what game it is. I always treat stats as secondary, but I always feel like I have such a much stronger character, like stat-wise, in Daggerheart, because I'm rewarded for building a story, a narrative for this character in tandem with the stats themselves.
There's a more authentic to yourself kind of approach to that. It's like, I'm going to play what I want to play, not the one I know is going to get through with as little resistance as possible.
Precisely.
Yeah.
That's what I like about this system is it's not super granular. It's
open-ended.
Tell a story, open-ended, have fun. It's like one of the first things in the book.
Yeah.
Is it's just like, they pretty much point out the rule of cool. Like, just have fun with it and do what you want.
And
I think there's a system of structure versus non-structure, right?
Yes.
And in Daggerheart, there is structure in the right places. That lead to freedom down the line, such as structure in Session 0 when it comes to bonding and your characters, how they know each other, where they're from. There is structure there in the forms of questions they ask you depending on what class you pick.
Right.
But there's places of non-structure compared to D&D when it comes to combat, where there is no initiative. Things are flowier when it comes to less math. So I think they've really done a nice job of adding structure that feels like a springboard, and then taking away structure that felt like a ceiling.
And
I like that.
I think too, like the whole process of playing Daggerheart, from what we've played so far, is a process of trusting everybody in building the narrative together. Like, you know, there are certain things in the rule book that can be abused. Like death and dying, you could choose every time, like, to survive, but with consequences to an extent. I understand. And from like a numbers perspective, that is a huge weakness, where you don't really like face the consequence of death. But that's assuming that you're going to have a player who's going to abuse that opportunity every time. If you have somebody who's much more like stats and combat driven, of course you're going to choose that.
Yeah.
Like, why wouldn't you? In any other like game, in any other video game, why wouldn't you choose like the extra life over restarting, where in this you don't even have a save point? Why would you choose that? The difference is, why wouldn't you choose that? The difference is that we are all trusting each other to come together to build a narrative in a way that makes sense, that is fair.
And if you're playing to your character truthfully,
Right.
A lot of characters might go out in a blaze of glory.
I've killed 2 characters in the 3 campaigns we've played Daggerheart. I've killed 2. And neither of those times did I choose to survive. I played to what made sense in the moment and what made sense for my character. I risked it all one time, and that was for EI, and that was fucking beautiful. And the other time I went out in a blaze of glory and I traumatized the players at this table.
And it really surprises me when I think of Dungeons and Dragons, right? As to how little help they give you when it comes to death.
Or
Their
trust.
death mechanics are really anticlimactic.
Yeah.
If you don't have a wonderful DM, your character could just die and that's it. It just falls unconscious. You don't have the numbers. He makes a few rolls to see if he comes back up, and then that's it. You know, so it's just a very different game.
Yeah.
Well, I think I know why we're having this conversation right now, and it stems from, and I kind of want to make another video about this, because it stems from a comment that we got in our Death and Dying in Daggerheart video. You guys can go look that up if you want to, but one of the people that commented said something against the avoid death move in Daggerheart, basically saying as long as there's a nope decision that can be made in the face of death, to that person this was not a game. Now I would push back against that, because when you look at the 4 definitions that make up a game, one of those, and it's the key one, is you are overcoming self-imposed, unnecessary obstacles to fulfill a goal.
Right.
Unnecessary self-imposed obstacles. And this game, by virtue of the fact that we have dice and that there can be successes, we can have a success with hope, a success with fear, a failure with hope, a failure with fear. Those to me are things that have outcomes on either side of the coin. Those are obstacles.
Yeah.
And they have unpredictable outcomes. It's a game.
Yeah.
And, you know, I won't say, and I don't think that, like, I don't really disagree with that person in that comment, other than the way that they said that it's not a game. I think that's a different sort of argument. But what I'm seeing is that we like to play tabletop role-playing games from different perspectives. Maybe that person more likes the numbers and the crunch and making like the perfect strong build, and maybe something closer to Warhammer. I don't know. I can't speak for that person. But I think what they appreciate about the game of D&D is different from what I appreciate about the game of D&D.
Well, yes, and that's a very fair-handed approach to the
Right.
comment. And I just said it's a game as if I was trying to validate whether or not this was a game, and that was not my point.
Right.
But I think the person is making the mistake of in this, that maybe we look at this through a different lens, is that death means you lost the game.
Right.
And
yes.
that might be true of Mario Brothers. That might be true of, I don't know, insert another Elden Ring.
Right.
Right. But in this case, did I just?
Did you say boring?
No.
I said fuck Elden Ring.
Fuck you.
All right. Yeah. And the game says fuck you too.
Yeah.
It does.
Big time. It hurts. That game hurts. But my point here is this: is that death, if seen as a loss, assumes that winning and losing is part of this game.
Right.
But there are lots of ways to self-impose unnecessary obstacles with the hope of achieving a goal where death plays no part in it at all.
Yeah.
So when we bring death into this game and we have a move that we can make in response to that, a voluntary move, great. Let's enhance the narrative. Let's enhance the fiction a little bit.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that's not what defines the game itself
Yeah.
at all.
And I think I know I give a lot of hate to the I choose not to death mechanic. I choose what's it called?
Avoid death.
Avoid death. I give a lot of hate to it, but for your story, I think that having a character that would choose to preserve their own life at all costs, and then on top of that there is a punishment you get,
Yeah.
it adds so much to role play when you wake up from what happens. There are consequences maybe from your team about your cowardice. You may have like you lost an arm or something. There's so much to work with even in the least exciting mechanic. I do have one gripe with Avoid Death, and that is simply the fact that it said you can't be targeted. I wish it said instead you have the enemy has disadvantage on targeting you.
Well, fine. But here's another thing I would like to point out with Avoid Death, and we just have never encountered this in one of our games yet.
Mm-hmm.
But you as the player, let's say you mark all your hit points and you want to make the death move Avoid Death, you could say to me, give me the scar. I'm not even going to roll. Give it to me. Because I want to make it part of the next element of my journey.
Yeah.
Every time I would say
So,
that.
I can agree with that. I kind of disagree with you where this game is different. And this game is about telling the story. Mm-hmm. And if you want to take that option, whether it's the easy way out or regardless to avoid death, if you don't have the agency, it's just like D&D.
What do you mean?
Where if you're down on the ground, the DM has the ability to totally wipe you out of that game.
Yeah.
Well, that adds.
So you don't have an agency in D&D necessarily. If your DM is cruel, because your DM can come up to you.
I prefer the term realistic.
No, you have agency. It's just the fact that the DM and the world around you also has agency.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Because
Yes.
by having
I get what
choosing
you're
avoid
saying.
death, you are making choices for other things in the world, which I don't like.
And again, remember, just like with any tabletop role-playing game, you have the option to have your own table and house rules.
Right.
Okay? So, before I get into that, and I'll keep that brief, but keep in mind, avoid death, I'll take the scar. You erase a stress marker that you can no longer mark. You creep closer towards vulnerability every time you take that scar.
That is awesome.
So you could create a character who, through their 6 lives, 5 lives, will always avoid death, but then become harder to work from the stress standpoint. Especially if you're a character who needs to mark a stress to use an ability.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden you've lost the ability to use that. So I'm going to push back on the avoid death thing, like people that hate on the avoid death thing completely, and say, wait a minute, there's some flavor here.
Yeah.
Be careful to remember that.
Wait, that's phenomenal. Imagine the roleplay capabilities of someone you play like a tabaxi folk or whatever the cat folk is in Daggerheart, and you've lost 5 of your lives, and you follow the 9 lives thing, and also think about maybe I want to start as this cat folk. I can't think of what they're called. That has died a few times already.
Or
Maybe you have scars already. You have less stress points because thematically that makes sense for where your character's
Correct.
at.
And
You
on
can
a
play as a Time
similar...
Lord.
A what?
You can play as a Time Lord.
On a similar notion, what if one of the single strongest abilities you needed to mark a stress for, and now you're coming in, you're about to mark your last hit point again, and you know that if you avoid death and take that scar, the one of the key strengths you have will be gone.
Yeah.
So
it's beautiful.
Or even like somebody who is so determined to, complete a certain goal. Like maybe they're avenging like the murder of a loved one, and they will not rest. They will not stop. They will not face death until that is done, and they avoid death at every turn, to no matter like what self-detriment it brings.
Yeah. I think we're careful not to sell it short.
Yeah.
Think about that character that has avoided death a bunch to get revenge, right?
Yeah.
They've avoided death so much to get to this place where they're too weak to kill that person.
Yeah.
But they just keep coming back. That's beautiful.
Like, why won't you die?
Yeah.
All right, listen, we got to wrap. But for those of you that are watching our Session 0 during our Daggerheart Marathon stream, which probably most of you are, number one, thanks for watching. Number two, we're going to come back from a break really soon. And number three, go and check out the rest of our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We'll see you inside of that marathon where we're going to be giving away, hopefully haven't already given away, a Daggerheart Core Set. All right. We'll see you on the other side, people. Thanks for watching.
Woo!
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Awesome.
That was awesome, guys.
One
of our best discussions.
All right, listen. Daggerheart is out, and it is really unavailable. It's really hard to get. Rich, can you believe that?
Yeah, I believe it because it's a great game. You can't get it, baby.
Okay, I don't know why he's down there. But listen, here's the deal. We're going to be giving away a core set of Daggerheart on this stream right now. Rich, how do we get there?
Subscribe to the channel, you filthy animal.
Okay, I don't think you're a filthy animal, but I like his energy. Anyway, subscribe to our channel, and then you're going to go in the chat and you're going to type !giveaway. The chat will give you instructions from there. Rich, you got anything else?
The more you interact in our Discord, the higher your chances of winning.
I got to get him back up here. It's going to make it a lot easier. Anyway, get in the Discord, become a member of our community, and get that game. Good luck. We're going to get back to the stream. That's not what we want. Boom.
We're ghosts.
There we are. We're coming in. We're
ghosts.
coming in slowly here. We're coming in slowly. Let's get some music back. Let's go back to this, and this. And we should be in good shape. Welcome back. Thanks for allowing us a dinner break. I think we're in good shape. Yeah. We got another subscriber.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks if you're out there watching. Okay.
Oh, thank you very much.
So we were about to fall into combat, but we realized something on the break. A couple of things. So one, any YouTube live stream that goes over 12 hours risks not being archived as a video on your channel. It can happen. It's not that it won't happen, but YouTube's weird about it. So I don't think we want to take the risk there. We all talked about it outside. So what we have to do is we have to end the stream and then restart the stream as a part 2. The problem is I also tried to go in and create a new live stream that's scheduled that we could just pop over to, but I can't do that with simultaneous stream keys going at once. So I actually have to end this one, create the new one, and start it. So there's going to be a few minutes of downtime. Not a few minutes. I would say no more than maybe 2 minutes of downtime. So, if you are all on board out there in viewership land, I am going to drop this stream, and then in a couple of minutes, you're going to see another live stream. It's going to have the same exact thumbnail. I will title it Marathon Part 2. If you jump into that, we can just pick up right where we left off.
Don't leave us.
Don't leave us.
Stay.
I know that this is like...
Stay.
This is my own personal YouTube death move, where it's like I risk it all.
So-
it's sort of like, right?
Rabbit saying something about pause, save as AS, save as. Just do it. Do eat no.
Do it now.
Just do it. Rabbit, go home. You're drunk. Rabbit, are you okay? Do we need to send the EMTs?
You guys are keeping us going. You're keeping us fighting.
You are. You're keeping us going. We are really inspired to hang out with you guys and play in your company. It has been really enjoyable. Plus, we still have that giveaway to do. All right. All right. So I'm going to do. We all cool with that?
End it.
All right.
Let's do it.
All right. So here's what I'm going to do. For those of you that are watching, I'm ending the stream. Go look in a couple of minutes for Marathon Part 2. I will have that up as fast as I possibly can. We'll be back. See you in a few.
I got rid of Goad them all.
Really?
Yeah, it hasn't succeeded.